Chapter 1. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy door reverberated with vigorous knocking. Within the humble abode, Green, nestled beneath a tattered quilt, was abruptly jolted awake. The chill, seeping through the floor, sent a shiver down his spine. Yet he dared not delay, calling out, coming. Disregarding his nearly numb feet, Green swiftly donned his worn garments, grasped the leather coat that served as a second blanket atop the frayed quilt, and opened the wooden door. A blast of frigid winter air, laced with icy shards, struck him, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Outside, Oldham huddled atop a dilapidated wooden cart, one hand gripping a whip and the other a pipe, puffing away as the cart left two deep ruts in the uneven snow. "Hurry up! The roads are treacherous today. You'll face reprimand if you're late," he admonished after taking a hearty puff from his pipe. "Oh, understood," replied Green. He closed the wooden door behind him, nimbly climbed aboard the cart, accustomed to the routine. Ever since he began assisting Uncle Ham with this steady job, he had grown accustomed to hearing Ham's daily reminders. Ham was not one for excessive words. After another puff from his pipe, he cracked the whip, and the old horse let out a low grunt, pulling the cart onward through the bumpy, snow-covered terrain. Meanwhile, Green leaned against the cart's railing, glancing at the overcast sky before closing his eyes once more to doze off. Based on past experiences, he knew that on such snowy days, it typically took the old cart at least half an hour to reach the Earl's residence in the city, by which time dawn would be breaking. As he leaned against the cart, inhaling the familiar scent of pipe tobacco, Green felt a profound gratitude towards Oldham. His earliest memories were of a winter blanketed in heavy snowfall. Preceding recollections were shrouded in darkness, and no one had ever laid eyes on Green. It was as if he had materialized from thin air in this world. From that point onward, Green often roamed the streets of Bithar City with a group of orphans, enduring a life of begging and hunger. Until one day, the childless elderly Ham noticed Green's sprightliness and, moved by his own lack of offspring, decided to take him in. Old Ham chuckled. "Once I'm gone, these two humble huts and the old horse will belong to you." To be frank, those two rustic huts and the old cart held little monetary value, yet they filled Green with immense gratitude towards Ham, whom he regarded as a second father. As for the livelihood that sustained Ham and Green, it involved rising before dawn each day to reach the Earl's residence in Bithar City, where the noble lords, having indulged in revelry the night before, left behind heaps of refuse, which they would clear away and dispose of outside the city before procuring supplies for the next evening's festivities. This back-and-forth journey typically consumed the better part of the day. After about half an hour, the cart began to rattle as the road smoothed out, giving way to cobblestones. Green, who had dozed off in the cart, awoke without needing Ham's reminders, realizing they had arrived in Bithar City and were nearing the Earl's residence. He quickly brushed off the snow from his clothing, attempting to tidy himself up. Although it was customary for Green and Ham to arrive at the Earl's residence after the nobles had dispersed, there were instances when a few remained, and even the lofty noble lords rarely cast a glance at these lowly servants, rendering any semblance of appearance utterly pointless. However, the Earl's steward was a formidable figure, often making life difficult for the servants, seeking to extract some advantage. He had not hesitated to exploit their disheveled appearances as an excuse to extort coins from Ham on more than one occasion. The two towering nightly guards at the entrance of the Earl's residence, weary from a night of vigil, cast a cursory glance at Ham and Green, having grown all too familiar with them over the years, and paid them no heed. Ham forced a smile, while Green jumped down from the cart, keeping his head bowed as he entered the Earl's residence, not daring to look around, and headed straight for the opulent hall that required meticulous cleaning daily. Initially feeling lethargic, both Green and Ham sensed an unusual atmosphere today. They noticed the steward standing at the hall's entrance, his expression dark and his sharp, triangular eyes glaring at them as he hastily approached. In a hushed tone, the steward commanded, "Stay here, block your ears, and shut your eyes." "Yes, yes," Green and Ham hastily complied. Faint sounds of commotion emanated from within the grand hall, although indistinct. They could discern the unmistakable voice of a girl raising a ruckus. Instinctively, both Green and Ham understood that this girl must be of significant importance. After waiting for nearly half an hour, The sky had completely brightened, and Green and Ham, cold and shivering in the snowy courtyard, were stamping their feet to keep warm. The steward, his face still grim, approached them and snapped, "If you can't withstand the cold, don't bother coming back tomorrow." Ham's face paled, and after several moments of hesitation, he fished a silver coin from his tattered clothing and pressed it into the steward's hand, forcing a smile as he repeatedly reassured, "I can endure. I can endure." "Humph," the steward grunted, expertly pocketing the coin and ignoring them as he anxiously awaited at the hall's entrance, occasionally peering inside. Green couldn't help but mutter, "How despicable. Just the other day, he extorted us for a favor, and now he wants more. I'll let go. There are plenty of others who would gladly take our place. The steward would be thrilled to see us gone." Hem sighed. With age, one grows weary, and one's temper cools, no longer akin to the fiery disposition of youth. At that moment, a girl burst forth from a hall, clad in lavish, noble attire, her delicate face marred with tear stains. She halted beside Green and Ham, shouting into the hall, "I refuse to attend the Lilith Sorceress Academy or become a sorceress." Seemingly still agitated, the girl furiously hurled a book away before storming out of the Earl's residence. "Rebellion! Rebellion! What are you two dawdling for? Go after her!" bellowed a rotund nobleman, his face flushed with fury, directing his ire at the two armored knights beside him. To Green's astonishment, the usually imperious Earl stood beside the portly nobleman, his face a mask of helplessness as he attempted to placate him in hushed tones. "What does she know? The great sorcerers are the true rulers of this world. Do you have any idea what price I've paid for the test in 6 months?" In a flurry, the Earl followed the rotund nobleman out of the residence, not even casting a glance at Green and Ham. As for the steward, he too hurried out, taking both guards with him, vanishing into the snowy landscape. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard fell silent and empty. Seeing that no one was around, Green instinctively reached for the book that lay discarded on the ground. But Ham stepped forward, tapping Green's hand with his pipe, and hissed, "Are you trying to get us killed?" Green winced in pain and replied softly, "It should be fine, right? If anyone asks, we'll say we tossed it while cleaning up the refuse. After all, it was that noble girl who threw it down." Ham pondered for a moment, glanced around to confirm no one was watching, and nodded in reluctant approval. Green tucked the book into his clothing and proceeded to help Ham clean up the hall, gathering the vast amounts of rubbish left behind by the noble lord's night of revelry into the cart. Until they departed, no one inquired about the whereabouts of the book, so Green chose to disregard it. After all, it was not uncommon for treasures, which the noble lords deemed worthless but the servants cherished, to be found amidst the refuse. Creak, creak. The cart, laden with refuse, gradually departed from Bidhar City. Seated atop the cart filled with trash, Green found his drowsiness dissipating, suddenly recalling the book he had salvaged from ground. Furrowing his brow, he examined the unfamiliar words on the cover. It was unusual for a servant like Green, who toiled for noble lords, to be literate. However, Ham had once served as an apprentice accountant in a shop during his youth. Although that shop had since closed, he had learned to read and had taught Green over the years. Yet, Green frowned because the script on the cover of this book was filled with unfamiliar characters rarely encountered in daily life. After much contemplation, Green finally deciphered the title. Transformation of Snouts and Olfactory Maps? What on earth is this? His eyes widened in surprise. He had initially presumed it to be a biographical novel of a bard, a genre favored by noble ladies and gentlemen alike, only to discover that the noble girl had discarded a book with such an odd title. Wait, a sudden realization struck Green as he widened his eyes, filled with incredulity. Could this possibly be a tome documenting the mysterious spells of sorcerers? Sorcerers were a topic reserved for the noble lords, and common folk rarely encountered the elusive beings in their lifetimes. In the eyes of ordinary people, wizards wield arcane powers that are both enigmatic and sinister, often shrouded in tales of malevolent sermons abound of wizards committing heinous acts, such as the mass slaughter of innocents, consuming the eyes of children, and using common folk for their wicked experiments in sorcery. Yet, these wizards possess the ability to effortlessly vanquish not only commoners, but even knights, commanding extraordinary strength that inspires both awe and reverence. Even Green has found himself pondering on numerous occasions the source of the wizard's mysterious and formidable powers. Why is it that the common man cannot harness such abilities? If he were to become a wizard himself, mastering those profound powers, he would no longer need to cower before the whims of the noble lords. Would he? With an expression of incredulity, Green swiftly flipped through the newly acquired tome on nasal augmentation and olfactory charts, meticulously reading each word, occasionally pausing to contemplate unfamiliar terms, sometimes even skipping over them temporarily. Gradually, a look of astonishment began to manifest on Green's face, as if he had opened a portal to an entirely new realm. The so-called scent is discerned through the biological olfactory systems, which identify the volatile molecules of different substances in the air. The most potent of odors dominate the spectrum of smells that living beings can perceive. According to the olfactory chart, a typical human can differentiate between approximately 300 to 400 distinct scents, while some individuals with exceptional abilities may discern around 600. However, this capacity for scent differentiation pales in comparison to that of certain other creatures. Take, for instance, the baby cry chiquina creature capable of emitting sounds akin to a human infant wail. Experimental evidence suggests that this being can identify over 6,500 different scents. Then there is the shadow butterfly, a remarkable entity that survives by consuming foul odors, which can distinguish over 8,200 scents. The text mentions that the creature known to capture airborne scents in the greatest abundance is the three-headed hound, a formidable being that many wizards dare not provoke, capable of identifying any scent known to wizards, with a staggering total of 17,852 distinct aromas. The olfactory prowess of the three-headed hound reaches an astonishing level. Nasal augmentation is a compendium detailing how wizards, based on their own physical attributes, can modify themselves to emulate the acute sense of smell found in certain creatures, thereby achieving a perfect evolution of their olfactory capabilities through sorcery. The magical experiments involve a plethora of unusual materials, and there is one term that Green has yet to comprehend, which appears frequently in the book. Cells? Green. It took the persistent calls of Oldham, who had to shout twice for Green to emerge from the enchantment of the magical tome. Flustered, he hurriedly stowed the book away and assisted Oldham in unloading the refuse from the cart. After disposing of all the debris, Green followed Oldham as they resumed their customary practice of procuring goods from the Viscount's territory, intended for the consumption of the noble lords that evening. By dusk, Oldham and Green had delivered all the goods to the Viscount's estate, and with a handful of copper coins in hand, they made their way back to the countryside. On the cart, Green remained engrossed in the tome of nasal augmentation and olfactory charts. Oldham glanced back at Green, sighing, "You child, you seem bewitched today. Is that book truly so captivating?" Green chuckled softly, offering no further comment, his heart brimming with yearning and awe for the enigmatic realm of wizards. Do living mountains truly roam the earth? Is there a river flowing from the heavens? What, indeed, are those so-called otherworldly realms? What is the essence behind the powerful magic wielded by wizards? A cascade of questions flooded Green's mind, yet none could provide answers. Before we know it, you'll be 17, right? Next year we ought to renovate the house and see if we can find a suitable girl from a nearby family for you to marry. I hope to catch a glimpse of my grandchild before my old bones are laid to rest." Oldham mused. Without lifting his gaze, Green muttered absent-mindedly, "What nonsense are you spouting? You will live to a ripe old age." Oldham chuckled, continuing to guide the cart along the well-trodden path. Ultimately, Oldham did not live to witness Green wed and father children. He passed into the earth. It was the season of spring, as the biting wind began to soften. After a day's labor, Oldham and Green procured a small barrel of malt liquor and a few pounds of meat from the town, planning to commence renovations on their home the following day, and they also put the matter of finding a bride for Green on the agenda. Regrettably, the next morning, Oldham could no longer rouse Green to begin their work. Oldham departed with a smile. Whether it was due to the fine food and drink of the previous night or the fulfillment of his dreams in slumber remains uncertain. Regardless, Until Green hired a few laborers to bury Oldham, he bore a serene smile, as carefree as ever. The old smoking pipe, which Oldham cherished dearly, was also laid to rest with him. Oldham's sudden departure left Green in a state of melancholy for some time, yet life continued on. Green became the master of the 2 humble cottages, with an old horse and a modest fortune of 2 gold coins and 17 silver coins. This was the entirety of Oldham's life savings, now bequeathed to Green, representing his sole possession. Certainly, in secrecy, Green had concealed the tome on nose hunting and the arcane art of scent mapping within the vault where gold coins were stored. Each night, he would peruse its pages 1 or 2 times, all while conserving precious lamp oil. This served as a narrow glimpse into the world of wizards for him. But as summer gradually approached, it was yet another ordinary day. After a busy morning, Green disposed of the substantial refuse left behind by the revelries of the nobleman at the Viscount's estate. He then ventured onto the Viscount's lands to collect the provisions prepared for the Viscount by the serfs. Seated comfortably atop the cart, Green gazed at the azure sky, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily by. Beside the cart, a country girl named Mary deftly loaded the goods, demonstrating a capability that surpassed that of most boys. Clad in a burlap apron, her freckled face framed by a cascade of golden hair. Her heart raced as she occasionally stole glances at the relaxed figure of Green sitting in the cart, captivated by the handsome man before her and inhaling his distinctive scent reminiscent of the fragrance of Atlantis. Mary found herself utterly smitten. Yet, Green paid her no mind that a year prior, by chance, he had learned of the girl's affections, a secret divulged by old Ham. In fact, Old Ham's scheme was to see Green wed this girl. However, while he kept this to himself, he could not deny that he held little feeling for the industrious yet bashful girl. At most, she seemed akin to a younger sister. Consequently, after Old Ham's departure, Green had never initiated contact with her, only catching sight of her during the loading of goods each day. Observing Green's silence, Mary continued her labor while furtively watching him, as the cargo was nearly loaded onto the cart. Following customary practice, Green would soon drive away. Finally, with a resolute bite of her lip, Mary could no longer restrain herself. Green, she began, this morning, a wizard passed by here and inquired about the way to Bissell City. Everyone was utterly astonished. It was my first encounter with a legendary wizard. She feigned a look of surprise, all the while scrutinizing Green. Previously bored atop the cart, Green's interest piqued at the mention of a wizard. A wizard? Are you certain? He inquired incredulously, of course. I'm certain. Many people here witnessed it. Mary replied joyfully, encouraged by Green's engagement. Green, now somewhat agitated, pressed further. What did the wizard look like? I have yet to see one. Well, the wizard wore a large gray robe and a tall hat, and his face was obscured. As if shrouded in mist, he held a red-eyed frog in his hand, and he was speaking with Ima at the edge of the village. Seeing Green's excitement, Mary recounted every piece of information she could muster. Thank you. This is truly wonderful, Green exclaimed, his heart racing. Since acquiring that book of sorcery half a year ago, this was the first genuine lead he had received regarding an actual wizard. He dashed towards Ima's home at the village's edge. Ima, a young woman in her early 20s, had already begun to take on a plump figure, her waist encircled by a white apron, and she was a mother of 2. Her husband, a sturdy hunter named Sagara, was known for his robust physique and genial demeanor, sporting a scar on his left cheek from a porcupine's quills. Upon seeing Green's arrival, Sagara exclaimed with surprise, "Ah, Green, have you come drawn by the delightful aroma of this place? Come, come, this is the game we captured yesterday from the Eastern Mountains in the kitchen." Ima appeared, her 2 children gazing curiously at Green. Half an hour later, Green departed from Ima's abode, exhilarated, muttering to himself, Bissell City, I am truly going to Bissell City. With great fervor, he drove his car towards the city, the old horse trotting along, as if fearing it might collapse from exhaustion. Alongside Old Ham into the earth to tee the entrance of the Viscount's estate, the arrogant steward stood behind 4 towering knights, blocking the way. The steward, with a piercing gaze, roared at the gathered farmers. Your lands are granted to you by the Viscount. He may impose taxes as he pleases. You dare rebel. Green anxiously awaited from a distance. It was customary at this time of year for numerous farmers to gather and protest at the Viscount's gates, only to be dealt with by the imposing knights before they dispersed, the duration of the process varying. "Commoners! Commoners! Do you dare to retort?" the steward bellowed. "Drive them away!" In mere moments, the four knights unleashed a flurry of fists and kicks, swiftly dispersing the farmers. The steward, seething with rage, glared furiously. Green dared not delay, discreetly maneuvering his cart into the Viscount's estate. When the steward barked, "Halt!" casting a glance at Green, he carelessly rummaged through the goods on the cart and scolded. "Why so slow? Do you wish to continue working?" Green grimaced, a wave of frustration bubbling within him. This old fellow had already extorted 2 silver coins from him this month. The Viscount estate paid only 4 silver coins for a month's labor. Though the wages were considerable, the steward's relentless exploitation was intolerable. "Sir Steward, I arrived earlier. It was merely the farmers obstructing the way that delayed me," Green replied, youthful vigor fueling his words, unlike Old Ham's patience. Instantly, the steward's ire flared, his hair nearly standing on end as he pointed a trembling finger at Green, roaring, "You wretch! How dare you speak back? It seems the Viscount has been too lenient with you. Very well. You need not return tomorrow. Begone." With that, the steward stormed into the courtyard, barking orders to the knights. "If this wretch dares to return tomorrow, break his legs. Otherwise, you need not come back," standing beside his cart. Green was consumed with fury, cursing the steward in his heart, wishing him to meet Old Ham the next day. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a snort, he parked the cart beneath a nearby tree and sprinted toward a blacksmith shop in the small town. "Hey, sixth brother!" Green called out to a blacksmith apprentice. When Green had once begged in Bissell City, he had been among 9 beggars, ranking 8th. Afterwards, each had their own fortune. Green was taken in by Old Ham. While sixth brother became an apprentice at this blacksmith shop, the second brother, it was said, had gone to the countryside to work as a serf, while the whereabouts of the others remained unknown. Eighth brother, the apprentice's eyes lit up upon seeing Green, and he strode over, clapping Green on the back. "What brings you here?" Standing at over 6 feet tall, he exuded a potent masculine scent. Sixth brother was now much more robust than Green. Sporting a thick beard and ruddy cheeks from years spent by the forge, his rough hands causing Green some discomfort when they patted him. "Sixth brother, I need to ask you something. Did I heard there's a wizard in the city?" Green queried quietly. The expression on sixth brother's face shifted. "How do you know?" "There's indeed a wizard. He has come to recruit students with wizarding potential. However, the fee to determine one's aptitude as a wizard apprentice is a full gold coin." As he spoke, sixth brother subtly gestured towards the old blacksmith behind him. That old man took his son AI to see him, but they lack wizarding potential and are now lamenting that 1 gold coin. Green was a whirlwind of emotions. "Where is this wizard?" Sixth brother's expression darkened as he stared incredulously at Green. "You don't mean to go, do you? 1 gold coin is no trifling sum. We certainly cannot afford such an expense." Green hesitated for a moment. Losing a gold coin would indeed be a significant blow for someone with just over 2 gold coins. Yet if he let this opportunity slip away, he might never encounter another like it again. Finally, Green nodded resolutely. After a moment of stunned silence, sixth brother spoke. "He is at the Lord's manor. Rumor has it the Lord's precious daughter has been confirmed to possess wizarding potential. She is, of course, the only one in Bissell City." "Thank you, sixth brother," Green exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. Even forgetting the unpleasantness he had experienced with the steward at the Viscount's estate, his mind was now solely occupied with thoughts of the wizard. With reckless abandon, Green sprinted towards his 2 modest huts, retrieving a box from the most concealed spot, filled with a trove of silver and copper coins that he vowed to himself. He must become a wizard. It is imperative. After counting out 100 silver coins, Green contemplated for a moment and decided to take along the tome on nose modification and aroma mapping. Carefully concealing the box, he then hastened once more towards Bissell City. As summer had already arrived, the days were long and the nights short. Fortunately, darkness had yet to fall. The lord of the city was the most noble aristocrat of Bissell, reputed to be the sole marquis in this region. Unless one ventured into other urban territories, within Bissell, the lord held the highest authority among the nobles, compelling even the viscounts to comply with his wishes. Green had only glimpsed the Lord's mansion from a distance several times. It was typically heavily guarded, manned by 7 or 8 knights. However, at present, a considerable number of individuals were entering and exiting the mansion. Green observed that most of these people were shopkeepers or nobles from the city, often accompanied by their offspring, all wearing expressions of disappointment. Green was aware that the wizard was within, and disregarding everything else, he dashed inside. Halt. Pay a fee of 1 gold coin. A boy, roughly Green's age, shouted at him. Reluctantly, Green handed over a small pouch of silver coins to him. The boy cast a disdainful glance at Green before carelessly tossing the pouch into a box behind him. Without even counting it, Green was taken aback. By the boy's demeanor and attire, he appeared to be merely the son of a peasant, likely unaware of the good fortune that had befallen him. Oblivious to the source of his arrogance, casting a similarly scornful look at the boy, Green pressed forward into the mansion. The Lord's residence was undeniably more opulent than that of the Viscount. Green mused inwardly. The hall was crowded, and Green eagerly peered inside, spotting a wizard clad in a voluminous gray robe seated at the highest point of the hall. His face, as Mary had described, seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring it from clear view. Before the wizard was a table upon which rested a transparent crystal ball, emanating a gentle glow, enveloping the entire hall in an aura of mystery. Beside the crystal ball sat a red-eyed frog, croaking incessantly. This what a wizard looks like. Green felt a surge of excitement. It was indeed his first encounter with a wizard wielding such formidable and enigmatic magical powers. In front of the wizard's crystal ball, a plump girl with brown hair, eyes tightly shut, nervously touched the crystal ball. The people in the hall held their breath, and after a long pause, Green turned his gaze to the 3 children of similar stature behind the wizard. Is she the one? The first girl he noticed was pouting, her face a portrait of reluctance. This girl was the very one who had discarded the tome on nose modification and aroma mapping at the Viscount's mansion during winter. Green had come to learn over the past 6 months that she was the only daughter of the Lord of Bissell. Possessing immense power, it dawned on him that the rotund nobleman from before was none other than the illustrious Lord of Bissell. The other 2 children appeared to be siblings, though Green could not discern whether they were brother and sister or sister and brother. However, given their strikingly similar appearances, it was evident they were related by blood. The boy wore an air of arrogance, standing tall behind the wizard, surveying the stream of individuals approaching for their wizard apprentice aptitude assessments with a smirk akin to that of the boy who collected coins at the entrance of the mansion. The girl, on the other hand, seemed somewhat shy, likely unaccustomed to such a multitude of simultaneous attention. Could they be the ones who had been identified as possessing potential for wizardry? Green pondered. His conjecture proved correct. These siblings were indeed children who had been identified as possessing the potential for wizardry by the wizard in a previous city before arriving in Bissell to stand out among hundreds, even thousands of children, and to have the once lofty nobles fawn over them, undoubtedly instilled a sense of exhilaration and pride. The boy, named Euchris, and the girl, Eurcleana, hailed from an ordinary hunting family, upon their dual identification as having wizard potential. The once haughty nobles had begun to curry favor with them, leading Euchris to feel as though he were the center of the universe, the favored child of destiny, observing the throng of individuals eager to test their wizard potential. Euchris's gaze was rife with contempt. If it were so easy to possess the aptitude for a wizard apprentice, why were only he and his sister, along with that fool outside, the only ones following the esteemed Master Auroise in the first 3 cities? It was already remarkable that the Lord's daughter was present, and even more so that she had secured her spot through bribing the wizard. Mental capacity 6, disqualified. Next, at that moment, the enigmatic wizard spoke. Simultaneously, the plump girl, anxiously touching the crystal ball, turned pale and, urged by those behind her, stepped away from the orb. Alas, another disqualification. Indeed, it appeared that hope was dwindling on their end. The individuals who had been holding their breath collectively sighed. Having spent an entire day undergoing aptitude tests, aside from the Lord's daughter, no one else had been identified as possessing wizard potential, were it not for the fact that they had already paid a gold coin. Most would have long since given up. Mental capacity 5, disqualified. Next, the boy before the crystal ball, disheartened, shrugged and left, tail between his legs. One by one, those undergoing the wizard apprentice aptitude test departed, and as Green drew nearer, a sense of despair began to swell within him. It seemed that becoming a wizard was not so easily attained. The boy ahead of him, Green recognized as the son of the owner of the Moon Bay Tavern, named Wade. The Moon Bay Tavern was the most lavish establishment in Bissell City, hence Wade undoubtedly possessed an abundance of gold coins. Wade stood before the crystal ball, visibly anxious as he reached out to touch it. As the crystal ball gradually radiated a soft glow, he closed his eyes. Mental capacity 9. What? Green, with keen eyes, noticed Wade discreetly slipping a bag to the wizard, inside which were peculiar stones that Green's astute mind quickly deduced a possibility. Bribery? All right, step behind me, the wizard replied, pocketing the bag. Wade beamed with excitement, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." He then jubilantly positioned himself behind the wizard. Green's expression darkened. He had nothing to offer as a bribe, and he suspected that the illustrious wizard would hardly be impressed with the solitary gold coin remaining in his possession. Dazed and conflicted, Green approached the crystal ball. Uncertain of what to do, he placed his hand upon the orb and closed his eyes. Following the wizard's instructions, Green instinctively complied, and for a moment, it felt as though the hall had fallen into silence, as if the entire world had been enveloped in a great shroud. What is happening? Green opened his eyes to find that the individuals in the hall appeared frozen in place. The Lord's daughter continued to pout and weep. Her tears suspended in midair, while Chris sneered, revealing his sharp canine teeth. Turning around, Green noticed the irritating fellow at the entrance still carelessly tossing a gold coin, which was now suspended in midair. Everyone in the hall seemed to be trapped in a moment of time, immobile. Wait. No. Green observed a table in the corner of the hall, adorned with plates intricately embossed with exquisite patterns, far too lavish for the likes of ordinary folk. These plates held delicate pastries and fruits, intended for those undergoing the wizard aptitude tests, though no one would truly come to partake, making them more decorative than practical. Yet, atop one of the fruit platters, there were two creatures adorned with vibrant, soft tentacles, their bodies covered with an uncountable number of eyes, drifting through the air like jellyfish, swaying playfully. This was utterly unbelievable. What on earth were they? Green felt his body tremble, his complexion pale, despite having long yearned for the mysterious world of wizards. Now that it had merely opened a crack in the icy door for him, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of the unknown and fear. This was a realm that diverged vastly from his understanding of the reality he had known. Summoning his courage, Green cautiously approached the two bizarre, unknown creatures. As Green approached the table, the two peculiar creatures appeared to be startled, swiftly retreating to the wall. That moment, the wall undulated like water, and the two enigmatic beings seamlessly merged into it, vanishing from sight. Stunned, Green found himself momentarily frozen by the fact that the two bizarre entities had disappeared into the wall. However, as he drew nearer to the dining table, he suddenly noticed that, in addition to 4 ordinary candlesticks, there was one candle holder that seemed decidedly out of the ordinary, although it bore a burning candle atop it. The candle holder itself was not an exquisite piece of aristocratic craftsmanship, but rather a roasted, crimson pig's head. Green felt a twinge of confusion. Why had he initially perceived this candle holder as normal, only to feel a sense of disbelief upon closer inspection? Strangely, the eyes of this pig's head candle holder began to move slowly, fixing their gaze upon Green, locking him in a chilling stare. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the room. I have finally ascended to the highest realm. The sky, the earth, the wicked dragon. No longer can they hinder me. Suddenly, a boisterous, triumphant laughter echoed through the eerily silent world, as if Green's cognitive faculties had slowed. Although taken aback, he did not feel fear. Instead, he turned to locate the source of the voice. It was a biography of a bard, a tome typically perused by the bored aristocracy. The narrative revolved around a poor boy who fell in love with a noble lady, only to face opposition from her family. Through sheer determination and countless opportunities, the boy ultimately vanquished the most formidable evil dragon in existence, proving his worth and marrying his beloved. Overall, it was a rather cliché and tedious tale, complete with illustrations depicting the protagonist's conquests over various malevolent foes. Am I seeing things? Green muttered, his voice trembling, and a diminutive figure made of paper emerged from the pages, slowly rising to its feet. This figure bore all the human organs, its expression remarkably lifelike, displaying an exaggerated look of surprise as it stared blankly around. This paper figure was the very illustration of the protagonist from the biography. Yet, while it no longer appeared as crude as the original illustration, possessing intricate human expressions, it remained fundamentally a thin sheet of paper, its reverse side printed with text from book. Where am I? Am I not meant to become a deity? The paper figure exclaimed in panic, bewildered as it surveyed its surroundings. Suddenly, it seemed to notice Green, and its face transformed into a serious expression as it drew a sword made of paper. Pointing it at him, "Who are you?" "A deity from the divine realm." "Who are you?" "A deity from the divine realm." "Who are you?" "A deity from the divine realm." A long crack formed in the tile floor of the hall, opening and closing as if it were a mouth that could speak. Although Green and the aristocrats stood upon this fissure, they did not fall. That it was as if the crack were merely an illusion. Repetitively echoing the words of the paper figure, from the depths of the abyss, a scarlet tongue suddenly emerged, slithering from beneath Green's feet. He could distinctly see that the tongue was composed of countless tiny serpents writhing together. And with a sudden jolt, it ensnared the already bewildered paper figure that a series of blood-curdling screams echoed as the figure disappeared into the depths of the floor's crack. "This cannot be real." Green gasped, trembling in place. Abruptly, the crystal orb on the table emitted a dazzling light. In that instant, Green felt himself being drawn toward the orb, and as his hands made contact, the world around him ceased to be a static tableau. The murmurs of the people reached his ears. "Psychic energy level 12. Quite impressive. Stand behind me." Green raised his pale face instinctively. Rising to stand behind the wizard, he glanced around, and all the strangeness had vanished. Even the nobleman engrossed in the biography exhibited no peculiarities. The pig's head candle holder was nowhere to be seen, and the floor appeared intact, as though everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination or a dream. "Curse it! What luck this fellow has to possess wizardly potential. Oh dear, my child once bullied him. I hope he does not seek revenge." The hall buzzed momentarily, but fell silent with a cold snort from the wizard. Meanwhile, Green noticed the daughter of the Lord and Wade, the son of the Moon Bay's proprietor, casting a surprised glance in his direction. However, upon seeing Green's servile attire, they merely sneered in disdain and ceased their conversation. Exquisite goblets brimmed with fragrant wine. Before Green lay a veritable array of condiments, including 7 or 8 varieties such as foie gras and lily juice, not to mention the various intricately crafted roasted meats he had never encountered before. It was truly astonishing that this was his first visit to the Lord's mansion, and he was fortunate enough to dine with the Lord himself, though it was all due to the presence of the esteemed wizard beside him. "Green," the wizard suddenly called out. Setting down his utensils, Green hastily bowed, "My lord." "Indeed. What I wish to convey is that children with psychic energy naturally growing to 10 typically sense their talents during the crystal orb test. This is crucial for your future development as a wizard. Do not forget the events of the testing. Should you advance to wizardry, you must harness your innate gifts for your growth." The wizard's voice was somewhat neutral, yet hoarse, as if his throat had suffered some affliction, or perhaps resembling a parrot mimicking the wizard's speech from within his robe. "Yes, my lord," Green replied respectfully. His own talent. Those bizarre phenomena, Green did not believe for a moment that those strange occurrences would serve as allies or helpers. Given their oddity, they seemed more likely to be enemies. The wizard then turned his attention to Lady Rafi, the Lord's daughter, and Wade, the proprietor's son. "You two have not attained a psychic energy level of 10, and thus you lack the right to become wizard apprentices. However, for wizards, external conditions are secondary. Wisdom is the true source of a wizard's power. Knowledge, rather than so-called talent, is of utmost importance to a wizard." "Yes, my lord," they replied in unison. "Ha, master, you have traveled far. Allow me to treat you well today. Come, sample these exquisite delicacies from the endless South Sea." The Lord donned a grand, noble attire, his face beaming with delight as he gestured. And 8 beautiful maidens approached bearing plates, setting them before the Lord, the mysterious wizard, and the 6 wizard apprentices. Green gazed at the plate before him, which contained what appeared to be an utterly ordinary shell. His brow furrowing that, is this a delicacy? How does one consume it? A beauty shell. It has been over 120 years since I last tasted such a creature, which evolved to evade human hunters. I had not expected to encounter it again in the eastern Coral Islands. The Lord must have gone to great lengths. The wizard seemed particularly fond of this peculiar food, known as the beauty shell. His delight evident in his tone. Haha, please. Aside from the Lord, Rafi, and the mysterious wizard, the remaining 5 apprentices merely stared blankly, utterly perplexed as to how one should partake of this so-called beauty shell. Green closely observed the Lord's every movement. Noting that his chubby hands bore 7 dazzling rings, he gently lifted the beauty shell from the plate, nonchalantly prying it open. What followed left Green aghast, his eyes wide with disbelief. Within the shell lay a vividly lifelike miniature beauty, devoid of clothing and seemingly boneless, a soft-bodied creature curled up inside, slumbering. However, as the shell had been opened, the sleeping entity began to awaken slowly, glancing around in confusion. The Lord's chubby face broke into a smile as he raised the shell to his lips. Meanwhile, with a thick-lipped pout, it seemed as though the lady in the shell was about to be drawn into the mouth of the shell's owner, who was still in a daze. However, at that moment, the lady within the shell appeared to have realized her predicament. Her soft body desperately crawled away, emitting sharp cries akin to a newborn mouse. As the lord of the castle inhaled vigorously, those screams were instantly drawn into his mouth, soon reverberating within his belly. What a delightful experience! The Lord casually tossed the shell aside, closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment. Both the wizard and Lafite, having partaken of the beauty shell, maintained an air of nonchalance. The wizard glanced at the 5 hesitant apprentice wizards, shaking his head. For wizards, the flavor is secondary. The primary value of the beauty shell lies in its ability to purify fire elements. Should any of you wish to delve into the study of fire elements in the future, this beauty shell could prove immensely helpful. Wizards must discern the essence of things and not be deceived by appearances. These beings have merely evolved into such forms to escape humanity. Pausing momentarily, the wizard continued, of course. This will also incur the curse of the sea. It is said that after consuming the beauty shell, your flesh will emit a certain aroma that particularly attracts sea monsters. To everyone's surprise, it was Green who acted first. Eager to impress the wizard, Green closed his eyes, lifted his chin, and with great determination, allowed the lady from the shell to slide into his mouth, and then down his throat into his belly. He could even hear the desperate screams emanating from within him, struggling to suppress the odd sensations and waves of nausea. Green nonchalantly began to eat slices of fresh beef dipped in foie gras, though his eyes twitched, and his expression was anything but natural. The other 3 boys, Chris, Wade, and Kieran, looked pale, but also tilted their heads back to swallow the beauty shell, creating a chorus of indistinct screams rising and falling from their bellies throughout the hall. Only Yorkree's sister, Yorkliana, hesitated, ultimately shaking her head and pushing the beauty shell aside. What a kind-hearted little girl. Overall, the banquet proceeded rather smoothly, and Green had witnessed the true extravagance of nobility that he estimated that the main ingredients alone for this banquet would not amount to less than 200 gold coins. And as for the beauty shell, such a rare delicacy, it was undoubtedly priceless. The following day, Green hurriedly ran to the Viscount's residence to retrieve his old cart. In the distance, Lafite and Wade rolled their eyes, exasperated that he was wasting their time over a mere broken cart. What could that old cart possibly be worth? You fool, didn't you hear the warning yesterday? If you come again, I'll break your legs. Just then, the old butler spotted Green rushing over and bellowed. Yet, deep down, the old butler hoped that Green would relent today, handing over some benefits. After all, he had been so busy yesterday that he had forgotten to find suitable labor. If the evening's banquet at the Viscount's residence was unprepared, it would be a serious matter. Green glanced around the Viscount's courtyard and spotted his cart, which had evidently been brought inside by the Viscount's people after being left outside yesterday. Butler, I've retrieved the cart. I'll leave at once. Becoming a wizard's apprentice was an immense opportunity. Green felt he could forego the remaining gold coins in his possession, yet he was reluctant to part with the old horse. As it was a legacy from Oldham, he had developed a bond with it and did not wish to leave it alone. The old butler appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for Green's response, which was quickly followed by fury. "You wretched commoner! You filthy peasant! If you want to leave, then leave. There's no cart here. Scotta, throw him out." The old butler genuinely wished to seize the cart for himself. As he saw a burly figure approaching, Green swallowed hard. Just then, a cold snort echoed from afar. The dignity of a wizard is not to be trifled with. A black beam shot towards the burly figure advancing on Green. The knight, being quick on his feet, managed to dodge the black beam, which struck the Viscount's doorframe, transforming into a mass of terrifying black insects. Each insect was no larger than a fingernail, sporting transparent wings and formidable mandibles. Numbering around 7,000 or 8,000 that upon witnessing such a scene, the knight's face paled as he suddenly realized something, shouting, "Spare me, wizard!" "Humph!" The wizard paid no heed. To him, the knight was merely a larger bug fleeing for its life. After silently reciting an incantation, the wizard pointed a finger, and the panic-stricken knight began to slowly transform into a pig. Green, standing nearby, was astonished, nearly dropping his jaw. Was he really turning into a pig? The swarm of black insects surged forth, howling as they devoured the knight-turned pig entirely. On the other side, the old butler, having never encountered such a spectacle, typically bullied the servants and laborers, was now paralyzed with fear. Staring blankly at the howling pig that moment, a long, swift tongue shot towards the old butler. With a fierce tug, he vanished in an instant, as if at the edge of a limit. Go. A pair of blood-red eyes belonging to a large frog gradually shrank from 8 meters high to the size of a palm, landing in the wizard's hand. Onlookers, witnessing this unfathomable display of power, were left in shock, gazing at the mysterious wizard with fear. Green was equally dumbfounded, speechless for a long time. This was the first time he had witnessed murder, and in such a bizarre manner. The surrounding area was eerily silent, as if even a pin dropping could be heard. This what a wizard is? The dignity of a wizard is not to be trifled with. Indeed, for ordinary people, wizards wielding magical powers are terrifying beyond measure. Green clenched his fists tightly, yearning for the day he too would become a wizard. When that time comes, should anyone dare to offend him, he would erase all traces of their existence. Such was Green's fervent desire. Coming back to his senses, he swallowed hard, striving to calm himself, and quickly led his old cart to the blacksmith shop, bidding a final farewell to his astonished older brother. Hey, old 8, it can't be true, can it? You really want to become a wizard?" Old 6 asked incredulously for the 7th time. Green forced a smile. "Just an apprentice wizard." All right. So you truly intend to become a wizard?" Old 6 asked for the 8th time, to which Green could only smile wryly. After a day's journey, Green finally learned that the mysterious wizard was named Erebos, and their destination was a wizard academy called Lilith's Cottage. This academy was quite distant, requiring at least 2 months of sailing across the sea. Before we reach the Zalato harbor, we will need to visit 2 cities. During this time, if you have any basic questions, I can answer them for you free of charge, Erebos the wizard said slowly as they traveled along the narrow path. After a day of observation, Green noted that among the 6 apprentice wizards, the one closest to the great wizard was Kieran. However, this was hardly surprising, as Kieran had practically become Erebos' servant, bustling about to ensure the wizard's comfort, receiving numerous benefits in return. Yet, this behavior was met with disdain from the other 5 apprentices, who found his air of superiority and contempt for them unbearable, as if he considered himself above the rest. "Master, you are truly magnificent. Just the other day, the mental meditation technique you taught me was rather profound. I still haven't grasped certain aspects," Kieran said, carrying a large bundle filled with the wizard's various belongings. As he was closest to the wizard, he seized the opportunity to consult him first. Wade, eager to inquire as well, silently cursed. What a pathetic slave! He rolled his eyes and followed behind. Chris walked further back with his sister. Eurocleana, watching the 2 rush to get closer to the wizard and ask questions that he scoffed. "Humph, a couple of foolish ones without wizardly talent. Once we reach the academy and I become a great wizard, they'll be nothing but fodder for me." His sister, Eurocleana, remained silent, seemingly a girl without any opinions of her own. Green did not push forward to vie for the opportunity to ask the wizard questions. Because Green truly yearned to inquire about two pivotal questions, yet the wizard permitted only one. What captured Green's attention even more was the wizard's mention of the word free in reference to the inquiry. In other words, was it the case that once one arrived at the Wizard Academy, apprentices could not freely consult official wizards? To seize this precious opportunity without cost, Green contemplated and focused his gaze upon the dejected Rafi at the rear of the group. This girl was the daughter of the Lord of Byzer City, yet she had been coerced by her father to venture to Lilith's cottage, making her the only one among the 6 apprentices who had not willingly chosen the path of a wizard. Perhaps she possessed more knowledge about the Wizard Academy than the others. Green's foremost interests lay in 2 inquiries. What exactly is the wizarding world like, and what enables wizards to wield mysterious magical powers? The latter question seemed somewhat profound, but the former was surely within the understanding of the Lord's daughter. Thus, Green silently approached Rafi. The wizarding world? Rafi, lost in sorrow, cast a surprised glance at Green. Initially, when Green drew near, Rafi, having endured much, assumed he sought to forge a connection with her. After all, such interactions were commonplace among nobles, and, as the daughter of a lord, she had encountered numerous seemingly serendipitous encounters throughout her life. However, despite her disdain for the advances of noble suitors, she harbored an even greater aversion to the commoners of lower status. Under ordinary circumstances, Rafi would not have offered Green anything but contempt. Yet, contemplating the life that lay ahead, she bit her lip. Gazing at Green's eager expression, a look of sorrow graced her delicate features, followed by a sigh. In truth, the wizarding continent is not as splendid as you may envision. First and foremost, your current status holds no value in the wizarding realm. You may never return to your previous life. Green was taken aback. Never return? Was it imprisonment? It was apparent that Green's thoughts had strayed, prompting Rafi to gently clarify. Until we become official wizards, we shall eternally dwell in a place known as the wizarding continent, an expanse of immeasurable vastness. There is no need to imagine its size. Suffice it to say, it is far greater than you can conceive. In that realm, wizards reign supreme, or rather, the power wielded by wizards is unparalleled. After a brief while, Green was profoundly astonished by all that Rafi had conveyed. If the wizarding world truly resembled Rafi's description, it was indeed not as idyllic as he had imagined. In essence, within the wizarding realm, lacking power, magical stones, or a robust background, one ought to remain perpetually low-key, attending to their own affairs. Otherwise, death would be an all too common fate. Rafi spoke with a cold detachment. Green swallowed hard, gradually beginning to accept this harsh reality, even contemplating whether he should withdraw. After all, Rafi's portrayal of the wizarding world was terrifying. Human life seemed to hold little value. With no noble lord to impose order upon the wizards, a mere apprentice like himself could easily be erased from existence by a powerful wizard on a whim. He was just an ordinary commoner, unfamiliar with the world beyond. Seeing Green's fearful demeanor, Rafi chose not to further discourage him and shook her head. Of course, the wizarding continent is not as terrifying as you might imagine. It has its own operational rules, and those who govern these rules are the sanctuaries, wielding unimaginable power. Following the small group in silence, Green eventually lifted his head, his gaze resolute. If he were to retreat out of fear, while he could return to a life of comfort in Byzer City, he would also forfeit the singular opportunity to witness this wondrous world. Moreover, recalling the disdainful expression of the old steward from the Viscountess Manor, and the way he and Oldham had been bullied by the knights, now, as an apprentice wizard, even the exalted lord must treat him with respect, highlighting the stark contrast. Noticing Green's newfound determination, Rafi let out a cold laugh. Humph. Fortunately, you've chosen wisely, I dare say. If you were to mention withdrawing to Lord Eravaz, the master would have no time to escort you back and would likely dispose of you without a second thought. Look, just like that over there, is Green, and Rafi lingered at the rear of the group. He followed her gesture and was immediately struck with horror. Ahead of them lay the bodies of 7 or 8 disheveled robbers, their eyes wide with terror, a swift death having claimed them at the hands of the wizards before Green even comprehended the attack. Boom! A towering red-eyed frog plummeted from the sky, landing squarely upon the last fleeing robber in the distance. With a sickening splat, the robber was reduced to a gruesome mixture of blood and flesh, leaving Chris, who had been consulting nearby, utterly dumbfounded, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Green felt his own legs weaken, without needing to look. He knew his expression must be just as ghastly as Yorkreese's. Conversely, Rafi, though her countenance was not without its pallor, maintained a semblance of composure. The frog shrank once more, leaping onto Eravaz's hand, the wizard continuing to lead the group forward as if nothing had transpired. After a prolonged interval, Green respectfully stood beside the wizard, ready to pose his question. What is the principle behind a wizard's mastery of magical powers? Ah, a commendable inquiry, Eravaz acknowledged Green, adding, very good. Green was taken aback by the wizard's praise. I have guided numerous apprentices, yet over 90% have sought to learn spells of destruction, neglecting the essence of wizardry. The remaining 10% ask disjointed questions devoid of coherence. Not a single one has posed a question that penetrates to the core. Penetrating to the core? What essence have I discerned? Green pondered, perplexed. Eravaz then tossed a book into Green's hands. Go answer your query. I shall borrow the words of a great wizard. Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall use myself as a fulcrum to leverage the infinite world. Therefore, for wizards, true power resides in the knowledge they possess and their own magical essence. Ultimately, you will discover that the source of all a wizard's power is, indeed, the knowledge they command. Eravaz gestured towards the book in Green's grasp. This meditation guide is a gift from me to you, containing some of my insights. Green held the meditation guide in a daze, his eyes reflecting incredulity, using one's magical essence as a fulcrum, leveraging boundless knowledge to move the infinite world. If both one's magical essence and the knowledge one possesses are the foundation of a wizard's power, why does Eravaz assert that knowledge is the source of all a wizard's strength? A cascade of questions flooded Green's mind, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, observing that Eravaz had already moved on, seemingly willing to answer only one question per individual, Green refrained from pursuing further inquiries. Unbeknownst to him, these successive questions, if answered, would constitute the very knowledge of the wizarding world. Half a month later, Green and his companions finally arrived at the renowned Zalato Harbor. Now, their party included an additional apprentice named Ben Henson, selected by Wizard Eravaz from thousands of candidates across the previous 2 cities for possessing the potential to be a wizard apprentice. However, this fellow was an incessant talker, and regrettably, Green found himself ensnared in his chatter. The origin of this predicament was simple. During the qualification test for wizard apprentices in Tambrosen City, this individual was publicly identified by Wizard Eravaz as possessing the requisite aptitude. The uproar that ensued was deafening, as he jubilantly shouted with unrestrained glee, shattering the previously solemn atmosphere. Even when the wizard commanded him to be silent, he paid no heed. In exasperation, Green, standing nearest, intervened to quell his exuberance, insisting he stand beside him. Yet, this singular act had nearly cost Green his sanity in the ensuing days. He even questioned whether he might perish from an eardrum rupture. Shoo, let me share a secret with you. Never tell anyone. Sherry has a birthmark on her backside. I saw it with my own eyes while watching her bathe from her rooftop last time. I'll be the 27th person I've told this secret to. Please don't share it with anyone else. Benson's voice was mercilessly tormenting Green. Ever since Benson joined the group 7 days ago, Green had been subjected to no fewer than 100 such secrets. And his voice was so loud that nearly the entire team could hear him. It was hard to fathom what secrets Green still had worth keeping. Moreover, the individuals involved in all of Green's secrets were complete strangers to him. Rendering him utterly disinterested, Green casually inquired, "Who is Shirley?" Benson feigned shock, exclaiming, "You don't know who Shirley is? Shirley is the little lover of Badera, whom I mentioned to you the other day." Green was at a loss for words. He actually wanted to ask once more who Badera was, but ultimately refrained, pretending to understand completely, nodding in feigned enlightenment. Green surmised that if he asked again today, he would surely find himself in trouble, and his mind was buzzing incessantly. The Zalata port was one of the 4 major ports on Dongshan Lake Island, bustling with activity, with a constant flow of people and countless ships docked, including some massive ocean liners stretching over 100 meters. Wow, is this Zalata port? It's my first time here, Rafi exclaimed with delight. After a fortnight of travel, Rafi had temporarily forgotten the unpleasant journey to the wizarding continent. Gazing at the myriad of vessels on the sea with a sense of joy, Rafi was remarkably tall and slender, standing at about 175 centimeters, nearly matching Green's height at that moment. Rafi closed her eyes and opened her arms to the sea, a belt cinched around her waist accentuating her alluring figure. This instantly left several boys present momentarily spellbound. Green even heard Wade gulping audibly in front of him. Even Green found his heart racing uncontrollably for a moment. Just then, a sudden voice shattered the tranquil beauty of the scene, prompting Green, Wade, and Kilrum to inwardly curse that, Rafi, I finally realized that you are the goddess of love I have long yearned for. The guiding light of my life, the ultimate destination of my fate. Your beauty ensnares me, and I am willing to guard you for eternity, even to the point of death. Oh, please, rescue me from this sea of suffering. Everyone turned to see Benson gazing at Rafi with profound affection. The sight was utterly embarrassing. Green couldn't help but smack his forehead. Had this guy lost his mind? Did he dare to provoke someone like Rafi? The others also wore expressions of anticipation for the unfolding drama, while the shy young girl, Yokliana, covered her mouth in astonishment, seemingly incredulous at this legendary act of public confession. Indeed, Rafi turned around, displaying a hint of surprise before her expression darkened as she glared at Benson. The secrets Benson had been sharing with Green over the past few days were evidently weighing heavily on her. Rescue you? Very well, Rafi muttered something under her breath, pointing a finger at the smitten Benson. Instantly, vines sprouted from beneath him, wrapping around his legs multiple times and ensnaring him completely. Witchcraft, several apprentice wizards exclaimed in astonishment. Unable to believe Rafi could actually wield magic. Benson, bound by the vines, attempted to speak but was silenced, reduced to muffled sounds. Many onlookers at the port were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the vines and the spectacle unfolding before them, whispering and pointing in surprise. Rafi felt a surge of secret satisfaction. She possessed 2 magical artifacts, both acquired at great expense by her father, and the spell she had just cast was invoked through her magical earrings. Green and the others had never encountered such artifacts nor possessed even a modicum of knowledge about wizardry, so Rafi's sudden display of magic truly startled them. Through his meditative readings, Green understood that the fundamental requirement for casting any spell was the possession of magical energy, which was determined by one's mental strength. Green had been attempting to refine his magical energy through meditation for days without success, so it was surprising that Rafi could cast spells. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Rafi was no commoner and had likely been exposed to some wizardly knowledge under her family's guidance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to produce that book on nose transformation and scent mapping. Moments later, Rafi withdrew her magic, and the vines vanished. The group continued on their journey with Alawaz. Just then, a troop of 13 knights galloped over, eagerly approaching the wizard Alawaz. Welcome back to Zalata Port. Esteemed wizard, the Duke has prepared a banquet for you. The leading knight, mounted on a war horse, respectfully addressed Alawaz. Alawaz casually replied before leading the 7 apprentice wizards away with the knights, indifferent to the chatter among the port's civilians and merchants. The banquet was extravagant. However, for the group, unless they were in transit, every city they visited would host a lavish feast. They had thus begun to acclimate. Even Green had grasped some noble etiquette, comfortably socializing with others attending the banquet. This duke was evidently of a higher status than the marquises encountered in previous cities and seemed to be familiar with Alawaz. Thin slices of medium-rare beef, still glistening with blood, were casually dipped in caviar and mustard before being savored by the duke. Alawaz, seated beside him, appeared disinterested, stirring the colorful mushrooms in his soup with a delicate metal spoon. What's the matter? Are you troubled? The duke inquired, observing Alawaz's unusual demeanor with a teasing tone, shaking his head. Alawaz sighed. Things are growing increasingly chaotic over there. There have been frequent reports of wizards going missing. Perhaps you were right all along. No matter how tumultuous it becomes, it won't reach here. The Duke scoffed. How can you compare me to you? I have no hope of advancement, so I've hidden away here to enjoy some peace, while you still have the potential to reach greater heights. As he finished speaking, the Duke popped another slice of beef into his mouth. Watching the excitement of the young apprentices reminded him of his own youthful days. He pondered how many would remain steadfast on the path of wizardry decades hence. If after a century, someone were fortunate enough to ascend to wizard status, would they return to take a glance back? Alawaz glanced at the 7 apprentice wizards, who were mingling and dining with local young nobles. Shaking his head, what is there to see on Dong Coral Island? By the way, which wizard is coming to collect these young ones? Dyra, the Duke casually replied. That fellow. These youngsters should fare a bit better over the next couple of months. After all, our Lilith's Cottage offers relatively good welfare for wizard apprentices compared to the Dark Wizard Academy, where competition is far more intense. Once he finished speaking, Alawaz added, I intend to explore the underworld. I've heard that a wizard there has discovered a new world rift. After the banquet, Green was escorted by the Duke's servants to a tranquil manor. Not only Green, but all 7 apprentice wizards received the same treatment. After all, the apprentices would need to wait at the port for a full 7 days. 7 days later, a specially designated sea vessel from Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy would come to collect them. Opening the window, the salty sea breeze with a hint of fishiness rushed in. Just 300 meters from the manor lay the ocean, and below the window was a steep cliff towering 70 to 80 meters high. Ah, the wizarding continent, Green sighed. The more he learned about the wizarding continent from Rafi, the more anxious he became. Rafi painted it as a terrifying slaughterhouse ruled by wizards, which explained her reluctance to go there. Shaking his head, Green closed the window against the chilly, damp night breeze. He approached the adjacent room, ignited the exquisite candles, and took out the meditation guide. Diving once more into study, in recent days, Green had begun to grasp the means of converting mental strength into corresponding magical energy. Perhaps he should utilize these 7 days of quietude to research it thoroughly, using mental strength as guidance to awaken one's magical energy. Green murmured to himself. Magical energy was a formless energy, guided and controlled by wizards, a unique energy that wizards possessed. This meant that magical energy itself bore no combat power. It has now been the 5th day since Green and his companions arrived at the port of Zelato. Just this morning, Green astonishingly succeeded in awakening his magical powers through meditation guidance, which filled him with excitement that lasted throughout the day. However, he was soon hindered by another dilemma. How could a wizard apprentice who lacked mastery of sorcery knowledge possibly utilize their magical abilities? The power of a wizard is a wondrous energy, infinitely malleable, capable of guiding any known form of energy. Yet, in its essence, magic is a gentle and harmless energy, its subtlety making it difficult to wield directly in combat and cause destruction. How could he acquire the necessary knowledge? This question troubled Green, who found himself resting his head on the table, tugging at his hair in frustration. After Leafy performed a spell, the group of wizard apprentices, including Green, were indeed invigorated, filled with a yearning for the marvelous art of sorcery. What is a wizard apprentice without control over magic? Green, Green, a raucous voice echoed from the courtyard of the small manor. And without needing to look, Green knew that Binhan was here. Feeling a bit of a headache, he had never encountered anyone so loquacious as this fellow, which left him somewhat weary at the sound of his voice. Nonetheless, since he was already bothered by the matter of sorcery knowledge, he might as well see what this fellow wanted at such a late hour. I'm coming. Green carefully stored away his magical energy, extinguished the candle, and opened the door to step outside. What's the matter? He asked, straightening his clothes in surprise. Over the past few days, Green had reaped some benefits in the cities he had traversed, and had even treated himself to 2 exquisite outfits that a man is often judged by his attire, with his golden curls casually draped behind him and a deep, solemn expression between his brows. He radiated a unique charm, complemented by a hint of wildness gleaned from his upbringing among beggars, which at least made him less of a subject of scorn for his companions, Leafy and Wade. Hey, have you heard of the Dark Wells of Zelato? Binhan said mysteriously. Dark Wells? What are they for? Green, having hardly left his small manor for days, was wholly absorbed in his study of meditation guidance, which was why he had successfully awakened his magical powers. You haven't heard of them? Come on, you'll find out soon enough. I guarantee you'll remember it for life, Benhan insisted, pulling Green along as if afraid he might escape. The manor assigned to Green was situated in a relatively tranquil area of Zalato Harbor, surrounded by a scattering of a dozen or so estates. Possessing a manor here meant one was either a wealthy merchant or a noble, and at present it was quite peaceful. Green found it strange that Benhan, whose father was a noble baron, had seen a bit of the world. What could possibly make him so enigmatic? After traversing a bustling market, it was undeniable that the vibrancy of Zalato Harbor far exceeded that of Bizar City. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares rose and fell. The streets were brightly lit, and even at night, crowds flowed in abundance, with many overseas merchants trading goods. The attire of the women was also notably more revealing compared to Bizar City, where after dark, the streets were deserted save for grand banquets among the nobility. Breathless, Benhan led Green to a sprawling estate adorned with dense trees, far larger than the one assigned to Green. Groups of young people occasionally emerged from the estate, laughing and appearing pleasantly surprised. Benhan brought Green to a small house imbued with an air of mystery. Moonlight filtered down through the towering trees, casting shadows that danced upon the windows, and the atmosphere within the house felt somewhat stifling. After Benhan handed over 20 gold coins, a wrinkled old woman within the house tremulously presented him with 2 transparent stones, her murky eyes glancing at the two before revealing a jagged smile. Enjoy yourselves. Green remained perplexed as Benhan handed him one of the stones, grinning mischievously. Do you see those wells over there? Those are the dark wells. If you toss this dark stone into one, you can rendezvous with beings from other realms that, of course, some unfortunate souls have encountered bizarre creatures. But overall, it's quite exhilarating. The prospect of meeting beings from another world invigorated Green. The courtyard seemed to host around 70 or 80 dark wells, with about half already occupied, some individuals whispering to the wells, soft laughter occasionally escaping. Watching Benhan excitedly rush towards one of the wells, Green casually weighed the dark stone in his hand and made his way to a less crowded well. The water was high, only about 70 centimeters from the surface, perfectly still like a mirror, the hazy moonlight casting an air of mystery upon the surface, with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Green tossed the dark stone into the water. With a soft splash, ripples formed before the stone sank, and the surface gradually returned to calm. To Green's astonishment, a vague shadow appeared in the water, curiously gazing at him from the opposite side. The being had a single long silver-gray horn protruding from its head, and based on human gender characteristics, it seemed to be a female entity, likely possessing its own culture. Its eyes scrutinized Green with a considerable degree of assessment, rather than the mindless ferocity typical of murderous beings. Human from the wizarding world? A somewhat unfamiliar voice echoed in Green's ears. Though he could hear the being's question, he was certain it was not through his ears, but rather some special means that allowed him to directly perceive its thoughts. Who are you? Green inquired. Upon hearing his question, the being furrowed its brow, and Green's ears once again picked up its voice. Human, do you not know that communication with beings from other worlds is conducted through the soul? Although the civilization of your wizarding world is formidable, it is yet to reach my realm. Green frowned, puzzled. Soul? As a wizard apprentice who had not even received the most basic training in sorcery, he had no comprehension of such profound concepts. Moreover, the language of human beings in the wizarding world was often incomprehensible to certain otherworldly entities, and some peculiar beings lacked hearing altogether. Thus, language proved to be an inadequate means of communication among the diverse life forms of different realms. Sensing Green's discomfort, the being's voice returned. Very well, human. I will ask you. Nod or shake your head. Is that acceptable? Green nodded. Are you a human from the wizarding world, or a wizard from another realm? If so, nod. If not, shake your head. Green was taken aback. The wizarding world was conquering other realms. Though he was unaware of such matters, he was certain of his identity as a legitimate human of the wizarding world. This was basic knowledge he still retained, thus he nodded. Then, are you a wizard? If so, what level of wizard are you? This time, Green decisively shook his head. What a joke. How could someone who cannot even cast proper spells possibly be a wizard? He could feel the being's disappointment. Just an ordinary human, then? After finally obtaining coordinates to the wizarding world, it turns out to be such a weak human. The star spirit shook its head. Well, according to the principle of equal exchange across realms, you may ask me 2 questions. However, since you cannot communicate through the soul, I will consider your inquiries to be the same. I am a star being from the star realm, also known as the Star Clan. And I am a 4th-tier star spirit, with an energy level comparable to that of a 2nd to 3rd-tier wizard in your wizarding world. Subsequently, the otherworldly being completely vanished into the water, seemingly uninterested in wasting time on such a weak human as Green. Feeling awkward, Green discreetly glanced towards Binhan, who was eagerly peering into the well, nearly leaning in. After a brief moment, Green and Binhan joined the throng of young people murmuring as they departed. Binhan exclaiming excitedly. The snow spirit over there was quite surprised to see a human, and even asked me if I was a wizard. Ha! I told her right away that I am a formal wizard. Can they understand what you're saying? Green looked at Binhan with a hint of astonishment, not minding the deception that Binhan had employed against the otherworldly being. What does that mean? Did the beings from your side fail to comprehend your words? Binhan, equally taken aback, gazed at Green with a look of incredulity. Upon returning to the manor, Green found himself incessantly recalling the otherworldly being he encountered across the dark well. Although he had come to realize over the past few days that beyond his own world of wizards lay countless otherworldly beings, he understood that if 2 such entities were to meet in reality, the majority would not be particularly amicable. Thus, this experience of communicating with an otherworldly life form struck Green as remarkably wondrous and profoundly significant. By the way, during the qualification test for wizard apprentices, were those bizarre creatures also beings from other worlds? What kind of talent is that? Countless questions swirled in Green's mind. The dock of Zelato was filled with jubilant onlookers. Green and his companion stood at the edge of the deck of the sea vessel, waving excitedly to bid farewell to the crowd. Only Leafy appeared somewhat downcast, a fleeting shadow of sorrow flickering beneath her arched brows. This departure might very well mean they would never return in this lifetime. That on the dock, Duke Zelato, along with Arwos and Daira, gathered together. Daira, responsible for escorting children qualified to be wizard apprentices, bore an expression markedly different from that of the enigmatic wizard Arwos beside him. As if perpetually shrouded in a thin mist, beneath Daira's voluminous gray robe, a pallid, wrinkled face was exposed to the bold scrutiny of the dock's crowd, and his right eye was covered by a black eye patch, suggesting he was blind in one eye. Well, I didn't expect you to be the one to escort these little ones. How are things on the other islands? Arwos inquired after exchanging wizardly pleasantries with Daira. The red-eyed frog in Arwo's hand croaked a few times, puffing out its round belly in response. Daira had a peculiar habit of hovering slightly above the ground while conversing, a tactic to mask his diminutive stature. After sharing a smile with the red-eyed frog, he produced a magical stone, which disappeared in a flash as the frog's tongue flicked it away, before turning to Arwos with a grin. Not bad. This year we have significantly more qualified wizard apprentices than in previous years. That IT seems I might make a tidy profit from this mission. Haha. Daira jested. Indeed, there are indeed more than in past years. Arwos remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Daira, however, was less concerned with this matter and turned his gaze towards Duke Zelato. You old rascal. Every time I come here, you make such an extravagant fuss. Be careful that those little ones don't let their pride lead them to ruin. Daira was referring to the exuberant crowd on the dock, although part of it was orchestrated by Duke Zelato. The residents of the remote Donshan Island were still eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary wizards. The Duke twirled the ruby ring on his left hand, its smooth surface glistening like the face of an infant. I would rather they be proud than forget this place in the years to come. Who knows, perhaps decades from now, one of those little ones will ascend to the rank of a formal wizard in return for a visit. Daira let out a light chuckle, casting a glance at the wizard apprentices bidding farewell to the cheering crowd, dismissing, in previous years, it would have been remarkable for a single ship to produce even a few formal wizards. These little ones have scant chances. Clearly, this wizard held little faith in Green and his companions. Having experienced the arduous journey of a wizard apprentice himself, Daira was acutely aware of the formidable challenges one faced in becoming a formal wizard. At that moment, Daira seemed to recall something, his excitement palpable. "Oh, by the way, there are two little ones on this ship with over 15 points of mental strength and innate manifestation talent. Even I am tempted to take them as disciples, were it not for their connections over there." Upon hearing Daira's description, the Duke's expression shifted to one of surprise, while Arwo shook his head, stating, "For wizards, knowledge is the foundation of all." Daira scoffed, "Good talent does not contradict the acquisition of knowledge." Their conversation continued for a considerable duration, until Daira glanced back to see that the sailors were nearly finished loading supplies. "Well then, it is time to set sail." Although wizards possess the emotional fluctuations of normal humans, they have learned to control their most superficial desires, and the passage of time has granted them considerable mastery, preventing them from displaying excessive reluctance. "Farewell." Then Daira performed the wizardly farewell ritual to the two men. "Well, if this journey to the underworld goes smoothly, I shall return to the academy in 20 years to see if those old codgers have managed to produce any decent students for the St. Tower qualification battle." Arwoz jested. Moments later, as the massive vessel carrying the wizard apprentices slowly departed, the crowd on the dock began to disperse. Yet their conversations remained centered on the wizards. Clearly, ordinary people held a profound curiosity and respect for these mysterious figures. On the other hand, upon the deck of the vessel, amidst the bustling sailors, the 7 wizard apprentices quickly realized that they were not the only ones aboard. "You little ones must first remember this. While competition is an unchanging rule in the wizarding world, the Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy prohibits mutual slaughter among its members. So, should any of you dare to cause a fatality aboard this ship, I shall make you bask in the sun atop the mast for 7 days before tossing you into the sea to feed the sharks." Daira glared at a few of them, ensuring they had no doubt of his resolve. "Humph. Secondly, until there is a fatality, do not disturb me." This wizard seemed disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with individuals who were not even formal wizard apprentices, and he directly headed towards the best cabin on the deck, not forgetting to shout, "Baron, assign these little ones their room numbers, and keep a close watch on them. Just make sure they don't dismantle the ship." "Understood, Master," a tall, dark-skinned man called back from afar. After Daira entered the cabin, the individual named Baron approached. The apprentices noted that although Baron appeared somewhat lean with his bare torso, the well-defined muscles on his frame exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. As later proved to be the case, "I am a legendary knight. Though my master has stipulated that as long as no one dies, you should not seek him out should any untoward incidents arise aboard. You can come to me. For instance, if some little ones decide to harass the lovely ladies." Baron grinned, flashing his white teeth while casting a glance at Leify and Yokline. Green was taken aback. A legendary knight had become a servant of a wizard. It was known that no legendary knights had been born in the entire Byzar city, and according to legend, these were powerful knights qualified to traverse the wizarding world. Leify let out a cold snort. "Anyone who dares to bother me shall find themselves thrown overboard." A wave of intimidation washed over the group, causing one of the apprentices to freeze in place. Sweating profusely, Yokline's cheeks flushed red, uncertain of how to respond, while Yokris, standing nearby, imitated Leify's cold snort, declaring, "Anyone who dares to touch my sister must first contend with me." Having said that, he cracked his knuckles, producing a sound like cracking bones. Among the 7, Yokris appeared the most robust, standing at nearly 6 feet tall with a solid build, able to take on 2 opponents without much difficulty. Following closely behind were Green and Kieran, while Wade and Benhan, being nobles, had never engaged in any labor and thus possessed little combat prowess. Baron seemed accustomed to such situations. He wasted no words. With a large, dark hand, he rummaged through a wooden crate on the deck, retrieving 7 numbered tags and tossing them to the apprentices. "These are your room numbers." Subsequently, Baron disregarded everyone and departed. The wizard apprentices resided in cabins below the deck of the sea vessel, which were divided into 5 levels. It did not take long for them to realize that the cabins were exceedingly damp and the conditions quite harsh, with the environment deteriorating further on the lower levels. At the very bottom, they even had to share their quarters with the sailors, which left them visibly dismayed. The sudden shift from a life of luxury to such stark realities was indeed jarring for them. Among them, the most distressed was undoubtedly Lafayette, for she held the token designating her to the lowest tier, rendering her delicate features nearly frozen in dismay. Her expression dark and brooding. Green, on the other hand, seemed unperturbed as he had drawn a token for the third level, neither high nor low, which he considered manageable. After all, he had grown accustomed to a modest lifestyle over the past decade. The most elated among the group were undoubtedly the siblings, Euchris and Yorkliana, as they had both drawn tokens for the fifth level, prompting exclamations of astonishment regarding their fortune. The seven of them, each with varying emotions, set off to locate their respective rooms. Since the Euchris siblings were assigned to the top level, they naturally arrived first, just as the others were preparing to leave the top level in search of their own rooms. Yorkris's furious roar reverberated through the cabin, causing the other wizard apprentices on the fifth level to poke their heads out of their rooms. "This is my sister's assigned room. Kindly vacate it." Euchris coldly admonished a man who had taken residence in his sister's quarters beside him. Yorkliana trembled in fear, clutching her brother's sleeve in a state of uncertainty, whispering, "Brother, perhaps we should let him have it. I am frightened." The man confronting Euchris was a hulking figure, towering nearly as high as Euchris himself, exuding an air of brazen confidence. Hearing Yorkliana's words, his arrogance only intensified as he sneered. "Who do you think you are to demand I leave? It has first come, first served, and if need be, your sister can join me." After uttering this, he leered at Yorkliana, tauntingly provoking Euchris. "You seek your demise," Euchris exclaimed, suddenly akin to a hornet's nest disturbed, his face flushed with rage as he swung a fist at the man. The two were soon locked in a fierce brawl. Green and Binhan soon grew weary of the unfolding chaos. Despite their earlier discontent with Euchris and Kieran's haughty demeanor, they felt compelled to intervene. Having shared the journey together, only Wade remained still, seemingly paralyzed by the brutish display of fighting. Meanwhile, Kieran, cold-hearted as ever, merely scoffed and turned away, dismissing the altercation with indifference. "You bastard! You run away now! You better not cross my path again!" Wade shouted at the retreating Kieran, yet he showed no inclination to step forward himself. Meanwhile, Green and Binhan managed to separate the two combatants. It was evident that Euchris possessed remarkable fighting prowess, as his opponent's eyes were already swelling after just a brief exchange. This astonished Green. "Calling for help? Are we?" "Fine. I shall do the same. Boss rat, stop spectating and come assist," the man with the swollen eyes shouted back in the cabin, glaring menacingly at Euchris, as if he were determined to devour him. Euchris, undeterred, retorted with a fearless smirk, "Go ahead and call for reinforcements. I can take on all three of you." However, as commotion erupted in the cabin, Green turned to see a massive hand, nearly the size of a basin, land on Yorkris's shoulder. In that instant, Yorkris's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, causing his body to involuntarily fly backward and crash against the wall. Dazed and disoriented, Euchris struggled to comprehend the situation. "Brother!" Yorkliana cried out in alarm, her face drained of color as she rushed to Yorkris's side, supporting him as he swayed unsteadily. The onlookers beheld a towering figure, a grotesque giant standing where Euchris had just been, emanating an indescribable aura of intimidation. The creature's distorted face reflected a hint of confusion, and it spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. "What is this? So weak." Green's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at this unexpected monster, internally screaming, "Are you certain you are here to study at the Wizard Academy and not at a Knight's Academy or a human monstrosity exhibition? Did you grow up feasting on giant flesh?" Even Euchris, who had just been thrust aside, found himself momentarily speechless, utterly taken aback by the sight of this human-like behemoth. "Haha, Andrew, do you think everyone possesses your strength?" The man Euchris had been fighting remarked smugly, only to wince as he rubbed his swollen eye, glaring threateningly at Euchris. "This matter is far from over." At that moment, a man of approximately 1.6 meters squeezed through the crowd, rushing to the side of the creature named Andrew, his beady eyes darting around with a lecherous grin. "Far from over? Huh. You might want to reconsider. That guy's sister is quite a catch." If you're still unsatisfied, Chris stormed towards the lecherous man, instinctively recognizing him as the rat that had just summoned. Bang! Chris was sent flying once more by a punch from the giant Andrew. His face pale as he clutched his abdomen, trembling and barely able to stand. The disparity in their combat capabilities was glaringly evident. Chris was merely being toyed with. Not fun. The wizard master forbids killing. The giant lamented, cracking his knuckles, before adding, "So weak yet you seek to claim territory. Only the strong are deserving of their own domain." His deep voice belied a sharp intellect. The rat chimed in mockingly. "Today, we three brothers will impart a lesson on the rules of the wizarding world. Reason always favors the side with the mightiest fist." Bai's expression was one of utter triumph. As if he had single-handedly rendered Chris senseless with a single blow. "This cannot stand. I have never endured such humiliation." He raged, his eyes blazing with fury as he marched towards Eurocleana, his gaze akin to that of a fire-breathing bull. Eurocleana, already paralyzed with fear, trembled beside her brother, while the onlookers in the cabin wore expressions of detachment, merely awaiting the spectacle on the first day aboard the vessel. Green and his companions were unceremoniously schooled in the harsh realities of the wizarding world, their faces reflecting their discontent. "If you dare bully her, I will inform Baron on the deck." In a moment of courage, Wade, who had been paralyzed by fear until now, issued a half-hearted threat. However, upon meeting Bai's fierce gaze, he immediately wilted, waving his hands dismissively. I was just joking." Bang! He knocked Wade down with a punch, disdainfully curling his lip, which elicited cheers from the cabin. "Well done." "Oh yeah." Another punch, standing in the corridor. Green and his companions felt increasingly isolated as heads poked out from the cabin rooms, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. Is this truly the law of the wizarding world? It is indeed a realm governed by strength. Cold and unforgiving, despair began to settle among them. A voice filled with unexpected joy rang out from behind Green. The strong govern the territory? Why was I not informed of this rule sooner? Excellent, big guy. I have taken a liking to your room. Here, take this token from the lower cabin to their astonishment. A copper token was tossed directly onto Andrew's bald head, clattering to the ground with a resounding thud. Andrew and his companion, the rat, stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process what had just occurred. Has this person lost their mind? Are they courting death? The crowd turned to see none other than Lafayette. Green and the others suddenly realized their oversight, a wave of relief washing over them. With Lafayette stepping in, her mastery of sorcery would easily handle a brute like Andrew. Indeed, one could see Rafi's silently chanting a spell. Pointing a finger at the humanoid monster, Andrew did in a moment of astonishment. A gigantic vine swiftly entwined the creature several times, and with a resounding bang, Andrew lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, emitting a whimpering sound. "Damn it, die." At that moment, Chris seized the opportunity while Bai was momentarily stunned, landing a punch on the creature's other as the creature staggered. A knee strike to its abdomen sent it sprawling. Dear brothers and sisters, I was compelled. Spare me." The rat, sensing the dire situation, pleaded loudly, his triangular eyes wide with panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had never anticipated that among this group there was one who had mastered magic and could directly bind Andrew, rendering him powerless. With a malicious grin, Green exclaimed, "Die for me." Drawing upon his childhood experience as a street urchin, he delivered a punch that knocked the creature down. Silence enveloped the cabin, an eerie stillness settling as all eyes turned to Rafi's. The onlookers, hailing from the remote coral island of Dongshan, had never witnessed such a spectacle and were completely unaware that Rafi's was employing a magical artifact to unleash his sorcery. They assumed Rafi's had harnessed the power of magic through sheer strength, resulting in a profound sense of awe and fear among them. After all, this was the enigmatic sorcery of extraordinary power. Splendid. Finally, I can reside in the upper cabin, free from the crowding of those sailors. Thank you, big guy. Rafi's joyfully entered his new room, shutting the wooden door with a resounding bang. As the audience realized the show was over, they too closed their doors, turning their attention elsewhere. Green glanced at the three incapacitated individuals, showing little concern, and addressed the Yukris siblings. Since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Thank you, Yukris replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Reflecting on his actions from the previous days, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and shame. He merely nodded awkwardly, unwilling to meet Green's gaze. Meanwhile, Yalcriana, understanding her brother's nature, looked at Green and the others with tear-filled eyes, expressing her gratitude. Thank you all, my brother, and I shall never forget, and thanks to Wade as well. Yalcriana turned to Wade, who was standing a short distance away. Equally embarrassed, Wade had just risen from the ground, his right eye bruised, and he managed a weak smile before turning to leave. However, Ben Henson chimed in with laughter. The good people of Tambrosen City cannot bear to see their companions bullied. For our comrades, we would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire, let alone a mere 2-meter-tall humanoid monster. Even abyssal demon, Green, rendered speechless, strode away. Hey, wait, Green. That punch you threw is the most stylish one I've ever seen. So cool, coupled with your line, die for me. I dare say if our Sherry saw that, she would definitely abandon her boyfriend and leap into your arms. Ben Henson continued to chatter in Green's ear. Later, as Green opened the door to his room, a musty odor assaulted him, prompting him to wrinkle his nose. Fortunately, his room was unoccupied by any unwelcome intruders. Otherwise, Green would have had to engage in yet another fight. That said, if there were someone audacious enough to invade a third-tier cabin, Green was confident in his ability to dispatch them effortlessly. The room was modest, merely a dozen square meters in size. Furnished with a bed, a table, and a chair. Nothing more, of course. The bed was made up, and the table held a candle holder. Sighing, Green acknowledged that although the cabin's conditions were subpar, he would have to make do for now. He lit the candle, secured the door, and retrieved his meditation guide along with the nose, hunter modification, and scent chart. Regarding the meditation guide, Green had successfully cultivated magic within himself through more than half a month's effort. However, based on his understanding of the guide, his magical energy was likely only at the preliminary activation stage, estimated to be around 23, as mentioned in the text. According to the guide, a wizard's normal magical energy level should fluctuate within a range that is 10 times their mental strength. Thus, given that Green had been assessed to possess a mental strength of 12, his peak magical energy should be around 120. Regrettably, without a crystal ball, he had no means to accurately and promptly gauge his condition. Green lamented this absence. The crystal ball was a wizard's most commonly used magical artifact, serving many purposes, one of which was self-assessment. The nose hunter modification and scent chart contain knowledge far more profound than the meditation guide, encompassing various specialized terminologies that Green, lacking any wizardly knowledge, found incomprehensible. Nevertheless, this magical tome was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the Nose Hunter section, which, based on Green's understanding, was a spell for wizards to alter their noses, aptly named Nose Hunter. Due to the extensive specialized knowledge involved, Green found it impossible to grasp its intricacies. The second part of the magical tome detailed the scent chart, documenting a staggering 17,852 distinct molecular elements of scents that wizards could isolate, with particular emphasis on those that could elicit strong reactions. With nothing better to do, Green considered this knowledge his greatest advantage upon joining the Wizard Academy and resolved to memorize the entire content of this spell book. Once, this very tome had been Green's most fervent aspiration. With a task at hand, time passed swiftly, and before long, 10 days had elapsed, during which he had traversed countless islands that a multitude of wizard apprentices had boarded the ship. Numbering in the hundreds, the vessel, now brimming with aspiring wizards, sailed toward the deep sea. The deep sea was rife with countless terrifying maritime legends, and even the residents of Green's isolated island had heard numerous tales, including those of mysterious sea monsters capsizing ships and devouring sailors. In summary, the deep sea was an area not even fully explored by wizards, teeming with the unknown and the mysterious. On one such day, Green furrowed his brow at the meal before him, sighing, another fish and mushroom soup. It was no wonder he sighed. Anyone would feel nauseous after 10 consecutive days of the same dish. Concerning why they were served this fish and mushroom soup repeatedly, Green suspected that the mushrooms were likely cultivated by wizards using their magical powers, while the fish were caught by sailors from the ocean. Many had voiced their grievances to Baron, only to receive a curt response the following day. The master said, "If you do not like it, you need not eat." This left everyone speechless. Frowning, Green lifted the bowl of fish and mushroom soup, preparing to take a sip when suddenly, a commotion erupted in the cabin, with someone faintly shouting, "Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming!" Moreover, the tone was more one of excitement than fear. It made sense. This was a ship under the command of a formal wizard, and they certainly had no reason to fear pirates. In fact, the occasional pirate encounter might even provide a refreshing change for the wizard apprentices who often found themselves cooped up. Filled with curiosity, Green made his way to the deck. It was dusk, and the colossal vessel of Lilith's Wizard Academy sailed on the waves, stirred by the sea breeze. On the deck, there were 200 to 300 excited wizard apprentices shouting and pointing at a massive ship looming 300 meters away. "Look, it's really pirates! It's my first time seeing pirates!" The pirates across the way seemed to lack courage, as they did not rush over. The wizard apprentices chattered excitedly, seemingly unconcerned, and even the sailors appeared calm. It was no wonder these individuals felt no fear regarding the legendary pirates, a majestic ocean liner responsible for transporting wizard apprentices to Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy. The vessel boasts a crew of over 50 sailors, all of whom exemplify the quintessential knightly spirit. Additionally, there is a seasoned sailor at the helm and Baron, the servant of Wizard Dara, both of whom possess the prowess of legendary knights. In light of this, even the most formidable of pirate ships would pale in comparison to this vessel of the Wizarding Academy. Should any large pirate ships dare to raid, the presence of Wizard Dara would render them utterly fearless, as even the most audacious brigands would think twice before boarding. Green gazed into the distance at a pirate ship that appeared somewhat smaller, measuring around 70 to 80 meters in length. Yet its deck, masts, and railings were teeming with men, easily numbering in the hundreds. These pirates were all men, clad in tattered garments, many of whom were missing limbs or had only one eye, brandishing daggers, bows, and grappling hooks, hollering with an exuberance that suggested an abundance of energy. As for the absence of women aboard the pirate ship, the pirates steadfastly believed that their presence would bring misfortune, summoning monstrous sea creatures to capsize their vessels and malevolent sirens to devour their flesh, leaving only bones behind. This conviction was unwavering among all sea marauders. However, Green observed that the pirate ship did not seem to be approaching the wizarding vessel immediately. The reason was simple. The pirate captain, through the use of spyglass, had discerned something unusual about the target ship. Were there children aboard, exuding excitement and cheer? Suddenly, this veteran seafarer seemed to have an epiphany, his countenance shifting dramatically as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, and his remaining eye widened in profound dread. He bellowed at the helmsman beside him, "Turn around! Quickly, turn the ship around!" The captain's abrupt change in demeanor startled those around him, even causing the monkey perched on his shoulder to leap away with a startled squeak, scrambling onto the railing. The helmsman, rendered speechless by fear, stammered, "Turn around?" It was evident that the pirate captain held considerable authority. With a metallic hook, he shoved the helmsman aside, offering no explanation, while his lone arm furiously spun the wheel, propelling the ship, laden with bewildered pirates, away at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, aboard the Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy ship, the door to the private quarters of the esteemed Wizard Dara swung open unexpectedly, revealing 2 children, a boy and a girl, who stepped out with an air of curiosity. The crew on deck was astounded to witness 2 children of similar stature emerging from the wizard's quarters, and disbelief rippled through the apprentices. Whispers filled the air. Who were these children who resided outside the musty cabins, enduring the foul stench and consuming mushroom soup that made them want to retch? Could they possibly be the offspring of a wizard? Do not speak without knowledge. The day the esteemed wizard addressed us on deck, he proclaimed these 2 as rare talents not seen in a century. One apprentice interjected, recalling Dara's words. The crowd murmured, casting furtive glances at the 2 newly appeared children. Yet the children seemed entirely indifferent, displaying an air of arrogance reminiscent of Yakrisbak in Bithal City, provoking irritation among the onlookers. The girl, dressed in a pristine white dress, with cascading golden locks and eyes as blue and clear as amber. Exuded an innocent charm, her smile radiant like that of a little princess. However, a fleeting glance from her eyes revealed a hint of disdain towards the crowd, indicating that she was not as naive as she appeared. The boy, engrossed in his play with a white mouse, paid no heed to the gathered crowd, as if the creature in his hands held far greater significance than any of them. Brother Yunli. Look, the pirates have fled. How dull, the girl exclaimed playfully, tossing her golden hair to catch the sea breeze. The boy, still preoccupied with the mouse, replied nonchalantly, I told you, no pirate would dare to hijack a ship belonging to the Wizard Academy. You insisted on coming out to sea. The deck reeks. Let us return. Very well, but it is just so dreadfully boring, she lamented, as they both dismissed the furious expressions of the onlookers and entered the chamber reserved solely for wizards. On the deck, while many sailors had grown accustomed to such occurrences, the apprentices were in an uproar, their furious roars echoing like thunderclaps, their displeasure reaching a boiling point. After all, who were they? To these children on deck. They were the elite, hand-picked from thousands to become wizard apprentices destined for greatness, carrying their own pride. These two interlopers were simply part of the crowd. What audacity did they have to act so arrogantly? The stench on the deck was insufferable. How had these two managed to survive in the moldy cabins for so long? Many concluded that the duo merely had connections within the wizarding continent or some relation to Wizard Dyra, wielding their influence without merit. Including Green, everyone wore expressions of disdain towards the pair. However, despite their grievances, none dared question Wizard Dyra. Thus, the pirate incident concluded in this manner. 3 days later, while Green was in his cabin studying the scent maps. He was startled by a knock at the door. He shook his head, initially assuming it was Ben Henson, who had taken to frequenting Green's quarters. Yet upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Chris and his sister, Eurocleana, standing before him. Taken aback, Green nonetheless extended a warm welcome and invited them into his room. After a moment's thought, he retrieved some juice he had been hoarding to treat them, preserved using noble methods to ensure it remained fresh for 2 months. It was evident that Chris had matured significantly since the altercation in the cabin, shedding much of his arrogance for a more composed demeanor. Meanwhile, Eurocleana, though still somewhat shy, took the initiative to speak. Thank you, Brother Green, for your assistance that day. My brother and I are immensely grateful. Her voice was soft, and even as a girl, uttering such seemingly timid words made her feel quite embarrassed. Oh, it was nothing to concern yourselves about. Green replied dismissively. To be honest, despite his prior irritation towards Chris, he felt it was necessary to lend a hand, especially since he was part of the same crew. Ultimately, it was also Laffy who played a decisive role. No, we truly appreciate it, Brother Green. We really do, Eurocleana insisted, her urgency evident. Seemingly feeling the need to convey the seriousness of their gratitude, she carefully produced 2 stones from her garment and offered them to Green. These are treasures my brother and I obtained during our childhood, which we later learned were magic stones, the currency among wizards. Over the years, we have wasted some, but we still have a few left. So, we present these 2 magic stones to you as a token of our appreciation. Green was taken aback, gazing at the siblings in astonishment. They possessed currency used in wizarding transactions. This was not mere gold or silver coins. Common folk rarely even laid eyes on such things, and Green had never even heard of them before. It was astonishing that these siblings had acquired such precious items. No wonder Chris had once carried himself with such arrogance. He had access to these high-value commodities. And what of Wade? The stones he had bribed Wizard Alawaz with were magic stones as well. After a brief moment, Chris and Eurocleana rose to take their leave. During their visit, it had predominantly been Eurocleana engaging in conversation, while Chris remained silent the entire time, clearly affected by the events of that day, feeling somewhat awkward in Green's presence. However, just as the siblings were about to depart, Chris suddenly clapped Green on the shoulder, stating earnestly, I was wrong before. With that, he turned and exited without looking back. Green offered a polite nod in response, saying nothing further. Once the siblings had left, Green resumed his seat at the table, now with 2 thumb-sized stones before him. Those 2 legendary magic stones. Curiosity piqued. He could not help but pick them up to examine them closely. After all, Green was acutely aware that for an apprentice wizard, Even a single magical stone constituted a remarkably precious treasure. The storm raged through the pitch-black night, as the tumultuous roar of crashing waves echoed ominously. The relentless upheaval of fate manifested in his eyes, which perpetually radiated an astonishing hatred. This animosity had morphed into an icy chill capable of affecting others, instilling a bone-deep frost that would seize anyone daring to draw near. Thus, he found himself perpetually cloaked in pretense, only the night offering him the solace to shed that veneer of hypocrisy. Kiram perched atop the mast, allowing the ferocious sea winds to batter him without a flicker of concern. Perhaps his heart had long since become more tempestuous and frigid than the gales themselves. In contrast to Green, the orphan from the remote island city of Bizar, Kiram's destiny was fraught with convoluted twists. 15 years prior, a tranquil night in an ordinary village on the wizarding continent was shattered when a fearsome dark wizard descended upon it, mercilessly slaughtering all who dared oppose his will. The true aim of this dark sorcerer was to gather fresh human subject for his grotesque experiments, and no one could comprehend the mind of a dark wizard. They had strayed from the path of wizardly knowledge, resorting to any means to attain greater power that in their eyes. The weak were but stepping stones on their journey. Little did they realize that the most fundamental purpose of wizards and magic was to safeguard humanity from the predation and enslavement of formidable beings from other realms. For over a decade, Kiram languished in a dark prison, witnessing the relentless abduction of his kin by the dark wizard's inexorable might. Subjected to cruel human trials, he observed far too many deaths, some of which were excruciatingly brutal and grotesque. Until one fateful day, his destiny took a momentous turn. Aside from himself, no one understood why he repeatedly survived on the experimental table, where the odds of survival were a mere 1 in 10,000. Even the dark wizard struggled to believe this miracle, yet Kiram undeniably achieved it. After facing death time and again, his eyes gradually grew calm, evolving into a chilling coldness, akin to the legendary black ice that weeps from the abyss. It was not until a few years ago that the demon-hunting wizards of the Black Soda Wizard Academy vanquished this malevolent dark wizard, liberating all the civilians imprisoned within their cages. Only then did Kiram truly regain his freedom after more than a decade. Thus, he embraced the Black Soda Wizard Academy as his new home. Meanwhile, through the joint efforts of numerous wizards at the academy, the reason behind Kiram's miraculous survival on the experimental table was uncovered. To the astonishment of many wizards, they realized that the Black Soda Wizard Academy had welcomed a true genius, one with substantial chances of triumphing in the qualification battles for the Holy Tower. Soon, the Academy received intelligence regarding 2 rare prodigies with innate transformation abilities spotted on the distant eastern Coral Island. However, that territory belonged to another wizarding institution, Lilith's Cottage. Driven by ambition, the Black Soda Wizard Academy, adhering to the principles of competition, survival of the fittest, and natural selection, initiated a meticulously planned mission. Coup! In the dark of night, a great horned owl calmly alighted upon Kiram's shoulder. Kiram appeared to have anticipated this. Exhibiting no surprise as his dark eyes regarded the owl, to your current speed, you should arrive at the target area around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. When you do, simply scatter the designated item in the cabin to complete the task. The owl spoke softly in human language. Kiram replied in a low voice, understood. With a rush of ferocious sea winds, the owl took flight into the distance, while Kiram remained composed, his icy gaze fixed on the endless darkness ahead. Kiram, Sorum, in recent days, Green's life seemed to revolve around 2 themes: studying spellbooks and concocting fish and mushroom soup. Within the cabin, it was impossible to discern whether it was day or night, the flickering candles casting a semblance of eternal light. Rubbing his eyes, now strained and bloodshot, Green closed the tome on nasal modifications and scent mapping that he had been engrossed in for an indeterminate length of time. Stretching, he murmured, "That rascal Benhan hasn't visited in ages. Perhaps it's time for a stroll. Perhaps too long without movement." Green's joints creaked as he put away the magical stone and spellbook, leaving the cabin behind. Was it morning? Green murmured in surprise, having assumed it was still deep into the night. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, causing him to topple as the vast sea vessel seemed to overturn violently. His first instinct was to think they had run aground. Before he could regain his bearings, chaos erupted within the cabin. What happened? Did we hit something? Help! A sea monster! Panic-stricken apprentices rushed from the cabin, eager to ascertain the situation on deck. Just then, a towering creature, standing a staggering 2.5 meters tall, emerged at the deck entrance. Its upper body resembled that of a human, while its lower half was serpentine. Covered in greenish scales, brandishing a gleaming metallic trident, and gazing greedily at the astonished apprentices, gasps filled the air. It was apparent that this monstrous entity was far beyond the capabilities of the wizarding apprentices. What is going on? What is happening? A bewildered apprentice peered from a nearby room, attempting to grasp the situation, only to come face to face with the colossal beast that, am I dreaming? He barely had time to exclaim before the creature's massive trident pierced him, gruesomely tearing through flesh and sending a spray of blood throughout the cabin. Run! It's a sea demon! The sea demon is killing us! The fifth-floor cabin erupted into chaos as the apprentices fled in terror, pushing one another in their frantic escape. The apprentice who had just been slain had triggered a wave of panic among the crowd. Meanwhile, those on the fourth floor, still in confusion, attempted to climb up to understand the situation, resulting in utter disarray throughout the cabin. Green, over here! Chris called out, accompanied by Yorkliana. Green's heart leaped with joy as he hurried towards them. Wait for me! To his surprise, Laffy from the adjacent room also rushed over, seemingly seeking safety in numbers. During this commotion, 2 frightened apprentices took refuge in Yorkri's room, barricading the door with all their might. Everyone was on edge, and Green could hear the chilling cries and screams reverberating from the corridor, hinting that the creature was not alone and was mercilessly slaughtering those unable to escape. Chris piled up tables, beds, and anything else that could serve as a blockade at the door, plunging the room into silence. Save for the heavy breaths and racing hearts of its occupants, and no one knew how many apprentices had perished inside the cabin. But the anguished cries suggested the number exceeded 20. Simultaneously, the sounds of human struggle and the distinct guttural roars of the sea monster echoed. Bringing a glimmer of hope, it seemed the powerful sailors had arrived to rescue them. For the first time, the group found the crude sailors to be endearing. Yet, even with the sailors' arrival, the cabin was still filled with the anguished screams of apprentices. Suddenly, a deafening crash was heard as the door next door burst open, followed by desperate screams, chilling the hearts of those inside. It was evident that the terrifying sea creature had breached their sanctuary, commencing a bloody massacre, and no one dared to utter a word in Yorkri's cabin. Their eyes filled with despair. It's all right. We still have hope. As long as Wizard Dire intervenes, we can surely vanquish these sea monsters. A male apprentice whispered, igniting a spark of optimism among the group. Their eyes brightened. Indeed, the mysterious and powerful wizards inspired unwavering confidence in them. Boom! Suddenly, the ship trembled violently once more, causing the expressions of everyone in Yorkri's room to change dramatically. A crisp sound of wooden structure fracturing echoed behind them, followed by a torrent of wooden splinters crashing in like a ferocious sandstorm. The individuals instinctively curled up and closed their eyes. And after a moment, the bright sunlight streamed into the room. As they turned in horror, a scene that could only be described as a nightmare unfolded before their eyes. A gaping hole, approximately 7 or 8 meters wide, had been torn through the ship's hull, with Yorkri's cabin positioned right at its center. Ascending from this vast opening was a creature resembling a sea serpent, its dark form slowly slithering upwards. With a girth exceeding 2 meters. One could only imagine the terrifying size of this sea serpent. Ah! A witch apprentice screamed in agony. The others looked down to see that she was one of the 2 unfamiliar apprentices who had sought refuge in Yorkri's room. At this moment, a wooden splinter had pierced her abdomen, protruding halfway through, and blood pooled around her. The female apprentice's expression reflected utter despair as she pleaded with the others, yet all they could offer in response was a look of helplessness. Green felt an unsettling sensation at his feet and looked down to find his leg stained crimson. A wooden plank had grazed his foot during the chaos, though the injury was not severe. It hampered his mobility? No. Chris, overwhelmed with sorrow, covered Kiliana's eyes, his demeanor frantic. But a wooden branch had not only lacerated Kiliana's cheek, but had also penetrated her eye. While not fatal, such an injury was undeniably cruel for a young girl. "Hiss!" Rafi gasped, her face pale, as her left shoulder was already soaked in blood, the flesh a gruesome sight. In that fleeting moment of catastrophe, only Chris and the unfamiliar male witch apprentice remained relatively unscathed. However, as if sensing the commotion within the room, a metal trident crashed into the door, and a pair of bloodshot eyes peered through the gap, sending waves of despair through the group. Roar. Upon sighting the group, the creature outside went nearly insane, relentlessly battering the wooden door with immense force, leaving the others in disbelief. Through the splintered door, Green and the others could clearly see other sea monsters gradually converging from the distance, prompting a wave of hopelessness to wash over them. In terms of combat prowess, it would be an achievement for the apprentices in this room to slay even a single sea monster. And that would only be possible if Rafi successfully cast her vine spell. The group pressed against the door with all their strength, buying time to tea that moment. The previously composed, unfamiliar male witch apprentice shouted, "There is still hope." With that, he charged towards the freshly broken hole in the ship's hull. In unison, the others grasped the implication, and a flicker of hope ignited within them. They recalled that on either side of the ship, numerous lifeboats were suspended by ropes, all connected to the railing on the deck. Currently, Yorkree's room was situated on the 5th level of the ship, only about 5 to 6 meters from the deck, and they could still climb up using their strength. The male witch apprentice was the first to leap out, grabbing a rope and beginning to ascend. The other apprentices quickly followed suit, rushing towards the ropes. Kiliana, weak in stature and hindered by her eye injury, was lifted by Chris as they began to climb. Although Green's leg was injured, it did not impede his ascent, and he was accustomed to physical labor from a young age, making the 7 or 8 meters an easy feat. Rafi, on the other hand, struggled. Her past life of luxury had left her with little stamina, and her shoulder injury rendered her barely able to cling to the rope. Her expression fraught with anxiety. The unknown female witch apprentice, impaled by a wooden splinter in her abdomen, was slipping into unconsciousness, her blood loss rendering her delirious. Meanwhile, the furniture barricading the door had been pushed aside by the creature outside. Yet, the remaining individuals on the rope were struck by another shocking sight. They noticed 3 colossal sea serpents emerging from the depths, crawling towards the deck. Good heavens, were these monstrous sea serpents part of a pack? Moreover, considering the ship's hull stood over 30 meters tall, one could only fathom the lengths of these serpents. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from above the deck, chilling the air around them. Their horror. They witnessed the serpent that had been climbing beside them become enveloped in a layer of solid ice at a visible speed. As the ice spread, the ship began to tremble violently, as if a gigantic beast was rising from the depths, causing the surrounding waters to surge tumultuously. A massive octopus head emerged, letting out a mournful wail that stirred the ocean into a frenzy. An octopus of gargantuan proportions? All present gasped in disbelief, their faces paling as realization struck. Could it be that the so-called sea serpents were merely the appendages of this terrifyingly large octopus? If that were the case, how immense was this horrific creature? For the apprentices, who had never encountered such sights before, this was a nightmare incarnate, a being that belonged in the realm of legends. Suddenly, as the octopus's tentacle was overtaken by the encroaching ice, it seemed to lose its strength and, with a resounding crash, plunged back into the sea, sending waves crashing around. Green felt a fierce gust of wind as the ropes swayed violently, compelling him to muster every ounce of strength to hold on. No. Help? A voice of despair echoed as he looked down to see the highest climbing unknown male witch apprentice plummeting into the ocean. In this vast expanse of water, falling overboard was tantamount to a death sentence. That moment, Green realized that he was not the only one losing his grip. Rafi had also been swept away by the sudden gust. Yet, in a stroke of fortune, she managed to conjure a vine with her magic, gripping the rope tightly to suspend herself in midair. However, sustaining such magic required a reservoir of mana, given Rafi's limited magical capacity. She might only be able to maintain this for a few minutes at most. leaving her in a precarious state, on the brink of death. That Rafi's delicate features drained of color as she clenched her teeth to suppress her tears, her eyes glistening with unshed emotion. Casting a desperate glance at the churning sea below, she turned her pleading gaze towards the others, yet whether it was fear or pride that held her tongue, she bit down hard, refusing to utter any words of supplication, her body trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, the only ones who could save Rafi were Euchris and Green. However, Euchris, burdened by his sister, had reached his limit, leaving only Green as a potential savior. Seeing the pitiful look in Rafi's eyes, coupled with her stubborn refusal to ask for help, softened Green's heart. Although the noble lady often held herself in disdain of him, a mere commoner, she had inadvertently shared valuable insights about the wizarding world, never using her abilities to belittle him. After all, they were all in this together, seeking knowledge in an unfamiliar land, and would inevitably need to look after one another. Resolute, Green steeled himself, inhaled deeply, and began to slide down. The lifeboat finally came to rest at the end of the rope, and after securing himself on the lifeboat at the bottom of the rope, he hurriedly began to pull up the vine that had transformed through witchcraft. Having endured considerable hardship throughout his life, Glenn possessed the strength to lift a weight of 100 pounds. With all his might, he managed to pull the beleaguered Rafi back from the abyss of death. Due to the urgency of the situation, Glenn was quite exhausted, panting as he leaned against the suspended lifeboat to catch his breath. Rafi, equally shaken, stared blankly at Glenn, her eyes shimmering with tears that continually threatened to spill over. Unaccustomed to being gazed at so intently by such a beautiful girl, Glenn awkwardly wiped his nose, tried to mask his discomfort. Just as Glenn was about to utter some light-hearted words to ease the tension, a waft of fragrance enveloped him as Rafi clung to him tightly, crying out in despair. "Wah, I thought I was going to die. I thought you were going to abandon me. I had warned my father not to go to that monster-ridden wizard academy. Wah, wah, wah." Feeling the warmth radiating from Rafi's graceful form, Glenn suddenly found himself engulfed in nervousness, his body stiffening as he stood frozen, unsure of where to place his hands. Even the words he had prepared to lighten the mood were stuck in his throat, leaving him a loss for what to do. Tears streamed down Rafi's face, dripping onto Glenn's neck, yet he dared not move. After a long moment, Rafi finally managed to regain her composure, seemingly aware of her own lapse in decorum. Releasing her hold on Glenn, she cast a glance at his somewhat anxious and evasive expression, and with a soft chuckle remarked, "What are you still doing standing there? Do you wish to remain suspended in this lifeboat with me for eternity?" Oh no, not at all," Glenn stammered. Deep down, he harbored a strong dislike for this haughty girl who looked down upon commoners. While he couldn't say he hated her, neither could he claim any fondness for her. After a brief moment of inner turmoil, he forcibly quelled his wandering thoughts, steadied his emotions, and nodded, saying, "Yes, let us ascend quickly." He then noticed the gruesome wound on Rafi's shoulder, hesitating before suggesting, "Shall I carry you up?" "Yes." Without any hesitation, Rafi readily agreed, wrapping her arms around Glenn from behind, her curvaceous form pressing closely against him, allowing Glenn to feel the gentle rhythm of her breath against his neck, suppressing the peculiar sensations rising within him. Glenn took a deep breath and began his arduous ascent with a 100-pound burden on his back. Meanwhile, Euchris, witnessing that Glenn and Rafi had resolved their crisis, resumed his climb, carrying his sister onward. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the deck, whereupon he grasped the rope Glenn had been climbing, assisting him in their ascent. Soon after, Glenn and Euchris collapsed against the railing, panting like dogs. However, the horrific sights on the deck drew their attention, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock, momentarily forgetting their fatigue. Before them lay a vast deck, over 100 meters long, pockmarked and strewn with hundreds of the monstrous corpses that had invaded the ship's cabin. In the center, a severed tentacle of a colossal octopus thrashed mindlessly, oozing a foul-smelling, dark green blood. Accompanying the myriad of sea monster corpses were the bodies of sailors and a scattering of wizard apprentices, some so mangled that it was impossible to discern whether they had been men or monsters in life. With a thunderous crash, they turned to see the chamber of Wizard Dyra, once intact, now shattered to pieces. Following yet another attack from the fearsome octopus tentacle, it had been utterly obliterated, reduced to countless splintered wood shards. That moment, Wizard Daira's face was unnaturally flushed, and the black eye patch he wore had been removed, revealing a complex mechanical gear that spun incessantly, creating an eerie and terrifying sight. Beneath Daira's feet lay the corpse of a sea creature, completely encased in ice, though it remained unclear why it was being so meticulously protected. Even as a massive tentacle, measuring over 20 meters, surged toward him, Daira chose to confront it with magic, conjuring a towering ice shield of 7 to 8 meters for defense. With a resounding bang, shards of ice flew as Daira again cast his spell to intercept the colossal octopus's assault, steadfastly guarding the frozen sea creature beneath him. On the other side, the remaining sailors fought valiantly at the cabin door, preventing the sea monsters from breaching their defenses. Among these defenders, Glenn and his companions were astonished to recognize two wizard apprentices, a male and a female, who had emerged from Daira's chamber that day. Moreover, at that moment, these two apprentices unleashed extraordinary magic, their power astonishingly formidable. Among the defenders, for individuals stood out for their remarkable strength. Point 1 was the legendary knight, Baron, who, bare-chested and showcasing his dark muscles, wielded an axe with reckless abandon against the encroaching sea monsters. The other was the ship's captain, whom Glenn had seen on numerous occasions but never in the midst of battle. Armed with a massive sword, his strength rivaled that of Baron, earning him newfound respect. The remaining two defenders were the apprentices from the wizard's chamber. Glenn already knew their names: the male apprentice, Yunli, and the female apprentice, Bybiliana. To Glenn's astonishment, both apprentices wielded legendary spells that were shockingly powerful and bizarre, leaving him and his companions in disbelief. Bybiliana appeared somewhat apprehensive in the face of such massive sea creatures, yet, shielded by the surrounding sailors, none were able to approach. She stood behind the sailors, her golden hair billowing as a golden eye, resembling an imposing elemental energy, focused intently on the advancing sea monsters. This golden eye seemed to be a fusion of wondrous elemental energies, emanating ripples through the surrounding space. She exclaimed softly, and any sea monster caught in the gaze of this golden eye let out a howl of agony, their bodies seemingly drained of moisture, resulting in a grotesque, desiccated death. Glenn and his companions observed in awe as no fewer than 5 sea monsters perished under the influence of this uncanny golden eye. Yet, it seemed Bybiliana could not sustain the power of the golden eye for long. After a brief moment of exertion, it dissipated. On the other side, Yunli, with a small white mouse perched upon his shoulder, appeared utterly oblivious to the surrounding dangers. He himself seemed to regard the sea monsters with an air of indifference, his eyes betraying a cold, detached curiosity as they roamed over the peculiar marine creatures, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. However, in stark contrast to Yunli's demeanor was the unfathomable nature of his magic. Without any warning or extraordinary phenomena, sea monsters around him inexplicably succumbed to dismemberment, some losing their heads, while one vanished entirely, leaving behind only a snake-like tail measuring less than 20 centimeters, its cut as smooth as a mirror, proving that the preceding events were no mere illusion. This Glenn, Rafi, Euchris, and Yocriana stared in shock, mouths agape, unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. Such bizarre and powerful abilities were indeed astonishing. It was no wonder these two resided in the wizard's chamber with the strength of these apprentices. Neither Euchris nor Glenn stood a chance, and even Rafi, who had begun to grasp magic, would find herself outmatched against them. Rafi's expression darkened considerably. She understood her own limitations better than anyone. Her so-called magic relied solely on the magical devices her father had prepared for her. As for her innate abilities, she could not cast even the simplest spell. While she possessed another powerful magical device prepared by her father, her meager magical capacity would hardly allow her to wield it effectively. Furthermore, even if she managed to activate it, she would still be no match for the two apprentices wielding such formidable and uncanny magic. Thus, Rafi was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated her and her companions from these two prodigies, deemed rare talents in the Lilith Wizard Academy. However, possessing some knowledge of wizardless secrets, Rafi understood that the power these two wielded was indeed extraordinary. According to logical reasoning, It is absolutely impossible for them to exhibit such levels of mental prowess. If we follow this line of thought, it is highly likely that they possess those so-called innate talents described in legends. Setting aside the situation at the cabin entrance, the formidable wizard Dyla floated approximately 5 meters above the deck. His ample gray robe billowing as if buffeted by a tempest of hurricane force. The unnatural flush on his face became increasingly pronounced, while the intricate gear above his eyes spun rapidly. Under the weighty and enigmatic incantations, he seemed to be preparing a spell of tremendous destructive capacity. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 black tentacles, each over 30 meters long, repeatedly struck the deck, not only obliterating the already erased rooms, but also creating several large openings in the deck itself, from which the terrified screams of apprentice wizards attempting to escape echoed faintly. Suddenly, everyone on the deck felt an inexplicable tremor coursing through their bodies, and they instinctively looked up, following a suffocating silence in the darkened sky. They beheld a gray flame igniting in Wizard Dyla's hand. The flame was silent and unassuming, seemingly devoid of power, yet it caused an involuntary shiver in their bodies, as if it could consume their very gaze. Even the ever-confident Yuli and Bibiliano were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they fixated on the gray flame ignited in Dyla's grasp. The flame of the dead souls. Dyla's weakened voice carried an uncanny enchantment, resonating in each person's ears as if whispered intimately, in the next moment. As the gray flame accurately ignited one of the octopus tentacles, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted from the depths of the sea beneath the vessel. This chorus of despair far surpassed the previous outcry, as the gigantic octopus writhed in agony, sending waves crashing across the entire sea as far as the eye could see, like a hand meeting a blazing hearth. All the octopus tentacles recoiled instantaneously, and the head of the octopus plunged into the depths, vanishing from sight. "Master Wizard, sir!" Witnessing the nightmarish sea creature's retreat, numerous sailors and several apprentice wizards erupted into cries of joy. Yet, Dyla raised a hand, forcefully suppressing his own bodily anomaly and silencing the crowd. Subsequently, his malevolent gaze swept across the deck, surveying the numerous sea monsters unafraid of death, as his gray robe rustled ominously while he descended from the heights. Wizards, irrespective of their temperament, are inherently malevolent and cruel towards their foes. Even the gentlest of wizards, in their relentless pursuit of higher knowledge, inevitably extinguish countless lives. Dyla cast a glance at the ice-encased corpse of the sea monster beneath him, seemingly observing something of note. Suddenly, a glimmer of delight sparked in Dyla's eyes, followed by a sinister grin. It's about time, since you Alato sea monsters refuse to adhere to the treaty signed with human wizards. Prepare to face the wrath of a wizard. With Dyla's words, the scales of the ice-encased sea monster began to writhe unexpectedly, and to the horror of the onlookers, this once massive creature almost instantaneously shed its skin, revealing countless purple-black centipedes the size of a palm emerging from its remains. Even more alarming, each centipede bore 4 pairs of transparent wings upon its back, complete with a pair of chilling eyes. Finally, they have been cultivated. Dyla cackled maniacally. Alato sea monsters relish the nightmare meticulously crafted by ancient wizards to devour your kind. After years of peace, perhaps you have nearly forgotten the terror of human wizards. Embrace the nightmare and tremble before it. Dyla's voice echoed with a frenzied fervor. The sea monsters, incapable of comprehending human speech, or perhaps mere lowly creatures unable to grasp it, nevertheless sensed instinctively the overwhelming dread that the inconspicuous purple-black insects instilled within them. Many sea monsters could not resist leaping directly into the ocean. Buzz. Thousands of purple-black centipedes emerged from the creature's body. Their wings remained soft and pliant. Yet, in an instant, some began to take flight, instinctively hurtling toward the remaining sea monsters on the deck. The centipede showed no interest in the humans or the severed octopus tentacle on the deck, merely seeking their next target. Roars of terror erupted from the sea monsters as they realized, with growing horror, that their once mighty scales were as fragile as paper before these monstrous insects point one after another, The centipedes burrowed into their bodies with reckless abandon, some even grasping the tails of those that had already penetrated them. Yet, terrifyingly, those centipedes, even if severed in their rear halves, displayed an uncanny vitality, relentlessly burrowing deeper into the sea monsters' bodies, as if their sole purpose was to reach the innermost depths of these creatures. Observing the multitude of anguished sea monsters, the wizard chuckled darkly. Humph! If the parasitic insects born from the ancient wisdom of wizards could be so easily vanquished, they would not merit the title of Alado's nemesis. Nor would wizards deserve to be called the masters of many otherworldly domains. Dyla's voice gradually transformed into one of exhilaration. Though their lifespan was limited to merely one day, the sole purpose of their existence during this brief interval was to lay their eggs within each Alado body. Astonishingly, their eggs required only the span of half an hourglass to mature. The numerous apprentices who narrowly escaped gathered on the deck, each wearing an expression of distress. Reports indicated that the ferocious sea monsters had wreaked havoc up to the 3rd level before being intercepted by rescuing sailors, resulting in substantial casualties among the apprentices on the 4th and 5th levels. Ironically, those residing in the lowest cabin had emerged unscathed. Ben Henson spotted Green and the others on the deck and sighed in relief. Thank goodness you're all safe. Those sea monsters nearly scared me to death. I thought to myself, how could a great magical apprentice from the illustrious city of Tambrosen be devoured by sea monsters before even reaching Wizard Academy? I certainly do not wish to end up as their excrement. As he spoke, Ben Henson gestured toward the few individuals behind him. Come, let me introduce you. Green could not help but marvel at the luck of this fellow. He had originally occupied a cabin on the 2nd level, damp and dreary, only marginally better than the lowest level. Yet, this circumstance had unexpectedly saved his life. Shaking his head, Green lamented his own wretched luck. Sighing, I was just about to step onto the deck for some fresh air, having only ascended to the 5th floor when I encountered such a calamity. It's not unusual for me to go days without stepping outside, however. No matter how diligently Green and his companions searched the deck, they could not find Wade, likely having joined the ranks of the many unfortunate souls. Meanwhile, Kieran stood unharmed on the opposite side of the deck, seemingly disinterested in conversing with Green and the others, staring blankly at the distant sea. Ben Henson could not resist a low sneer, humph, always ingratiating himself with Wizard Eravaz, a born slave. It was hard to blame Ben Henson for his disdain toward Kieran. During their journey, Kieran had trailed after Wizard Eravaz, his face adorned with a constant smile, tending to the wizard's every need. Yet after parting ways with the wizard, Kieran had displayed a complete disregard for Green and the others, even remarking not my concern when Chris had a dispute with another unfamiliar apprentice on the 5th floor. Thus, Green and the others now found themselves equally disinclined to engage with Kieran. Chris, preoccupied with more pressing matters, held his sister tightly, his face a mask of anxiety as he gazed into the hollow sockets of her eyes, offering solace. It's all right. Once we reach the wizard continent, I will surely implore the mightiest wizard to perform magic and restore your sight. Upon hearing her brother's words, a faint smile flickered across the pale face of Juliana. Brother, you need not deceive me. Although I may be foolish, I am not naive. Are those powerful wizards so easily encountered? Besides, it's all right, brother. Look at Wizard Dyla. Doesn't he have only one eye? The crowd turned their gaze to Wizard Dyla, bustling about on the deck, his one eye replaced by a constantly spinning gear, a sight most eerie. Would Juliana too, perhaps, face such a fate? A chill ran through them. Chris hurriedly reassured, No, I will definitely cure your eyes. I swear, without mentioning the Chris siblings. As for Green and Laffy, the two of them, one with an injured left leg and the other with a wounded right shoulder, were resting against the mast in a rather harmonious manner. Green felt quite embarrassed due to previous events, his thoughts in disarray, and thus he paid no heed to Laffy beside him. Laffy, similarly troubled and somewhat shy about his recent lapse, also had no intention of speaking. For a moment, silence enveloped them, as if their brief intimacy had merely been an illusion, and neither dared to bring it up again. Shortly thereafter, news drifted from somewhere on the deck. During the recent sea monster attack, 32 sailors had perished, along with 107 wizard apprentices, most of whom resided in the lower decks of the ship. Meanwhile, Standing beside Dara were the ship's captain and two legendary knights, Baron and another. The captain appeared to be unscathed, while Baron bore a significant scar on his back, but seemed unconcerned. "Master, what troubles you?" Baron inquired, perplexed for Dara, having driven away and defeated the sea monster. Should have been in high spirits, yet his countenance was marred by worry. Most would not perceive Dara's distress. Wizards typically mask their emotions, and Dara, having undergone certain transformations, had lost many subtle facial expressions. In such circumstances, only Baron, who had followed him for decades, could discern the faintest hint of his master's unease. "This monster attack feels rather peculiar," Dara remarked gravely, casting a significant glance at Baron. Startled, Baron immediately grasped the implication, exclaiming in horror, "Could it be that we are being targeted by other wizards?" "If my instincts are correct, it is quite possible," Dara replied. That moment, Baron's dark complexion drained of color. As a legendary knight living on the wizard continent, he understood the terrifying implications of being watched by a hidden wizard, especially out in the vast ocean where no aid could be expected. "Is it an enemy of the Academy, or are they after you, my lord?" Baron pressed, steeling himself for the answer. Should it be Dara's personal adversary, that would be one matter, but if it were an enemy of the Academy, the lives of their group would surely be in jeopardy. Dara shook his head. Both possibilities exist, but there is yet another. It could be for their sake. Following Dara's gaze, Baron discerned that it was directed towards Yunli and Bibiliana. After a moment of stunned silence, he bitterly remarked, "For their sake? Two mere wizard apprentices, albeit talented, would dare to engage in a confrontation with Master Dara. You fail to understand some underlying secrets." Dara paused, then sighed deeply. "Now that the sea monster has been repelled and my magical energy is depleted, if any changes were to occur, it would likely be soon. We shall watch and wait." After a brief pause, a flicker of malice crossed Dara's eye. "However, should any foes truly come for us, Baron, I need you to do something." Baron knelt. "My lord, please instruct me." Dara leaned closer to Baron's ear, speaking in a dark tone. "Eliminate those two. They are rare talents that the Lilith Wizard Academy cannot afford to lose, and we cannot allow them to fall into the hands of potential enemies." The sea breeze whipped violently, and as the sun ascended higher, waves of heat surged forth. The crew could no longer endure the sweltering temperatures and began to retreat to the cabins, leaving only a small number, including Green and Ben Hansen, to rest on the deck. As for Laffy, Euchris, and Eucilian, they had already returned to the cabin. "Hey, Green, since the wizard's quarters have been destroyed, what do you think it will stay today?" "Oh, and what about those two?" Ben Hansen referred to Yunli and Bibiliana. "I don't know. Probably in the fifth deck," Green replied nonchalantly. Euchris chuckled, "Just as I guessed. But among us, only Euchris, Eucilian, and Laffy reside on the fifth deck. I wonder which unfortunate room will be claimed." Green scoffed. "With so many casualties on the fifth deck, any room would do. Why must it be theirs?" "Not necessarily. While many have died, several rooms are damaged as well." Just as Green and Ben Hansen were engaged in their trivial bickering, a shadow loomed over them. Initially mistaking it for a passing cloud, they paid it no mind. However, as the sound of flapping wings and grating caws filled the air, they turned their gaze skyward in alarm. Above them, a vast cloud of pure black crows, numbering in the thousands if not tens of thousands, blotted out the sun, and a vague figure gazed down upon the ship, although the distance obscured their features. The raw magical aura emanating from this figure enveloped everyone in a suffocating dread, as if the ship were about to collide with an iceberg. In that moment, the deck was shrouded in an endless darkness composed of crows. "Come forth, wizards aboard the ship." A flat voice, reminiscent of a raven's croak, echoed, its raspy quality rendering it ambiguous in gender. Dara emerged from the cabin, staff in hand, his gray, expansive robe billowing as he soared into the sky, facing the distant figure amidst the sea of crows. Upon recognizing the intruder's identity, Dara's expression shifted dramatically. "Second-level wizard? Never seen you before. There are plenty of promising talents at the Lilith Wizard Academy. This ship now belongs to me. Consider yourself fortunate and leave," the ominous wizard from the cloud commanded, displaying disdain for Dara. Dara's face darkened, nearly dripping with frustration. as a prominent figure among the seventh ring wizards of the 19th district. He was widely recognized as a candidate for ascension to a higher level, having accumulated centuries of magical knowledge. Even many of the long-established wizards would find themselves challenged by him. Yet he had not anticipated facing a second-level wizard today. It is crucial to understand that a second-level wizard typically oversees the management tier of wizard academies, forming intricate connections with the greatest figures in the wizarding world. Furthermore, the disparity between wizard ranks is immense. Each ascension brings forth entirely new abilities, which are not easily countered by mere spells or talent. Daira hesitated. To relinquish a wizard academy ship without reason would be a significant burden, yet as a first-level wizard with potential for promotion, it would not be insurmountable, were it not for the presence of those two once-in-a-century wizardic prodigies aboard, who were on the precipice of the Sacred Tower qualification. Daira spoke solemnly. The ship may be granted to you, but may I take those two with me? Humph! I commanded you to leave this instant. The cold voice from the clouds shifted into a furious roar. You seek death. In an unexpected turn of events, Daira launched a surprise attack against the higher-ranking wizard. A spear of ice, radiating an astonishing chill, shot forth like an arrow from a top bowstring, leaving a pale streak in the sky as it hurtled toward the heart of the second-level wizard. However, with a furious bellow from the wizard above, an overwhelming surge of magical power erupted that even an untrained apprentice could sense, scattering clouds in the sky and whipping up violent winds and waves centered around him. With a light chime, the ice spear shattered into countless shards, and almost simultaneously, Daira, riding his staff, transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distant sky. Yet closely behind him was that immense cloud, relentless in its pursuit. You cannot escape. Amidst the ominous clouds, the sorcerer bellowed, as the two figures gradually faded into the horizon. Only at this moment did Green and Ben Henson seem to emerge from the depths of despair, gasping for breath as they greedily inhaled the fresh air surrounding them. When the secondary sorcerer's magical force erupted, all the apprentice wizards on the deck felt as if the apocalypse had descended, rendered utterly breathless. That was terrifying. I thought we were doomed. Ben Henson clutched his chest, unsure if his reaction stemmed from sheer terror, adding, "This life is unbearable. Escaping death twice in a single day before even reaching the wizarding continent. Is this truly a place fit for humans?" Green, taking deep breaths, wore a grim expression and murmured, "It seems a monumental upheaval is impending." The legendary knight Baron had been slain by Yuli, a topic that had rapidly become the most fervent subject among the apprentice wizards aboard the ship. No one understood why Baron had suddenly attacked Yuli, but it was clear to all that the will of the great wizard Daira was undoubtedly at play. Otherwise, Baron would never have launched a surprise assault without provocation. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yuli, seemingly preoccupied with his experiments on small white mice, was fully prepared for the ambush orchestrated by Baron? After a fierce exchange of bizarre sorcery and the powerful axe, Baron's head abruptly vanished. The cut on his neck as smooth as a mirror. Green, feeling a chill, hurriedly said, "There is no need to rush, but we must remember that we will be sailing on the vast ocean for quite some time. Moreover, Sorum does not seem to harbor any hostility towards us. It appears he is indifferent to our presence." Raffi nodded in agreement, stowing away his exquisite hand crossbow, and the four of them settled into a cramped room for the night. As for Ben Hansen, he had mysteriously vanished in the ship's lower hold, entangled with some unknown companion. The following dawn, amidst a cacophony of noise, Green and the others made their way to the deck. At that moment, the deck was filled with small groups, each maintaining a wary distance from one another, eyeing their surroundings with suspicion, ready to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger. After a brief pause, the faceless masked sorcerer suddenly broke the tension with a calm chuckle. "Three have vanished, and two more to go." Then, with a casual gesture, he pointed randomly among the crowd. And four individuals exploded without warning, their blood and dismembered flesh splattering across the deck, coating nearly everyone present. One of the victims was even in the small group beside Green. As the body was obliterated. A witch apprentice from that very group collapsed to the ground, emitting a piercing scream and sobbing uncontrollably. Green, Raffi, Yakris, and Yorkliana stood in shock, wiping the blood from their faces. Green even discovered fragments of the once revered support figure. The monstrous Andrew has been slain by a true sea beast, leaving no one to assist him in this dire moment. The rat, with its beady triangular eyes darting about, fixates on the approaching sailor captain. Observing the blood dripping from the long knife, with a sudden scream, the rat, in a moment of desperation, deftly swings an axe toward a female apprentice which behind it. With a resounding thud, the witch apprentice collapses. Her head a gruesome mess. That's 5. That's 5. We need not resort to infighting. The sailor captain, visibly taken aback by the rat's decisive action, lets out a cold laugh before departing with a dozen sailors. Ah, bastard, I will kill you. Among the witch apprentices, a male apprentice roars, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glares at the rat. This apprentice evidently had a connection to the slain female witch. The rat is momentarily startled, yet the male apprentice seeking vengeance is swiftly blocked by the throng of witch apprentices. What folly is this? Each apprentice is a precious resource, as none desire death. If survival is paramount, then it must be at the cost of others. The rat and the vengeful male apprentice are of no concern to one another. Indeed, it would be best if they both perished. Unfortunately, today has already witnessed the demise of 5 individuals. To lose another would be an egregious waste. Thus, the crowd kindly intervenes to prevent the male apprentice from acting as another long day wanes. Green and his companions remain huddled together in a room, for in these tense times, no one dares to stray alone. The following day, the faceless mask-wearing wizard offers accolades to the group for their task completion before taking his leave. After a brief silence, chaos erupts among the witch apprentices without the sailor's provocation, with the epicenter of turmoil being the rat and the male apprentice who had previously sought vengeance, who now calls upon a helper. On the other side, the rat similarly summons aid, specifically the one named Bai, who had clashed with Euchris on the first day. The two factions swiftly engage in a fierce battle, although the rat possesses a somewhat unsavory appearance. He shows no signs of fear in this life-or-death struggle, and both sides fight with great intensity. However, victory must be determined. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream pierces the air as Bai is struck in the back. Sustaining severe injury before meeting a tragic end at the hands of the opposing duo in despair, the rat unleashes his final surge of strength, dragging down a scapegoat with him, culminating in a duel that ends with the male apprentice emerging victorious. Yet, as the victorious male apprentice revels in his revenge and the sorrow of parting with a friend, a short sword plunges into his back, emerging from his chest. The assailant vanishes into the crowd. Almost simultaneously, a furious roar erupts from Euchris beside Green. You seek death. It turns out that amidst the chaos, someone had targeted Juliana. Oddly enough, Juliana, who appears quite fragile, with one eye injured, had been following closely behind Euchris, making her an obvious target for those with ill intent. After all, for had already perished, and only one more would fulfill the task requirement of 5. The would-be assailant aiming to ambush Juliana is a man approximately 6 feet tall, exuding a calm demeanor. Upon failing his strike, he swiftly retracts his dagger, preparing to disappear into the crowd. That moment, a massive vine erupts from beneath the feet of the male apprentice, ensnaring him tightly. Amidst his terrified cries, Euchris delivers the fatal blow with his axe. Bastard! Euchris curses, blood splattering across his face. Green hastily approaches, casting a fierce glare at those nearby, pulling Euchris back into the fold. However, since the requisite 5 deaths have already been met today, no further incidents arise, though many gaze in astonishment at Laffy. Clearly, a wizard apprentice capable of performing magic wields significant influence, and henceforth, few will dare to provoke Green's group lightly. The sailors are equally taken aback to discover that some among the witch apprentices can wield magic. Their gazes toward Laffy laden with gravity as days pass. Everyone aboard the ship longs for their destination to arrive swiftly, for each morning presents a hellish ordeal. The ship is stratified into 3 classes. At the top are the formidable faceless mask-wearing wizard, the captain, and others like Solong, Yuli, and Biberiana. These individuals form the absolute ruling class, governing the ship with an iron fist, their sole duties being to count the crew and distribute limited rations of mushrooms. The second tier comprises a dozen sailors and small groups of witch apprentices like Laffy, who possess magical capabilities. Estes progress. Other apprentices adept in sorcery begin to emerge, garnering attention. Including Laffy, there are 5 apprentices skilled in magic. None dare to provoke these 5, who are thus referred to in hushed tones as the 5 sorcerers. The lowest tier consists of the remaining witch apprentices. Each morning, the wizards must tally the numbers, necessitating the death of 5 apprentices to sustain themselves. Consequently, these apprentices are mockingly dubbed meat pigs by the sailors, and the daily bloodletting is referred to as pig slaughter. After 30 days, 150 witch apprentices have been cast into the sea, making the ship feel less crowded. Each surviving apprentice bears a fierce countenance, their gazes imbued with an uncanny chill. Smiles have become the rarest of luxuries aboard the ship. In this grim atmosphere, everyone resembles a reincarnated demon, a stark contrast to the naive bravado they displayed upon boarding. It is as if a necessary maturation from ordinary individuals to witch apprentices has taken place. On this particular night, Green, Chris, Juliana, and Laffy gather on the deck, where nearly 20 others, brought by the 5 sorcerers, have already congregated. The assembly of the 5 sorcerers suggests a momentous decision is at hand. Laffy, we're just waiting on you. Take a seat beside me. A male apprentice dressed in voluminous robes warmly beckons Laffy, indicating a vacant spot next to him, with a handsome visage and deep-set eyes. His amiable smile could easily melt the heart of the young woman beside him. From an outward perspective, this male apprentice, like Laffy, is undeniably eye-catching. However, Laffy pays him no heed, nonchalantly seating himself elsewhere, his exquisite features seemingly perpetually shrouded in frost. Casting a disdainful glance at the overly eager male apprentice, he coldly retorts, "Are we familiar?" "You." The apprentice falters, his once warm smile evaporating as he replies icily, just as the rumor suggested, a foul mouth. Seeking death, he seems on the verge of violence, but Green quickly intervenes. Fidgeting with a sharp dagger, he casts a menacing look at the male apprentice who had spoken earlier. "Blonde sorcerer? Humph. Those of us who have survived until now are all astute individuals. So spare us your insincere smiles. They insult our group and equate us with those cast into the sea," he declares, turning away in silence, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Chris, sharpening his sword, exposes his muscular chest. Also huffing in agreement precisely, there's no need for pretense. Haha, I've long heard tales of Laffy's 2 formidable champions. One must be the valiant Chris, and I presume the other is the fierce Green. A particularly suave male apprentice remarks, beaming at Green and the others. This apprentice is impeccably dressed in the classic garb of nobility, adorned in fine attire and a top hat, his fingers glistening with exquisite jewelry. Particularly 2 stunning gemstone rings on his left hand, one blue and one purple. Even the humble Green, with his origins in the mire, understood that these 2 rings were undoubtedly treasures of immense worth. Far beyond the means of ordinary nobility, the individual in question was none other than Amurand, a sorcerer apprentice aboard the sea vessel, who had garnered a reasonably favorable reputation among his peers. Whispers in the shadows referred to him as the light sword conjurer, capable of summoning a magical blade suffused with golden energy to strike down his foes with terrifying might. Over the past month, Green had also carved out a degree of notoriety for himself aboard the ship. This was partly due to his association with Laffy, the vine conjurer, and partly owing to Green's own cautious yet ruthless demeanor, having already dispatched 6 individuals who had taken an interest in him with his dagger. With a courteous nod towards Amurand, Green made no move to draw closer. On this vessel, strength was paramount, and camaraderie was a luxury that served no purpose. "Amurand, pray tell, what is the reason you summoned us here?" inquired a girl, whose youthful appearance belied the raspy voice she had adopted to mimic that of a sorcerer. This puppet conjurer, though appearing innocent and youthful, was among the most merciless of the group, having once witnessed her manipulate a terrifying white puppet to annihilate a squad of sorcerer apprentices in a brutal display of power. The last of the conjurers remained silent, his countenance dark and brooding. Notably, one of his sleeves hung empty. This sorcerer apprentice, known as the Master of Manipulation or the Psychic Conjurer, had lost an arm during a sea monster attack. The art of manipulation was indeed peculiar. Leafy speculated that it involved exerting a temporary influence over the actions of others through mental illusions. Furthermore, she surmised that this master of manipulation was the only one among the 5 conjurers who did not rely on magical artifacts to cast spells. The 5 strongest individuals aboard the vessel: Leafy, the Vine Conjurer; Blonde, the Fireball Conjurer; Amurand, the Holy Sword Conjurer; Amizi, the Puppet Conjurer; and Wybamode, the Manipulation Conjurer, were collectively referred to as the 5 sovereigns of the sea vessel by the terrified sorcerer apprentices. As silence enveloped the deck, Amurand surveyed the gathered individuals before suddenly bursting into laughter, a sound so abrupt that it left everyone feeling disconcerted, their brows furrowed in response to the Holy Sword's mirth. "My dear conjurers, though we are whimsically dubbed sovereigns by the apprentices aboard this ship, I trust we are all acutely aware of our true capabilities," he mused, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Aside from the manipulation conjurer Wybamode, we are merely wielders of magical artifacts, conjuring spells that may seem formidable to the uninitiated, yet are hardly impressive to true sorcerer apprentices." Amurand shook his head derisively. "Amurand, we are well aware of this. But do enlighten us on the reason for our gathering," interjected the impatient puppet conjurer, cutting him off. "The reason? Quite simple. It's for our future." After surveying the assembly, Amurand continued coldly, "Not only for the duration of our time on this vessel, but also for our impending arrival at the Black Soda Sorcerer Academy. Given the current state of affairs aboard this ship, one can easily surmise that the Black Soda Academy is no sanctuary." He cast a sweeping glance around the group. "As for us, this small faction will likely find ourselves cast aside like those who were once thrown into the sea." A collective intake of breath rippled through the crowd, and even Green felt a flicker of alarm. Amurand was indeed a visionary, awakening the others to the grim reality. Indeed, they would soon be studying at the Black Soda Academy. Who could say whether it would be more brutal than life aboard the vessel? Thus, I propose we form a new alliance among all surviving sorcerer apprentices on this ship to stand united in the academy," Amurand proclaimed, igniting a spark of interest in every individual present. Leafy furrowed her brow. "While the suggestion is commendable, how do we establish this alliance? We are all aware that our current rules dictate mutual slaughter. In such an environment, aside from our closest allies, who is not an enemy?" Her question echoed the sentiments of the assembly, all eyes turning expectantly towards Amurand. He regarded Leafy with appreciation. He had observed this striking sorcerer apprentice for quite some time. Despite the rumors that painted her as a beautiful fool, Amurand perceived her differently. Though somewhat arrogant, she was far from lacking in intellect, and she maintained a commendable rapport with her 2 subordinates. Indeed, the alliance will face irreconcilable conflicts from within. Yet we all understand that these are not the faults of the alliance itself, but rather stem from that sorcerer. As he spoke, the Holy Sword Sovereign cast a glance towards the distant tent of the faceless masked sorcerer before changing his tone. "Ah, the will of the illustrious faceless masked sorcerer. Thus, we do have prerequisites for the establishment of our alliance." The previously silent manipulation conjurer suddenly scoffed. "If joining the alliance still entails mutual slaughter, then what purpose does it serve?" Amurand fixed his gaze on the manipulation conjurer and replied deliberately, "At the very least, we can begin by eliminating those beyond our alliance." The manipulation conjurer was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face. "Are you suggesting—" "Indeed, those very individuals, 17 sailors, which would afford our alliance a buffer of at least 17 lives, granting us 3.5 days of safety. What do you say? This condition is sufficient for both asserting dominance and enticing participation, is it not?" Amurand paused, then continued, "And each of you present will become the inaugural members of our alliance, as for the future. Naturally, those with strength will rise to prominence within the alliance. If we can indeed best those sailors, it would be advantageous. However, should we falter, this alliance would devolve into mere farce. Nonetheless, I am in favor." "Agreed. I support this. I am in favor. Support." The following day, the faceless masked sorcerer conducted his usual tally, confirming the absence of 5 individuals. After delivering a round of harsh encouragement, he retreated into his tent. Sorlum, Yunli, Bai Lilian, and the sailor captain likewise departed without uttering a single unnecessary word at that moment. The spacious deck was devoid of the previous throngs, with nearly every individual maintaining a considerable distance from one another, their eyes coldly fixed on anything that dared to approach, weapons deftly manipulated in a display of their prowess. Those who had survived to this point, even if they appeared as fragile as a delicate girl, undoubtedly possessed a remarkable edge. Otherwise, they would have long been cast into the merciless. It could be said that the sorcerer apprentices aboard the ship were the true elite, having been rigorously selected and tempered through trials. At this juncture, numerous groups of sorcerer apprentices engaged in their customary probing of one another. As the days progressed, and the apprentices grew increasingly shrewd and cunning, the task of eliminating 5 individuals became a daunting endeavor, often taking until midday for a few unfortunate souls to be cast overboard, and one wish for their own demise. Thus, every individual fought fiercely to protect themselves while seeking opportunities to eliminate others. The others were best identified as those lacking influence, such as the terrifying members of the 5 sovereigns, who were universally acknowledged as untouchable. "Listen to me." Amuran suddenly stepped forward amidst the tense assembly of sorcerer apprentices, raising his voice to capture their attention. The other 4 sovereigns followed suit, surveying the crowd. The presence of the 5 sovereigns, whom the apprentices secretly referred to as the 5 kings, created an immediate surge of influence among the gathered sorcerers. All eyes instinctively drawn to the 5 figures. Today, I am here to announce the formation of the Bloodsail Alliance. Supported by all 5 of us within this alliance, those of greater strength will hold higher positions, uniting as one against external threats. Furthermore, initial membership will be restricted to the sorcerer apprentices aboard this vessel, and future applicants must be recommended by existing members. Moments later, the existence of the organization, known as the Bloodsail Alliance, became known to all sorcerer apprentices aboard the vessel. For 30 days, the sailors had lived in relative peace, their authority maintained through sheer force. Yet the head sailor, Ikeden, never allowed himself to relax. While it may be true that his knights, possessing formidable strength, seemed powerful in comparison to the sorcerer apprentices devoid of magical abilities, what lay ahead remained uncertain. In the future, when these apprentice sorcerers truly master their arcane arts, they will undoubtedly possess the ability to effortlessly slay any knight. Moreover, they are filled with boundless potential for growth, a fact that all apprentice sorcerers are acutely aware of. Meanwhile, even if these knights manage to achieve the rank of legendary knight, they ultimately remain mere servants to powerful sorcerers, seeking ever greater strength. Just as the former legendary knight baron and the current legendary knight captain of the sailors have become subservient to great sorcerers. Ultimately, this is a world governed by sorcerers. Understanding this, Ikeden realizes that although his sailor group is currently far stronger than the small factions of these apprentice sorcerers, the latter harbor a deep-seated disdain for his group, even exhibiting a sense of repulsion. This is an instinctive aversion to the unfamiliar. Consequently, Ikeden never dares to relax, especially not in regard to the 5 principal spellcasters among the apprentice sorcerers. Even if the so-called spells wielded by these 5 esteemed individuals are laughably weak compared to those of true sorcerers, they still possess the capacity to easily dispatch ordinary knights. Today, when Amulang announces the official establishment of the Bloodsail Alliance, Ikeden's heart skips a beat. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, Ikeden draws his long knife, disregarding the bewildered expressions of his incompetent subordinates behind him, and roars, "What is this Bloodsail Alliance? Without the consent of our sailor group, this alliance shall not come into being today." As he speaks, Ikeden coldly addresses the hesitant apprentice sorcerers. Whoever dares to join will be dealt with by the sailors without mercy. Despite the trembling fear within him, Ikeden maintains a fierce demeanor, glaring menacingly at the indecisive apprentice sorcerers. Perhaps he cannot prevent these sorcerers from forming an alliance in the future, but he must stop them now. Otherwise, his sailors are doomed. At this moment, the sailors behind Ikeden finally react, grasping their weapons and standing resolutely beside him, glaring fiercely at the opposing apprentice sorcerers. In response, the 5 spellcasters of the sorcerer faction stand at the forefront, their teammates behind them, brandishing their weapons and fixating their gazes on the sailors. Amulang locks eyes with Icodin and coldly states, "Today, 5 of your sailors must be thrown into the sea. If we stand together, you are certain to lose." Icodin stand his ground. "Humph. Do you think the apprentice sorcerers aboard this vessel are still the naive children of a month ago?" Amulang snorts disdainfully, his blue gem ring flashing momentarily. With a chant, a dazzling golden sword floats before him, only to vanish in an instant. With a swift motion, Icodin narrowly evades the lethal strike of the sword. But a gash appears on his right shoulder. At the same time, a swift figure, almost like a phantom, swiftly extracts the heart of the sailor captain. This white puppet, slightly over half a meter tall and enveloped in a ghostly white hue, gives off an air of innocence. Yet, in its grasp lies a bloodied heart, still pulsating with life. The puppet, cradling the heart, emits a giggle reminiscent of a small girl, fleeing like a mischievous child caught stealing candy as sailors, filled with fear and rage, charge at it. With a thud, the heartless sailor captain collapses. Meanwhile, Green and Yukris, working in perfect harmony, rush toward a sailor ensnared by vines. Yukris blocks the approach of other rescuing sailors, while Green, with a glint of cold light in his eyes, swiftly slits the sailor's throat with his dagger. Boom! A searing fireball erupts. Moments later, numerous apprentice sorcerers surround the remaining standing sailors, many of whom are brimming with excitement. Their exhilaration stems not only from the prospect of avoiding perilous battles for the next 3 days, but also from the realization that they have truly glimpsed the formidable power possessed by apprentice sorcerers. This power, inherent to sorcerers, is something knights cannot hope to resist. This is a transcendent strength. A mere 5 of the weakest apprentice sorcerers, accompanied by a couple dozen auxiliary personnel, can effortlessly vanquish over 20 robust knights. Once they arrive at the Sorcerer's Academy, these apprentice sorcerers, having undergone countless trials of life and death, will inevitably absorb any power that enhances their strength in the most efficient manner, emerging reborn. No one doubts this. In this battle, 4 sailors perished, 7 were seriously injured, 9 suffered minor wounds, and 1 fell unconscious. All surviving sailors were bound hand and foot by the apprentice sorcerers. The apprentice sorcerers also incurred their own losses. While Green emerged unscathed, Yukris sustained a minor injury, and several members of the spellcaster teams even lost their lives due to carelessness. After all, the robust sailors fought fiercely in the end, observing the enthusiastic enlistment of numerous apprentice sorcerers into the Bloodsail Alliance. The 5 spellcasters cannot help but display expressions of considerable satisfaction. Amulang sighs, "What a pity, a few more had to die." The crowd is taken aback, yet they do not delve further into these trifles. Among the core members, several relatively weaker female apprentice sorcerers diligently record the names of those wishing to join the alliance, informing them of the responsibilities and obligations that accompany membership. Laughter erupts from the deck, a precious sound amidst the previously oppressive atmosphere aboard the vessel. "Huh, weren't you all so arrogant, calling us mere cattle? Where's your bravado now?" The following morning, the sound of the eerie, piercing laughter from the faceless masked sorcerer fills the air once again. "Keek, it seems there's been quite a stir aboard the ship. Quite nice indeed. 10 less of you. A group of apprentice sorcerers stands invigorated and brimming with confidence, no longer the cold and indifferent figures they once were, seemingly united by some unseen force, though their bond appears somewhat tenuous. Yunli and Bai Billionaire pay no heed to the camaraderie among the apprentice sorcerers on deck. For them, their talents are treated as treasures once discovered by sorcerers, coupled with the power to effortlessly slay others. Thus, they remain oblivious to the harsh realities faced by lower-tier apprentice sorcerers. In contrast, Salangmu, the ever-mysterious figure, exhibits a keen curiosity towards this newly formed alliance. Frequently glancing at the 5 spellcasters, the sailor captain's expression is grim, for all the sailors aboard are essentially his former subordinates, now reduced to mere prey for the apprentice sorcerers, ready to be cast into the sea at any moment. Amidst the varied mindsets of the crowd, the faceless masked sorcerer suddenly addresses the Bloodsail Alliance's apprentice sorcerers. "But let me share some bad news with you." The word bad is drawn out deliberately. The previously vibrant and confident apprentice sorcerers suddenly changed their expressions, staring intently at this malevolent, twisted, and cruel sorcerer, fearful of any outrageous pronouncements. Each individual subconsciously distances themselves from the others, apprehensive of any uncontrollable accidents that may occur. The bad news is, Kakik, that in the midst of the sorcerer's eerie laughter and the anxious tension among the apprentices, the faceless masked sorcerer proclaims, "We shall arrive at the sorcerer's continent, the High Soda Sorcerer's Academy. This evening. Therefore, those sailors you've captured may soon be of no use to you." Kakik, are you disappointed? Upon hearing this, nearly all apprentice sorcerers experience a surge of frustration. Had their strength been sufficient, some hot-headed individuals would undoubtedly have rushed forward to strike down this old wretch. However, as they regain their composure, a flicker of excitement emerges within them. Are they finally nearing the Sorcerer's Academy? Having witnessed their fellow apprentices cast into the sea time and again, each apprentice sorcerer present has vowed to themselves to learn powerful sorcery and seize control of their own destinies. The brutal infighting aboard the ship over the past month has left an indelible mark on the lives of all the wizard apprentices. However, amidst this carnage, those fortunate enough to survive have undergone significant growth, gaining an understanding of the harsh and precious nature of the wizarding path, positioning them to advance further than their peers in the future. On this day, the wizard apprentices stood on the deck, gazing intently into the distance. Gradually, more vessels appeared around them, and the horizon between sea and sky began to reveal subtle differences. As evening fell and the sun dipped low, the ship's captain skillfully dropped anchor, bringing this vessel, which had traversed the endless ocean for over 2 months, to an unfamiliar dock. Amidst the uncontainable excitement of numerous wizard apprentices, a multitude of black crows surged forth from beneath the faceless wizard's robe, lifting him gently upward. Caw, caw, caw. Welcome, little ones, to the Grand Black Soda Wizard Academy on the Wizarding Continent. The ship carrying the apprentices, including Green, stood out conspicuously in the port due to its dilapidated condition. It was hardly surprising, considering it had endured a battle between a wizard and a nightmarish giant octopus without sinking. A testament to sheer luck, as the ship docked, the apprentices could scarcely contain their eagerness. Rushing onto the land, free from the perpetual swaying of the sea, they inhaled deeply, each face alight with joy. Finally, they had escaped the hellish confines of that ship. However, their expressions of delight were met with derision from other passing apprentices in the port. Another bunch of country bumpkins from a remote island, thinking they can become wizards just by arriving on the wizarding continent. How laughably ignorant. This apprentice mistakenly believed that the joy of the Bloodsail Alliance apprentices stemmed solely from their arrival on the continent. Master, the numerous apprentices at the port bowed respectfully to the faceless wizard, who paid them no heed but simply instructed the newly disembarked apprentices behind him. Do not wander. At that moment, a figure appeared in the distant sky, and moments later, an old witch riding a broomstick descended before the group, her gaze fixed directly on the 2 individuals behind the faceless wizard, Yunli and Biberiona. Caw, caw, these adorable little ones must be the targets discovered near Lilith's cottage. Right? Indeed, their soul fluctuations are quite unique. The wrinkles on the old witch's face resembled gnarled tree bark as she emitted a delightfully sinister laugh, revealing a mouthful of dark, decayed teeth that appeared rather repulsive. Many apprentices instinctively recoiled from her presence. Green couldn't help but wonder, were all wizards so grotesque? What could possibly lead to such appearances? If he were to become a wizard in the future, would he also end up like that? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Simultaneously, Green cast a glance at the tall, beautiful Rafi before him, contemplating the possibility of her transforming into the old witch's likeness. Do I look good? Rafi suddenly turned, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Green, as if making a cold jest. In an instant, Green's mind conjured an image that fused the faces of the old witch and Rafi. Caught off guard by her sudden inquiry, Green stammered, yes, you look good. Rafi regarded him with surprise, clearly taken aback by such a tempting question. If it had been the old Green, he would have coldly turned away, refusing to respond. Perhaps after disembarking from the ship, everyone had relaxed their spirits a little. After all, Life aboard had been stifling, and even Rafi hadn't anticipated she would pose such a question to Green. After a moment of astonishment, Rafi suddenly laughed. "Can I take that as a confession?" Well, considering you once risked yourself to save me, I might give it some serious thought." With that, Rafi smiled smugly and dismissed Green from her attention. Stunned, Green could only mutter, Meanwhile, the faceless wizard, surrounded by crows, remarked, "All right, let us not frighten these little ones. After over a month of trials, they must be quite terrified of the academy by now. However, those who have survived may very well go further than others. Caw, caw, their thoughts are of no concern to me. They cannot enter the seven-ringed holy tower. Our focus is solely on these two." As he spoke, the old witch riding the broom gestured for Yunli and Biberiona to approach her. Then complained to the faceless wizard, "Had I taken on this task from the outset, it wouldn't have taken even a month." After finishing her complaint, the old witch departed with Yunli and Biberiona. As if she could make the ship fly here in less than a month. After the old witch vanished, Yakris muttered angrily, while his sister, Eurykliana, tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to hold his tongue, fearing her brother might provoke trouble. "Fool, she means to abandon us, or perhaps just toss us all into the sea," Rafi coldly interjected. Her explanation sent a chill down the spines of Yakris, Eurykliana, and Green, as they felt relieved that the old witch had not been the one assigned to their task. Some among them even began to reminisce about the wizard Dyra. If these apprentices could safely reach Lilith's Cottage Wizard Academy, their experiences would surely differ greatly. After all, that academy's rules and systems were undoubtedly far superior to those of Black Soda. About a quarter of an hour later, 7 or 8 panting apprentices rushed over, and upon spotting the faceless wizard, they disregarded their fatigue and bowed respectfully. The faceless wizard, growing impatient, stated, "All right, although there are still 2 weeks until the official start of the term, this batch of apprentices will not be arranged separately. They will be assigned accommodations directly at the academy. You few handle that." "Yes," responded the apprentices respectfully, and the faceless wizard soared into the distance with Sorum, the crows emitting a cacophony of caw sounds as an eerie and ominous atmosphere filled the sky. Once the wizards departed, the 7 or 8 arriving apprentices finally sighed in relief, turning their gazes toward those who had just disembarked from a ship, after over a month of skirmishes and sea monster attacks. Only about 300 apprentices remained. "Oh, it seems you country bumpkins have a bit more awareness than the fools from our year. That last selection went rather well." The scornful voice reached the ears of the group, causing their initially hopeful expressions to freeze as they realized that Black Soda Wizard Academy was indeed not a benevolent place. However, not all apprentices were like this. One female apprentice stepped forward. "Listen up, newcomers. Not everyone who enters Black Soda Wizard Academy can be called a wizard apprentice. You must be capable of independently casting 3 spells before being deemed a wizard apprentice, for now. You can only be referred to as initiates or newcomers." After a pause, the female apprentice continued, "Therefore, your tasks going forward are twofold. Continuously enhance your mental fortitude and diligently learn new spells, striving to become wizard apprentices while awaiting the brutal initiation trials." "Enough, Celia, why are you playing the Good Samaritan?" A hot-headed apprentice interrupted the female apprentice, a tall figure with a bald head and a scar on his forehead, resembling a centipede. "Listen up, newcomers. Although the academy forbids killing, rules are but ink on paper, as long as you don't get caught or leave evidence. The enforcement team won't meddle in your affairs if you want to survive longer. Keep your heads down," the fierce apprentice warned. "And don't think that just because you've arrived on the wizarding continent, you could become wizards. I've seen plenty of arrogant folks from remote seas. Humph, to me. You bumpkins from those backwater islands are nothing more than cockroaches, easily squashed." The apprentices from the Bloodsail Alliance remained silent, enduring the insults with cold stares. Had it been before, provoked by the bald apprentice's taunts, many would have angrily retorted or shared scornful remarks. But after enduring over a month of trials, those who were unaware of their circumstances had long since been cast into the sea. Surprised by the lack of opposition, the bald apprentice felt a mix of disappointment and irritation as he scratched his head and bellowed, "Let's go." 8 wizard apprentices led the way, trailed by fewer than 300 newcomers of the Bloodsail Alliance. As they traversed the seemingly unprosperous harbor, arriving before a towering, steep mountain. This colossal peak rose with an incline exceeding 80 degrees, its surface adorned with layers of dark iron chains, imparting a living sense of oppression. As though it were perpetually gazing down upon them. By this time, night had fallen, rendering the overall silhouette of the mountain only faintly visible. Such a steep ascent left the Bloodsail Alliance in contemplation, wondering if the Black Tower Wizard Academy was indeed situated atop this formidable mountain. However, with its sheer cliffs and an abundance of grotesque rock formations, coupled with a dense growth of bizarre, fearsome vegetation, how could one possibly scale it? Occasionally, a head eagle swooped across the darkened sky, prompting the bald leader to suddenly recall something. He turned with an intimidating glare, saying, "Listen well. Any head eagle that appears within or near the academy is not to be obstructed by any means. Otherwise, the academy's enforcement team will be merciless." The group exchanged glances of surprise, uncertain as to why the bald man would offer such a caution at that moment. The 7 wizard apprentices finally reached the base of the mountain, where the jagged cliffs were adorned with towering trees, each reaching heights of 40 to 50 meters, their ages unknown. Amidst the rustling leaves, a low murmur seemed to resonate, lending an eerie atmosphere. The bald wizard apprentice stood respectfully before one of the gigantic trees, bowing and requesting, "Please, open the passage." To the astonishment of the onlooking apprentices, the bark of the tree began to transform, revealing a lifelike human visage. After the eyes slowly scanned each person before it, the features vanished, reverting to the original bark. With a thunderous rumble, a massive stone was lifted by the black chains, unveiling a concealed passage. Following the lead of the wizard apprentices, the group traversed the mountain's base tunnel for a considerable distance before their eyes were suddenly met with a dazzling sight. A multitude of brightly lit structures appeared before them, the most striking of which was a towering edifice that soared hundreds of meters into the night sky. Was this the Black Tower? As the newcomers were captivated by the distant spire, Green's attention was drawn to a seemingly unremarkable stone tablet beside the tunnel. The tablet bore no remarkable features, having succumbed to considerable weathering, with its base covered in moss. Yet, the inscriptions upon the stone were so deeply etched that they had withstood the passage of time. Remaining eternally unchanged, Green silently read the carved words, "Grant me endless knowledge, and I shall leverage my being to unearth infinite worlds." The Black Tower Wizard Academy is situated in a corner of the Wizard Continent. To the east lies the vast and mysterious Seven Rings Sanctum, blocked by the thorny forest, while to the west is the boundless ocean known as the Gem Sea, similarly obstructed by the Black Mountain Range. Thus, the Black Tower stands as a relatively open and independent wizard academy. Of course, the impediments posed by the thorny forest and the Black Mountain Range are merely for ordinary wizard apprentices. For formal wizards possessing flight capabilities, such barriers are hardly significant. Half a month later, Green finally completed a thorough exploration of the Black Tower Wizard Academy, gaining a genuine understanding of its layout. Overall, the Black Tower is the true core of the academy. However, for most wizard apprentices, only the lower 7 floors are accessible to the public, while nearly 100 upper levels remain in absolute secrecy. Accessible only to the most powerful wizards. Aside from the Black Tower, the academy provides 3 major gathering places for apprentices: the Teaching Hall, the Library, and the Bounty Loft. Today marks the decade-long enrollment day for apprentices at the Black Tower Wizard Academy, a unified admission date for all wizard academies across the continent. Generally, each academy possesses its own sphere of influence, acquiring territory in accordance with its strength and selecting potential wizard apprentices from within its domain. However, it is evident that the Black Tower Wizard Academy does not adhere to conventional methods of recruitment, perhaps due to its overwhelming power compared to other academies, like a bustling throng of eager newcomers, guided by the older generation of wizard apprentices, entered the academy. The newcomers, infused with curiosity and a touch of arrogance, marveled at the various buildings, whispering and pointing, some even proclaiming grand aspirations to become illustrious stigmata wizards. The members of the Bloodsail Alliance merely followed along, maintaining a level of composure, starkly contrasting the excitement of the freshly arrived apprentices. Having endured their own rigorous trials, they perceive in these newcomers a reflection of their own once arrogant and naive selves. On the smooth marble plaza, thousands of newcomers stood in neat rows. Upon a lofty platform sat a dozen wizards of diverse appearances, all seemingly favoring the concealment of their forms beneath voluminous robes, shrouding their secrets. Among wizards, there is far less ceremonial formality than among nobles. Particularly, higher-tier wizards often address lower-tier ones with a tone of command, a natural consequence of the hierarchy within the wizarding world. Time in the wizard realm is measured by hourglasses and natural days, with some places utilizing mechanical clocks for hours and minutes. 1 natural day equates to 12 hourglasses, roughly translating to 1 hourglass equaling 2 mechanical clock hours in terms of timekeeping on East Coral Island. 3/4 of an hourglass later, the wizards on stage began to delineate the fundamental rules of the Black Tower Wizard Academy, as well as the various tasks and trials that apprentices must undertake. The Bloodsail Alliance members, recalling their experiences aboard the sea vessel, held no naive illusions regarding the Academy any longer. Green summarized the situation. Overall, the Black Tower extends a 3-year grace period for new apprentices. However, this so-called grace period comprises merely a meager allowance of 2 magical stones per month and a non-mandatory task period. After 3 years, a trial task will be imposed on newcomers. Green could easily surmise that this trial would likely serve as a rigorous filter, weeding out those deemed unworthy by the Academy today as for the purpose of the magical stones. Green remained unaware of their most fundamental utility, yet for the multitude of newcomers within the Academy, nearly all matters of strengthening one's abilities were intricately tied to these stones. For instance, borrowing wizard books for a week requires 1 magical stone, attending a lecture costs half a stone, and procuring experimental materials demands an abundance of stones. Moreover, if one possesses a surplus of magical stones, apprentices may directly approach certain wizards with inquiries or requests for guidance, or even purchase rare magical artifacts. In summary, magical stones hold far greater currency among wizards than the gold circulating among commoners, primarily due to their intrinsic value as indispensable consumables for all wizards. An hourglass later, for the time-conscious wizards, addressing a crowd of ignorant apprentices was an exercise in futility, a waste of precious time, and thus the assembly drew to a close. However, in the final moments, the wizards announced a piece of good news. The Academy would provide every wizard apprentice with a crystal ball, along with a foundational course on the 7 magnetic principles of wizardry. A gift from the illustrious 7 Rings Sanctum, a crystal ball, a wizardry introductory course. The 7 Rings Sanctum? As Green marveled at the prospect of the crystal ball and the foundational course, the unfamiliar term 7 Rings Sanctum piqued his interest. 3 days later, Green, the Yakris siblings, and Ben Hunson arrived early to secure front-row seats in Hall 9 for their lecture. As the instructor had yet to arrive, the group engaged in lively chatter. Ben Hunson, known for his loquacious nature, began to regale Green with tales from their brief alliance on the sea vessel. Let me share a secret with you. Those head eagles in the Academy aren't really head eagles at all. I overheard from an upperclassman that they are actually the eyes and ears of the enforcement team, guardians of the Academy. Pausing, Ben Hunson licked his lips with satisfaction before continuing. Moreover, I've heard that there are 2 places newcomers must absolutely avoid. One is rumored to be the site of strange occurrences, while the other is essentially the apprentice gladiatorial arena. Grin pondered for a moment, concluding that the so-called strange occurrences were likely rooted in the ignorance and fear of lower-tier sorcerers towards the knowledge possessed by their more advanced counterparts. As for the arena for sorcerer apprentices, he had heard whispers about it as well. Although the Black Soda Sorcerer Academy explicitly forbade killings within its premises, it never truly enforced this prohibition. The Academy operated under 2 unspoken rules. Firstly, if a murder was executed in a manner that evaded the scrutiny of the enforcement team, the victim would essentially die in vain, with no one to hold accountable, as Black Soda exhibited a remarkable lack of sympathy for the weak. Secondly, there existed a place known as the Ruined Yard. The enforcement team was only responsible for collecting the bodies there, without any obligation to investigate the circumstances. Thus, it became informally known as the arena for sorcerer apprentices. On the other hand, Ben Hanchuan noticed that Grin seemed somewhat skeptical about the existence of these strange happenings within the academy. He quickly asserted, "This is true. It is said that not only us newcomers encounter bizarre events there. Even those esteemed sorcerers have experienced them, and they are utterly powerless to prevent such occurrences." Observing Ben Hanchuan's earnestness, Grin felt a flicker of curiosity and inquired, "Where exactly?" "I knew you would ask. It's located by the abandoned water tower to the south of the academy. However, these strange events only occur at night. When you are alone, if you're interested, you could sneak a peek tonight," Ben Hanchuan urged Grin, who remained noncommittal. Deep inside, Grin harbored doubts about these so-called oddities, yet he dared not investigate recklessly. Unbeknownst to them, the hall had filled with numerous newcomers, while Grin and Ben Hanchuan engaged in quiet discussions about the academy's rumors. Meanwhile, Laffy and Yakris were also whispering among themselves. Suddenly, an unexpected voice broke through the murmurs. It belonged to a girl clad in finery, exuding elegance. Unlike many sorcerer apprentices who donned oversized robes, she sported a chic appearance, with her short purple-brown hair adorned by a string of red and blue gemstones on her forehead. Her gown, embellished with intricate purple-black patterns, radiated an aura of nobility, grace, and mystery, accentuating her lithe figure and porcelain skin, reminiscent of pristine parchment. This girl undoubtedly hailed from an extraordinary lineage, her noble demeanor surpassing even that of Laffy. Of course, within the realm of sorcery, distinctions between commoners and nobility were negligible. What truly differentiated sorcerers was knowledge and power at that moment. The poised girl, somewhat vexed, addressed the boy trailing behind her, who seemed eager to please. "How could there be no seats available in 9 halls? Did you not say that there are often many vacant spots? Why were we not in a hurry on the way?" The boy felt a pang of embarrassment for what he had gathered. Past newcomers rarely filled more than 8 lecture halls. Yet this year's intake had managed to occupy 9, leaving many outsiders unable to enter. In an instant, the boy realized the folly of his misinformation. Frowning, he was reluctant to admit his blunders in front of the girl and turned his gaze towards Yorkliana, who, as expected, appeared weak and unthreatening, eliciting no fear from anyone, be it on the sea or at the academy. "You two, step aside," the boy barked, pointing at Yorkliana and Yakris. Assuming that Yakris was likely a suitor of Yorkliana, as he spoke, the boy glanced behind him, prompting several individuals from the back of the hall to rise. They seemed to share the same origin as the boy, approaching with a united front, casting hostile glances at the now flustered Yorkliana. With a loud crash, Laffy stood up in a fit of rage, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the boy. "Are you addressing us?" The icy words seemed to be squeezed out from between Laffy's clenched teeth, making her anger palpable, without needing to say much more. Grin and Ben Hanchuan, having fought together for a month at sea, also rose to their feet, while Yakris fumed. "Let us pass. Who do you think you are?" His shout drew the attention of nearly everyone in the hall. Beside Yakris sat an unfamiliar boy, sporting black-rimmed glasses and an air of refinement. Observing Grin and his companions boldly confronting the aggressive group, he quickly shifted away, distancing himself from Yakris, and inwardly sighed. What a bunch of oblivious fools. His gaze towards Grin and the others resembled that of someone gazing upon the deceased. Next to this bespectacled boy, a girl covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of pity for Grin and his friends. On the other side, upon hearing Yorkris's roar and the arrival of reinforcements, the boy momentarily faltered. However, fury quickly replaced his surprise. With a keen eye, he discerned that apart from Laffy, who might come from somewhat better background, the others exuded an unmistakable air of commoners. That moment, these commoners had the audacity to defy him. Moreover, they had humiliated him in front of her. The rage simmering within him was nearly driving him to madness. Towering an imposing height of nearly 6.5 feet, he looked down upon Grin and his companions, proclaiming, "You will kneel and slap yourselves in the face immediately. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might spare you. Otherwise, I swear, you will not last 6 months in this place." The boy was seething with wrath, filled with malice. How dare these commoners offend him? No, he must consult with that senior to discover how to eliminate these commoners. Not last 6 months? Very well. Laffy responded with a sardonic smile. I shall relish seeing how you intend to ensure our demise within that time frame. With that, Laffy surprisingly calmed down, sitting back in her chair. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the boy, who was equally furious. All right, since you seek death. Just as the boy was about to unleash a harsh retort, a sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air as a powerful slap struck his face. Stunned, the boy turned back to see the friend who had struck him, his face flushed with disbelief and anger, veins protruding on his forehead. The friend who had delivered the blow now appeared panicked, explaining, "It wasn't me. I felt as though I were being controlled just now." It must be, at this moment, an astonishing sight unfolded in the vast lecture hall as a staggering 70 to 80 individuals stood up in unison, each wearing an expression of fierce intensity, occupying half of the space and encircling the group of over a dozen individuals, coldly observing the boy who had been so brazenly confrontational towards Grin and his friends. The light sword wielder, Amrand, and the one-armed manipulator approached side by side. The manipulator frowned and remarked, "There are only 10 grains of sand left in the hourglass before class begins." Yet Amrand merely chuckled lightly, playing with the exquisite ring on his finger as he coldly stated, "That will suffice." Without any hint of emotion, Amrand bellowed towards the lecture hall. Bloodsail Alliance is clearing this place. Those who wish to avoid trouble should leave immediately. Bloodsail Alliance? What organization is that? I've never heard the elders mention it before. Who cares what organization it is? Did you not see how intimidating these individuals look? Let us go. We must leave now. In the blink of an eye, Lecture Hall number 9 was left with nearly 80 members of the Bloodsail Alliance surrounding the frightened newcomers from the Sorcerer's Continent, while the boy who had boasted about ensuring Grin and his companions would not survive 6 months appeared pale. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably beneath his robe. "Yu. This is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding," stammered the boy named Taurus, his composure crumbling as he abandoned all pretense of dignity, his voice nearly breaking into a sob. He had never anticipated that such a powerful organization would exist among this year's newcomers. It was worth noting that they had only been enrolled for 3 days. A misunderstanding? Ha! Laffy scoffed, casting a glance at Chris and Yorkliana. Yorkliana timidly interjected, "Sister Laffy, please don't kill him. Killing within the academy will attract the enforcement team's scrutiny." Yorkliana's gentle please sent waves of cold sweat down Taurus's back, along with the 10 or so individuals behind him. Not kill him. Are they truly considering taking action? They were acutely aware that brazenly committing murder within the academy would lead to a dead end when the enforcement team intervened. Rest assured, Laffy comforted Yorkliana, allowing Taurus to breathe a sigh of relief while simultaneously steeling his resolve. She wouldn't dare, he thought. Even if she did, she would require the backing of senior sorcerer apprentices to act. Although these individuals might have formed an alliance for some reason, they were ultimately just a group of uninformed, powerless commoners. This alliance won't last long. However, at that moment, Amurangdi continued on from Rafi's words, addressing Yorkliana. "We have thoroughly investigated the Academy's rules these days and initially intended to establish authority for the alliance. Since this fellow has had the misfortune of offending Rafis, let it be him." The manipulator of spells scoffed. "In matters like this, only I can intervene for the entire alliance now. I hope the practitioners of the Curse Division grow quickly." Green observed that the situation was nearly resolved and, without a second thought, delivered a swift kick to Taurus's abdomen. Instantly, Taurus's face turned pale and then flushed, resembling someone who had just ingested something vile. Bending over and clutching his stomach tightly, yet refraining from uttering a sound. Humph, disgusting creature. Green recalled the disdain he had seen in this person's eyes, reminiscent of the arrogant members of the Bloodsail Alliance on the Sea Wheel. Each one brimming with pride. It was the faceless masked sorcerer who had awakened everyone, compelling them to confront their true selves, shedding their childish ignorance, and no longer remaining as the pampered children of their parents. "Hello, this matter has nothing to do with me. May I leave?" The girl, whom Taurus had persistently pursued, cast a disdainful glance at him, feeling uncomfortable surrounded by so many people, boldly inquiring of the crowd. Amurangdi paused, scrutinizing the girl's every movement. After a moment, the coldness on Amurandi's face vanished entirely, replaced by a friendly, noble smile as he bowed to the girl, saying, "Of course, my beautiful lady Do." The girl appeared surprised, gazing at Amurandi a few more times before smiling in astonishment, departing from the crowd without a backward glance as she left. The lecture hall number 9 erupted with a cacophony of wails, akin to the cries of slaughtered pigs. Utterly tragic. The newcomers outside, cleared from the scene, exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their discomfort. These individuals are truly formidable. The newcomer who had initially believed that Yorkliana and Green were done for now secretly cursed himself. Just moments ago, witnessing their audacious demeanor, he should have realized they had some background. Yet he had chosen to withdraw. The boy lamented, pondering how advantageous it would have been had he stepped forward and allied with those individuals to join the Bloodsail Alliance. Sigh. With only a brief time left before class, Taurus departed, supported by several newcomers with bruised faces. Amurandi gestured towards the manipulator of spells, mimicking a throat-cutting motion, to which the manipulator reluctantly nodded, following the group out. Soon after, the lecture hall number 9 was once again filled with people, as if the recent brawl had merely been a figment of imagination. The sound of high heels echoed down the corridor. And with the timely chime of the magical clock, a young and beautiful sorceress entered the hall under the incredulous gaze of the crowd. With sleek, dark brown hair, smooth skin, and amber eyes, her form was accentuated by a fitted gown that emphasized her alluring silhouette, all indicative of a mature, sensual sorceress. This was the first time Green had encountered a sorceress in a normal human form. "Well, I shall be your instructor for the 7 foundational education courses. You may refer to me as Instructor Leonie." The sorceress's voice possessed a magnetic quality, and upon noticing the astonished expressions of the crowd, she seemed to recall something, adding with a smile, "Are you surprised by my appearance?" Hee. Not all sorceresses are solely focused on bloodline studies. While bloodline sorcery can easily grant sorcerers immense power in a short time, it also alters their appearance and carries irreversible mental invasiveness. Thus, bloodline sorcery is not suitable for every sorcerer. Wow. The crowd thought to themselves that indeed, the world of sorcery possessed a beautiful side. Suddenly, a crunching sound interrupted the atmosphere, causing the previously enchanted expressions of the crowd to stiffen. Even Green felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. This beautiful sorceress, without a hint of concern, produced a palm-sized black centipede and casually popped it into her mouth, producing a crunching sound that evoked vivid imagery of the creature's juices within her. Such a stunning sorceress, yet, sigh. "Are you surprised that I consumed this?" Leonie inquired, observing the expressions on their faces, then shook her head dismissively, continuing, "Every elemental sorcerer possesses 3 common traits: a crystal ball, a companion insect, and a soul slave, if you wish to avoid mysteriously succumbing to curses or illusionary attacks. You should cultivate your companion insects as soon as possible." The sorcerer smiled, and by that time, you will come to understand that these insects are not as filthy as your shallow interpretation suggests. They are merely symbols of the infinite world, part of the ecological system. Struggling to suppress his urge to vomit, Green silently thought, "That is still not like you treating it as a snack." Leonie appeared unconcerned by the gazes of the crowd, continuing to munch on the centipede, and after swallowing, she calmly stated, "Since this is our first class, let us discuss your perceptions of sorcerers." The crowd exchanged glances. Ben Henson was the first to stand and declare, "Great sorcerers are those who master the order of the world. They stand atop the pinnacle of existence, controlling the balance of all beings. Life and death. Sorcerers represent a transcendence of the mundane, an elevation of life, a scattering of individuals rose, nearly all praising sorcerers as great, mysterious, and irresistible." Green attempted to articulate his own perspective on sorcerers. Great sorcerers should achieve their ideals through the knowledge they command. Correct? As he spoke, the words inscribed on the boulder at the Academy's tunnel in trance naturally surfaced in his mind. "Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall leverage myself to pry open the infinite world." After the newcomers shared their understanding of sorcerers, Leonie remained silent, indicating her dissatisfaction. However, no one else stood to speak. Leonie calmly remarked, "A sorcerer is one who wields their exquisite knowledge as a lever to manipulate the rules of the world. Remember, The one who uttered this phrase was the ancient Great Spirit sorcerer Antonio. Thereafter, the sorceress tidied up the teaching desk and declared, "All right, I will now demonstrate what it means to manipulate rules." She produced 3 identical magical stones and shook them over the crystal ball before her. Observe, these 3 magical stones each contain energy equivalent to 7 standard magical units. With that, Leonie recited a sorcery incantation, and a transparent barrier rose above the podium. The crystal ball before her slowly levitated into the air. Leonie continued, "Now, this crystal ball will record the energy unit information released by these 3 magical stones." The first magical stone was simply enveloped in Leonie's magical power and then hurled toward the floating crystal ball, which subsequently exploded with a resounding boom. Let us examine the results to be why employing the most primitive means to detonate the magical stone. The crystal ball recorded an impact of 3 standard magical units. Yet this stone originally possessed energy equivalent to 7 standard magical units. Leonie shook her head, in other words, under the sorcerer's crude manipulation. This magical stone failed to exhibit its inherent attributes. Next, Leonie picked up the second magical stone. After encasing it in her magical power, the energy began to flow into her body. She then chanted an incantation, summoning a fireball the size of a fist that ignited at her fingertips. Casually, Leonie tossed the fireball into the air toward the crystal ball, and with a flash of the barrier, a resounding explosion echoed as the barrier contained the flames within a small segment of the podium. Observe the results. This time, I employed the most fundamental fireball spell array to convert the magical energy from the stone into fire power. The crystal ball indicates it has just endured an attack with an energy intensity of 40 degrees. A staggering 13 times stronger than the previous 3 degrees, unleashing 5 times the original power of the magical stone. Afterward, Leonie picked up the final magical stone. Once again absorbing its energy, she recited a complex incantation, and a fireball the size of a human head ignited at her fingertip. However, this fireball began to morph in response to the incantation, taking on the shape of a soaring firebird. This is the fireball spell modification array I researched during my apprenticeship, a study that consumed 3 years of my life. Yet, reflecting on it now, it was indeed worthwhile. Subsequently, the firebird soared with a swift whoosh towards the floating crystal orb, resulting in a violent explosion that engulfed the orb in a torrent of raging flames. Radiating an aura of concentrated energy, the event was rapid and fleeting. The entire explosion transpired in the blink of an eye, unlike the prolonged burn of the flames that preceded it. With a mere gesture, the crystal orb landed in her palm. Ilian examined the data within the orb and chuckled. The crystal orb indicates it just withstood an assault of 66 energy units. This implies that a magical stone, which possesses merely 7 energy units, has been propelled to unleash over 9 times its inherent energy through the leverage of knowledge wielded by a sorceress like myself. Pausing momentarily, she added with a smile, "This, indeed, is the power mastered by a sorceress." The hall was filled with newcomers who, for the first time, grasped the essence and philosophy behind a sorceress's command of power, their faces illuminating with expressions of wonder and incredulity, as if they were witnessing something profoundly delightful. However, most viewed Ilian's experiment merely as an intriguing game, their thoughts consumed solely by the power that sorcery could bestow and their aspirations to grasp such power themselves. Meanwhile, Green pondered deeply, leveraging knowledge as a fulcrum and himself as a pivot, manipulating the dichotomies and conflicts of rules to shift the very fabric of reality. Was this what it meant to be a sorcerer? Time flew, and 2 years had elapsed in this span. The sorcerer's continent experienced over 700 natural days. For the newcomers at the Black Soda Sorcerer Academy, this time was ripe with possibilities. Green diligently swept the corners of a library with a broom. A part-time job he secured through the influence of the Bloodsail Alliance, earning 2 magical stones each month as remuneration. Point 1 should not underestimate this position. Many had clamored for it, yet it was only through Rafi's and the Bloodsail Alliance that Green managed to obtain it. With additional allowances, he received a total of 4 magical stones monthly. Under normal circumstances, during the 3-year protection period for newcomers at the Academy, this would have sufficed for someone of Green's caliber to evolve into a magical apprentice. Yet he found himself troubled. Had he erred in his approach? Green furrowed his brow, his spirits dampened. Over the past 2 years, he had mastered but one spell, the preliminary transformation of the sniffing spell. Originally, Green had completed this spell merely 6 months after entering the academy. Following the typical path for newcomers, he should have been diligently meditating and seizing every opportunity to acquire magical stones to learn new spells, a task that should have been relatively easy given his monthly income of 4 stones. However, Green had sought to delve deeper, to comprehend the intricate principles underlying the spell, which had led him to squander precious time. For instance, after 2 years of studying the sniffing spell, he had gleaned an ambiguous insight: why the sniffing transformation did not qualify as a bloodline magic. Yet, what use was this knowledge? Could such so-called wisdom empower him to endure the trials awaiting him a year hence? Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall leverage myself to shift the infinite world. Was knowledge truly of such paramount importance? Had he genuinely misjudged his path? It was no wonder Green felt increasingly adrift. The 3-year protection period was drawing to a close. Soon, the Academy's harrowing trial examinations would commence. Followed by mandatory tasks every 2 years from his predecessors, Green understood that these trial examinations were, in essence, a brutal gauntlet designed to sift through the capable newcomers. During these trials, the mortality rate for those who had not mastered 3 spells to become magical apprentices exceeded 90%. Even among apprentices, the death rate hovered around 40%. Such stark realities led the older generation of magical apprentices to dub the trials as the Bloody Millstone. Once, the sniffing transformation and the scent mapping had embodied Green's hopes within the sorceress realm, his unique advantage over ordinary magical apprentices. Yet now, no. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the library, startling Green into action as he rushed towards the source of the cry. There, a small group of 4 or 5 individuals stood frozen, merely observing the writhing figure on the ground. As Green approached, his pupils dilated in shock. Lindsay, the apprentice sorceress convulsing on the ground, was Lindsay, one of the first to ascend to the rank of apprentice in this cohort. Well known and admired for her striking beauty, garnering the secret affections of many male apprentices. However, Lindsay harbored a notable flaw: her refusal to cultivate companion insects. This was understandable, for to an ordinary person's mindset, the thought of being infested with a horde of wriggling insects, even within one's body, was undeniably terrifying. Green himself had once vehemently resisted such notions. Companion insects represented a sorcerer's initial application of soul power, distributing their strength to certain uniquely functional insects, thereby gaining corresponding abilities. Though companion insects possessed notable defensive capabilities, their fundamental purpose lay in enhancing a sorcerer's resistance to curses and illusions. Watching Lindsay writhe in agony, Green sighed. Yet another apprentice sorceress was on the brink of a painful demise. Over the course of 2 years, he had witnessed too many succumb to such cursed fates, a method of killing that remained elusive to the Academy's enforcement team. A malicious thought flickered in Green's mind as he speculated on Lindsay's potential fate. Would she be devoured by flesh-eating insects, reduced to mere bones, or would her blood solidify, leading to suffocation? Or perhaps, like the unfortunate soul before her, would her physiological functions simply cease, leaving behind a lifeless husk? The anguished cries grew ever more harrowing as Green detected a charred scent in the air. Lindsay's dark red skin finally succumbed, collapsing in defeat. Simultaneously, her body shriveled at a visible pace, as though the very bones of her form had dissolved, losing all structural integrity. Moments later, she transformed into ashes, the remnants of her garments lying undisturbed on the ground. An eerie scene, as though an inexplicable force had whisked her away. A self-igniting curse, an exceedingly advanced form of sorcery, one of the apprentices nearby murmured, before nonchalantly departing, having witnessed too many newcomers perish under such curses to be phased. Typically, the period leading up to the trial examinations saw the highest incidence of accidental deaths among newcomers, sending a chill down Green's spine. Despite having encountered this gruesome sight numerous times, he remained acutely aware of his own vulnerability to a similar fate. Of course, the imposition of a curse necessitated a condition. The sorcerer's bodily information must have been compromised. This bodily information could be as minuscule as a drop of blood, a fingernail, or even a single hair. Legend had it that the most proficient curse casters could indirectly acquire such bodily information from items previously touched by the victim. Thus, enacting their curses, the night fell. The Bloodsail Alliance convened. The former hierarchy of 5 major spellcasters had long since disbanded. Now, the Bloodsail Alliance was governed by 12 elder members, among the original 5 spellcasters. Only the Fireball caster and the Puppet caster had met untimely ends, while the remaining 3 had ascended to elder status, alongside 9 others who had subsequently risen through the ranks with exceptional talent and intellect. Rafis, Yakris, Yorkliana, Ben Hankson, and Green sat together. Yet despite their enduring camaraderie, Green felt an inexplicable melancholy. Green, Yakris spoke softly. Last week, Rafis led us on an expedition to the Thorny Forest, and we had some success. Though perilous, we each managed to secure around 7 magical stones. What do you say? Will you join us this time? Green feigned indifference, replying quietly, "Forget it. You know I'm of little use right now. I'd only hinder you," and he glanced at Yorkliana. "Even now, your sister has surpassed me considerably." Green was acutely aware that Yorkliana had already mastered 3 spells, officially becoming a magical apprentice. Furthermore, all 3 spells were supportive in nature, providing tremendous assistance to Yakris. Together, they could even rival some elder-level apprentices within the Alliance. Green, stop pretending. Continuing down this path will only spiral you into a vicious cycle. I at your desire to remain mediocre for the rest of your life. Rafi, unable to contain himself any longer, gazed urgently into Green's eyes, his voice tinged with anxiety and an unmistakable concern. For everyone was aware that a year hence would bring forth a brutal examination, and the members of the Bloodsail Alliance harbored no illusions, diligently seizing every moment to enhance their abilities. Green hesitated, when suddenly a voice interrupted him. It belonged to a bearded wizarding apprentice named Amida, one of the 12 elders of the Bloodsail Alliance at that moment, and a devoted admirer of Rafi, endowed with exceptional magical talent. Amida declared, "Enough of this. When you presume to assist a friend, do you not consider his pride? Your apparent generosity bears no distinction from mere charity." Having spoken, Amida turned to Green, a sincere smile gracing his lips, and said, "Do not worry. You are Rafi's friend, and thereby also my friend, Amida. Regardless of your perceived weakness, neither I nor the Alliance shall forsake you." Indeed, Brother Green, chimed Yorkliana timidly. "Should you encounter any difficulty, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will certainly do my utmost to assist you." Green observed the earnestness of those around him, forcing a grateful smile upon his face, as if that alone could convey his happiness and appreciation for all they had done for him. Yet within his heart, he felt a sharp pang, as though someone were relentlessly stabbing at the most vulnerable parts of his soul. Yes, his friends stood from the vantage of success, looking down upon him, eager to lend their support. Even Amida, who had once gazed up at Green from an obscure corner of the Bloodsail Alliance, now offered his generous understanding and compassion, seeking to empathize with Green's anguish and care for his thoughts. All of this pierced Green's heart deeply. That on the high platform, one of the 12 elders announced internal news of the Alliance. Currently, the Bloodsail Alliance ranks 5th among all apprentice organizations within the Black Soda Wizarding Academy. The top 4 positions are held by legacy organizations of elder wizards. Thus, I extend my congratulations on this remarkable achievement. He continued, "At present, we have 217 formal members, of whom 205 have officially become wizarding apprentices, and 17 apprentices have gained the recognition of a Grand Wizard, becoming direct disciples. We congratulate these apprentices acknowledged by the Grand Wizard and encourage the newcomers still in the formative stages, hoping everyone will collectively strive to promote and elevate our organization." Amida smiled, continually waving to those around him who offered their congratulations, being one of the 17 apprentices recognized by the wizard. Meanwhile, Green kept his head bowed, quietly observing everything around him. Occasionally, acquaintances would encourage him, uttering words of belief in his potential to become a wizarding apprentice. But each time, Green felt a wave of anguish, compelled to maintain a smile in response. In his heart, Green repeatedly questioned himself. Had he truly erred? After the gathering, on the way back with Ben Hunson, There was a prolonged silence. Hey, tea last. Ben Hunson erupted. Pa, what does that Amida think he is, claiming Rafi is your friend, as if we ought to curry favor with him? He says he won't abandon you, nor will the Alliance. Does he believe himself to represent the Alliance? Ben Hunson fumed. You were present when the 5 spellcasters founded the Bloodsail Alliance, one of its original members. He is at best a second-generation member. Yet he dares to speak to you as if he possesses seniority. Finally, Ben Hunson could contain himself no longer. That scoundrel thinks Rafi merely regards you as a common friend. He has no idea how you saved Rafi during the sea monster attack, nor does he comprehend Rafi's feelings. Rafi's heart belongs to you, not to him, no matter how he has fawned over you these past months. Green raised his head, staring blankly at his friend, the same friend he had often found tiresome in his verbosity. Yet at that moment, tears welled in Green's eyes. Thank you, Ben Hunson. I need a moment alone. Green turned away to conceal his vulnerability. Ben Hunson said nothing more, merely patted Green on the shoulder before departing. Alone, Green walked silently, reflecting on the past 2 years, from his initial arrival at the Black Soda Wizarding Academy, through his fervent pursuit of what he believed to be significant secrets in the realm of knowledge, to the present, where he found himself in such a dismal state. Unbeknownst to him, Green arrived at the entrance of the Black Soda Mountains. In that secluded, silent corner stood a weathered and crumbling stone tablet, unwavering against the passage of time, indifferent to whether anyone noticed its presence, simply standing there in quiet solitude. Green lifted his gaze to the monumental stone that had once altered his fate, reading its inscription once more, his emotions a swirl of uncertainty. Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall use myself as a fulcrum to leverage the infinite world. He chuckled bitterly. That moment, Green felt a wave of childishness and ignorance wash over him. An ancient wizard's grand declaration. Now a distant pinnacle, an incitement for the successful. He had unwittingly succumbed to the allure of idolization, reverence, and reckless disregard, even engaging in such a perilous gamble. Had he, like those apprentices, labored tirelessly to master one spell after another, disregarding the validity of the knowledge or its foundational principles, he might well have attained the status of a wizarding apprentice or even an elder of the Alliance by now. The ancient wizard who uttered that ambitious proclamation had likely ascended to the apex of the world. Yet what was he, Green, in comparison? Did he truly harbor the folly of emulating the ancient sages, aspiring to become another great wizard? In a moment of despair, Green wished to depart silently, but as he cast one last glance at the colossal stone, it felt as though an epiphany struck him, and his body jolted. Grant me boundless knowledge, and I shall use myself as a fulcrum to leverage the infinite world. But who would provide him with boundless knowledge as leverage? Knowledge is elusive. In that instant, Green sensed the depth of despair entwined within that once ambitious declaration. It was as if the ancient wizard lamented his own impotence in acquiring greater knowledge, recognizing that the pursuit of wisdom was fraught with thorns, obstacles, and hardships, often leading one to despair and exhaustion. Tempting surrender, a wave of sorrow began to permeate Green's resolve. As he seemed to empathize with the great wizard's anguish, he stood there, motionless, for an indeterminate duration. Suddenly, Green raised his head, striding purposefully toward his small abode. In that moment, he felt reborn, a steadfast conviction igniting within him. The path he had chosen in pursuit of truth and knowledge must be adhered to resolutely. Otherwise, how would he differ from the ordinary masses who merely drifted along with the tide? This was a quest for the truth of knowledge, a commitment never to yield, even if this path were fraught with despair and death. Solitude and endless trials, Green would refuse to tread the footsteps of others. Green did not hastily rush to take action, but instead endeavored to calm himself through meditation, seeking to organize his emotions and thoughts. For a wizard, meditation serves as a means to transform mental energy into equivalent magical power, while also functioning as the most fundamental practice to hone and enhance one's mental fortitude. Thus emerged the notion of wizarding aptitude. Depending on one's aptitude, the same duration of meditation might yield varying results. Some individuals could see a modest increase in mental strength in a year, while others might take a decade for the same gain. After the passage of an hourglass's time, Green opened his eyes, concluding his daily meditation. It is not the length of meditation that matters, but rather consistency. Ideally, one should meditate for the duration of an hourglass each day. Beyond that, a wizard risks mental fatigue, diminishing the efficacy of their meditation. Exhaling a breath of pent-up air, Green grasped his crystal ball to assess his current state. Mental strength, 13. Magical power, 125, 137. My magical power cap has increased by 2 points. It seems that recent insights have indeed stirred something within me. This moment, Green finally managed to maintain a state of emotional equilibrium, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of a sorcerer as he sat quietly before his experimental workstation. On the table lay a dissected frog, steeped in a preservative solution, while several white mice squeaked incessantly within their cage, amongst an array of glass jars containing various insects. A sealed large container housed a monkey's brain in a yellow liquid. Additionally, several bottles of enigmatic liquids emitted distinct fragrances, seemingly concocted by Green himself, according to scent profiles, along with a precious low-grade microscope. Green retrieved his experimental journal, a compendium of insights garnered over 2 years of research into the nose hunter modification. Throughout this period, Green had trained his modified nose hunter to recognize nearly 4,000 scent profiles, a feat nearly tenfold superior to that of an average individual. Rubbing his temples, Green resumed his contemplation. The nose hunter modification was not a bloodline sorcery, a fact confirmed half a year ago upon acquiring the microscope. Bloodline sorcery involves a wizard enhancing their power system through the infusion of blood from formidable creatures, followed by mysterious methods of transformation and evolution. Lighting a small stick of soothing incense, a concoction of scents crafted by Green based on scent profiles and alchemical principles. He pondered, since this was neither a bloodline sorcery system nor one accessible through elemental, curse, mystical, psychic, spiritual, alchemical, or mechanical systems, what then was the principle behind the nose hunter modification? Damn it, and why was there no author credited in this tome of magical sorcery? Green had diligently searched the Academy library for similar magical texts on nose hunter modification, hoping to find references that could mutually corroborate his findings and advance his experiments. However, to his astonishment, the vast library held not a single book akin to the nose hunter modification, one that could alter and evolve a wizard's body without falling under the categories of bloodline, alchemical, or mechanical sorcery. After a solitary pacing in his room, Green seemed to formulate an idea. He hurried back to the workstation, seizing a white mouse from its cage. If this was not bloodline sorcery, then what exactly had been altered in the organism to facilitate its evolution? Perhaps an experiment was in order to investigate which specific substances injected during the nose hunter modification had transformed its body. With this new line of thought, Green, like a madman, rummaged beneath the workstation until he unearthed a vial of red reagent. This substance was a synthetic pigment, harmless when ingested since biological gastric mucosa would digest any harmful components. However, direct injection could lead to mild toxic reactions in the organism that a wizard would not harbor any sympathy for their experimental materials. Green had a few low-grade materials left for the nose hunter modification, allowing him to concoct a subpar injection that would not yield significant evolution. Yet it sufficed for observational experiments. After half a day, a rudimentary synthetic agent for the nose hunter modification was completed, infused with synthetic pigment. Fortunately, several months prior, Green had extracted blood cells from the white mouse to obtain a neutralizing agent. Otherwise, this step alone would have consumed weeks. Grasping a slender syringe, Green injected the synthetic agent into the white mouse's body, patiently awaiting the manifestation of the nose hunter modification. 2 days later, under the microscope, an astonishing experimental result unfolded before Green's eyes. How could this be? The white mouse's cells exhibited signs of poisoning, with all of them stained red by the pigment. How could this be possible? The nasal region had been evolved, yet why did the reagent necessitate altering every single cell in its body? Green's expression reflected both disbelief and a hint of exhilaration. Perhaps today heralded a significant breakthrough. However, he could not continue his research in his humble abode, for this microscope was merely the most basic type. Despite having spent 30 magical stones to procure it from the Black Tower, it could only observe the microscopic world of cells, belonging to the knowledge base of an apprentice wizard. Attempting to delve deeper into cellular changes was beyond its capability. The experiment could not be halted. Gritting his teeth, Green gathered all his apparatus and made his way to the Black Tower, the very heart of the Wizarding Academy. The Black Tower sprawled over an immense area, its ground floor resembling a colossal marketplace, stretching as far as the eye could see. Without delay, Green rushed to the topmost seventh floor. "That I wish to rent a high-powered microscope," he said, clutching his apparatus with urgency. The apprentice wizard in charge of precious rental equipment glanced at Green and replied coolly, "1 magical stone per day. However, should any damage occur to the equipment during the rental period, the enforcement team will hold you accountable." Taken aback by the rental fee for the high-powered microscope, Green gritted his teeth, producing a magical stone and hurriedly entering the laboratory a day later. As Green exited the laboratory, his countenance darkened as he approached the apprentice wizard in charge, asking, "Excuse me, are there any higher-grade microscopes available for rent?" Higher grade. The apprentice wizard managing the experimental apparatus was startled by Green's inquiry. "You, an apprentice wizard, need such precision for what kind of intricate potion research? Even our high-powered microscopes should suffice. Typically, only alchemical studies demanded such stringent requirements for microscopes, with mechanical studies occasionally needing them. Other disciplines rarely required such devices." Thus, the apprentice wizard shrugged dismissively. "Our academy does not specialize in alchemy, so we certainly do not possess any higher-grade equipment." "Wait a moment, I just remembered." Green's expression brightened. "Is there really?" The apprentice wizard gave Green a peculiar look and chuckled. "My mentor possesses a more valuable microscope, said to have been acquired from the 7-ringed Holy Tower." "Your mentor?" Green's face fell further. It was needless to say that his mentor must be a great sorcerer, and borrowing from such a formidable figure seemed utterly implausible. Mustering his courage, Green inquired, "May I ask who your mentor is?" "You need not concern yourself with my mentor's identity. However, if you can provide me with 20 magical stones, I might allow you to use his high-grade microscope while he is away." "What do you say?" The apprentice wizard winked at Green with an expression that implied understanding. "20 magical stones." Green jumped as if his tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, "Are you insane? Just for a single use? Such an exorbitant price. There's no other way. I am also taking a considerable risk. If my mentor discovers this, I will be in dire straits. If it's up to you, that I won't take you unless you part with at least 1 magical stone." The apprentice wizard replied nonchalantly, "By the way, I'm Valod. If you need anything, feel free to find me." With gritted teeth, Green turned and left. Not only could he not afford 20 magical stones, but even 2 stones were beyond his means. At present, he possessed merely 1.5 magical stones. Think of a way. Think of a way. How can I acquire those damned 20 magical stones? Green walked in agitation, borrowing over the past 2 years. He had not made any new acquaintances, and asking for a loan from someone in the Bloodsail Alliance was not an option he would consider unless absolutely necessary. Great sorcerers should accomplish their ideals through the mastery of knowledge. Yes, the nose hunter sorcery I currently command is indeed knowledge. But how can I leverage this knowledge to acquire those damned magical stones? As Green rubbed his temples on the verge of collapse, he suddenly noticed the several vials of fragrance agents he had concocted on the experimental table. Perhaps I could attempt to sell these scent agents? Unlike typical apprentice wizards, who focused on elemental sorcery, Green specialized in nose hunter sorcery and scent profiling. Although devoid of offensive capabilities, he was nearly an expert in olfactory science, capable of effectively tracking targets and evading pursuit. This was a rare field of study among apprentice wizards, who seemed to only pursue destructive sorcery. Aha! Perhaps I could synthesize fragrance agents that naturally attract humans based on scent profiles. In an almost instantaneous moment, Green recalled a scent from the olfactory spectrum that captivates humanity, the aroma of pheromones. Most humans are incapable of perceiving this scent. In fact, within the olfactory spectrum, pheromonal emissions are often categorized among the more unpleasant odors. Yet this scent can evoke subconscious illusions in those of the opposite sex who encounter it. To put it simply, it acts as an aphrodisiac. Inspiration surged forth, for the science of scent was Green's forte, honed through 2 years of dedicated research, including his earlier endeavors on East Coral Island. Crafting a fragrance requires 10 distinct aromatic notes. 3 top notes to deliver an immediate olfactory impact, 3 middle notes that linger and evoke memories over a few moments, and 3 base notes that will release their essence over the coming days, resonating with a melodic and intoxicating aroma. Finally, there exists a foundational note, the essence of the fragrance, which suppresses the previous 9 notes. Once experienced, all recollections will be tinged with this foundational scent. While this may appear straightforward, it involves intricate calculations regarding the interactions of scent molecules. Had it not been for Green's years of meticulous study and memorization of the olfactory spectrum, an ordinary wizard apprentice might only consider blending natural floral and honeyed scents. However, Green's method of crafting fragrances involved transforming the foundational scent into that of pheromones. Thus, he found himself needing to create 2 distinct fragrances tailored for men and women alike, for 2 consecutive days and nights. Green remained in a state of intense focus while concocting the fragrances, never neglecting his duties to tidy the library. After this period of unusual fervor, with dark circles under his eyes, Green arrived at the trading square on the first floor of Black Tower. Clutching 30 bottles of fragrance. Could you assist me in selling these 30 bottles, pricing each at 1 magic stone? Green inquired of a wizard's apprentice engrossed in a tome of spells. This apprentice, a rotund fellow, despite his loose robes, could not conceal his ample girth, his eyes nearly squished into slits by the flesh of his face. The stout man looked up at Green, bewildered. Fragrance? What is that? I have plenty of nectar. It's a potion that alters one's body odor and essence, possessing a subconscious attractive effect towards the opposite sex. My little invention, Green briefly explained. Attracting the opposite sex. The rotund apprentice seemed intrigued, eager to open a bottle and experience its aroma. Green quickly interjected, there are 2 types of fragrances, one for men and one for women. Using the wrong one could lead to adverse effects. Under Green's guidance, the stout man closed his eyes and cautiously opened a bottle, inhaling deeply. After a moment of stillness, he suddenly opened his eyes, astonished, and gazed at Green. What is the name of this fragrance? Such a marvelous potion. I feel the restlessness of youth, reminiscent of the exhilarating heartbeat of a first crush. What an extraordinary experience. The name. Let us call it Venus, the goddess of love, Green replied, slightly taken aback by the stout man's exaggerated enthusiasm. Having also inhaled the fragrance, Green found it alluring, yet not nearly as overwhelming as the stout man described. Was it perhaps due to his own lack of genuine romantic experience? Green pondered. Venus, the goddess of love? What a splendid name, the stout man exclaimed. However, I have a suggestion. Let us sell this Venus at 2 magic stones per bottle. What do you think? Naturally, the stout man was eager for a higher price for such a rare potion, as it would yield him greater rewards. 2 magic stones per bottle. Isn't that a bit excessive? Green questioned, skeptical about spending such a sum on a fragrance that would not enhance one's combat prowess. The stout man, however, dismissed his concerns. Those who can afford this fragrance won't bat an eyelash at a single magic stone. Do you think this academy is filled with newcomers struggling for every magic stone? Besides, who says I intend to sell it solely to apprentices? We could market it to the esteemed wizards. Green's jaw dropped in astonishment. How could one be so extravagant? This was merely a casual concoction of his. I raised the price a bit, stating 3 magic stones per bottle. Yet that wizard didn't even flinch, tossing me a mid-tier magic stone without asking for change. The stout man chuckled, eagerly asking Green, So, do you have more of this fragrance? I assure you it will sell like hotcakes. I could even market it to other wizard academies within the 7 rings, taking the 90 magic stones handed over by the stout man, along with 10 as a consignment fee. Green felt a surge of excitement, but hesitated that I can concoct more fragrances at any time, but it will require considerable time and effort with the trials approaching. I wish to focus on enhancing my skills that in the future, I may only be able to create some when I find myself in need of magic stones. The stout man, though somewhat disappointed, understood the rigors of the impending trials and nodded in agreement. Very well. Leave your crystal ball information with me, and we shall stay in touch. My name is Deegan. You can call me Fatty. All right. Later, Green discreetly departed from the Black Tower as someone now possessing a substantial wealth of 90 magic stones. He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that envious apprentices might cast curses upon him. Previously, when he had been destitute, he had been unconcerned about those who might covet him. But now the situation was different. The matter of the companion insects must be prioritized. Fortunately, he had prepared a few decent samples beforehand. Green hurried to the lecture hall, and after paying the magic stone fee, he gained entry to the classroom. The instructor was a wizard whose voice carried a mechanical tone beneath his voluminous robes. His eyes appeared as two swirling orbs of black mist, ethereal and enigmatic, making it difficult to discern whether the wizard was male or female. This wizard seemed to possess an intense obsession with soul magic. Cackling soul magic is the most sublime and elegant art of wizardry, the very essence of life itself. Do you know how those beings from other worlds refer to us wizards? Indeed, they refer to us as the world's slave masters, which reveals their profound fear of our dominion over the souls of their slaves. This is the artistry of the great wizard soul. Each lesson spans the duration of 2 hourglasses, with the first half devoted to the somewhat neurotic praise of soul sorcery and its historical evolution within the annals of the wizarding world. Only in the latter half does the true application of soul sorcery begin to unfold. It must be said that this wizard possesses a remarkably unique and intricate understanding of soul sorcery, presenting theories that have left even Green feeling enlightened and invigorated, thus demonstrating that this wizard indeed possesses genuine talent and knowledge. Upon the conclusion of the lecture, Green made his way back to the Black Tower, this time ascending directly to the 7th floor, where he found the apprentice wizard named Valuo. Valuo's position is rather leisurely, as only a few visitors come by each day. Consequently, he remembered Green and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, have you gathered enough magic stones?" "Yes," Green replied succinctly, handing Valuo 20 magic stones. Valuo accepted them without hesitation, grinning broadly. "All right, leave your crystal ball mark with me. My mentor is still around, but I will call for you when he departs. Rest assured, I will not deceive you regarding the 20 magic stones." After a moment's hesitation, Green reasoned that since Valuo could easily secure a position on the 7th floor of the Black Tower, he must possess considerable influence and would not resort to cheating him for a mere 20 magic stones. After exchanging their crystal ball marks, Green returned to his small chamber and sat before the experimentation table. Gazing at the collection of insects he had previously gathered, Green was in the midst of deliberating on the choice of a familiar insect. Theoretically, almost any insect could serve as a wizard's familiar, as the unique characteristics of an insect soul would passively enhance a wizard's resistance to curses and illusions. However, when it comes to the most intimate partner throughout a wizard's life, all wizards hope that their familiar will possess some unique traits. Of the 7 insects Green had collected, 3 could be immediately dismissed. He found himself indecisive about the remaining 4. The first insect was called the corpse-eating worm. Green had gathered these from the remains of a cursed apprentice wizard, whose body was consumed by these horrifying creatures within moments of succumbing to his curse, illustrating the extreme cruelty of the corpse-eating worm. Thus, Green had taken caution and collected a few. The second insect, known as the horsefly larva, is a parasite that in spring. These larvae are ingested by small dung-eating creatures that have consumed the droppings of wild cranes, subsequently parasitizing within them. However, the terror of this parasite lies in its ability to induce mutations in its host, resulting in multiple limbs or appendages. These mutated creatures, hindered by their deformities, are easily preyed upon by wild cranes, completing a perfect cycle for the parasite. Rarely noticed by others, Green had stumbled upon this phenomenon while researching bloodline sorcery and had carefully captured a few. The third insect is known as the moth larva, a favorite among apprentice wizards on the continent. This familiar is not particularly aggressive and serves one primary purpose: to significantly extend the lifespan of the apprentice wizard from 200 to 300 years. The fourth insect, however, did not even have a name. Green had discovered it in a test tube while disposing of waste, and it was not documented in the library. He speculated that it might be a failed product of some wizard or apprentice's experiment. This bizarre insect has only displayed one function thus far. It possesses remarkable vitality, akin to that of an earthworm. Even when severed in two, It continues to live, each segment growing into a new life form. Before Green lay the 4 test tubes containing the insects, and a glimmer of contemplation sparkled in his eyes. Which one should he choose? After much hesitation, he set aside the 1st and 4th insects. Though the corpse-eating worm possesses formidable aggression, it would only be utilized in dire circumstances. Unless one were a wizard specifically breeding familiars, most wizards would refrain from employing their familiar to attack foes of equal standing. Therefore, in Green's view, the aggressiveness of the corpse-eating worm was an unnecessary trait, as for the 4th insect. Since Green suspected it to be a failed experiment, it implied the existence of successful counterparts. And generally, the capabilities of successful and failed specimens are worlds apart. Moreover, the 4th insect exhibited unstable reproductive abilities, suggesting it had lost its capacity to breed. Would he really need to rely on artificial means to propagate it? With a sigh, Green turned his gaze towards the moth larva. Indeed, the fact that this familiar is so cherished by many apprentice wizards holds its own rationale. However, Green did not hastily discard the horsefly larva, as he had previously observed an intriguing phenomenon. The horsefly larva's ability to induce mutations in organisms represents a force that promotes the evolution of life, though this evolution may be a grotesque failure. It nonetheless sparked a thought in Green's mind. Perhaps there exists a special connection between this and the nose-altering sorcery? Ultimately, Green resolved to cultivate the horsefly larva on a living frog for a time. Once he obtained access to a high-power microscope, he could examine the results. With this in mind, Green briefly left his chamber and returned with a frog, gently severing one of its hind legs as a standard biological specimen. After staunching the bleeding, he began to cultivate the horsefly larva within the unfortunate frog. This led him to a new tome on magical sorcery titled Fundamentals of Fire Elemental Teaching. With an abundance of magic stones at hand and lacking news on the high-powered microscope, coupled with his indecision regarding the familiar insect, Green, unwilling to squander precious time, reluctantly turned his attention to elemental sorcery in the wizarding realm. Every wizard, no matter how engrossed in other studies, inevitably engages with the foundational elements. The reason is straightforward. During their apprenticeship, the initial use of mental power to solidify elemental magic circles within their souls can significantly enhance their mental acuity, a temptation that no apprentice wizard can resist. After diligently studying the fundamentals of fire elemental teaching twice, Green set the book down softly and began to ponder. This so-called elemental magic circle could very well be one of the most fundamental leverages wielded by wizards, having been simplified into something akin to an art form. Elemental magic circles are comprised of 2 foundational concepts, runes and magic arrays. In terms of runes, traditional wizarding texts document a total of 26 characters. With various combinations of these characters, wizards can harness the magical essence of most natural elemental forces from the boundless world. However, this method of communication is rather rudimentary, as the magical energy expended does not correlate with the elemental energy received. Nevertheless, beyond these 26 conventional characters, both nature and certain wizarding laboratories harbor unique runes. These runes can channel rare energy properties from the natural world, or even new energy attributes created by wizards themselves, such as the sorcery of soulfire once wielded by the wizard Dyra from the Sea Wheel, the AS from magic arrays. They utilize countless runes, combined into a comprehensible and tangible pattern or law that wizards can understand, ultimately solidifying it through mental power for eternity. While magic arrays can be reorganized into countless forms based on individual understanding, they remain an ever-evolving field of study, regardless of how a wizard may change. There exists an unchanging core, a hexagram inscribed within a great circle. This emblem is the culmination of the wisdom of countless ancient sorcerers, representing the most potent and fundamental power to leverage knowledge against the world's rules. Future generations of wizards, in their quest to enhance magical formations, will invariably build upon this design to alter the structure of elemental sorcery. For instance, during the first session of foundational magical education, a beautiful which transformed the conventional fireball into a fiery bird during her 3rd experiment. Rubbing his brow, Jelen retrieved a sheet of white paper and a quilled T.O. permanently solidified the elemental magic array within his soul. The first step required him to adeptly delineate all characters with his mental prowess, a painstaking endeavor, for different individuals possess varying affinities for elements, leading to disparate durations for completion. Nevertheless, an affinity-less wizard could still achieve this step within a year. Of course, Jelen did not consider himself so foolish. As his mental energy flowed through the quill, he began to repeatedly sketch the 26 characters, gradually honing his skill point 3 days later. Jelen gazed in astonishment at his progress. Incredulous, could it be that I am a prodigy in elemental sorcery? In a mere 3 days, he had completely mastered the writing process of all characters. 10 days later, amidst a wave of inexplicable agony, Jelen, though appearing somewhat weary, was internally elated, having completed the permanent solidification of the fire element magic array within his soul in under half a month. He indeed possessed a talent for practicing elemental sorcery. Taking a deep breath, he silently recited the incantation, and the crystal ball floated serenely before him as he began to assess his state. Mental energy, 18, magical power, 126, 137. Indeed, his mental energy had increased by 5 points. As for his magical power, it would naturally rise in tandem with his meditative focus on enhancing his mental energy. Feeling a surge of delight, Jelen pondered for a moment before reciting the incantation again. The crystal ball momentarily radiated a dazzling light before reverting to its dull, unremarkable form. He decided to test the intensity of his fireball spell. The potency of sorcery was dictated by mental energy. However, a wizard apprentice could only unleash a maximum of 1/4 of their mental energy in combat. To summon greater magical power, prolonged incantation preparation was necessary. Moreover, this maximum activation of mental energy and magical power would diminish in proportion as a wizard's internal magical energy increased. Jelen directed his magical energy toward the elemental magic array, and in an instant, a familiar, comforting sensation enveloped him. With a soft pop, a fireball the size of a fist materialized at his fingertip. It was indeed much smaller than the one conjured by that witch. With a gentle flick of his finger, the fireball shot forth with a whoosh towards the crystal ball, and after a wave of scorching flames, Jelen summoned the crystal ball back to his hand. 21 degrees. He had expended nearly 40 points of magical energy to achieve a fireball attack of 21 degrees, which meant that after activating 1/4 of 18 points of mental energy, he had amplified the energy intensity by approximately 5-fold. Jelen was immensely satisfied. From that moment forth, he had finally grasped a power that surpassed that of the common folk and even knights. Such a simple yet lethal spell could empower a wizard apprentice to slay legendary knights. This was why wizards truly reign supreme in this world. Setting aside other considerations, Jelen's chances of survival in the trials a year hence had significantly increased. Though his soul had just solidified the elemental magic array, the sudden surge of 5 points in mental energy left him somewhat fatigued, and naturally, Jelen succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and suddenly, a chime resonated. Jelen's soul stirred, awakened by the connection from the crystal ball, and he beheld Valo, a wizard apprentice from the 7th floor of the Black Tower, calling out, "Hey Jelen, come here. My master just stepped out." "Oh, and bring some rotting fish." With a jolt, Jelen sat upright in bed, fully alert. Finally, he could utilize the advanced microscope. Filled with excitement, Jelen hurried to the laboratory, gathering several containers holding the bodies of laboratory mice. After a moment's thought, he also glanced at the frog that had been infested with a parasitic fly. Previously, Jelen had severed one of its hind legs for preservation. However, during this time, due to the parasitic infestation, the frog had grotesquely developed 3 additional hind legs, resembling a hideous deformity. Quite repulsive indeed. This was not an evolution, for evolution implies the enhancement of an organism's capabilities, positioning it higher within the food chain. Yet, the 3 newly formed legs were akin to tumors, utterly useless and merely burdening the frog. The reason for this anomaly lay in the parasitic flies within the frog, seeking to return to their heron host for reproduction, necessitating the frog's cooperation, making it an easy target for the heron. Without much hesitation, Jelen took the deformed frog along with the preserved hind leg and departed his small abode. Upon reaching the 1st floor of the Black Tower, Jelen conveniently purchased some rotting fish. Although he was unaware of Valo's intentions for the minuscule dried fish, he speculated they were either for culinary indulgence or experimental purposes. Regardless, they were of little value. Upon arriving at the 7th floor, Valo approached with a grin. "You're in luck. The tutor has been away for a few days." He then led Jelen further up the tower. After passing through the inspection of 2 colossal mechanical sentinels, Jelen was able to proceed smoothly, guided by Valo. This marked Jelen's first venture beyond the 7th floor of the Black Tower, and he couldn't help but gaze around in curiosity. However, his enthusiasm waned as he discovered that the spacious corridor was utterly devoid of life. Don't wander aimlessly. The 8th floor and above are reserved for official wizards. Be cautious, or some ill-tempered wizards might simply toss you down, Valo warned Jelen. "Oh," Jelen replied, somewhat apprehensively nodding before following Valo as they ascended floor by floor. After climbing 70 or 80 flights, Jelen was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, while Valo appeared unfazed, stating, "Once I enter, just follow me. Don't meddle in anything else." Exhausted to the point of near collapse, Jelen had no strength left to utter another word. Valo shook his head. "Honestly, why don't you study bloodline sorcery? Your physical condition is so poor." And he then opened a door adorned with magical wards. And Jelen cautiously followed, daring not to utter a word. "Ah, Valo, is this the patron you mentioned?" Jelen turned to see a lazy black cat sprawled on a sofa, observing Valo and Jelen. Valo chuckled, approaching to place a small bag of rotting fish before the cat. "That's him. We agreed on 5 magic stones each, and here's the rotting fish." Jelen felt a vain throb on his forehead. He had clearly given 20 magic stones. The cat lazily rose, stretched, and after wiping its face with a paw, nonchalantly picked up the bag filled with rotting fish and leaped onto a massive fish tank. This tank was a staggering 3 meters high and 7 or 8 meters long, housing several ferocious-looking fish that swam languidly, their sharp teeth on display, sending chills down Jelen's spine. However, the cat paid no heed, dumping the entire contents of the bag into the tank, watching the frenzied feeding of the monstrous fish with drool streaming from its mouth. Eat up, hee, grow bigger." Jelen found the scene increasingly bizarre and unsettling. It was only after observing the fish devour every last piece of rotting fish that the cat gleefully remarked to Valo, "All right, take that kid away. I want to tell the old and by the way, don't touch anything other than the microscope. Otherwise, the old man will find out." Valo grinned. "Don't worry, unless he wants to lose his life." This was an extraordinarily intricate mechanical microscope. Under this microscope, Jelen spent a day and a night, exploring the microcosm of the already dissected mouse cells, where he glimpsed a realm of mystery he had never encountered, heard of, or even imagined. Moreover, this enigmatic region seems to exist within all cells of life. The mysterious area is so minuscule that even the highly advanced microscope before Green can only ascertain the impact of the nasal modification on this enigmatic region through the synthetic pigment previously injected into the cells of the white mouse, which ultimately led to its malformed evolution. In fact, were it not for the influence of those synthetic pigments, Green would find it exceedingly difficult to locate this mysterious area even after a year of observation under the microscope. Even upon sighting it, he might not even notice its existence, akin to a unique pearl on the beach, far too insignificant to catch the eye, this infinitesimally small realm of the microscopic world. Green privately designated as the life code Forbidden Zone. Having successfully confirmed that the nasal modification is indeed distinct from bloodline sorcery, he has identified the next step in his research, to acquire a more advanced ultimate microscope to examine the life code Forbidden Zone. Thus, this fundamental task can be deemed a resounding success, his face flushed with a somewhat unnatural excitement. Although this wondrous knowledge does not currently confer any enhancement to Green's combat abilities, nor can he envision its prospects, a profound exhilaration wells up from the depths of his soul, an ineffable pleasure that utterly captivates him. Since the black figure and Valro have not urged him to leave, Green decides to linger and begins to study the frog cells parasitized by the horsefly, as well as the intact hind leg cells that have been previously excised and preserved. Half a day later, Green concludes with certainty that the frog's bloodline has undergone no alterations. Consequently, The reason for the frog's malformed evolution naturally leads him back to the life code Forbidden Zone. Could it be that the horsefly, a parasite of nature, has the capacity to reach into this infinitesimal realm of the life code Forbidden Zone? The sheer thrill of this discovery leaves Green at a loss for words. What manner of world is this life code Forbidden Zone that can alter the very essence of life? Even those so-called curse transformation spells merely employ certain esoteric practices to temporarily graft the soul of one being onto the corporeal form of another. For instance, in the city of Bissell, the wizard Aurois transformed a knight into APIG in the realm of wizards. There exists no concept of faith or deities. Green is certain that if, one day, a deity were to suddenly appear in the wizarding world, the ancient and terrifying wizards who have existed for countless epochs would go mad, employing all their might to capture this deity and subsequently dissect it for study. Books mention that in some indigenous worlds once conquered by wizards, there were indeed beings who claimed to be deities, but the wizards unceremoniously killed them and dissected them, discovering that they were merely powerful life forms. These so-called deities bear no resemblance to the gods of myth who created the heavens and the earth, or the stars and the sun. Given the infinite worlds that exist, even the realms that wizards have conquered, encountered, communicated with, or merely heard of are but a grain of sand in the vast ocean of cloud and mist. Therefore, most wizards maintain a sense of reverence towards the unknown. Even those who have never encountered a deity do not dismiss the possibility of its existence. The ultimate goal of wizards is to acquire boundless knowledge from repeated conquests of other worlds, enabling themselves to attain the power to transform everything they can imagine. The excitement within him remains restless. At that moment, the laboratory door swung open, and Black entered with an expression of calmness. "Little one, the old man is likely to return today. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, you should leave promptly." Although the old man usually has a pleasant temperament, that is only when he is in a good mood. Green's expression shifted, and after thanking Black, he hurriedly departed with all his experimental materials. Black called after him, "If you need anything next time, just contact that rascal Valro again. The conditions will remain the same." "Oh, understood." Green left without looking back, not wanting to give any wizard the chance to discover that an apprentice had intruded upon his laboratory. For who knows what the consequences would be? There was a chance that the wizard might unleash his wrath and obliterate Green in an instant, rather than hurrying back to his small abode. Green rushed to the first floor of Black Tower, where he purchased a wild crane with a magic stone in the experimental materials area before finally making his way back to his dwelling. Perhaps the next step would involve researching why the wild crane could resist the malformed evolution caused by the horsefly parasite. However, the immediate priority was to quickly cultivate a batch of mature horseflies as symbiotic parasites, as he had heard that this step would consume considerable time. With the trial examination approaching, Green had no choice but to devote all his time to enhancing his abilities, including utilizing unconventional methods. Half a month later, having concluded his meditation, Green approached the wild crane he had been nurturing, using his mental energy to sense the horseflies he had meticulously cultivated within its gizzard. Indeed, in another month, these little creatures would mature, and at that point, he could. Just then, a soul signal emanated from Green's crystal ball. Frowning, he approached the crystal ball and infused it with magical energy. Green wondered who might be contacting him. Having kept such a low profile in recent days, "Green, I know you were preparing for the newcomer trial, but I had no choice but to reach out to you." The familiar face of the chubby man, the one who had previously facilitated the consignment of love goddess Venus perfume for Green, appeared in the crystal ball, wearing a wry smile. Surprised, Green asked, "What's the matter?" After a brief flicker, the face in the crystal ball changed. To Green's astonishment, it was the beauty wizard who had taught him the foundational knowledge of wizardry, whose earlier act of consuming a centipede had left a lasting impression on many. The female wizard gazed at Green from the crystal ball. "You are the creator of love goddess Venus? Quite an impressive young individual to have invented such a remarkable concoction." Green managed a strained smile, knowing that unless she intended to take him as an apprentice, it was not a good thing for a wizard apprentice to attract the attention of a full-fledged wizard, as their power levels were not at all comparable. "Well, I won't keep you long. You look quite startled." "I am not a bloodthirsty wizard. nor do I have a habit of taking on apprentices at random. After a pause, the female wizard continued, the purpose of my visit is specifically regarding love goddess Venus. You are to prepare 30 bottles suitable for women immediately, and you may set any conditions you wish. Green's mouth twitched. I'll one-tea hide it from you. Master Leonid, I also wish to concoct some love goddess Venus to earn a few more magic stones. But with the exam trial coming up, suddenly, the female wizard's expression turned cold, and she stated in a deep tone, I told you, set any conditions you wish. Startled, Green was about to acquiesce when the female wizard let out a sudden sigh. Ah, forget it. I want to intimidate you. I truly appreciate your love goddess Venus. It's a commendable idea, rooted in the science of molecular fragrance alchemy. However, since you are preparing for the trial, I want to press you too hard. 3 days from now, bring me 30 bottles of love goddess Venus to the library, and I will provide you with a few items that will undoubtedly be useful during the trial. With that, the connection was severed before Green could respond. Wincing, Green was entirely uncertain whether being noticed by a wizard was a blessing or a curse. The fact that the reason for her attention was something as trivial as his perfume was utterly beyond his expectations. Yet, Green dared not defy a wizard's wishes that, if he were to provoke her displeasure, she would have 1,000 ways to evade the enforcement team and eliminate Green. That I must get a protective wizarding artifact, especially one that guards against curses. When I head to Black Tower to prepare the potion materials, he thought, swiftly making his way toward Black Tower. The female wizard had already departed, and the chubby man, with a grimace, continued to explain his situation to Green. Understanding his predicament, Green bore no ill will toward him. Who among wizard apprentices would dare refuse a request from a fully fledged wizard? If he were in the same position, he would undoubtedly do the same. However, understanding was one thing, and compensation was another matter entirely. Green directly put forth his demands. Well, I do have a few items that could defend against curses. Of course. They are all low-tier goods suitable for wizard apprentices. If you encounter any high-level curses, these items may not suffice, so it would be best to cultivate the symbiotic parasites as soon as possible. As he spoke, the stout man retrieved several items from behind the counter. This is the tear of the mermaid, a consumable item. I only have the last drop left at him. Why usual selling price is 50 magic stones. But for you, I can offer it the cost price of 40 magic stones. What do you say? Noticing that Green remained silent, the stout man grimaced and gestured towards other trinkets. This here is the eternal earring, a premium artifact among wizard apprentices, priced at no less than 600 magic stones. It cannot be lowered any further. This is the whistling branch, which, when worn, can temporarily halt the deterioration of curses, solidifying them within the body. Typically, formal wizards carry a piece of this on them, at a minimum cost of 500 magic stones, and this is the blood of the troll. Green stared at the stout man in astonishment. How could this fellow possess such valuable items? Instantly, the stout man's status in Green's eyes soared, transforming him into a radiant, glistening chunk of magical stone. Observing the surprise in Green's gaze, along with the desire flickering deep within his eyes, the stout man could not help but feel a surge of satisfaction. His objective had finally been achieved. He then seduced, Brother Green, might I inquire if you would be interested in a collaboration? Green regarded the stout man warily. Collaboration? How so? The stout man chuckled. A simple partnership. To be frank, I have certain connections that allow me to run a shop here in Hysoda. Ordinary wizards would not dare to cross me. So, if you are willing to collaborate with me, entrust me with your perfume formula, and I will sell it on your behalf. This way, you can avoid the kind of troubles you've faced today. The stout man continued in a conspiratorial whisper. Upon the sale of the perfume, we can split the profits 60-40, with you receiving the larger share for as long as you live. What do you think? Green scoffed at the stout man. He was no longer a child to be easily deceived. Gritting his teeth, the stout man groaned. How about this? Since you are about to undergo your initiation trial, which carries considerable risk of death, I can advance you 5,000 magic stones that ensure our agreement is binding. We shall sign this 7-ring contract. What do you say? 5,000 magic stones. A 7-ring contract. Green gazed at the stout man in disbelief, utterly stunned, unable to collect his thoughts for a while. Moreover, was this wretched perfume truly worth such a grand gesture? Even if he managed to sell 30 bottles to all the wizards in Hysoda. He would hardly recoup the cost of the 7-ring contract. It seemed the stout man was engaging in a foolish endeavor, but could someone who successfully ran a shop like this truly be so dim-witted? Green was left with one answer from the stout man. Who told you I only sell in high soda? And then there was silence, faced with the direct temptation of 5,000 magic stones. Green, even without grasping the key to the situation, no longer hesitated and promptly signed the 7-ring contract. As far as Green knew, this contract, forged by the power of the 7-ring holy tower, could not be resisted without the strength of a 4th-level stigmata wizard. As for the existence of a 4th-level stigmata wizard, that was far too distant for Green at this moment, with the ability to advance 5,000 magic stones. Green, unreservedly and amidst the stout man's pained expression, collected one precious item after another. He then graciously thanked the stout man and joyously returned to his small abode, marveling at the invaluable materials he had once dared not even dream of. He adorned the eternal earring on his right ear, allowing his golden curls to casually obscure it. Instantly, it added an air of elegance to Green's somewhat wild demeanor. This top-tier artifact, valued at 600 magic stones, not only provided excellent resistance against curses and illusions, but also automatically absorbed elemental energy from the surrounding air, maintaining a relatively comfortable temperature for the wearer. He also carried a piece of the whistling branch with him. In the event Green encountered an unresistible curse in the future, this branch would emit a piercing scream, temporarily solidifying the curse and granting the afflicted a considerable amount of time to respond. The red ear mushroom, a precious alchemical ingredient for wizard apprentices, required merely a slight concoction of auxiliary potions. When boiled into a broth, it would stimulate the mental strength of the wizard apprentice. The effects varied by individual, but generally, it could at least enhance mental strength by 1 point, and in fortunate cases, even up to 3 points, significantly saving the apprentice years of meditation. The Flame Magic Array Restructuring Insights was a collection of casual notes on elemental research by a wizard. Of course, it only encompassed a portion of insights regarding the transformations of flame magic. Were it a complete compilation, its worth would be immeasurable. A gem shell pearl, when held in the mouth, would grant the ability to breathe underwater. Lastly, Green secured 2 intermediate magic stones, valued at 200 low-level magic stones. 3 days later, Green, weary and haggard, arrived at the library, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, with these circles now evident. The elegance and ethereal quality he once possessed had long vanished. If he could be said to have any remaining aura, it was that of endearing naivety. If anyone were to ask Green what his greatest wish was at that moment, it would simply be to enjoy a good night's sleep. The Ripple Wizard sat in the library's VIP area, quietly sipping rich coffee in a serene room adorned with exquisite pastries, leaving one to ponder whether these delicacies were intended for consumption or mere admiration. Green, dragging his weary body, performed the customary wizard's greeting and reverently placed the box containing 30 bottles of perfume on the table. Judging by those dark circles, it's clear that concocting these little items is no easy task. I wonder what inspired you to create these perfumes, the Ilian wizard remarked with delight. Memories? In an instant, Green experienced an epiphany. Perhaps the reason wizards cherished these perfumes was precisely due to their long lives, which had accustomed them to the monotonous drudgery of existence. Though this monotony, to those who had not tasted it, appeared to be the epitome of enjoyment. For instance, at that moment, Green observed the female wizard relishing the exquisite pastries and delicious coffee. Yet, from the female wizard's perspective, after centuries of uniform pastries and coffee, she had long forgotten the original flavors of these items, to the point where she could hardly muster the desire to even touch them. For them, at this juncture, only the memories of their struggles before experiencing such delights remained the most precious and beautiful treasures. The goddess Venus served precisely this purpose for them, to awaken those cherished memories that had not faded into oblivion. Noticing Green's timidity, the Ripple Wizard understood that these young ones often felt apprehensive in the presence of formal wizards, and she smiled and shook her head. All right, here is your reward. All these are trinkets I have no use for. Perfect for your trial. After all, I would not want to see a splendid wizard apprentice like Venus meet an untimely end. With that, Ilian produced 3 items. This necklace, which I call the Spring of Joy. Enhances the mental strength of the wizard apprentice by 2 points. Of course, if your mental strength reaches that critical threshold, the necklace will no longer be of use to you. But evidently, you still have quite a way to go. Green was well aware of the critical threshold for wizard apprentices. One of the conditions for advancing from apprentice to formal wizard was that mental strength must exceed 40 points. Thus, 40 points constituted the so-called critical threshold. Next, the Ripple Wizard began to introduce the other two items to Green. One of them was a crystal vial containing above the size of a fingernail, known as the illusionary chitin. Provided there were sufficient corpses to nurture this bug, it would, in a short span of time, transform into a creature equivalent to a legendary knight, capable of protecting Green for a day. Lastly, there was a seed known as the Earth Bud. With simple cultivation, it could grow into a massive flower. When someone lay within a massive flower, the Earth Bud would retract underground, providing the owner with a relatively safe resting environment. Seeing Green's face light up with joy as he accepted his reward, the Ripple Wizard produced a mirror and placed the perfume he brought into it. Sealing technique, Green exclaimed in astonishment. The female wizard glanced at Green in surprise. I didn't expect you to possess some knowledge. Have you already learned about the sealing technique? After saying this, she paid no further attention to Green and departed. Green certainly understood the sealing technique, unless it pertained to exceedingly rare spatial storage artifacts. It was common knowledge. Otherwise, only a select few sorcerers adept in the art of sealing can transport tangible entities in a certain spatial crevices or illusory realms for convenient access. Indeed, in the past 2 years, Green has often reflected upon the bizarre and terrifying phenomena he witnessed during his initial assessment of qualifications in Bizar City, leading him to suspect that he might possess an innate talent for sealing magic. For it is only those of this particular ilk of sorcerers who perceive the absurd and strange entities that lie between the realms of reality and illusion. Furthermore, certain tomes on sealing magic have hinted that these entities straddling the boundary between the tangible and the ethereal may, in fact, be a form of life, albeit existing in lower or higher dimensions, nestled within the interstices of reality. Their dimensional incongruity renders them beyond the comprehension of most sorcerers, resulting in a perpetual disconnect between the two. With a sense of anticipation, Green, a sorcerer apprentice who had not yet cultivated his mental prowess to the 12th tier, was acutely aware of his own latent gifts. Although his talent did not manifest as distinctly as that of Yuli or Bibiliona during their apprenticeship, he was confident that upon ascending to the rank of a full sorcerer, he would naturally begin to grasp the nuances of his peculiar abilities. However, for the average apprentice, the path to becoming a sorcerer remains exceedingly arduous, with the overwhelming majority lingering in their apprentice status until the end of their natural lives. A fortnight later, buoyed by his exceptional aptitude for elemental sorcery, Green had developed profound insights regarding the reconfiguration of the fire sorcery magic circle. He estimated that within a span of 2 months to 6 at most, he would refine the soul-binding magic circle. Upon enhancement, even with equivalent magical energy, the sorcerer's manipulation of the world's rules would significantly amplify Green's attacks. Having witnessed the rippling sorcerer execute the Firebird form, it was only natural that Green gravitated towards this direction. Yet, in comparison to refining the elemental magic circle, his foremost concern lay with the diminutive creatures inhabiting the crane's gizzard. He had meticulously prepared an entire procedure for them, awaiting their complete maturation. On this day, amidst the crane's anguished cries, Green utilized a delicate scalpel to conclude its life as an experimental specimen, subsequently extracting the vital gizzard. The pungent odor emanating from the gizzard was magnified tenfold by Green's keen sense of smell, compelling him to temporarily suspend his olfactory capabilities as he transferred all its contents into a prepared vessel. The liquid within the container swiftly separated the undigested remnants from the minuscule white parasites. Come forth, my little darlings, Green cackled as he collected the white parasites into another receptacle. An ordinary observer. Such an endearing and fervent display towards parasites would seem utterly sinister. It must be noted that merely 2 years into his life at the Sorcerer Academy, Green had become oblivious to the repulsiveness of his actions. After a brief interlude, Green made his way to the experimental table, where, having created an environment conducive to the survival of the parasites, he placed a grain-sized specimen upon the crystal orb. Upon uttering the incantation, his soul underwent a transformation, and the parasite on the crystal orb emitted an inaudible sound. Moments later, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he sensed the familiar and comforting aura emanating from the orb. Releasing a sigh of relief, he had successfully nurtured his first companion parasite. Gently, he picked up the minuscule creature and, as if it were a part of his own body, he opened his mouth and swallowed the parasite whole, effectively storing it within his own gizzard. From that moment forth, the parasite became his companion, akin to an organ within Green's being. Such is the significance of companion parasites to a sorcerer. The task of soul disintegration is indeed a taxing endeavor. Achieving the purification of 5 parasites in a single day is already pushing the limits, and with nearly 300 parasites at hand, it would require a full 2 months of unwavering effort to complete the purification. With a sigh, Green resumed his work as for the unpurified parasites. He dared not consume them indiscriminately. The prospect of becoming a host was far too perilous at this juncture. Green had long since forgotten his initial disdain for the rippling sorcerer-esque consumption of centipedes. And now he found himself relishing the consumption of these creatures deemed filthy, grotesque, and terrifying by the standards of the uninitiated. Ironically, he had once vowed never to partake in such acts. This, indeed, is the path of growth for sorcerers. After savoring the delectable red-eared mushroom soup, Green felt a wave of rejuvenation wash over him. As though a pair of delicate hands were incessantly scratching his itches, he picked up the crystal orb and, after reciting the incantation, was elated to discover an increase in his mental prowess. An increase of 3 points to reach a total of 23. Indeed, after donning the necklace of joy, his mental capacity had already reached 20 points. And with the recent ingestion of the rare red-eared mushroom acquired from the portly fellow, his mental prowess surged to 23 points. However, Green mused with a wry smile, though my mental capacity has risen, my magical energy remains a mere 144,148 points, insufficient to harness such formidable mental strength. Clearly, daily meditation is imperative during this period. After a moment of contemplation, Green resolved to evade all distractions. He disregarded invitations from the Bloodsail Alliance gatherings and the overtures of half-acquainted friends, devoting himself solely to meditation and the enhancement of his magical energy. Consequently, he focused on purifying the parasites. The remainder of his time was wholly absorbed in the improvement of the elemental magic circle deep within his soul. While he silently resigned from his duties in the library, days turned into weeks, and 2 months later, Green had successfully nurtured all of his companion parasites. 3 months hence, he completed the transformation of his elemental magic circle. 4 months later, on this day, Green finally elevated his magical energy to 224,230 points, adequately aligning it with his corresponding mental capacity. After 4 long months, Green underwent a significant metamorphosis. On this day, invigorated in spirit, he reflected on recent advancements regarding the forbidden realm of life codes, his heart racing with anticipation, almost as if awaiting a summons from Valo on the 7th floor of Black Soda. Moreover, the time to collect magic stones from the portly fellow was fast approaching. It must be said, the quantity of magic stones Green had received from him was somewhat astonishing, particularly for a sorcerer apprentice. In the first month, he had received 400 magic stones, prompting a bemused chuckle at the expense of the portly fellow. However, by the second month, when he received 1,000 magic stones, Green was utterly astounded. By the third month, acquiring a staggering 30 intermediate magic stones left him utterly speechless. For this month, Green felt he was on the cusp of numbness, as he discovered that he had little use for these abundant magic stones. He mused that should this continue, a decade hence, even some sorcerers might find themselves overshadowed by his wealth. The sole comfort for Green lay in the knowledge that nearly the entirety of the Black Soda Sorcerer Academy was aware of the portly apprentice's considerable wealth. Yet he remained unscathed, suggesting a formidable backing. While contemplating the matter of magic stones, Green refrained from rushing to Black Soda. Before that, he had another crucial task: to prove he had officially transitioned from a novice to the ranks of sorcerer apprentices and to obtain his sorcerer apprentice certification. Half an hour later, Green arrived at the secluded tower of the Sorcerer Academy, a place where a sorcerer resided year-round to assess whether newcomers had successfully mastered 3 or more spells. This tower, though renowned and known to all, was seldom revisited by individuals throughout their lives, thus not serving as a hub for sorcerer apprentices. Moments later, as Green inhaled the scent emanating from the sorcerer before him, he felt an almost uncontrollable urge to laugh. Due to the pervasive scent emanating from the sorcerer, it was unmistakably the fragrance crafted by Green, known as the goddess of love, Venus, specifically formulated for female use. Consequently, Green surmised that this tightly concealed sorcerer was, in fact, a woman. After obtaining the proof of apprenticeship, Green made his way to the first floor of the high soda, where the plump figure resided. "Oh, it used to be me delivering the magic stones to your abode. Today, you've ventured out yourself. Has there been some progress in your arcane studies?" The rotund fellow jested. However, he understood all too well that the initiation trials at the High Soda Sorcerer Academy, often dubbed the Bloody Millstone, were no easy feat. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Thus, for those partaking in the trials, any enhancement of their abilities was deemed beneficial. What progress could there be? Even if there were a modicum of advancement, it would merely increase the odds of surviving the trials, Green replied, shaking his head. "Never mind, it's your affair. I presume you have your own plans. After all, you are now quite the affluent individual." He chuckled. "Here, this is your share for the month." With that, the plump man handed Green a small pouch. Upon inspection, Green noted it was filled with intermediate magic stones. Numbering around 40 or 50, he had grown numb to these stone-like objects, yearning only to convert them into combat prowess. After some contemplation, Green requested the plump man to utilize his connections to procure a high-grade microscope from the Seven-Ringed Holy Tower, the institution representing higher sorcerer's authority. The Seven-Ringed Holy Tower? Such a place is not accessible to just anyone. Of course, a formal sorcerer faces no such hindrance, the plump man remarked. After sizing up Green, he gritted his teeth and said, "Very well. I shall see if any sorcerers from my family are heading there, and I'll inquire if I have the opportunity. However, don't harbor too much hope in the immediate future. You won't hear anything until your trials conclude." Green recognized the situation and refrained from making excessive demands, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, he ascended to the 3rd floor of High Soda, contemplating the various rooms adorned with signs. Before entering one labeled alchemy, the knowledge he was most eager to acquire was that of alchemical sorcery and potion crafting, with a secondary interest in mysticism and mechanical sorcery, as for bloodline sorcery. While he was curious, he had no intention of delving deeply into it. Inside the room sat a short, somewhat gaunt sorcerer with his legs crossed, exuding an air of vitality, and a tuft of white goatee adorned his chin as he hummed a tune while perusing a tome of sorcery. Upon Green's entrance, the old sorcerer glanced up, seemingly indifferent, and inquired, "Are you here to concoct a magical device or to study alchemy?" After performing the customary greeting, Green replied steadily, "I wish to request your assistance in crafting a magical device, as well as to learn alchemy. Let us set aside the crafting of the magical device for now. Knowledge is invaluable. However, the Academy has established a fee for nurturing apprentices that, if you have alchemical inquiries, as 10 magic stones per question. Should you desire private instruction on the foundational processes of alchemy, it will cost 200 magic stones per day, over a span of 10 days, to ensure you grasp all the theoretical fundamentals." The sorcerer chuckled. "Of course, the understanding and practical application may require you decades, if not centuries, of refinement before you can truly create a magical device that belongs to you. Which option do you choose?" Without hesitation, Green replied, "I choose the latter. Here are the magic stones." The sorcerer accepted the pouch from Green, glanced inside, and exclaimed in surprise, "You're purchasing the entire course, aren't you? Quite the little tycoon. I see. Haha, I like it. We shall commence the lessons tomorrow. Ensure you arrive punctually. Now, let us discuss the specification for the magical device you wish to customize. I would like to commission a top-tier magical device suitable for a sorcerer apprentice, primarily for defense against magical attacks, preferably a breastplate or a heart shield. Additionally, I seek a wand capable of amplifying magical energy. I wonder if that's possible. A wand that amplifies magical energy. Such items are typically advantageous only for sorcerers with substantial magical power. As a mere apprentice, it would be wiser for you to utilize a wand designed for sealing sorcery that I recommend waiting until you ascend to formal sorcerer status before placing such an order. As for the defensive device, fortuitously, I have one available. With that, the old sorcerer rose and rummaged through an inner room before handing Green a mysterious magical device that a mask. Green inquired, somewhat astonished. It was a white mask adorned with purple spiral patterns, featuring a pointed top that revealed only the eyes and nostrils, exuding an air of mystery. Humph. I only decided to show you this magical device because I sensed you possess some magic stones. This mask is a replica of a renowned magical device, and it was the most powerful device during my own apprenticeship days. The price is firm, starting at 2,000 magic stones, the old sorcerer stated without batting an eye. So expensive, Green gasped, realizing that a comparable top-tier sorcerer apprentice device, the Eternal Earrings, cost only 600 magic stones that well-made goods come at a price. Otherwise, do you think I would have refrained from selling it all these years? The old sorcerer scoffed. This mask possesses two functions. The first is to activate a magical shield. Attacks below 20 degrees are essentially immune, while for attacks above 20 degrees, you only need to expend 1/10 of the attack's magical energy to fend them off easily. For attacks exceeding 60 degrees, you will need to expend roughly 1/3 of the opponent's magical energy. As for attacks above 100 degrees, while the shield can still block them, the energy consumption on both sides will be equal. As for attacks above 150 degrees, you'd best not rely on this mask. Green calculated in his mind. With his maximum mental strength at 23, he could potentially unleash between 56 and 4,555 degrees of attack power using the enhanced Firebird elemental magic array. Astonishingly, such a formidable attack would only require 1/10 of his magical energy to defend against with this mask. Green inhaled sharply, impressed by the mask's strength. Observing Green's astonishment, the old sorcerer smirked and continued. That is merely its first function. Its second function. Do you see the pointed tip at the top? He gestured to the mask's apex that integrate a sorcery known as ultrasonic positioning. Once you don it, you will understand. After wearing the mask, Green felt as though he had acquired an additional sensory perception akin to hearing. Beneath the mask, he could see a world devoid of color and scent, composed solely of matter, a truly wondrous ability. However, considering that he already possessed a similar function through his hunter's nose sorcery, the second function of the mask paled in significance compared to its defensive capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Green asked, "What is the name of this mask?" "The Pale Facade." "The Pale Facade?" Green exclaimed, almost immediately recalling the faceless sorcerer on the sea wheel, renowned for summoning countless crows. Could this mask possibly have any connection to that great sorcerer? After a moment's contemplation, Green resolved that he must acquire this mask. Such an extraordinarily powerful device would still prove invaluable, even if he became a peak sorcerer apprentice with 40 points of mental strength. Yet, he inquired further, "And what of the wand?" After a moment of reflection, the old sorcerer replied, "As for the wand, if you desire one of the same caliber as the mask, I currently do not have one available. Even if I were to attempt crafting it, I cannot guarantee it could be completed in a short time. After all, materials for crafting such top-tier apprentice devices are exceedingly close to those required for true magical devices. Yet their prices remain considerably lower, factoring in the costs as well." Green had grown accustomed to the old sorcerer's cryptic remarks and, eager for more information, prodded, "But what?" "Haha, take a look at this treasured item I acquired by chance over a decade ago, an exceptionally creative wand called the Kiss of the Bloodbat." As he spoke, the old sorcerer presented Green with a sleek, dark wand, 600 magic stones. Green grasped the wand, feeling its energy as he activated his magical potential. Suddenly, a colossal bat composed entirely of pure wind elements materialized within the chamber. With wings unfurled, it spanned over 3 meters, appearing as though it could effortlessly carry a person aloft. Perhaps it was a peculiar cognitive illusion unique to Glint, for upon witnessing this bat, entirely constructed from wind elements, his first thought was not of its capacity for flight, but rather of potential enhancements to elemental magic arrays. Clad in a voluminous gray wizard's robe, adorned with a pale mask etched with spiraling patterns of deep purple and black, His golden curls cascaded down, subtly obscuring the eternal earring on his right ear. Over the course of 10 days, Glint traversed the third floor of the Black Tower, absorbing alchemical knowledge like a sponge. The wealth of knowledge and foundation amassed from numerous magical stones rendered Glint increasingly enigmatic. The glimmer of wisdom and contemplation occasionally shone through the pale facade of his mask, exuding an air of sagacity and mystery. Even those once familiar with Glint would scarcely recognize him at a glance. Time passed swiftly, and Glint appeared to dwell in a solitary realm of a lone wanderer, enduring, or perhaps reveling in, the solitude, consumed by the pursuit of boundless knowledge. After 10 days, he diligently recorded an entire volume of alchemical knowledge in his modest quarters, persistently experimenting with basic materials to conduct various alchemical trials. With a sigh, he realized that alchemy was indeed not a discipline one could master overnight. Without 2 decades of accumulation, even the simplest magical artifacts could not be crafted. Glint wearily rubbed his forehead. Having just experienced failure in his attempt to create a rudimentary magical artifact, wasting dozens of magical stones in the process. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Though the study of alchemy was arduous, even a wizard lacking innate talent could achieve commendable heights through relentless experimentation and the accumulation of knowledge. Half a month later, Glint returned to the third floor of the Black Tower, this time entering a potion crafting chamber to delve into the knowledge of potions, thus at considerable cost in magical stones. He gained the privilege of receiving private instruction from wizards, who would generously share insights on even the most ambiguous queries based on their extensive experience. In this manner, Glint's wizardly knowledge began to expand at an extraordinary pace. Meanwhile, his fellow apprentices continued to struggle to acquire magical stones for their studies, occasionally seizing minor opportunities to purchase magical artifacts, but only investing in the subjects they were genuinely dedicated to. As time slipped away, the trial examination loomed less than a week away. In these final days, rumors among newcomers regarding the brutal nature of the trial grew increasingly fantastical, engendering a palpable sense of life and death stakes. A suffocating atmosphere began to permeate the newcomers, with some who had yet to master 3 spells surrendering to despair and indulging in hedonism. The gathering of the Bloodsale Alliance, as its influence burgeoned. Even the long-established apprentice organizations could no longer ignore this emergent entity. Under this momentum, the Bloodsale Alliance finally established its own independent stronghold within the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Unlike older organizations that regarded the trial as a means of filtering fresh talent, the Bloodsale Alliance had only sporadically absorbed a dozen or so apprentices from the previous cohort over the past 3 years. The vast majority would face the trial examination, although the brutal selection process aboard the Sea Wheel had left the remaining members with commendable potential. It was precisely this experience that heightened the Bloodsale Alliance's focus on the upcoming trial, that if they could successfully guide most of their members through the trial, the Bloodsale Alliance would solidify its standing within the Black Tower Wizard Academy, becoming one of the 5 principal organizations of apprentice wizards. Yet as of now, the Bloodsale Alliance could not yet be deemed an organization. It merely constituted a powerful collective, lacking a solid foundation. Among the apprentices, a so-called ranking list of the new cohort's elite circulated, based on their exploits in the wilderness and occasional skirmishes in the thorny forest, privately compiled by some apprentices. This list recorded only the most exceptional individuals among the current batch. Excluding any record of past apprentice masters, the Bloodsale Alliance gained notoriety as 6 of the top 10 ranked individuals were current elders of the Alliance. Inquisitive souls even sought to uncover the terrifying elimination system once in place aboard the Sea Wheel, which only served to amplify the dread associated with the so-called Bloody Grinder trial. However, the Bloodsale Alliance remained indifferent to this ranking list, as it notably excluded the names of Solong, Yuli, and Biberiana. It seemed merely a frivolous game among apprentices. As the trial examination approached, the higher-ups of the Bloodsale Alliance organized a grand ball to foster camaraderie among members, hoping that this occasion would encourage mutual support during the trial. Elegant and light-hearted music filled the hall. Raffi, Amida, Eucharis, Yorkliana, Binhan, and a stranger sat together, observing the dancing apprentices on the dance floor. Raffi donned a silver-white gown, her ample bosom revealed in a striking display, the fitted dress accentuating her graceful figure and astonishingly long legs. While a pair of crescent moon earrings were partially obscured by her dark brown, cropped hair. Lounging languidly on a bench, Raffi's eyes radiated unabashed pride, exuding the aura of a formidable woman. She had already declined invitations to dance from over a dozen apprentices, who merely smiled politely, not daring to voice their disappointment. Over the past 3 years, Raffi's haughty demeanor had earned her a fair share of ire, yet she continued to thrive, having ventured into the wilderness countless times. While many of her adversaries had vanished, due to her impressive accomplishments, Raffi had become one of the top 10 elites among the new apprentices at the Black Tower, earning her the clandestine titles of Queen of Sharp Tongues and Vixen with a Venomous Tongue. Raffi, however, paid little heed to her ranking. The deeper she delved into the knowledge of wizardry, the more she perceived the profound depth of the 3 individuals who had previously stood by her side. Not to mention, they had each secured second-level wizards as mentors upon their arrival, receiving dedicated training, and thus had not made any appearances before the public in 3 years. The gap between them would only widen. Perhaps even more than before. Who knows if he will come back? He really is stubborn about saving face. Raffi muttered under her breath, her words barely audible to those nearby, yet everyone understood her implication. A hint of melancholy washed over her as she gazed into her wine glass, seemingly reminiscing about the days aboard the Sea Wheel. Brother Glint, he probably won T return, right? After all, it's been more than half a year since we last heard from him. Yorkliana, wearing a half-mask that concealed her injured eye and scars, spoke softly. Though she only voiced part of her thought, it was clear to all what she meant. Yukris playfully flicked his sister's forehead and softly chided. What nonsense! Glint is our closest companion. How could he perish so easily? Yorkliana refrained from further commentary, rubbing her forehead, prompting Yukris to tenderly assist her. Nearby, Amida, towering an impressive height of 1.85 meters, sported golden hair swept back. A rugged beard framing his solid chest, he wore a loose blue robe that accentuated his imposing stature and dignified presence. Over the past 3 years, Amida's infatuation with Raffi had become evident to all. Regardless of how sharp-tongued or temperamental Raffi was, he accepted her for the mere chance to remain by her side. Yet, after 3 years of unrequited feelings, he now found himself pondering whether Raffi harbored feelings for another. But who could that be? Regardless of his time aboard the Sea Wheel or at the Wizard Academy, that individual had never stood out, merely a follower in Raffi's shadow. What could possibly make him unforgettable to her? In a flurry of confusion, Amida hesitantly asked, if he were to return, what would you do? In a state of palpable anxiety, Amida fixed her gaze intently on Raffi. My affairs are none of your concern. Raffi coldly declared, tilting her head back to drain her glass of red wine in one swift motion. Indeed, it was that person who occupied her thoughts. Amida's expression darkened. Should she concede defeat, allowing her 3 years of effort to dissipate into nothingness? Or should she, as a man, demand that fellow compete with her on equal footing? Hey, you lot, do you genuinely care about Green, or is it just pretense? She exclaimed, noting their sudden interest in him only now. Had they not paid attention to him before? Take a look at this, Ben Hankson interjected abruptly, producing a piece of paper from his clothing that a list of sorcerer's apprentices. Oh, look, there's Brother Green. He's really on it. Yorkliana exclaimed with delight, while Raffi and Yukris eagerly joined her in examining the document. Following Raffi's gaze, Amida indeed spotted Green's name on the list. Meanwhile, the girl next to Ben Hankson twirled her brown curls and inquired with a smile. I never imagined you all were so close, Ben Hankson chuckled, pulling the girl closer as he jested. If memory serves, he should be turning 20 this year. And I'm 22. I'll make sure he calls you sister-in-law. Humph, who said I was going to marry you? The girl feigned annoyance. Suddenly, Raffi, who had been languidly seated, and Amida, who was still weighing her options, along with the other elders of the Bloodsail Alliance, seemed to share a simultaneous revelation. Their gazes directed toward the entrance of the hall, where a sorcerer's apprentice appeared, exuding an air of natural confidence and a smile. Crash, a male apprentice of the Bloodsail Alliance, who had been engaged in a suave conversation with a female apprentice, inadvertently caught sight of this newcomer, his eyes widening in disbelief as his wine glass shattered on the floor, oblivious to the mess he had made. Sorlum? Indeed, the figure who had unexpectedly arrived was none other than Sorlum, a being regarded with almost mythical reverence by all within the Bloodsail Alliance. The apprentice who had been taken under the wing of the faceless masked sorcerer. The very same individual who had once been part of the same team as Green, yet had scarcely uttered a word, unless the members of the Bloodsail Alliance had forgotten the events aboard the ship. No matter when they reminisced, the memory of the mysterious, imposing sorcerer's apprentice named Sorlum would inevitably resurface. Sorlum, radiating confidence, clasped his arms across his chest, his gaze dancing with surprise as he watched the jubilant dancers in the banquet hall. Perhaps Sorlum's brilliance was simply too overwhelming, akin to a protagonist captivating the crowd, drawing all eyes upon him. Thus, no one noticed the figure donning a white mask, tardily making their entrance at the far end of the hall. Emurangdi, the original founder of the Bloodsail Alliance. Once a luminary wielding the lightsaber, now one of the 13 elders of the Bloodsail Alliance, he was also recognized as the foremost among this year's top 10 skilled apprentices at the Black Soda Sorcerer Academy. The first apprentice to earn acknowledgement from the sorcerers in this cohort. Everything about Emurangdi spoke of an unyielding desire to transcend the ordinary. Holding a wine glass, Emurangdi stood in quiet contemplation, observing the individual he had once regarded as unattainable, the one who had once inspired his admiration. Sorlum. No longer was he that feeble creature of yesteryear. Over the past 3 years, he had grown significantly. He now possessed the right to meet Sorlum's gaze directly. Moreover, with everyone from the Bloodsail Alliance present, should Sorlum dare to act out of line, a single command from Emurangdi would suffice. Feeling the presence of those gathered beside him, Emurangdi finally found his confidence, a smile gracing his lips as he approached Sorlum. Emurangdi locked eyes with Sorlum, extending his hand with assurance. Should Sorlum dare to overstep, there would be no need for him to hold back. The members of the Bloodsail Alliance were no longer the children they had once been aboard that ship. Emurangdi intently scrutinized Sorlum's eyes, awaiting his next move. Crash! Sorlum grasped Emurangdi's hand, his demeanor effortlessly charming as he smiled. Emurangdi, I remember you. In that moment, Emurangdi found himself at a loss for words, a sense of hostility inexplicably surfacing within him. Was it born of his past fears? Silently shaking his head, Emurangdi steadied his emotions and replied calmly. Sorlum, for the past 3 years, no one in the Bloodsail Alliance has forgotten you. A statement layered with meaning. On one hand, Emurangdi acknowledged Sorlum's formidable prowess, while on the other, he alluded to Sorlum's role in bringing the faceless masked sorcerer into their lives, altering their fates that had originally directed them toward the Lilith Cottage Sorcerer Academy. Sorlum did not attempt to evade the truth, responding candidly, it was my actions that allowed the faceless masked mentor to hijack the ship destined for the Lilith Cottage Sorcerer Academy. There is nothing here that cannot be spoken of. I have come today with a singular request. I wish to join the Bloodsail Alliance. Disregarding the astonishment of those present, Sorlum continued, in truth, I did not care for you back then. However, witnessing your united front against the sailors on that ship stirred something within me, reminding me of certain truths and profoundly impacting me. For 3 years, I have regretted not requesting to join the Bloodsail Alliance upon my return to the Sorcerer Continent. Emurangdi was momentarily stunned, while the sorcerer manipulating the spells also appeared taken aback, as did Rafi, Amida, and the others, all rendered speechless, and one had anticipated that Sorlum would arrive at this moment to request membership in the Bloodsail Alliance. Who? Suddenly, Sorlum gasped, turning with an overwhelming aura, only to discover a figure in a white mask standing at the entrance of the hall, alarmingly close yet unnoticed until now. Who was this person? When had such an individual emerged within the Bloodsail Alliance? Was this a former apprentice of the Sorcerer Academy? As Sorlum turned, the gathered crowd finally recognized that, at some point, another masked sorcerer's apprentice had appeared at the entrance, the same question echoing in their minds. Who is this person? This person, of course, was Green. Green felt somewhat awkward. Just days prior, he had utilized his knowledge of alchemy to create a potion that could neutralize the body's natural scent, coupled with his solitary nature. Green had grown accustomed to silence. He moved as quietly as a ghost, rendering him nearly invisible to others. If one were to suddenly notice him, it would likely provoke a startled I am green. Ah, you idiot. It's not a masquerade. Why are you wearing a mask? Ben Hankson interrupted, the first to recognize Green, stepping forward with a smile. Green? Rafi, Chris, and Eurykliana approached, incredulous, as did the girl beside Ben Hankson. Amida's expression darkened, after taking a deep breath to compose herself. She made an effort to maintain her poise and followed suit. Sorlum pondered for a moment, gazing into Green's masked eyes before suddenly exclaiming, Green, I remember you. With that, Sorlum extended his hand. Green felt a flicker of surprise. Had Sorlum changed his demeanor, or was he merely continuing his previous facade? Green distinctly recalled Sorlum's earlier guise as Killen, exuding an air of arrogance that suggested he fancied himself the protagonist of a tale. Nevertheless, since Sorlum had offered his hand, Green chose not to dwell on it and shook Sorlum's hand. Sorlum, it's a pleasure. His tone was somewhat stiff. Green had spoken little over the past few months. Chris, apologizing to Amurangdi and Sorlum, said, My apologies, please continue your discussion, but we'll move aside. With that, he and the others led Green away. After a moment's reflection, Amida steeled herself, and, after expressing her apologies to Amurangdi and Sorlum, followed suit. Come on, Green, let me introduce you to your sister-in-law, Robin. You can also call her by her nickname, Moon. Ben Hankson said, pulling the pretty girl with dark curls closer to, I never agreed to marry you, Robin retorted, playfully tugging at his ear. Idiot, I haven't even said yes to you. Meanwhile, Chris pointed at his sister, Eurykliana, laughing. Green, you have no idea. My sister has been talking about you all the time that I'm nearly driven mad. Just the other day, she said you might be dead. Chris exaggeratedly spoke, while his sister Eurykliana timidly explained, I did not tea that moment. Amida suddenly stepped forward, letting out a hearty laugh, and exclaimed, Green, welcome back. With that, she attempted to give Green a warm embrace. The originally smiling Leify and Benson's expressions shifted dramatically, while only the Chris siblings and Robin remained oblivious to the awkwardness embedded in Amida's words. Their smiles, unchanged. Green's countenance also altered, concealed beneath his mask, rendering his emotions invisible to the crowd. Amida, addressing Green as if she were the leader of a small faction. Had this been uttered by Leify, Green would have deemed it entirely reasonable. Yet, to hear it from Amida, when he himself was one of the founders of this very team, rendered the atmosphere quite peculiar. Enough, Leify's voice rang out, startling those around the ballroom, who turned in astonishment towards her. Though this sharp-tongued queen was known for her merciless remarks, she had always maintained a good rapport with a select few, leaving everyone puzzled about her sudden outburst. Standing tall, Leify coldly addressed Amida. Enough, this gathering is meant for our original 5-member team on the sea wheel. You should step aside. Leify, Amida attempted to explain that I do not wish to repeat myself. Leave, Leify shouted, her breath heavy with indignation, clearly infuriated by Amida's recent behavior. Her sudden shout drew the attention of several attendees at the ball, but upon realizing it was Leify, they quickly averted their gazes. For no one in the Bloodsail Alliance dared to provoke this queen of sharp wit. Amida gasped for air, unable to maintain her composure in the face of Leify's treatment, her heart feeling as though it were bleeding. With flushed cheeks, she pointed at Green and roared, I demand a duel with you, a fair competition, Leify. Observing the spectacle, Green felt a sudden wave of disbelief. This individual was making a fuss over trivialities rather than pursuing higher knowledge in the realm of sorcery, which struck him as rather childish and tedious. What had sparked this conflict? The right to mate. Yet he had done nothing at all, while she alone performed like a jester. The absurdity of Amida insisting on a fair competition with Leify left Green almost amused. Such matters had never even crossed his mind. Their pursuits were on entirely different planes. Just as Green was about to voice his thoughts, Leify unexpectedly positioned herself before him, as if she had grown accustomed to taking charge on his behalf since their days aboard the sea wheel. Perhaps, in Leify's eyes, Green still remained that fragile being in need of protection. Amida, do you wish for me to intervene? Or do you believe you can defeat me? Leify narrowed her eyes, her voice chilling, as green tendrils of something arcane began to emerge beneath her skin. Amida gazed at Leify, suddenly struck by the unfamiliarity of her demeanor. After 3 years of companionship, she had never witnessed such a side of her. Was it truly just her one-sided affection? With one last glance at Leif's icy gaze, Amida shut her eyes and turned to leave. "Come with me." Leifi took Green by the arm, leaving no room for resistance. As if she had grown accustomed to this domineering behavior, Yakris and Benson exchanged resigned shrugs. This strong-willed woman was simply unyielding. With a resounding thump, Green found himself pushed against the wall. "Where have you been for the past 6 months? You missed the gathering, and you ignored the Crystal Ball's attempts to contact you. Are you trying to abandon us, or have you found a woman at the academy?" Leifi's assertiveness left Green bewildered, and he instinctively replied, "I've been preparing for the trials, of course. Yes, that's so." Suddenly, Green felt a weight on him as Leifi's astonishingly ample bosom pressed against him, her gaze somewhat dazed, the scent of intoxicating liquor wafting toward his face. "Have you lost your mind?" Green exclaimed in shock. He was taken aback. He had never been this close to a girl before, and his instinct was to recoil. However, Leifi held his hands tightly, pinning him to the wall. Leifi gazed up at Green, her eyes glazed with the effects of inebriation, yet intensely focused. "Madness? No, Green. I believe I've fallen in love with you." She tilted her head, gently removing the mask from his face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him. "From the moment you saved me aboard the Sea Wheel, pulling me from despair, I realized that I could believe in love. No one has ever made me feel like this. He is my everything, and I would give him my all. That I believe this is love." Green stared, dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Leifi was confessing such sentiments to him. "How wonderful it is to say this. I feared that in a few days you might perish in the trials before I had the chance to voice it." Leifi gazed tenderly at Green, wishing to engulf him in her warmth. "You are intoxicated," Green stammered, his cheeks flushed crimson from the forcefulness of her declaration, a heat rising within him. Yet, Leifi paid no heed to his words, her gaze still fixed on him. "You have grown so much taller over the years. Now, I find myself looking up to you. While I remember you being the same height as me back then, I aspire to boundless knowledge." "We are not meant to be," Green replied, struggling against the intoxicating scent of Leifi's breath. With a chuckle, she looked down, her gaze mocking. "Your body seems to tell a different story." Green's embarrassment was so intense he wished to vanish into thin air. To maintain the dignity expected of a man, he forced his expression to remain impassive. "But what I pursue is," as he felt the coolness of her lips against his, the insistent touch of her tongue, the heat coursing through his body, he felt as if he were a powder keg ready to explode. His mind went blank, and he seized Leifi's slender waist, drawing her voluptuous form against him, desperately seeking her warmth, wishing to merge their beings. Amid heavy breaths, their bodies instinctively rubbed against one another. In the small room, Green awoke, instinctively recalling the exquisite experiences of the previous night, that thrilling excitement where he had sought her again and again. Tireless, even to the point of madness, the sound of Leifi's sultry breaths still echoed in his ears. This sensation, Green closed his eyes, savoring the reckless impulse of the night before. The pleasure was akin to the pursuit of deeper knowledge and sorcery, a marvelous feeling emanating from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, Green jolted awake. No, this was merely the instinct of the body. Sorcerers are beings devoted to the pursuit of absolute wisdom and truth. How could they succumb to their primal instincts like beasts? With this thought in mind, Green hurriedly sat up, shaking his head vigorously. But as he turned, he beheld Leifi, still asleep beside him, her enchanting form partially obscured, revealing an astonishing silhouette, her soft, delicate, and fair skin, her vibrant, full-bodied shape. All of it stirred a primal desire within him, compelling him to swallow hard. Who hasn't been young? Perhaps a half-day of indulgence was in order today. With this thought, Green gently approached the slumbering Leifi, wrapping his arms around her alluring figure from behind, relishing in the warmth and beauty of the moment. Back again. A sultry voice emanated from the depth of Leifi's throat. Yes, she opened her eyes. A sudden realization seemed to strike her, and she swiftly turned, her long lashes framing eyes like shimmering stars that bore into Green, as if attempting to see through him. Green felt a wave of unease under her gaze, his cheeks flushing as he asked, What's wrong? Green, from now on, you shall belong to me alone. Unfettered joy enveloped Rafie as she embraced Green, gazing intently into his eyes. For a moment, Green felt as though he were being smothered by Rafie's ample bosom. Nearly gasping for breath, they lingered in bed until noon, a notion almost inconceivable to the perpetually busy Green. After casually exploring Green's room and laboratory, Rafie tenderly remarked, "Now I know where you reside. I shall visit you whenever I can, and you must not vanish on me again." However, she hesitated momentarily, a hint of shyness crossing her features as she added, "We are, after all, merely apprentice wizards. Our ultimate goal is to become fully fledged wizards. While love is exquisite, it serves merely as a comforting refuge and seasoning in the long journey of life. We should not allow ourselves to become too enmeshed in it." With those words, Rafie encouraged Green, saying, "Your foremost priority now is to survive the trials. I would hate to attend the funeral of the one I hold dear so soon after finally finding him." Green felt a twinge of embarrassment. Rafie's commanding presence had left him little room to respond, and he could only acquiesce. "Yes, you too." With a playful hum, Rafie bestowed a kiss upon Green before departing without a backward glance. Green took a moment to steady his emotions. He had not anticipated that yesterday's thoughts of the upcoming trial and a gathering of the Bloodsail Alliance would lead to such unforeseen events. His keen senses caught the lingering scent of Rafie, a delightful sweetness and satisfaction that stirred within him. Was this what love felt like? Perhaps one day he would take Rafie to pay respects at the grave of Oldham. With that thought, Green closed the door and returned to his experimental research. Immersed once more in his fervent studies, Green made new discoveries regarding the life code Forbidden Zone and stumbled upon an unexpected breakthrough in elemental magic runes. However, he had to set aside the matter of the life code for the time being. Green realized that to advance his research, he required a precious experimental material, a living being, yet performing magical experiments on commoners' wrist exposure, leading to his immediate notoriety as a dark wizard, hunted by all wizarding academies and pursued by dark wizard hunters. Green was not prepared to take such risks with human experimentation. While it was acceptable to engage in ruthless slaughter among kin due to competition and rules, he could not condone dark and cruel treatment. He contemplated another solution, one employed by many wizards: purchasing a humanoid slave from a powerful wizard. These humanoid slaves from other worlds were not true humans, but rather similar beings from foreign realms, thus exempt from the protections of wizarding laws. This approach spared Green considerable trouble. With the life code experiment stalled, he redirected his focus toward the magical rune he had unexpectedly discovered, excluding the standard 26 runes. Many rare runes existed, but acquiring them posed a challenge of magnitudes greater than refining magical arrays. Consider the case of the wizard Dyra, a first-level wizard who, upon mastering the Death Soul Flame spell, required the aid of a colossal octopus and numerous sea monsters to expend his magical energy before he could seize a maritime vessel. This illustrates the formidable deterrence wielded by rare runes in the composition of unusual spells. As this realization ignited a fervor within him, Green's gaze fell upon two dark, charred branches on the experimental table. These branches, once a singular entity, were unearthed by Green from an inconspicuous magical materials shop on the first floor of Black Soda. The shopkeeper claimed they were remnants of a natural lightning strike, dislodged from a tree. Although they contained some latent thunderous energy, their utility remained elusive. Nevertheless, their peculiar nature and rarity warranted a price of 2 magic stones. Green, merely curious at the time, purchased them as inexpensive alchemical materials, not thinking much of it. However, upon returning to his laboratory and slicing open one of the branches for alchemical purposes, he encountered something extraordinary. The cut was as smooth as glass, and despite the highly concentrated thunder energy within, it remained remarkably stable. Intrigued, Green ceased to regard the branch as mere alchemical material, and instead began to investigate the peculiar nature of the thunder contained within. Attempting to extract some of its power for his alchemical processes, that he even concocted various potions to assist in his research. Yet he faced repeated failures. This endeavor seemed impossible. Otherwise, why wouldn't the shopkeeper attempt it himself? Just as Green was on the verge of giving up, he had a moment of clarity during meditation and, through a haze, glimpsed a fleeting, complex rune at the cut's edge of the branch. This rune appeared to exist only for a moment before vanishing, leading Green to question if it were merely an illusion. Determined, Green fixed his gaze upon the branch, and after 2 sandglass intervals, he experienced another fleeting vision. Over the following days, he confirmed his suspicion. This unexpected rune was likely one of the rare runes mentioned in the spellbook. This discovery filled Green with exhilaration, as he understood the immense value of such runes from his studies. Rare runes could not be captured through drawings, carvings, or any tangible mediums. They could only be comprehended through soulful insight and the division of one's spirit for transmission. Since realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure, Green began to observe this ephemeral rune at fixed intervals each day, hoping to grasp its essence. However, to date, he had yet to form any conception of it within his soul. His preliminary estimates suggested that it would take at least a decade to fully comprehend the rune. Thus, he began to carry the 2 branches with him, diligently observing them at appointed times. As time passed, the moment arrived for Green's cohort of new apprentices to undertake the trial, a terrifying ordeal known as the Bloody Grind, which had claimed many lives in previous years. Once again, they gathered in the same square as 3 years prior. Yet Green soon realized that many apprentices had met with unexpected demise over the past 3 years. This year, a total of 577 apprentices from the Black Soda Wizard Academy were participating in a moment. They would receive a map of the trial grounds, and the objective was simple: survive for 1 month and return unscathed to pass the trial. From a high platform, a wizard proclaimed with an encouraging tone, though an unsettling excitement lurked beneath the surface. "So easy. Could it be true?" murmured the apprentices below, incredulous at the simplicity of this year's trial. On the other side, Rafi, Green, Yukris, Yalcriana, Ben Hankson, and Robin stood together. Ben Hankson furrowed his brow and said, "This doesn't make sense. That I've heard whispers from previous apprentices that every 10 cycles or so, a particularly exceptional cohort emerges, leading me to believe ours would be such a class that I expected the Academy to impose unimaginable horrors upon us. Yet the trial's goal is merely to survive?" Robin pouted. "Humph. Perhaps they'll simply toss us into a place swarming with wizard-level monsters and see how simple it really is." "Don't jinx it," Ben Hankson quickly interjected, worried that Robin's words might ring true. This scenario seemed implausible. Green shook his head firmly, asserting, if that were the case, it would be miraculous for even 1/10 of the apprentices to return alive. Including those 3, he gestured toward the trio of Alir, Bibiliana, and Sorum, who led the other apprentices. Even they cannot guarantee their survival. Yukris remarked, "The maps have already been distributed. We shall see once we examine them." A cacophony erupted among the wizard apprentices upon receiving the trial map, as if they had stumbled upon something utterly extraordinary. S. Green made contact with the map. He had yet to fully examine it when a chain composed of ink mysteriously imprinted itself upon his forehead, manifesting as a dark chain-shaped pattern. Frowning slightly, Green chose to disregard this emblem and directed his attention to the map in his hands. However, after merely glancing at it a few times, he too gasped in astonishment, joining the chorus of disbelief. Firstly, the trial delineated a no-man's land within the thorny forest, spanning 300 kilometers in both length and width, as the designated trial ground. It was surrounded by a warning barrier that prohibited any departure within a specified time frame, with any transgressors facing admonition from the wizards. Secondly, all newly appointed wizard apprentices from the 7th Ring Holy Towers District 10 would participate in this trial. The wizard academies included the Black Soda Wizard Academy, the Maze Wizard Academy, the Dark Realm Wizard Academy, the Skeletal Bell Tower Wizard Academy, the Hourglass Wizard Academy, and the Ivory Castle Wizard Academy. Thirdly, the trial grounds would feature 3 distinct secret realms, each opening at different intervals. The first secret realm would be accessible on the day of the trial, consisting of 100 locations, each housing high-tier wizard apprentice magical artifacts. The second realm would open 10 days later, containing 10 sites with consumable, high-powered magical artifacts. The third realm would become available 20 days hence, featuring a single site harboring precious potions to enhance the mental fortitude of wizard apprentices and valuable wizard notes. Fourthly, Slaying other wizard apprentices would result in an automatic absorption of their forehead marks. Upon the trial's conclusion, for each additional mark acquired, apprentices would receive a reward of 500 magic stones from the academy. It was no wonder that Green was taken aback. Although the wizard academies did not mandate apprentices to engage in lethal combat, the conditions outlined on the map unequivocally indicated that only through continuous conflict could one enhance their power, thus ensuring their own safety and the successful completion of the trial. Nevertheless, there were theoretically two ways to pass this trial. The first method involved concealing oneself for a month until the trial concluded and returning to the academy, a strategy heavily reliant on luck. The second method naturally entailed vying for treasures within the perpetually opening secret realms, thereby continuously augmenting one's strength until one reached a point where they could pursue others while remaining unassailable. 500 magic stones would drive many wizard apprentices into a frenzy. Green felt no hesitation whatsoever. With his formidable mental prowess and an arsenal of precious magical artifacts, he deemed it unlikely that any adversary could pose a threat to him unless they were akin to the likes of Yuli, Bibiliona, or Solong, who possessed rare gifts and had been nurtured by second-tier wizards upon entering the academy. Such a vast quantity of magic stones could swiftly elevate one's power, which in itself was a testament to wizardly wisdom. Of course, this referred only to the initial 20 days of secret realm openings. After 20 days, should the apprentices acquire those consumable, high-powered magical artifacts, the circumstances would be markedly different. This is a push towards our demise, lamented Ben Hanshuan. Yet, Yakris let out a sinister chuckle. I have long yearned for such a combat opportunity, reminiscent of the slaughter aboard the sea vessel. For 3 years, we have tirelessly strived to enhance our abilities. All for this very moment. The difference now is that we were once weak, reliant on Rafi's protection. But now, the group turned their gazes toward Rafi, who, in her form-fitting robe, revealed her fair, elongated legs. Though her chest was obscured by the garment, it could not conceal its fullness. Her keen eyes fixated on the map, exuding an aura of undeniable authority and inviolability. After a moment's contemplation, Rafi calmly addressed the group. Based on my calculations, our entry into the trial grounds will likely be through random teleportation. Among our 6, Yorkliana, Ben Hanshuan, and Rafi glanced at Green before continuing. You 3 possess non-combat spells that on the first day. Prioritize your safety and steer clear of the secret realms. The other 3 will strive to secure magical artifacts within the realms. We shall regroup to prevent ensuing chaos and prepare for the subsequent treasure hunt once the second secret realm opens. Understood, the group acknowledged, accustomed to Rafi's directives. Green softly remarked, in truth, I have made considerable preparations and feel confident about claiming artifact from the secret realms. Rafi shot Green a glance, internally skeptical of his capabilities as a newly appointed apprentice from merely 6 months prior. However, considering his pride, she opted not to voice her doubts. Rafi addressed the group. I must attend a meeting with the other 13 elders of the Bloodsail Alliance, as Solong has joined and become an elder. We shall discuss matters concerning the final secret realm. Yet, barely had Rafi taken 2 steps when, to the astonishment of all, she swiftly turned, embraced Green, and fervently kissed him. The onlookers, particularly friends present, were left aghast. With Green's heart racing in a near frenzy, his eyes wide in disbelief. Rafi? Be careful, Rafi instructed as she slipped an earring into Green's hand, leaving without a backward glance. Only then did the others regain their composure, encircling Green with expressions akin to wolves spotting a lamb, eagerly demanding explanations. Wow. Green, you must clarify what just transpired. Are you involved with Rafi? Ben Hanshuan was the first to leap forward, his face alight with excitement. Akin to the monkey's rear, Green had once dissected. No. Nothing happened between Rafi and me, Green hastily protested. Nothing happened? Then everything happened, laughed Ben Hanshuan, unabashed. Come on, Green, stop using such feeble excuses. Hey, SA man, I understand. He clapped Green on the shoulder. Guffawing heartily, Robin stepped on Ben Hanshuan's foot, her face flushed. What do you understand? My apologies, take it easy. If I injure myself, I won't be able to run during the trial, Ben Hanshuan wailed. Meanwhile, Chris, having been stunned into silence for a while, finally muttered, "This is splendid. The Queen of Tongue has finally found a man." This is a tremendous stroke of luck for the Bloodsail Alliance that Yorkliana's half-exposed face, not concealed by her mask, flushed a delicate hue. At her age, she was naturally yearning for love, and witnessing this scene filled her with hope for her own romantic destiny. Yorkliana approached Green, a charming smile gracing her lips, and softly said, "Brother Green, let me adorn you with the earring Rafi gifted you." Under Yorkliana's irresistible insistence, Green nodded in acquiescence, allowing her to gently place the earring in his left ear, complementing the eternal earring in his right. "Brother Green, this earring is called Heart of the Vines. Rafi used it to perform her vine spells aboard the sea vessel," Yorkliana explained. "Heart of the Vines? It was because of this earring that other apprentices referred to Rafi as the Vine Sorceress." Green chuckled softly, realizing that to Rafi, he still appeared as the vulnerable boy in need of her protection, although he yearned to demonstrate that he was no longer the weakling requiring safeguarding. This warm feeling of being cared for filled him with an inexplicable joy. "Oh, why did this what it feels like to be in love?" Approximately half an hour's worth of sand had slipped through the hourglass when, under the guidance of a dozen sorcerers, one apprentice after another ascended onto a colossal balance scale. As the other end of the scale transformed a multitude of magical stones into nondescript gray pebbles. The figures of the apprentices on this side began to blur, vanishing under the influence of a power that twisted space itself down on the scale. Green donned a pale mask, and as his body was compressed as if being stretched into a noodle, his vision flickered, revealing an unfamiliar realm. Nausea surged within him. This teleportation proved burdensome for apprentices unenhanced by bloodline sorcery. Nevertheless, despite the dizziness, Green maintained his vigilance, catching a glimpse of two apprentices confronting each other a mere 10 meters ahead. The marks on their foreheads revealed one as a pupil of the Maze Academy and the other from the Ivory Castle, neither affiliated with the Black Tower Sorcerer Academy. However, even if they were, they would still be foes at this moment. That if they were part of the Bloodsail Alliance, there might have been a possibility for an alliance. A T this time. Green's pale mask concealed his forehead's mark, preventing the two adversaries from discerning it. Yet the significance of that mark was overshadowed by his current state of utter vulnerability. Without a hint of hesitation, the two apprentices, who had been locked in confrontation, directed their attacks towards Green. One murmured an incantation, and in an instant, a thin, transparent wind blade shot towards him, while the other raised a hand, unleashing an ice spear that hurtled through the air. Thud, thud, the transparent shield before Green effortlessly deflected both the wind blade and the ice spear, not even causing a ripple. The attacks, barely exerting 20 degrees of energy, felt remarkably weak. Suppressing his nausea, Green muttered to himself, astonished that their attacks had been entirely negated by the mass protective barrier, without him expending any magical energy. This was to be expected, as this cohort of apprentices had only been in training for 3 years, with the majority possessing psychic abilities barely ranging from 10 to 17. Occasionally, some naturally gifted apprentices with commendable meditation skills might reach 20. Yet, to achieve the 24 points of psychic energy possessed by Green was a rarity, easily counted on 2 hands within the trial grounds. The raw magical energy they could muster, even bolstered by elemental magic circles, barely exceeded 132 degrees, indicating their limited psychic prowess. That moment, the two apprentices stared at Green with wide eyes, their expressions a mix of terror and disbelief, as if they had encountered a monster. The one wielding the wind blade, his hair standing on end, fled without a second thought, even casting an acceleration spell as he ran. The other apprentice, clearly slower to react, found himself confronted by a flying firebird, which deftly swooped towards him. No, the apprentice managed only a desperate scream before the firebird engulfed him in flames, due to the firebird's energy intensity peaking at nearly 60 degrees. The apprentice was reduced to ashes with little struggle. Simultaneously, the chain mark on Green's forehead seemed to sharpen in clarity. Nausea struck again, but with no interruptions, Green finally expelled the acidity from his stomach. Returning to normalcy. Breath, he thought, contemplating the necessity of researching spells to enhance physicality in the future. While bloodline sorcery yielded rapid results, It often bore side effects detrimental to a sorcerer's focus, with possible alterations to physical form. Perhaps mechanical sorcery or potion sorcery, as well as earth and wood elemental magic, might provide some means of enhancement. Perhaps delving into the secrets of a life code research would yield breakthroughs as well. After musing for a moment, Green did not rush to investigate his surroundings. Instead, he took out a crystal ball to attempt contacting Fyra and the others. The trial grounds spanned roughly 300 kilometers in diameter, and with the apprentice's psychic levels, communication was feasible within a 10-kilometer radius. Beyond that, conversations devolved into mere noise, and at greater distances, only vague directional senses could be perceived until nothing was sensed at all. After several failed attempts, it was evident that his team was not nearby. Shaking his head, Green held little hope, stowed the crystal ball, and surveyed the map. Lacking prominent landmarks, he chose a direction and set off. Green had never ventured into the thorny forest and was entirely ignorant of its dangers. I could see that moment. He unwittingly stepped into the territory of killer bees, swarms of them, each the size of a fist, descended upon him. Green realized his misstep. The thorny forest was not solely populated by apprentice sorcerers, but also teemed with perilous creatures, deadly hunters for any apprentice. However, a protective barrier shimmered before him, rippling like raindrops. Despite its exaggerated appearance, Green's magical energy was merely being consumed gradually, for the intensity of the killer bees' attacks barely reached 20 degrees. The sheer number of them prevented the pale mass from replenishing elemental energy from the natural world in time. Sorcerers have always fought with wit. Those who resort to brute force are, unless their power is overwhelmingly superior, simply foolish. Green retrieved a small vial from his sleeve, covering his nose, and gently twisted open the cap. Instantly, an odd odor permeated the air, neither fragrant nor foul. It could only be described as a bizarre blend of stinky tofu, Chinese tune, milk, and lemon juice. This peculiar aroma wafted around him. The previously ferocious killer bees recoiled in disgust, abandoning their assault. Holding his nose, Green inadvertently glanced toward a distant thicket. Almost simultaneously, a figure concealed within it bolted away. What a jest! This individual had witnessed Green withstand an onslaught of hundreds of killer bees unscathed. Facing such a monstrous foe was utterly despairing. After eavesdropping for so long, they think they can simply leave. For Green, until the second secret realm was unveiled, the appearance of an ordinary apprentice before him was akin to delivering 500 magical stones straight to him. Having undergone the harrowing trials of his past, compassion was a sentiment Green had long discarded. Much like what Rafi had once proclaimed, cruelty, coldness, and malevolence are the true essence of sorcery. With a single hand, Green pointed towards the fleeing figure, and instantly, a vine ensnared the individual's feet. This was a spell cast using the vine heart earrings Rafi had just gifted him. You think such a rudimentary spell can ensnare me? The fleeing figure scoffed, and in a moment, their lower limbs morphed into hooves, effortlessly breaking free from the entangling vines. Was the artifact level too low? Bloodline sorcery. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was occupied, Green pursued, conjuring a fireball that blazed at his fingertip, directing it towards the figure now within range. Die. In an instant, a firebird soared towards the target. Impossible! Such a powerful fluctuation. The figure was evidently not as weak as the two apprentices Green had previously encountered. They were significantly stronger. Acting swiftly, the individual cast an unknown spell, and with a pop, their body transformed into a pool of blood, shooting away like a bolt from a bow. Boom! Following the fiery explosion, Green approached with a grim expression. However, he seemed to suddenly notice something, dipping his finger into the blood on the ground, and smirked. So, you left behind bodily information, although it's merely some rudimentary curse spells. Let us see if you have cultivated any parasitic insects. Murmuring in a low voice, Green silently recited an enigmatic incantation, and to his astonishment, the blood at his fingertips began to emanate a crimson mist. A visage of anguish and despair flickered momentarily in the air. Simultaneously, Green produced a collection of arcane materials, arranging them on the ground to form a rudimentary altar, at the center of which lay a diminutive scarecrow. In the distance, a frail figure cast a cautious glance over its shoulder, and upon confirming that no one pursued, it exhaled a sigh of relief, murmuring to itself, "What ill fortune! I've scarcely arrived at the trial ground when I encounter such a monstrosity. I cannot fathom which academy this beast hails from, nor do I know if the few candidates favored by my own institution stand a chance against it." As these thoughts lingered, the figure suddenly felt a chill envelop its body, and its vision was obscured, as if veiled by a thick fog. In despair, it lamented, alas, a cursed spell, blindness, perhaps. Blinded, the figure was at a loss as to which direction to flee, panic gripping its heart. Moments later, Green, having tracked the target with his keen instincts, surveyed the ashes of what once was, murmuring darkly, to venture into such life-preserving sorcery without nurturing even a companion insect. How foolish! Belroth, a ninth-ranked apprentice wizard from the Academy of the Dark Realm, had always presented himself as humble and sagacious in the eyes of others. Yet unbeknownst to them, a grotesque pride festered within him. He believed that given sufficient time, he could surpass any apprentice wizard. For he had always been that kind of person, from an unnoticed newcomer to surpassing his peers. Belroth had eclipsed those so-called experts, ultimately emerging as a prominent figure among the Academy's top 10. All of this had forged the foundation of Belroth's arrogance. Beneath his seemingly humble and wise exterior lay an overwhelming sense of superiority. Even those ranked above him in the Academy's hierarchy were, in his eyes, mere insects beneath his feet. If not for the constraints of time, he was certain he could surpass them all, and he awaited the day when that would come. Yes, this is it. This is the opportunity. When the Academy of the Dark Realm announced the trial rules, amidst the trembling fear of many apprentice wizards, Belroth felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him, almost suppressing the urge to laugh out loud. He restrained himself, bowing his head in what appeared to be terror. Typically, he would toil for a month to earn a mere handful of magic stones, but in this trial, slaying just one apprentice wizard would yield 500 stones. Such a trial was nothing short of a magnificent paradise. Indeed, if he could eliminate 10 of those foolish apprentice wizards, he would amass 5,000 stones. Should he kill 20, that would amount to 10,000. The thought of acquiring even more sent Belroth into a frenzy of excitement. Once this trial concluded, the so-called top 10 experts would be nothing but a fleeting memory. His singular goal was the Holy Tower. Belroth coldly affirmed to himself. As he traversed the treacherous trial grounds, Belroth was nearly driven to madness. The fourth one. 2,000 magic stones. This is too easy, he chuckled. With 2,000 stones, I can finally purchase those things I've long desired. Belroth sneered. At that point, those so-called top 10 experts will be mere insects beneath my feet. No, 2,000 stones are still insufficient. Just one more kill would yield another 500. I crave more magic stones. With a fierce resolve, Belroth plunged his bloodied claws into the chest of the fallen apprentice wizard, his demeanor frenzied as he charged forth to hunt weaker prey. Half an hour later, Belroth seethed. Cursed mark! As his points accumulated, the mark emitted increasingly potent waves of energy, prompting the timid to flee in terror. Even Green had retreated from a distance. How infuriating! Cursing under his breath, Belroth suddenly halted. Sensing something faintly to it was the scent of blood and the pulse of the mark. Yes, the mark's resonance. Nearby. Poor me. I found you. Belroth cackled, his hands morphing into fearsome claws, his body adorned with purple-black scales. A dark liquid seeping from him, suggesting a potent venom, he moved with the grace of a wild leopard. Suddenly, as he leapt from the trees, Belroth was taken aback by a shocking sight. His voice caught in his throat. The scene before him was utterly staggering. The vast expanse was marred, the once lush trees and grass ravaged by sorcery, leaving behind a landscape of craters and the acrid scent of blood wafting through the air, with charred remnants scattered about, indicative of a violent clash among more than 20 apprentice wizards. Yet, amidst the devastation, only one figure stood, back turned, gasping for breath, as though drained of magical energy. Gulp. Belroth unconsciously swallowed. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, oblivious to its presence, From a mark on his brow, he sensed a brilliant orb of light ahead, radiating unabashedly in all directions, akin to a blazing sun in the sky, rendering it impossible to gaze upon without risking blindness. In stark contrast, the glow of his own mark seemed a mere firefly's flicker, struggling to maintain its presence in the sunlight. How many apprentice wizards must have perished for the mark to attain such terrifying power? Belroth gasped, his awareness sharpening in that moment. That instant. All thoughts of his original purpose fled his mind. He only wished to escape this hellish place, for the figure before him was far beyond his capability to confront. This was no mere human. This was a monster. Suddenly, the figure, still facing away, turned slowly, revealing a pale mask that sent a chill down Belroth's spine. Without hesitation, he bolted away, abandoning any notion of accumulating marks. The source of his terror was none other than Green. It is worth mentioning that at the outset, as Green embarked on his path of slaughter, following the brutal demise of the sixth trial apprentice wizard, the mark upon his brow had begun to emit a formidable energy. The sixth apprentice wizard had been a powerful foe, possessing 4 points of his own. Consequently, Green had accrued energy equivalent to that of 10 apprentice wizards. Thus, the mark's energy surged like a flame in the darkness, prompting other apprentice wizards to flee in his presence, rendering Green unable to continue his hunt, after a strong apprentice wizard had briefly tested him before fleeing. Green contemplated abandoning the pursuit of magic stones altogether, opting instead to wait for the realm to open. However, just as Green resigned himself to inaction, for apprentice wizards exhibiting considerable energy signatures converged. Evidently a small faction from a particular academy, intent on collaborating to eliminate Green and seize his marks. The weakest among them possessed 3 points, while the strongest boasted an impressive 8. Thus, a fierce battle erupted. Utilizing the formidable, almost exaggerated defensive barrier of his pale mask, Green replenished his magical energy with mid-level magic stones while unleashing a barrage of Firebird spells one by one. The 4 apprentice wizards succumbed to despair. Consumed by flames, their marks absorbed by Green. The moment Green absorbed the final apprentice wizard's mark, the total reached 33, and his mark's energy radiated like the sun in the sky, centered around Green. A powerful wave of mystical energy erupted within a 100-meter diameter, emanating a circle of invisible ripples. In that moment, every apprentice sorcerer within this vicinity felt a terrifying surge of energy akin to the blazing sun burning fiercely in the sky. This wave of mystical energy seemed to serve as a warning to all present, signaling the emergence of an irresistible and formidable apprentice sorcerer. At that very instant, Green sensed a shadowy figure materializing behind him. Another greedy soul, 5 points of mystical energy. Green's cold eyes, concealed beneath his mask, fixed intently on the figure, awaiting its approach while his hands fervently absorbed a piece of intermediate magic stone to replenish his magical power. However, to Green's disappointment, the individual appeared intimidated and turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. You come and go as you please. 2,500 magic stones are certainly worth pursuing. With this thought, Green's magic staff pulsed with energy, summoning a colossal wind elemental bat that flapped its wings vigorously in the air. Without hesitation, Green took a couple of steps and leaped gracefully onto the bat's back. Chasing after the retreating figure, Green's mystical energy radiated unabashedly, akin to the sun in the sky, causing all apprentice sorcerers who sensed his aura to distance themselves, too fearful to approach. This mystical energy seemed to retract into Green's body only when he was at full magical capacity, remaining motionless and devoid of any magical fluctuations, releasing its power within a relatively confined space. The wind elemental bat drew closer to the fleeing figure, and a chilling smile crept across Green's face as a fireball slowly formed at his fingertips, transforming into a fiery bird that darted towards the shadowy figure. Belrod, sensing the exaggerated energy surge behind him, exclaimed, "No." Desperate, he hurled a precious consumable life-saving item. A hazy mirror emerged behind Belrod, seemingly possessing some unique defensive capabilities. Green's fiery bird struck the mirror, resulting in an explosive burst of flames that radiated outward, the intense heat distorting the air. Yet, The mirror completely withstood Green's attack, although it became increasingly translucent, nearly vanishing from sight. Successfully blocked? That complicates matters. Green furrowed his brow. Having expended a considerable amount of magical energy during the previous battles, he had replenished some through the absorption of magic stones, but it was insufficient for sustained combat. After a moment's hesitation, considering the impending opening of the secret realm, Green sighed. Very well, I shall spare your life. With this thought, Green urged the bat to descend to the ground, focusing intently on absorbing the magic stones in his possession. Following the earlier skirmish, Green had acquired two small, yet practical magical artifacts, which could be regarded as a modest bonus point 1 ring, capable of storing approximately 50 to 60 points of magical energy. Could instantly replenish when needed. A necklace, on the other hand, could unleash a defensive fire barrier, capable of reflecting half the energy of attacks below 30 degrees and somewhat mitigating those below 40 degrees. However, as Green already possessed the necklace of joyful springs, and the defensive capabilities overlapped with those of the pale mass protective shield, it held no immediate utility. The fleeing Belrod, witnessing Green abandon the pursuit, felt a wave of relief wash over him, nearly collapsing as he murmured, "Which Sorcerer Academy did this monster crawl out from?" To encounter such a being on the very first day. Fortunately, he had previously spent a staggering 500 magic stones on a void realm for self-preservation. Let hunting wait for now. It would be wiser to locate the other members of my team first. Speaking of the void realm, Belrod winced at the thought but dared not glance back as he hastened away. The further he was from this creature, the better. Approximately 3 meters beneath the soil, within a flower bud, Green held an intermediate magic stone, replenishing his magical energy while also contemplating methods to control the fluctuations of the mark on his forehead. Through continuous study, Green made a discovery. Ordinarily, if he expended even a trace of magical energy without replenishing it, his mark's fluctuations would radiate like a blazing sun within a 100-meter radius, constantly alerting all apprentice sorcerers within that range. However, if Green maintained his magical energy at full capacity, remained still without any movement, and exhibited no magical fluctuations, the mark's energy would entirely retract into his body, resembling an apprentice sorcerer who had not accrued any points. Yet, the moment Green made even the slightest movement, even simply walking, the mark's fluctuations would emanate forth. Nevertheless, during such instances, both the range and intensity of the fluctuations would be significantly reduced, approximately resembling 10 points of intensity within a 30-meter radius. Should any magical fluctuations occur within him, regardless of how minuscule, an instantaneous surge of 30 points of intensity would explode within a 30-meter radius. Green began to deplete his magical energy. This diameter would swiftly expand to 100 meters. Having grasped the method of controlling the mark's fluctuations, Green calculated the time, realizing that the first batch of secret realms was soon to be unlocked. Wasting no more time, Green tapped the flower bud, causing a tremor that sent the surrounding soil shifting. The enormous bud burst forth from the ground, revealing Green within. He dropped a single drop of potion onto the massive flower bud, which trembled and visibly shrank, eventually transforming into an inconspicuous seed. Carefully stowing the seed away, Green meticulously controlled the fluctuations of his mark as he proceeded toward a visible high ground. Yet, even with the mark's intensity reduced to merely 10 points within a 30-meter range, it remained an object of avoidance for numerous apprentice sorcerers, as Green encountered not a single one. That the aforementioned 30 meters and 100 meters were merely abstract concepts. Beyond these ranges, some residual energy remained, the specifics of which depended on the sensitivity of the individuals involved. Gradually, the sun dipped toward the horizon. Anticipating the arrival of nightfall within half an hour, Green sensed two exceedingly potent magical fluctuations. One was approximately a kilometer away, while the other appeared to be around 3 to 4 kilometers distant. Gaining a vantage point, Green peered through the dense forest toward the nearest magical fluctuation, noticing a vague yet distinct change occurring there. Some trees had been uprooted, and the distant sound of what seemed to be mindless beasts roaring echoed faintly. The secret realm has been activated. Green felt a surge of excitement as he hastened toward the nearest secret realm, striving to secure the rewards within. Naturally, it would be even better if he could accumulate more marks along the way. As the secret realm opened, the vast trial grounds began to gather participants, converging towards the location of the activation. Along the way, Green encountered several apprentice sorcerers also making their way toward the secret realm. However, these individuals were notably cautious, avoiding close proximity to Green, who had no intention of expending magical energy to pursue them. Thus, everyone proceeded toward their respective gathering spots in a relatively safe manner. Moments later, Green finally arrived at the nearest secret realm, but upon witnessing this so-called secret realm, disappointment washed over him. It's oh simple. Indeed, the first wave of unlocked secret realms turned out to be nothing more than a seemingly lavishly decorated house. Hardly deserving of the term secret realm, the only aspect that garnered attention was a towering tree, exceeding 30 meters in height, with branches resembling menacing arms, intimidating any apprentice sorcerer who dared approach. At this moment, over 30 individuals had gathered before the secret realm, with more apprentice sorcerers approaching in the distance. This gigantic tree possessed a mouth the size of a table, filled with cold fangs that gnawed on the corpses of recently slain apprentice sorcerers. The beastly roars Green had faintly heard earlier likely emanated from this gaping maw. The tree's branch-like appendages seemed to possess immense strength and resilience, rendering them nearly impervious to damage from the average apprentice sorcerer. However, a mere sweep of these branches constituted a nightmare for any apprentice sorcerer. This is the Labrador Nightmare Tree. A knowledgeable apprentice sorcerer shouted. It typically appears indistinguishable from an ordinary giant tree, only requiring sustenance once every 100 years. If it does not receive sufficient flesh and blood, it shall never transform into its true giant tree form, forever remaining a carnivorous monstrosity. Flesh and blood? Where are we to procure flesh and blood for it now? Just moments ago, it had devoured 3 wizard apprentices, showing no signs of satiation. One apprentice, with a grim expression, remarked on the situation. I end this vast arena. Among the more than 30 apprentices present, 2 individuals evidently stood out as the most formidable. Their marks pulsed with a strength equivalent to that of 10, each accompanied by 2 or 3 aides. And none dared to provoke these small factions. The remaining apprentices were on high alert, having arrived alone, with only a handful coming in pairs. Where to find blood food? Aren't there plenty of blood offerings right here? At this moment, a male apprentice, whose mark also resonated with the power of 10, spoke up. He appeared to be merely 15 or 16, with a youthful visage and a voice still wavering from puberty. Yet his demeanor was strikingly brutal. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards another female apprentice, also marked with the strength of 10. She was mounted atop a colossal bear formed of earth elements, her eyes flickering but offering no reply, as if she had yet to resolve whether to attempt taking down other apprentices to feed the Labrador Nightmare Tree. Grin observed from a distance, remaining cautious and waiting for an opportunity to that moment. An apprentice possessing a rudimentary invisibility spell could no longer contain himself and boldly unleashed his magic, dashing towards the secret realm, disregarding the terrifying Labrador Nightmare Tree. The onlookers initially scoffed, considering him merely a fool offering himself as prey, but what followed left them all in stunned silence. This apprentice, with such a crude disguise, astonishingly managed to pass by the Labrador Nightmare Tree and enter the chamber. Moments later, a faint spatial disturbance emanated from within, suggesting that the secret realm contained a teleportation device that safely transported the apprentice away. Even Grin was taken aback, his eyes turning icy with disbelief. The coveted rewards of the secret realm, which he thought were within easy reach, had been snatched away right under his nose. How could this not incite rage? Suddenly, Grin seemed to ponder something, staring at the chamber that had not yet vanished, exclaiming in astonishment, could it be that the secret realm offers rewards to more than one individual? That scoundrel has actually seized my magical artifact. The male apprentice, marked with the strength of 10, was nearly driven mad with fury as he glared at the hesitant female apprentice nearby. If you do not make up your mind soon, I will not hold back, with a determined grit of her teeth. The female apprentice atop the earth element bear shouted, Kill! In response, the youthful male apprentice finally let out a chilling laugh. Even if you acquire the artifact from the secret realm, I will snatch it away." He gestured to a few friends, and they charged wildly at the solitary apprentices. Faced with the onslaught, those who had arrived alone scattered in panic, with only a small number recklessly rushing towards the secret chamber. While the majority chose to flee, seemingly unwilling to contend for the secret realm's rewards, Grin. At that moment, a female apprentice spotted the masked Grin and shouted in delight, racing towards him without a second thought. This female apprentice was, in fact, a member of the Bloodsail Alliance, and she appeared to be quite familiar with Chris, having been seen together on occasion, although Grin had encountered her a few times. They had never exchanged words. Her name seemed to be Ireltiven. However, such details were of little importance. Grin watched Ireltiven, whose back was being pursued by the male apprentice, a thrill coursing through him as he silently cheered. "Yes. Yes, just like that. Come closer." Grin remained motionless, concealing all his Mark-esque fluctuations. Ireltiven, witnessing Grin's unwavering presence, felt a swell of gratitude. Despite her not being truly involved with Chris, Grin had risked danger to rescue her. He truly was a loyal and compassionate apprentice, instilling a sense of trust. Ireltiven did not consider that Grin was acting out of solidarity as a fellow member of the Bloodsail Alliance. For such a tenuous connection could foster alliances in everyday circumstances but would never guarantee rescue in times of peril. She had not contemplated other motivations for his aid. As the approaching male apprentice drew nearer, Grin began to excitedly lick his lips, his expression becoming increasingly terrifying. Ireltiven reached Grin's side, turning to gather her magical energy against the pursuing apprentice, breathlessly informing Grin, "This fellow is quite powerful. He hails from the Ivory Fortress. Just hold him off. I've already contacted Murang." A terrifying mark surged behind Ireltiven. It radiated like the sun in the sky, emanating boundless light and heat, instantly engulfing all nearby fluctuations. In that moment, Ireltiven's mark seemed like a hidden reef submerged beneath a torrent, vanishing without a trace. That instant, every apprentice within the realm's contested area was struck with horror, their expressions shifting as they gazed incredulously at Grin, whose demeanor was filled with excitement, cruelty, and a sinister grin. "Run!" Without hesitation, the female apprentice atop the earth element bear bolted into the distance, the bear trembling the ground beneath it. Ireltiven stood frozen, her face pale with disbelief as she watched the apprentice. Marked with the strength of 10, engulfed in the terrifying energy of fire, was all of this orchestrated by Grin. Grin dashed forward, conjuring another fireball at his fingertips, hurling it at an apprentice who had failed to distance himself in time. With a wave of flames, the unfortunate apprentice did not even have time to scream. In that moment, Grin resembled a ravenous wolf amidst a flock of sheep, greedily slaughtering any prey within his reach. By the time Grin had slain the fourth apprentice, the vast area of the secret realm lay devoid of life. The pale-faced, masked devil. "I will remember you." From afar, a terrified apprentice screamed at Grin, yet continued to flee without pause. Grin paid him no heed, merely licking his lips and muttering. 51 mark points. Casting a glance at Ireltiven, who stood there, pale and motionless, Grin did not approach to greet her, but smiled faintly before heading directly towards the Labrador Nightmare Tree. However, to Ireltiven, Grin's smile appeared as the bare fangs of a demon. Her rigid body trembled instinctively, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her complexion ghostly pale. "No, your mark exceeds 30. You can enter the chamber directly." At that moment, the Labrador Nightmare Tree spoke. Grin paused, then chuckled. How intriguing! As he stepped into the chamber, he beheld 9 identical magical wands standing upon their stands, one of which was conspicuously absent, seemingly taken by a previous visitor. Grin contemplated. "Is this the reward? It appears to be merely a standard wand for sealing spells." As Grin's hand brushed against one of the wands, a sudden force of spatial distortion erupted within the chamber, and Grin, along with the wand, vanished with a whoosh. It truly is a teleportation mechanism. Grin's vision blurred, and he found himself in an unfamiliar location. However, this time the teleportation distance seemed to be only a few kilometers, not too far, causing no discomfort. Grin turned, sensing a magical fluctuation from a secret realm approximately 2 kilometers away. A surge of joy washed over him, and he decided to unabashedly radiate his mark's power, akin to the sun in the sky, releasing it in tumultuous waves before summoning wind element bats to charge towards the secret realm. Simultaneously, perched on the back of the bats, Grin began to examine the wand he had just acquired. After a brief moment, disappointment flickered across Grin's face. It was merely a wand that sealed a basic thunder spell, with an attack strength hovering between 35 and 45, characterized by its swiftness and a certain penetrating paralysis effect, which granted enhanced damage against other elemental spells. Shaking his head, Grin concluded that this wand held no value for him. It would only fetch about 350 to 450 magic stones at the academy. Hardly worth the effort compared to slaying another apprentice. However, should other apprentices obtain such a mass-produced wand, their strength would indeed see a significant boost. Moreover, the wand sealed a thunder spell with a penetrating paralysis effect. Whether vanquishing the weak or eluding the strong, one can achieve unexpectedly profound effects. Considering the welfare of his companions, Grin resolutely continued his ascent towards the mystical realm. After a brief interval, he arrived at the sensed location of the secret domain, where under the exaggerated fluctuations of his potent mark, dozens of individuals in front of him huddled together, their eyes anxiously fixed upon him. Leaping down from the wind element bat, his golden curls and the musical spring earrings upon his chest billowed in the air, while a pallid mask adorned with purple spirals concealed any trace of expression. With a resounding thud, as Grin's feet firmly met the ground, the legendary aura of the strong began to manifest. "It's a voice emerged from the throng, laced with disbelief. The speaker stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 1 inch, his golden locks swept back, a rugged beard framing his face, and a broad, muscular chest bared, faintly revealing dark chest hair. This individual was none other than Amida, the suitor of Rafi and one of the 3 prominent leaders among the crowd below, flanked by 2 unfamiliar members of the Bloodsail Alliance. "Amida," Grin replied coolly. Seemingly unfazed by Amida's previous rudeness, he could discern that, despite Amida's irksome demeanor, his affection for Rafi surpassed his own. That Rafi's choice of Grin merely indicated his fortune in capturing the fleeting moment of her heart's flutter. Furthermore, Grin was not foolish enough to provoke a dozen adversaries. That would be tantamount to courting death. Approaching the guardian of the secret realm, the Labrador Nightmare Tree, he called out, "Could you enlighten me regarding the conditions for entering the secret realm?" The onlookers gawked at him as though he were mad. Conversing with a carnivorous beast, some even harbored the hope that the Labrador Nightmare Tree would promptly dispatch him. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Nightmare Tree did indeed respond. "Wisdom and strength. Your power has reached the requisite level, yet you have previously entered another secret realm. Thus you cannot enter again." The slightly smaller tree than the one Grin had encountered before spoke. "Oh, is that so?" Grin pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "What if I force my way in again?" The Labrador Nightmare Tree swayed its branches, replying slowly, "You misunderstand. I merely filter qualified wizard apprentices and will not impede your entry. If you wish to venture forth, do as you please. In doing so, the tree actually retracted all its branches, clearing a path for Grin. With a contemplative expression, Grin hesitated briefly before advancing toward the secret cottage. "Wait a moment." Suddenly, Amida clenched his teeth, seemingly struggling to control his emotions, and stepped forward to shout at Grin, "I demand to know why I fell to you, why Rafi chose you." As he spoke, Amida's muscles began to swell violently, hinting at explosive power. His jaw elongated, revealing 2 fangs, as dark hair erupted from his body, transforming him in an instant from a man into a fearsome beast. Gorilla-like bloodline sorcery, Grin cast a nonchalant glance. Remaining unfazed at that moment, Amida's 2 Bloodsail Alliance companions gasped, "Amida, you've lost your mind. You stand no chance against him. His mark is far too potent. Don't do it. He will kill you." Despite their pleas, Amida's eyes glistened with moisture as he bellowed, "Leave me be. For Rafi, I am prepared to sacrifice everything. Even if Rafi chooses this man, I respect her choice, but I must understand why she chose him." With that, Amida unleashed a primal roar, devoid of any rationality, a thunderous sound that could be heard for miles. His robust arms pounded against his chest, producing a dull thud that left no one doubting the terrifying strength held within those exaggerated limbs. With a resounding crash, Amida braced his arms against the ground, creating two small craters. "Let's fight, Green. I wish to duel you like true men." At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Green, many harboring a glimmer of hope that this fool, Amida, might gauge Green's true depths. Green halted his advance towards the secret realm, slowly turning his head. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "Boring." Amida, transformed into a giant ape, narrowed his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how Green could utter such a phrase. Wizards are not knights, nor beasts. They are beings who wield wisdom in battle. How could he speak of a duel? Boring, Green reiterated. As for Rafi, her choice is known only to her. I am merely luckier. Do you think Rafi chose me for my strength? No, I understand her well. She possesses an overwhelming desire for control. Should she discover that I surpass her in power, that would mark the end of our affections. Green showed no intention of engaging. He was uncertain whether Rafi would be displeased should he truly kill Amida. Unbeknownst to him, Rafi had already taken on a profoundly significant role in his heart, and he wished not to cause her sorrow over such a matter. Amida stood rooted in place, watching Green depart, moisture welling in his eyes. The deeper the love, the deeper the wound, and one could comprehend why this somewhat reckless wizard apprentice harbored such fervent affection for the venomous queen. Feared and loathed by many, was it merely due to her glamorous and beautiful exterior? If that were the case, it would hardly account for the depth of a man's anguish. Amida's companions sighed in relief, glancing at the heartbroken gorilla and shaking their heads in silence. Meanwhile, Green paid little heed to Amida's plight, instead moving steadily towards the secret realm, attuned to the subtle magical fluctuations directed solely at him. His body instinctively began to tremble, as though that arcane energy was warning him. This fluctuation was entirely unlike the magical energy of an apprentice. It began to resonate inexplicably with the surrounding natural energies, exerting a suppressive force upon him. Was this the power of a wizard? As Green approached the secret realm, the wondrous fluctuations intensified, causing his body to tremble ever more violently. He sensed that if he were to cast elemental sorcery within that aura, the energy fluctuation that could originally be leveraged ninefold by a wizard might be reduced to a mere sixfold. Conversely, the fivefold elemental energy of the foundational elemental magic circle seemed scarcely affected by this phenomenon. Gingerly extending a hand towards the door of the secret realm, he halted when his trembling palm was less than 3 centimeters from the door, as that extraordinary fluctuation erupted in a fierce warning. Should he truly breach the secret realm, he would face the retribution of the wizard. After a prolonged pause of several seconds, Green gradually retracted his arm, imprinting that remarkable fluctuation into his memory, and strode away. He speculated that perhaps the strange coercive force of the marks on the foreheads of all wizard apprentices stemmed from a simplified version of the wizard's power fluctuations. This force appeared to be a manifestation of the soul's power, intertwined with the suppressive forces of nature, a depth of sorcery knowledge far beyond the comprehension of a mere apprentice. Once Green had completely vanished from sight, the remaining individuals in the secret realm collectively exhaled, for Green's mark fluctuations had been overwhelmingly powerful, even stripping the apprentices of their courage to attack. At that moment, some perceptive apprentices approached the Labrador Nightmare Tree, attempting to engage in conversation. Yet, the only response they received was the tree's ruthless attack. It seemed that the Nightmare Tree had conditions for whom it would converse with, most likely limited to those apprentices whose marks had reached a value of 30. Having replenished his magical energy, Green chose to disregard the secret realms entirely, wandering aimlessly in a direction of his choosing while maintaining a constant connection with his crystal ball, hoping to sense the presence of his fellow team members. Although he had subdued his mark fluctuations, even the residual intensity of 10 points made him akin to a torch in the night, prompting other apprentices to steer clear of him. Half a day later. Boom! After the fiery tempest subsided, Green's mark pulsated with an undeniable intensity, erupting fiercely in all directions. The black-spotted leopard that had ambushed Green seemed to grasp the futility of its attack, nimbly evading the flames and hastily retreating. However, at that moment, Green suddenly cast a cold smile towards a distant clearing and settled down to replenish his magical energy. With his keen sense of smell, he could distinctly perceive that a wizard apprentice, employing a form of invisibility magic, had been lurking behind him for the past hourglass of time. Yet this apprentice was remarkably cautious, never venturing within 50 meters of Green, thus preventing him from pinpointing his location through the pale mask's ultrasound positioning spell. He could only sense a general direction. Green's sardonic smile evidently had an effect, for in his acute olfactory perception, the scent of the lurking individual vanished. Another formidable challenger had come to test him. Though he remained unaware of which academy they hailed from, paying little mind, Green devoted himself to absorbing the intermediate magic stone in his possession. After multiple absorptions, the stone had lost much of its luster. An hourglass later, while traversing a forest in search of his companions, Green's crystal ball suddenly detected some information, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the source. Dimly, he discerned that it should be Yorkliana. A field of mushrooms, a commonplace terrain in the thorny forest, lay ahead. Yet the moment Green stepped into the mushroom patch, the fungi beneath him erupted with a pop, releasing a cloud of pollen. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the surroundings began to warp and sway, becoming surreal. Was this an olfactory-triggered illusionary attack? This was dire. Such illusions could evade the eternal earring's magical resistance, and through his keen sense of smell, the effects would be magnified several-fold upon him. In an instant, Green realized he had once again fallen into one of the thorny forest's natural traps. It must be said that although Green had been a third-year novice, amassing a wealth of precious items through extensive purchases of magic stones and receiving personal instruction from wizards to enhance his abilities, he had never ventured into the thorny forest for exploration like other wizard apprentices. Therefore, the perils of this treacherous environment posed far greater obstacles for him than for his peers. As Green's magical energy surged, the parasitic insects within him began to hum. What was once an imperceptible sound now resonated in Green's ears like a violent explosion, jolting him back to awareness. That was close, though the dizziness lasted but a moment. It left him nearly defenseless, unable even to activate his mask. Fortunately, as he unleashed his magical power, a powerful surge emanated from his mark, effectively deterring any potential assailants. Quickly, Green retreated, cautiously navigating out of the mushroom patch. At the same time, he sensed that when he stirred the parasitic insects, aside from the innate illusion resistance they possessed, an additional effect seemed to have occurred. Although he could not ascertain the exact nature of this effect, it instinctively felt beneficial to his body, accompanied by an onset of hunger. Could that subtle change be the unique ability of the parasitic insects? Overjoyed, Green casually retrieved 2 pieces of preserved jerky from his pocket, chewing them as he carefully collected several intact, explosive mushrooms for safekeeping. That if he could uncover the true special ability of the parasitic insects, it might lead to significant breakthroughs in research on the life code's forbidden zones. Just as Green was delighting in his collection of explosive mushroom specimens and preparing to depart, his expression suddenly shifted, slowly turning his gaze toward the depths of the forest behind him. He felt a Mark's pulsation that rivaled his own, resonating powerfully and creating a peculiar wave space. Another strong individual from a different academy. It seemed that I was the first apprentice wizard in the trial grounds to witness a Mark's pulsation exceeding 30. Gradually, a solitary figure emerged from the forest's depths, their visage horrifyingly pale. Though this individual spoke to Green, their eyes merely flicked over him before losing interest, instead fiddling with a small white mouse perched on their shoulder. Upon seeing the mouse, Green's pupils constricted beneath his pale mask, and he tentatively inquired, "Yunli?" His tentative question seemed to elicit a response, for the figure raised their head, frowning, from the High Soda Wizard Academy. However, in these past 3 years, aside from my mentor, Bibiliana, Salangmu, and a few senior apprentices, I haven't encountered anyone else. Who are you? With the pale mask concealing the mark on his forehead, Yunli could not discern which academy Green belonged to. Just as Green was about to speak, Yunli interrupted him, speaking in a low tone. "Forget it. No need to say. The mentor instructed us not to kill our fellow academy apprentices that, if you happen to be from High Soda, that could be troublesome. Given the enormity of your Mark's pulsation, you wouldn't simply perish, would you?" Wearing a mask suits you just fine. Let's have some fun. In that brief moment, Yunli had spoken more than Green had heard during a month aboard the Sea Wheel. Upon hearing the word fun, a primal instinct sent a tremor through Green's body. Suddenly, the protective barrier before him warped as if struck by an invisible cone, twisting and contorting in a spiral fashion. With a swift sound, the energy surged forth, only to recede just as quickly as Green's magical power plummeted significantly, allowing the barrier to regain its eggshell form. However, Green was drenched in cold sweat, incredulous. Such a sudden attack bore an energy intensity of 80 to 90 degrees. This level of force far surpassed Green's maximum attack capacity. This magical artifact's barrier is quite impressive. Let's see if it can withstand this form. Yunli seemed intrigued. After murmuring a few incantations, he pointed once more at Green. Green had no time to react or even perceive any change. He merely felt as though the barrier had been charged by a rampaging rhinoceros, as an overwhelming force hurled him backward. Stumbling 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his footing, his insides churning violently. This attack exceeded 100 degrees of energy. Green stared incredulously at Yunli, his complexion ghostly pale. Should there be 2 more such attacks? Even with the support of the magical ring he had acquired previously, he would be left with no magical energy and face certain death. Simultaneously, Yunli gazed at Green with a mix of disbelief. Such a powerful magical artifact must be among the top-tier artifacts for wizard apprentices. Truly a turtle shell. With gritted teeth, Green ignited a fireball at his fingertip, which transformed into a fiery bird as he directed it towards Yunli. Unperturbed, Yunli pointed at the firebird, and with a twist of space, the creature vanished, only to explode 100 meters away from the 2. Green recalled the peculiar method Yunli employed to slay those sea monsters aboard the Sea Wheel, leading him to a realization that altered his expression. No wonder he was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius from the Lilith's Cottage Academy. His innate talent for manifestation was the power to distort space. Such power was indeed formidable for any wizard apprentice. On the other side, Yunli murmured, "My 2 most powerful spells failed to breach the barrier. It appears that this mask is truly an extraordinary magical artifact. However, does your mentor not realize that bestowing such a powerful item upon a disciple for trials contravenes the regulations of the 7-ringed Holy Tower?" Yunli naturally assumed that Green's pale mask was a gift from all the mentors behind him, never considering that Green might have purchased or crafted it himself, as this was virtually impossible for an average wizard apprentice. "Let us try a physical attack. If that doesn't work, then so be it. In this novice examination trial, facing artifacts of the highest level for wizard apprentices is indeed too daunting." With that said, Yunli produced a seemingly ordinary metallic dagger from behind him. With a twist of space, he appeared directly before Green, thrusting the dagger downward. With a soft clang, the protective barrier held firm against the dagger, while Yunli's figure vanished again, evading Green's vine spell point 30 meters away. Yunli slowly sheathed the dagger, shaking his head in disinterest. "It seems your strength relies entirely on this mask's magical artifact. Without it, your abilities are merely average and hardly worth noting." After a brief pause, Yunli continued, "Moreover, I shall inform my mentor of this situation. It is a blatant violation of the trial rules for your mentor to bestow upon you such a formidable magical artifact. Prepare to face the consequences." Ignoring Green entirely, Yunli remarked as he walked away, "A magical artifact merely serves as a leverage for a sorcerer. The true essence lies within one's own capabilities. With your reliance on this artifact, you are hardly qualified to contend for the advancement position at the Sanctum 17 years hence. Your mentor is quite foolish." In an instant, a distortion in space occurred, and Yunli's mark flickered out of existence, seemingly utilizing spatial power to transport himself 100 meters away. Green paid no heed to the other's condescension, his attention captured instead by a particular piece of information. 17 years from now, the competition for the Sanctum's advancement opportunity, Liana, as he hurried along, Linger repeatedly called out to the crystal orb, hoping to swiftly connect with Juliana and ascertain their distance apart. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from Green's crystal orb, which began to resonate with Juliana's presence, finally allowing them to communicate. A somewhat blurred visage appeared on the orb. With elation, Green exclaimed, Liana, how fares your situation? Have you managed to contact anyone else? Juliana seemed to be in motion. The crystal orb wobbling as her half-exposed face, not concealed by a mask, displayed an expression of urgency, almost to the point of tears. Brother Green, Hanluo and I are being pursued by several apprentice sorcerers from the Maze Academy. I just managed to contact Sister Laffy and Sister Robin. We are heading towards my location. Hanluo was one of Juliana's suitors. This apprentice sorcerer, rather unremarkable in appearance, coupled with a somewhat awkward demeanor and lacking in strength, had never received a positive response from Juliana until now. Green's expression darkened. What on earth is happening? It turned out that Hanluo had stumbled upon a mysterious sorcery and inadvertently discovered a moonhowl plant. As they attempted to excavate it, their noise attracted the attention of several apprentice sorcerers from the Maze Academy. Suddenly, Juliana let out a piercing scream, and the crystal orb flew away, plunging into darkness. Devoid of magical support, Green could no longer reach Liana. This is dire. It's the moonhowl. No wonder they are being pursued so relentlessly. According to legend, if a moonhowl is planted in a sorcerer's meditation chamber and bathed in moonlight at night, it can double the efficiency of their meditation. Even high-ranking sorcerers find this peculiar plant immensely intriguing. Green's countenance darkened further. He decided to abandon all pretense of concealment and summoned a wind elemental bat. Mounting it and flying forward at full speed, I could see that moment. The ground beneath Juliana gave way, transforming into a quagmire. With a startled cry, her crystal orb was flung from her grasp, submerging into the mire. Liana, Hanluo, standing at a mere height of around 1.60 meters, with rough and darkened skin akin to that of a fisherman's son, was not one to speak much. Upon witnessing Juliana ensnared in the sorceress mire, he realized that her abilities were solely supportive, complementing those of Eulikris, who unfortunately was not present. That Hanluo's own skills leaned more towards mysticism and potion-making, ill-suited for direct confrontation. Thus, they found themselves in a nearly hopeless predicament, unless Hanluo chose to abandon Juliana and flee. From behind, 6 apprentice sorcerers from the Maze Academy closed in, one of whom possessed a marked fluctuation of 5, while the others bore none. They exhaled in relief upon seeing Juliana trapped in the mire. "Do not lay a finger on her, otherwise I shall destroy this moonhowl," Hanluo roared, brandishing a peculiar plant from a box. As he clutched the plant, its roots squirmed like a child, emitting a high-pitched wailing cry. In an instant, the plaintive wails became the sole melody amidst the 8 present. "Threaten us, will you? The Maze Academy Sand River Society does not heed your threats. Should you dare destroy that moonhowl, we shall deal with you as well." The leading apprentice sorcerer regarded Hanluo with a narrowed gaze, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do not touch her," Hanluo shouted anxiously. Juliana, now fully ensnared in the mire, looked up with tear-filled eyes, her expression one of utter helplessness. "Fear not, young beauty. As long as you obediently hand over the moonhowl, I assure you will be released. Besides, how could I bear to harm such a lovely creature?" The sorcerer laughed maniacally, suddenly ripping off Juliana's mask, only to swallow his words in shock at the sight beneath. She was hideously disfigured, and her pretense of innocence was shattered. The sorcerer's demeanor took a complete turn, revulsion evident as he cast a disdainful glance at Juliana before shouting at Hanluo, "How disappointing. You have 3 seconds to choose." Concealing her grotesque scars, Juliana trembled in fear, tears brimming in her eyes, evoking sympathy. Yet, her monstrous visage, marred by horrifying scars and eyeless sockets, rendered her pitiable expression utterly repugnant to the apprentice sorcerers. Initially, with her mask, Juliana appeared pure and innocent, resembling a shy, beautiful girl, but stripped of her mask, the terrifying scars and empty eye sockets transformed her into a ghastly witch. "Please, do not kill her," Hanluo cried out, his anxiety palpable. Ignoring Juliana's hideous scars, he seemed to have anticipated this turn of events, and, without hesitation, hurled the moonhowl away. The apprentice sorcerers from the Maze Academy brightened at the sight of the moonhowl soaring through the air, their excitement palpable. With a swift flick of its tongue, a long appendage snatched the moonhowl from mid-air, vanishing in an instant. The group turned to see, not far off, a sorcerer apprentice emerging from a tree trunk, grinning mischievously as he coiled the moon howl with his elongated tongue. Had Green been present, he would have recognized this apprentice, who had trailed him for nearly an hourglass time earlier, as one affiliated with the Bone Clock Tower Sorcerer Academy. Bone Clock Tower Sorcerer Academy. The apprentice sorcerers from the Maze Academy, poised to catch the moon howl, turned pale as they witnessed the bizarre sorcerer appear from the tree trunk that a cold voice escaped their lips, almost grinding through clenched teeth, as they spat forth a jet of black water. "Thank you for the compliment," the figure replied, his body retracting as he melded back into the tree. With a splat, the black water splashed against the tree, eroding a gaping hole, a foul stench wafting in the air, making one gag. He's escaped. That scoundrel. The apprentice sorcerer from the Maze Academy were nearly driven to madness as they rushed towards the massive tree where the Bone Clock Tower apprentice had just appeared. Yet they found no trace of him. Suddenly, one of the Maze Academy apprentices seemed to recall something, voice trembling as he spoke. Wasn't it stated in the Academy's briefing that we must be wary of those 7 individuals? Was that person just now the phantom thief from the Bone Clock Tower Academy? The others, who had initially intended to continue their search, exchanged alarmed glances. Indeed, prior to the trial, the sorcerers from the Maze Academy had distributed a dossier to all participating apprentices, documenting 6 academies and 7 so-called despairers. These 7 despairers were all prodigy-level sorcerers who, upon entering the Sorcerer Academy 3 years ago, had been taken under the wings of the esteemed second-level sorcerers. Among them were 3 from the Black Soda Sorcerer Academy, codenamed Undying, Twisted, and Golden Eye. 1 from the Hourglass Sorcerer Academy, codenamed Son of the Sun. 2 from the Ivory Castle, codenamed Enchantment and Mechanical Heart. And the last, the Phantom Thief from the Bone Clock Tower, whose dossier noted an intense desire for others to insult him. Before that time, he must have reaped tremendous benefits that I end this session of the Maze Academy. Not a single individual was personally trained by those lofty second-tier wizards. Thus, the trial participants from this session of the Maze Academy were figuratively referred to as the Despairers in the records, a title that gradually spread among them. The implication was that they were enemies steeped in despair. Suddenly, several waves of marks appeared within the sensory range of a few wizard apprentices from the Maze Academy, with 2 of them boasting mark values exceeding 10 points. "This is bad. Retreat." Yorkliana, trapped in the mire, exclaimed with a glint of joy in her eyes, calling out, "Sister Laffy! Sister Robin! Brother Amurand!" 5 individuals were approaching from a distance, among whom 2 were Laffy and Robin, who had come in response to Yorkliana's distress call, while the other 3 were Amurand and 2 unfamiliar members of the Bloodsail Alliance whom they encountered on the way. Amurand's position and prestige within the Bloodsail Alliance were indeed unmatched, and even Laffy, known for her sharp tongue, held them in high regard. "Humph! How dare they lay a hand on our Bloodsail Alliance members?" "Laffy, let us deal with them," Amurand said coldly. Laffy's expression turned grim. Had they arrived any later, it was possible that the deeply ensnared Liana would have met her end, and at that point, Yakris would undoubtedly go mad. Laffy responded icily, "Very well," just as the 2 were about to exert their full effort in pursuing the wizard apprentices from the Maze Academy. A terrifying wave of marks suddenly manifested in their senses from the distant sky. This mark fluctuation surged forth like a torrent, bearing the momentum to crush everything in its path, as if intent on obliterating all that lay ahead. Both Laffy and Amurand's expressions shifted, and they halted in shock. "You 2 must leave quickly. Laffy and I will hold this one off." With such a powerful wave of mark fluctuations, it rivaled that of Bibiliana they had encountered earlier. This level exceeded that of the top 10 newcomers. Truly deserving of the title Despair, Amurand's expression grew serious as he drew his long sword from his back, gripping it with both hands as he unleashed all of his magical power. The long sword, a magical artifact, emitted arcs of silver lightning. Laffy's skin sprouted dense plant shoots, and a pair of enormous leaves on her back resembled the wings of a plant spirit, continuously fluttering as she gently floated off the ground. In her left hand, she held a longbow brimming with life energy, while her right hand gracefully nocked an arrow infused with terrifying energy. I transforming into a sharp, eagle-like gaze, Laufey declared coldly. Even if those wizard apprentices refer to themselves as despairers, with this life bow paired with the hurricane arrow and my life magic assisting, the explosive intensity of energy I can unleash has a significant chance of threatening him. Emuran shot a glance at Laufey, his eye twitching. Laufey was indeed formidable. This individual was one of the so-called despairers. Ever since their brief encounter with Bibiliana, Amuran had come to understand the terror of those wizard apprentices labeled as despairers. He even suspected that this so-called trial was merely a massacre prepared by the Academy's higher-ups specifically for these despairers, intended to set the stage for the qualification battles of the Holy Tower, 17 years hence. Amuran and Laufey remained on high alert, silently bracing against the oppressive mark emanating from the distant sky, channeling their powers to the utmost, as if prepared to engage in battle at any moment. There was no other choice. Once the mark value exceeded 10, it became exceedingly difficult to eliminate other wizard apprentices, and now the apprentices were beginning to form groups, making it nearly impossible to seize marks. Except for those despairers, whoosh, a wind element bat suddenly appeared within their line of sight, prompting Laufey to swiftly draw her bow. The terrifying life, energy, and wind element currents surged into the arrow, and her eagle eye had completely locked onto the figure atop the wind element bat, seeming poised to unleash a cataclysmic strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Amuran's body radiated with 7 or 8 mysterious golden patterns, which wriggled as if alive. The silver lightning on his great sword was pushed to its limits, erupting in bursts of electric sparks that crackled in the air. Respectful despairer, we mean you no harm. Please withdraw to avoid conflict, Amuran called out. Beside him, Laufey had firmly locked onto the despairer with her arrow. Her magical and mental energies fully ignited, though she had been relentless in her earlier threats. Facing the prospect of battling a despairer now left her feeling uneasy, beads of sweat forming unbidden on her brow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind element bat flapped its wings in the air 30 meters away, halting its forward motion. Just as Amuran and Laufey's hearts raced, almost leaping to their throats, a head slowly emerged from the back of the wind element bat. After a moment of surprise, it exclaimed, Laufey, Amuran. On the other side, Laufey, having locked onto the wind element bat with her eagle eye, instinctively trembled upon seeing the pale mask. The first thought that crossed her mind was that Grelin had been slain by this despair. In an instant, an indescribable hatred and an unquenchable surge of fury erupted within Laufey's eagle. It was a love so fervent and a hatred so wild. She was determined to avenge Grelin. Ah! A cry of anguish escaped Laufey as she released the arrow from her grasp. Whoosh! The hurricane arrow transformed into a violent whirlwind, shooting toward the wind element bat in an instant. However, at that very moment, Grelin's astonished voice reached Laufey and Amuran's ears. Grelin? No. With Laufey's incredulous scream, the arrow transformed into a furious wind ball, completely engulfing the wind element bat and Grelin within it. Among the chaotic whirlwind, countless leaves infused with life magic swirled like blades, slicing through the enemies inside. Laufey stood frozen, staring at the sky. She was acutely aware of the terror of the most powerful attack spell she had designed herself. Bang! With a sound, Laufey seemed to lose her support, despairingly kneeling on the ground, her hands covering her face. Her complexion turned as pale as paper, tears streaming down as she stared blankly at the swirling wind ball above, unable to utter sound. What have I done? How could I? Amuran, who had not enhanced his vision with magic, found that the events had unfolded in an instant. Almost as soon as the despairer had called out the names of the two, Laufey's spell had erupted, completely submerging that individual. Amuran had barely grasped the situation. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations in the air, a chill ran through Amuran's heart. And no wonder this queen of sharp tongues had been so unrestrained. Such potent energy fluctuation suggested that her attack capacity had likely reached a staggering 100. Moreover, it had endured for such a long duration. Just as he was about to inquire about the specifics of the recent events, Amuran noticed Laufey kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, leaving him momentarily stunned. That on one hand, he was puzzled by Laufey's reaction, and on the other, he was struck by the delicate beauty she exhibited in that instant. So, the Queen of Sharp Tongues had this side to her as well. After a prolonged moment, the wind ball in the sky and the countless life leaves gradually dissipated, and with a thud, a figure tumbled to the ground, weakly saying, "Laffy, it's me." On the ground, Grelin appeared somewhat pale. The magical energy he had expended in that brief moment was nearly equivalent to the encounter he had had with Yunli. Fortunately, the protection of the pale mask had shielded him. Otherwise, Laffy's formidable spell would have likely torn him to shreds. Laffy stood dazed for a moment, while Amurand, having seen Grelin wearing the pale mask at the Bloodsail Alliance Ball a few days prior, now looked at him with a mix of doubt and tentative inquiry. "Grelin?" "Yes," Grelin replied in a deep voice, still the same elusive figure that Amurand remembered, one who spoke little and shunned gatherings of the Alliance. Grelin was left somewhat disoriented by the sudden depletion of his magical energy. Even standing at this moment felt somewhat strenuous. However, concealed behind a mask that obscured his pallid visage, Amulang remained oblivious. At this juncture, Amulang observed Green emerging from the recent horrific sorcery, appearing as if nothing had transpired, which instilled within him an ineffable sense of depth. And no wonder that Rafi abandoned the pursuit of Amida, who had sought her for 3 years, in favor of this individual. It turned out that there lurked such a monstrous presence within the Alliance. Amulang murmured in a voice only he could hear. His expression was undeniably complex, and he managed a strained smile, realizing that the forthcoming moments should be devoted to these two simultaneously. Amulang felt a twinge of shame for his previous arrogance, reflecting on how he had secretly reveled in being ranked first among the new 10 elite. As Amulang departed, Green gazed at Rafi, still kneeling in the distance, staring blankly at him, and felt a shiver. What was destined to occur would inevitably unfold. One could easily envision the feelings of Rafi, who had always harbored a strong desire for control and display, upon discovering that the beloved she had long protected was, in fact, someone more formidable than herself. Green was even certain that had he demonstrated greater strength than Rafi on the day of the ball, not a single subsequent event would have transpired. He approached Rafi slowly, intending to gently assist her to her feet, whispering, "Rise." Shaking off Green's hand, tears streamed from Rafi's eyes as she fixed her gaze on him. Her voice choked with emotion as she asked, "Am I merely a self-indulgent clown in your eyes?" Green hurriedly replied, "No, or my beloved, my kin, the one I wish to marry." "Beloved? Kin? Wife?" Rafi scoffed, tears flowing as she taunted. "Yet, I feel I have merely been a foolish simpleton, an ignorant admirer who ardently sought to protect you. Perhaps when you witnessed me stepping forward time and again, you were already laughing at this clownish image." "No," Green interjected, desperate to prevent Rafi from spiraling further into despair. Rafi sneered. "No? Then enlighten me if I am not the clown you suppress your laughter at. What am I?" "Green, I was once immature, ignorant and naive. Do not speak any further." Green implored, "In my eyes, you will always be the Vine Sorceress, the one who steadfastly shielded me. Hailed as the Vine King by the naive children of Helen, be by your side. I shall forever be your unwavering supporter." He embraced Rafi, interrupting her once more. Rafi's body stiffened momentarily. In that instant, it felt as though she had reverted to her former self, proud, arrogant, and oblivious, suspended by her vine magic, with the abyss of the endless ocean below, as if a chasm ready to consume her life awaited. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, it was this man before her who had pulled her back. Throughout her life, Rafi had never imagined she could place such trust and affection in another, willing to offer him everything, even to change for him. Yet, she could not deny that in that moment when he lifted her, she genuinely felt that this somewhat mundane, lowly, ignorant, and uninteresting commoner had ignited within her a willingness to devote all to him. Her derisive laughter gradually subsided as Rafi silently regarded Green, seemingly caught in a struggle of indecision. Observing her state, Green produced a necklace, the spoils of their earlier encounter, which bore the seal against fire sorcery, and gently adorned Rafi's neck. "And no matter what happens outside, by your side, I shall always be the inconspicuous Green, your steadfast supporter, your pillar of strength." Green spoke with solemnity, as if pledging a lifetime of guardianship. Rafi gazed at the vine heart earring she had gifted him, listening to the vow he earnestly made. and after a long pause, she finally rose silently and said, "Let us go find Euchris and Binhan." Without looking back, Rafi departed, and Green nodded, following quietly behind. 3 days later, Binhan and Euchris finally reunited with Rafi, Green, Juliana, and Robin, forming a complete small group. Had Green not possessed such formidable strength, Rafi and Amulang's teams might have merged. However, with Green's emergence, the ambitious and unwillingly ordinary Amulang naturally would not align with Rafi anymore. In contrast, Hainluo, despite Juliana's entreaties, excused herself, claiming she did not wish to hold them back. Coupled with the earlier revelations from Juliana, this drastically altered Green's group's perception of the previously unassuming sorcerer apprentice. After a moment of fervent camaraderie, the group encircled Rafi. Perched atop a fallen log, Rafi nudged the ground's fallen leaves with one foot. Holding a found twig in hand, her expression grave as she pointed at the map, that we are here now. Statistically speaking, the second secret realm is likely to open near us. Furthermore, we are situated in a relatively concealed valley forest, where few would take notice. For the time being, let us practice our coordination. Upon concluding, Rafi turned her gaze to Green. Even though Robin has fought alongside us, and we know some of each other's strengths, you, on the other hand, have yet to participate even once. Though Rafi's ire was directed at him, Green felt elated, for it indicated that she had indeed forgiven him. Binhan, unaware of the prior events, cheerfully approached Green. Patting him on the shoulder, who would have thought, after 3 years, you would emerge as the strongest among us? Haha, but Rafi is right. The second secret realm will undoubtedly attract many powerful foes, so you should practice coordinating with us. Green, what type of sorcery do you primarily train in? Let Rafi arrange your role, Euchris chimed in, wielding his axe with a hearty laugh. Humph, since he specializes in defensive sorcery, let him protect Juliana and me. If Binhan struggles, he can return, Rafi interjected, not allowing Green a chance to speak. Euchris and Binhan exchanged glances, perplexed by Her Majesty's apparent irritability towards Green, speculating that this might illustrate the distinction between girls and women. Meanwhile, Robin and Juliana had grown accustomed to such dynamics over the past few days and paid no heed. With a wry smile, Green acquiesced. An hourglass's worth of time later, Green stood in the front, shielding Rafi and Juliana. This time, he truly grasped the essence of team synergy. Most notably, he was struck by Euchris. Every sorcery Euchris wielded was a ferocious, mana-draining, explosive type. Now he had fully transformed into a werewolf. Wielding a massive axe in one hand and a set of claws in the other, in a fortuitous moment, as a spell erupted, his physical strength and speed surged dramatically, rendering his combat prowess terrifying. Based on Green's estimates, Euchris' attack power post-transformation hovered around 1550, with significant fluctuations in his bloodline sorcery during close combat. Following Euchris' sudden surge, his peak attack intensity undoubtedly surpassed 70. However, given the intense mana consumption of Euchris' explosive sorcery, using it 2 or 3 times would likely exhaust his mana reserves, leaving him unable to maintain his transformation, thus diminishing his combat effectiveness. At this juncture, Juliana's role became crucial. Her sorcery had the unique ability to channel her mana to others, and it seemed her mana reserves far exceeded the compatibility with her mental fortitude, suggesting she had cultivated a rapid mana restoration spell. Consequently, the combination of Euchris and Juliana's combat capabilities transformed Euchris into a nightmarish killing machine. Exhilarating. With Green by my side, I can finally charge forth unrestrained. Euchris exclaimed with excitement. Rafi tapped Green, saying, "Focus your attention. Juliana and I lack strong close combat abilities." Understood. After Green's agreement, he diligently adapted to the cooperative combat style of the team, that Johnson's magical path leaned towards stealth and mobility, primarily serving the purposes of ambush and reconnaissance, perhaps lacking in offensive capability. However, his ability to escape was exceptional, seemingly specializing in the powers of dark elements. Green chose to gift the magic staff he had previously obtained from the secret realm to Johnson, as it held little significance for him. Johnson's girlfriend, Robin, nicknamed Moon, possessed a form of witchcraft that inclined towards contract summoning, and according to Laffy, her curse magic was also quite remarkable. Nevertheless, Green did not endorse such a method of magical development, for he understood that any wizard who could ascend to a level 4 stigmata wizard could command a legion of slaves without the need for contract summoning. Of course, attaining level 4 stigmata was an aspiration far beyond the reach of ordinary wizard apprentices. At that moment, Robin had summoned 2 otherworldly beings enslaved by the wizarding world through her contracts. A steel-quilled porcupine, standing at 1.5 meters tall and measuring 4 meters in length. A creature of brute force, and a palm-sized green-eyed monkey perched on her shoulder, seemingly possessing some form of alertness. Robin had also acquired a magic staff from Laffy, obtained previously from the Secret Realm. Beyond this, her true trump card was a peculiar being known as the Moon Bell, the origin of her moniker. Lastly, there was Laffy. Laffy had now fully transformed into a long-range wizard. She could shoot magic arrows infused with life energy that reached distances exceeding 50 meters. With a strength ranging between 30 to 40 degrees, a feat unimaginable for most wizard apprentices. For instance, Green's Firebird attack could only strike within a 15-meter range. Furthermore, Laffy possessed 4 special arrows named Hurricane Arrows, capable of unleashing an overwhelming attack exceeding 100 degrees in an instant, in critical moments. Laffy's life energy could even manifest some rudimentary healing spells. As for Green himself, there was little to elaborate on. Night fell. After the shift of vigilance, Green suddenly felt a figure slip into the tent. The familiar scent calmed him, and he removed his mask to share a passionate kiss with Laffy. 4 days later. The Black Soda Wizard Academy. A somewhat mocking voice emerged from a female wizard apprentice as she observed the 6 individuals before her. The mark on her forehead resembled an hourglass, her black hair parted in the middle, and a prominent scar adorned the corner of her right eye. Her high-slit skirt revealed a pair of fair, long legs, and she wielded a writhing whip, the nature of which remained uncertain, be it a plant life or some rare magical artifact. Accompanying this female wizard apprentice were 13 other wizard apprentices, forming a sizable group. Laffy scoffed. The Hourglass Wizard Academy. Do you really believe that just because the Son of the Sun defeated the Golden Eye, it elevates the Hourglass Academy above Black Soda? Just yesterday, the so-called Son of the Sun from the Hourglass Academy had nearly chased by Billiana across half the trial arena, a spectacle witnessed by many wizard apprentices, leaving them in awe. Licking her lips, the eerily enchanting Hourglass Wizard Apprentice scrutinized each member of Laffy's team. Despite her numerical advantage, she hesitated to command an attack. On the contrary, Laffy's side remained poised, with Yakris whispering, "What are they stalling for? If they want to fight, let them. If not, they should just leave without all this nonsense." Naturally, only the members of Green's team could hear this. Robin smiled and said, "Let us heed Laffy's guidance. After all, our goal is the second secret realm. Anything deemed a consumable, high-powered magical artifact by the Wizard Academy must pose a significant threat to the Despair. Unlike the trivial items from the first secret realm, with this artifact, regardless of whether we participate in the third secret realm competition, the initiative will be in our hands as the 2 teams of wizard apprentices faced off." A grand ripple of energy suddenly appeared in the sky, swiftly soaring into the distance, accompanied by a wave of scorching flames. Even from hundreds of meters away, the terrifying energy emanating from its epicenter was palpable. The eyes of both teams of wizard apprentices widened in unison. "The Son of the Sun," they murmured in astonishment, bewildered as to why this formidable despair was hastily fleeing. The Son of the Sun vanished in an instant, soon reaching a great distance. That moment, 3 additional terrifying energy signatures followed closely behind, one of whom sensed something and glanced towards Laffy and Green's team, a faint smile gracing his features. This individual was Solong, undying, twisted, golden eye. The 3 despairers of Black Soda had gathered, united in pursuit of the Son of the Sun. The Hourglass Wizard Apprentice gasped in astonishment. Even if she had faith in her Academy's Son of the Sun, she could hardly believe he would stand a chance against the combined might of the 3 despairers from Black Soda, and on Green and Laffy's side. The expressions of all were even more complex. Those 3 had once been absolute dominators aboard the Sea Wheel. Would the same hold true in the newcomer trial arena 3 years later? In the sky, Billiana's piercing scream echoed far and wide. Son of the sun, you cannot escape. Brother Yuli, brother so long, today we must slay him and avenge the humiliation I suffered yesterday. Bibiliana had shed her previous facade of innocence, her fury driving her to madness. With a surge of tumultuous magical energy, the second secret realm of the trial arena was about to commence. Standing atop a giant tree, Laffy transformed one eye into that of an eagle, her vision surpassing human limits, and shouted downwards, "Southeast, 6,800 meters. Understood. Let us secure our position first." Yakris responded and, following Laffy's earlier instructions, charged towards the secret realm's opening, emanating a fierce aura akin to that of a savage primitive man. With a resounding howl, Robin's massive steel-quilled porcupine thundered forward, trampling trees and vegetation in its path, creating an intimidating spectacle. From a distance, Robin called out, "Laffy, hurry up! Ah, wait for me. I haven't caught up yet." Johnson's voice echoed from afar. With two large leaf-like wings sprouting from her back, Laffy gracefully descended from the treetop. Yorkliana approached timidly and said, "Sister Laffy, Brother Green, shall we set off?" Laffy lightly brushed her dark brown hair, revealing crescent-shaped earrings. Nodding thoughtfully, she examined the map and murmured, "The location of the secret realm's emergence is somewhat off from our expectations. There are likely several capable teams stationed there, which could pose some trouble. Green, please ensure to protect Liliana." Laffy did not mention protecting herself, partly due to her agile and nimble physique, and partly because she would never display any signs of weakness in front of others. Understood. Green silently positioned himself beside Laffy and Yorkliana, his pale mask concealing a pair of eyes that exuded a sense of steadiness and reliability. With that, the three of them began their run towards the secret realm's opening. Their pace significantly slower compared to Yakris, Robin, and Johnson. Before them stood a colossal altar, rising from the earth. Atop the altar, a small orb, akin to a fist in size, emitted a blinding radiance, seemingly concentrated with an appalling amount of energy. Surrounding the altar, 6 pillars adorned with countless intricate runes rose simultaneously, forming a large confinement array that seemed to imprison something terrifying within. I was indeed the first to reach the secret realm. An exuberant witch apprentice, adorned with ethereal wings of wind, spoke animatedly, her rare violet-blue robe revealing swathes of pristine white, her alluring figure gracefully alighting beside 6 towering totem pillars. Her visage radiated an enchanting beauty. The apprentice gazed intently at the altar's center, where a lustrous orb emitted an irresistible sheen, her eyes sparkling with delight, and a look of rapture gracing her features. However, as a witch, albeit merely an apprentice, she had undergone a rigorous selection process over the past 10 days, leaving little room for reckless individuals. Thus, she refrained from recklessly seizing the treasure upon the altar. After uttering a series of incantations, a diminutive earth elemental mouse materialized at her feet, animated and even playfully nuzzling against her. "Good, my dear, fetch that orb for me," she said, bending down to gently pat the little creature on its head. Without hesitation, the earth elemental mouse darted into the magical array formed by the 6 pillars. In an instant, a flicker on the array's surface caused the mouse to vanish without a trace. Indeed, a guardian was present, having constructed this binding magical formation. It seemed this guardian was not a fearsome entity controlled by any witch. Was that guardian an invisible being? Or did it strike from below? It was too swift. I could barely catch a glimpse, the apprentice mused, shaking her head and sighing. Perhaps I should wait for the others and see if opportunities arise. With that thought, she sought out a clean spot to sit and await the arrival of her fellow witch apprentices. Moments later, a quartet of Shadow Realm apprentices arrived at the altar's secret locale, their energy palpable. Among them were 2 formidable individuals with insignias exceeding 10, while the remaining 2 boasted insignias between 5 and 10, clearly not to be underestimated. The 4 Shadow Realm apprentices cast their gazes upon the first arriving witch apprentice, their brows furrowing in unison. This first apprentice bore no insignia, yet exhibited an air of audacity, her forehead marked with the emblem of the Black Sorcerer Academy. "Oh, don't mind me," she chuckled, "I've tried. The guardian here is quite formidable, and I am unable to claim the treasure of this secret realm. Then why do you linger? The Shadow Realm apprentices, sensing her unguarded demeanor, felt uncertain but did not challenge her. I merely wish to discover who has taken this treasure. That way, my visit won't be in vain. After all, I was the first to arrive, she pouted, expressing her regret. After exchanging glances, one of the Shadow Realm apprentices gritted his teeth. Producing a vibrant green bird from his sleeve, with a commanding go, the bird soared past the magical pillars toward the altar. However, much like before, the moment the bird ventured a few meters inside, it seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving the four apprentices aghast, their confidence shaken. Soon after, a group of a dozen or so individuals gathered, each emanating a notable insignia, signaling their confidence, as which apprentice is eager to contend for the second secret realm. Before long, a monumental wave of insignia energy resonated nearby, causing the countenance of all present to shift dramatically. Despairers. The trial grounds had opened 10 secret realms for the second time, and there were 7 despairers in total. Statistically, it was highly probable that any given secret realm would encounter one of these formidable beings. As a lithe male figure emerged into view, the title Mechanical Heart echoed silently in the minds of all present. His right arm appeared to be entirely mechanical, gleaming with a robust metallic luster, while a massive mechanical tail, reminiscent of a scorpion's stinger, emanated a chilling aura. The remainder of his form was cloaked in a voluminous robe, obscuring any further peculiarities. Observing the gathering crowd, the Mechanical Heart showed no inclination to test the waters. Instead, he seated himself on the ground, studying a complex metallic sphere in his hands, seemingly a mechanical component. His expression one of deep contemplation. Throughout, he uttered not a single word, appearing to be a reclusive scholar engrossed in the arcane arts. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated through the earth, drawing everyone's gaze toward the depths of the forest. The subtle quaking suggested the approach of a substantial entity. With a small tree uprooted, Robin, mounted upon a steel-maned beast, emerged, accompanied by Euchris wielding a battle axe. The duo merely swept their gazes over the assembled crowd before locking eyes on the unmoving Mechanical Heart, their expressions tightening in recognition. Bad luck. A despairer has set its sights on this secret realm. Panting, Ben Henson trailed behind, but upon sensing the insignia emanating from the Mechanical Heart, he fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Yet, with the arrival of Euchris, Robin, and Ben Henson, the first witch apprentice from Black Sorcerer Academy brightened, fluttering her wind elemental wings to soar over. Hee, it's you all. What a coincidence. The three turned to regard the newcomer, their faces reflecting surprise. Bayer, the apprentice before them, was none other than Bayer, who during Green's inaugural witch apprentice class had unwittingly caused a male apprentice to offend the Bloodsail Alliance, leading to his demise at the hands of a clandestine enchanter. Over the ensuing 3 years, Bayer emerged as one of the Academy's most prominent figures, surpassing even the infamous Queen of the Tongue Rafi in renown. In that time, Bayer had risen to become one of the Academy's top 10 prodigies, receiving the most declarations of affection from male apprentices. Some even proposed her as the ambassador for Black Sorcerer Academy's image, earning the endorsement of a seasoned wizard who took her as a disciple. In essence, this witch apprentice represented a radiant and commendable image within the Academy, drawing considerable attention. Rumors circulated within the Bloodsail Alliance that Imran shared a uniquely close relationship with Bayer. You all have arrived. I presume Queen Rafi shall be here shortly as well? Bayer giggled charmingly, her demeanor a blend of innocence and elegance. Robin, the sole female among the trio, awkwardly interjected, she yes behind us. On her way. While Rafi and Bayer had little prior interaction, as the two most prominent female apprentices of the Black Sorcerer Academy, many compared them, often to Rafi's detriment. However, such narratives would eventually fade as this cohort of apprentices matured. Moments later, Rafi, Green, and Eurcleana arrived, Rafi immediately spotting Bayer and frowning. Bayer, it was evident that Rafi instinctively felt some aversion toward this seemingly stronger apprentice, despite their lack of direct engagement. Bayer smiled coyly. Sister Rafi. Though we've met a few times, we've never truly conversed. How fortuitous that our first exchange occurs here. She glanced at Yorkliana and Green before her gaze settled upon Green, who stood silently behind Rafi, wearing a pale mask. Bayer, having never encountered this unfamiliar individual before, was taken aback to detect an insignia wave reaching 10. Curiosity piqued. She inquired, "And who might this be?" Rafi coolly replied, "My boyfriend," without regard for Bayer's astonishment. Rafi spoke with an air of nonchalance, unconcerned with public perception, wholly indifferent to aspirations of becoming a public goddess. She remained a self-centered powerhouse. That's quite surprising news, Bayer thought, committing Green's name to memory as she distanced herself from Rafi's circle. "Humph!" Rafi scoffed, clearly displeased. She was well aware of certain matters involving Bayer and Imrand. Though Lafayette and Bayer were not well acquainted, Lafayette found certain actions of Bayer quite intolerable, in Lafayette's view. Before a wizard, everything except strength is but a folly. Yet Bayer, due to concerns over reputation, dared not publicly acknowledge a romance with Amuland, which left Lafayette perplexed. However, she soon ceased to dwell on Bayer's affairs. After carefully arranging their formation, she transformed one eye into an eagle's gaze, beginning her scrutiny of the invisible guardian near the altar. Shortly thereafter, Lafayette concluded her eagle sight spelled that no, my eagle sight fails to detect this guardian. Perhaps it is concealed underground or is a completely invisible entity. I cannot ascertain. Furrowing her brow, Lafayette turned to Robin and said, "Let your green-eyed macaque try. Its vision is highly responsive to certain spiritual mediums. Phantoms and mysterious entities." Robin shook his head. "We have already tried." The green-eyed macaque did not react either. This left Lafayette in a quandary when Ben Henson suddenly suggested, "Why not let me sneak over and take a look?" No, Lafayette and Robin simultaneously halted Ben Henson's proposal. What a jest! How could they risk Ben Henson against such a bizarre and unknown guardian? Suddenly, Green interjected, "Let me give it a try." "You?" Lafayette regarded Green with skepticism, incredulously asking, "Do you possess any divination spells?" Green was at a loss for words. How could he confess before so many that he had practiced the nose-hunting modification he had witnessed in Bissell City? After a moment of hesitation, Green simply nodded in silence, appearing confident to the others. Stepping forward, Green approached the runic pillars of the confinement magic array, fully activating his nose-hunting abilities to capture every scent in the air. The aromas of grass, mushrooms, decaying branches, body odor, and bird droppings filled his senses. After a considerable span of time, Green finally yielded in his stillness. Although he had gathered the airborne scent molecules, he could not detect any trace of the guardian. At that moment, a sense of dread towards this hidden guardian welled up within him. Like Green, the other wizard apprentices also failed to glean any information about the guardian. Yet, through some divination spells, they genuinely sensed the presence of the guardian within the confinement magic array, which only deepened their apprehension towards this enigmatic being. Let us try the ultrasonic positioning spell of the pale mask. With that thought, Green promptly closed his eyes, channeling all his energy into the ultrasonic magic of the mask. Invisible sound waves emanated from the mask's horn. A colossal form gradually emerged in Green's vision. Albeit vaguely. Green gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What in the world is that?" Through his ultrasonic perception, he discerned a gargantuan entity resembling a transparent liquid, occupying nearly all the space within the confinement magic array, encircling the central altar. Although Green sensed the entity's existence, he could not observe it directly. Rather, he perceived the layer of membrane enveloping it, seemingly a congregation of some natural energies. Moreover, this colossal being appeared to be in a constant state of writhing. Yet due to the confinement magic array, it could not escape. Surrounding this entity, he faintly noted some tendril-like appendages swaying slowly. As for those divination spells, it seemed they did not provoke an attack from the guardian. Rather, they inadvertently led themselves into the entity's grasp. Even with ultrasonic detection, the nature of this peculiar guardian remained exceedingly nebulous. When Green opened his eyes, however, the spectrum of normal human vision revealed the magic array to be a void. This bizarre creature was unlike anything Green had ever encountered. It was truly unprecedented. With a somewhat grim expression, Green, like the other unsuccessful seekers, quietly returned to his group and recounted his findings to the other five. Such strangeness, What kind of creature have those wizards assigned as a guardian? Ben Henson gazed at the others in astonishment. The Yorkleys' siblings and Lafayette also bore expressions of distress for such matters that transcended their knowledge. The apprentices were indeed troubled. Only Robin furrowed his brow, seeming hesitant, until he finally spoke slowly. Perhaps I know what the creature Green described is. The other five gasped in surprise, turning to Robin. You know? I once encountered a creature similar to what Green described in a book I stumbled upon while studying contract summoning. The wizards referred to it as a void worm. Pausing, seeing the confusion on the faces of the others, Robin elaborated. According to the text, our endless world is essentially a conceptual realm of 3 dimensions. This conceptual realm is divided into length, width, and height, and the passage of time restricts the beings of our world from entering higher dimensional realms. While spatial boundaries confine lower dimensional beings from entering our 3-dimensional conceptual world, beings from different dimensions possess distinct understandings of space and time. Although they may inhabit the same locality, they are utterly incapable of affecting one another. Furthermore, some wizards theorize that those with rare talents in sealing occasionally encounter dimensional beings in dreams or hallucinatory spaces. Lafayette, Green, the Yorkleys' siblings, and Ben Henson stared at Robin, dumbfounded. Such profound wizardry knowledge was entirely foreign to them. This delved into realms of world and dimension that only wizards of 4th rank or higher would engage with. Robin noted the awestruck expressions of Green and the others. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. According to the understanding of wizard knowledge, our 3-dimensional endless world is divided into a material world and a void world, akin to the relationship between an object's essence and its shadow. The material world is what we wizards explore and conquer, while the void world serves as an additive that maintains the stability of the material world. The text provided little specificity regarding its nature. What kind of creature is this void worm you speak of? Inquired Yorkleys. The void worm serves a role in the material world akin to that of world rules. The difference lies in that the rules of the material world refine themselves internally to mend vulnerabilities, whereas the void worm excretes the power of the void from the external, severing connections between each material world to maintain the stability of the endless world. Thus, if the void world were to lose its almost limitless void worms, our endless material world could potentially unite into a singular entity in a remarkably short time. Robin articulated such profound concepts. Ben Henson and Yorkliana could not help but gasp in astonishment, while Lafayette merely furrowed her brow before asking, "How do we resolve this void worm issue and obtain the treasures from the altar?" Clearly, Lafayette was concerned with practical matters, grounded in reality. Well, void creatures cannot survive long in the material world. Just as material beings cannot exist in the void, if there truly is a void worm within a magic array, it is perpetually dying. However, its demise occurs differently from ours. It does not perish in soul, spirit, or body, but rather, it continuously fades away. After contemplating, Robin cautiously suggested, theoretically, if a wizard were to communicate with the forces of natural rules in the material world, they could significantly expedite this process. However, as apprentices, perhaps we could introduce matter to this void worm to hasten its dissolution. While Lafayette pondered the feasibility of this notion, Green interjected, I have a request. Could you lend me that book you mentioned? I am willing to pay the price for knowledge. Momentarily taken aback, Robin responded, of course I could tea that moment. Ben Henson suddenly embraced Robin, seemingly astonished. Moonwife, you're truly magnificent that I never anticipated your vast knowledge. You scoundrel. I have yet to consent to marry you. Robin feigned annoyance in response. After a while, Lafayette devised a plan, whispering, then, we shall feign nonchalance in introducing matter into the array, allowing Green to continually observe the void worm's rate of dissolution. At the crucial moment, we seize the consumable treasures upon the altar with a single, decisive blow. Brother Belrode, do you think we have any chance of competing for the second hidden realm? A clever and endearing witch apprentice gazed hopefully at Belrode. Upon seeing the girl's eager expression, Belrode felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and pride swell within him. In the past, when he was still an unknown, no one in the team paid him any mind, not even the girl, hailed as the brilliant gem of the group, who would spare him a mere glance. Yet now, she stood before him, exuding an air of innocence and cleverness. Indeed, Brother Belrode, do you think we stand a chance at claiming this second hidden realm? Another apprentice inquired, echoing the question, which greatly gratified Belrode's vanity, akin to the warmth of a hot spring in the biting cold of winter. Ahem, Belrode cleared his throat twice. Whenever he spoke before his companions, he would adopt this habit to command their attention, donning a humble and wise smile, as if he were a perfect genius articulating self-evident truths after profound analysis. The challenge of competing for the second hidden realm was undoubtedly tenfold that of the first. Typically, those who ventured forth were akin to moths drawn to a flame. However, casting a glance at his companions, whose expectant eyes met his, Belrode chuckled, "Yet, with the strength of our team, should the apprentices vying for this hidden realm possess comparatively lesser abilities, we might still have a fair chance." With that, Belrode once again donned a modest smile, as though discussing a trivial matter. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that as the ninth-ranked expert of the Academy of Shadows, Belrode had already surpassed his own ranking in terms of strength at this moment. His mark value had completely exceeded 10. He certainly possessed some grounds for pride. Under Belrode's leadership, the five of them finally arrived at the recently discovered hidden realm they had sensed. Suddenly, as they approached, the team felt an overwhelming wave of terrifying mark fluctuations, and they looked on in horror at the distant, silent metallic figure, their brows slick with cold sweat. Buzz, the title of the mechanical heart, exploded in their minds simultaneously. No team dared to linger within 100 meters of the mechanical heart. Such was the dread it instilled. In other areas of the hidden realm, approximately 30 to 40 individuals were scattered about, most exuding formidable auras, with at least 10 having mark values exceeding 10. Among the green team, Green, Rafi, and Robin all boasted mark values above 10. Robin had previously reunited with Rafi, benefiting from Rafi's findings, while Yakris, lacking assistance from his sister, was of average combat prowess and dared not use explosive spells. The group cautiously controlled their footsteps, striving to avoid drawing the attention of the terrifying, despairing figure in the distance, and slowly retreated. Panting heavily, the witch apprentice known as the Brilliant Gem gasped for breath, still shaken by the pressure exerted by the despairing figure. She turned to Belrode with teary, pleading eyes, asking, "Brother Belrode, what should we do now?" Belrode gritted his teeth inwardly. Unwilling to let his confident and wise demeanor falter, he forced a nonchalant expression, feigning that he had anticipated this outcome all along. "It's all right. There are 7 despairing figures across 10 hidden realms. That is quite normal for one to be here. However, even a despairing figure would hesitate amidst so many apprentices with marks exceeding 10. We can seek an opportunity." As he spoke, Belrode, under the adoring gazes of his companions, led them toward the opposite end of the hidden realm, distancing themselves from the despairing figure. "But Brother Belrode, what if this team has 3 apprentices with mark values over 10? The Brilliant Gem, accustomed to seeking Belrode's guidance, inquired once more. Noticing Belrode's silence, she looked up only to find him standing frozen, an expression of sheer terror on his face, his legs trembling slightly. This left those behind him aghast. After all, he had not reacted this way even upon encountering the mechanical heart moments ago. They could not comprehend the shock and fear that gripped Belrode when he laid eyes on the pale masked figure. 10 days prior, on his first day in the trial grounds, Belrode had envisioned this place as his springboard to greatness, hoping to amass a fortune in magical stones through a series of decisive victories. Yet, all those dreams were ruthlessly shattered by the mysterious witch apprentice before him, leaving him with haunting memories of his flight from a cruel reality. Belrode was oblivious to how pale his face had become, how frightful his cold sweat felt. He could only extend a trembling hand and stammer, "We must leave." His voice brooked no argument. The 5 departed the hidden realm in a dejected manner, resembling many other overzealous apprentices who had come before them. Meanwhile, the pale-masked Green happened upon Belrode, recalling the apprentice who had fled under his command on the first day of trials, with a shake of his head and a smile. He dismissed the incident and continued to casually toss a stone into the confinement magic circle, testing the situation within 3 nights later. The hazy moonlight bathed the earth, aside from a few minor skirmishes. The hidden realm where Green was located had seen many apprentices depart in disappointment, leaving only about a dozen still gathered. Green observed the nearly vanished void worm in silence, nodding towards Rafi and Chris. Subsequently, they all gathered a hefty amount of stones, branches, and other materials and charged directly into the magic circle, heading straight for the altar at its center. Simultaneously, the mechanical heart suddenly opened its eyes, coldly remarking, "Humph, have the apprentices come to challenge the guardian within?" With a flash, it too rushed into the magic circle without hesitation. Most other teams, aside from those on guard, remained in meditation or slumber. Within the magic circle, as Green, Rafi, and the others hurled their large materials towards the invisible void worm, Green sensed that the worm was shrinking at an astonishing rate and would vanish completely within mere breaths. Unable to contain their joy any longer, the group realized that if they could obtain the powerful, consumable treasure at the altar, even the despairing mechanical heart would think twice before contesting with them. The treasure on the altar held far greater deterrent value than practical utility. Indeed, acquiring it would allow them to safely navigate the trials, provided they did not engage in any excessively reckless behavior. Apologies, but this flame fusion pearl does not belong to you. With a cold voice, the mechanical heart materialized before Green and his companions as a massive spinning compass hurtled towards them. "Watch out," Yukris shouted, almost instantly transforming into his werewolf form and unleashing his magical prowess. He propelled himself off the ground, becoming a blur as his battle axe struck the incoming spinning compass with a resounding crash. In an astonishing display of strength, Yukris managed to withstand the force of the spinning compass. The heart of machinery, momentarily taken aback, seemed to find amusement in the situation, dismissing Yukris with a sneering epithet before turning its gaze elsewhere. At that moment, several mechanical beetles erupted from its body, darting toward the altar, where Ben Henson was mere steps away from reaching the pinnacle. Meanwhile, Yorkree's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an overwhelming, irresistible magnetic force emanating from the rotating disc. Not only was his battle axe drawn from his grasp, but the metallic claw, which he had once prided himself on embedding in his flesh, was yanked from him with a resounding thud, rendering him a burden. The compass was heavy, and in that instant, Yukris found himself stripped of his combat capabilities that on the other side, just steps away from the altar, Ben Henson was suddenly engulfed in a series of explosive blasts. Startled, he transformed into a shadowy mist, propelling himself several meters to the edge of the magical array. With one eye closed, Rafi transformed her remaining eye into a hawk's gaze, her exquisitely mature face now etched with cold determination. As she drew back the bow of life to its fullest arc, a concentrated surge of terrifying wind and life energy shot forth, striking toward the heart of machinery, accompanied by a chilling laugh. "It is over!" A tempestuous ball of wind spiraled, unleashing countless blades of life energy that sliced through the ensnared heart of machinery. Having first-hand experience of Rafi's formidable sorcery, Green involuntarily flinched. Concurrently, one of the arrows from Rafi's quiver was lost, leaving only 3 remaining. Green refrained from making any sudden movements, his eyes fixed on the colossal wind sphere not far away, in a state of panic. Yorkliana rushed to Yorkree's side, attempting to help him disentangle from the magnetic compass. Meanwhile, Robin hastily advanced toward the altar to seize the potent artifact known as the Flame Fusion Pearl, as designated by the heart of machinery. Suddenly, within the tumultuous wind sphere, a beam of golden light shot towards Rafi. The terrifying energy fluctuations within causing all present to change their expressions. Almost simultaneously, a nearly naked figure burst forth from the wind sphere with astonishing speed, lunging toward Robin, its metallic arm emitting the sound of a whirring saw. Having just released a wind arrow, Rafi found herself in an extremely weakened state. As she felt the approach of the golden beam, her complexion turned pale, and an instinctual dread from her very soul left her trembling uncontrollably. In that critical moment, Rafi's hawk-like eyes seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation, perceiving that the beam had inexplicably slowed. However, despite sensing this deceleration, her body remained immobile, leaving her helplessly watching the lethal light draw near. "No, no, move, please move," Rafi silently screamed within that precise moment. A figure stepped forward, resolutely placing themselves in her path. In her despair, Rafi's pupils constricted before she inexplicably broke into a smile. Indeed, had she not always relied solely on her own abilities? Beneath the pale mask, Green's eyes registered the terrifying power of the incoming golden beam. And no wonder the heart of machinery, after unleashing such a dreadful light upon Rafi, chose to disregard her entirely and charge toward Robin. Confident in its sorcery, the golden hair of Green was swept by the dissipating winds, while his robe fluttered violently as if it were braving a tempest. He calmly extended a hand toward the golden beam. Instantly igniting his magical energy to converge upon the pale mask, a wave of energy exceeding 30 points surged forth silently, causing the heart of machinery, which was barreling toward Robin, to abruptly halt, its form becoming momentarily indistinct as it slowly turned to face Green. With a deafening crash, the golden beam struck Green's protective shield, emitting a blinding light as the shield began to deform astonishingly, gradually caving in as if on the verge of shattering. Yet Green remained unperturbed. Whether this serenity stemmed from confidence in himself, the mask obscuring his ghastly visage, or the imperative to protect those behind him, he stood resolute, refusing to retreat in the final instant. After a nearly blinding radiance, Green stood firm, his golden hair cascading as the distant winds dissipated. Like a tea that moment, he resembled an ancient mountain, impervious to any assault. Rafi, with eagle-like focus, drew back the bow of life once more, the wind arrow brimming with an alarming energy. However, this time, she refrained from releasing it, as if merely using it as an intimidation tactic. "It's ours," Robin exclaimed jubilantly from the altar's summit, clutching the dazzling flame fusion pearl. Although the battle felt prolonged and recounting, it transpired in mere breaths. Only then did the other apprentice wizards outside the magical array realize the situation. Rushing in frantically, yet it was all for naught. With the threat of the flame fusion pearl looming, none dared to advance and snatch IT that moment. The heart of machinery, having sustained damage from Rafi's earlier assault, found its protective attire entirely obliterated. Even the metallic tail behind it appeared significantly injured, dragging helplessly on the ground. Sparks flickered from within its right flank, suggesting mechanical damage, with gruesome flesh laid bare. The heart of machinery gazed at the mysterious figure before it, radiating a similar intensity of energy waves, and locked eyes with Green, whose calm demeanor was obscured by the pale mask. It became clear to the heart of machinery that this individual was unlike any of the despairing souls documented in its files. A silent standoff emerged between the heart of machinery and Green, drawing the attention of all present, while an intense yet subtle aura began to envelop them. A hidden despairer from the Black Soda, Wizard Academy? The heart of machinery, appearing ghastly, with blood-soaked remnants where mechanical parts had failed, fixated on Green, calmly inquiring. Green remained silent, withholding his response. Suddenly, the heart of machinery ceased its mechanical arms oscillations, the jarring whirring noise fading. And a faint smirk played upon its lips. Or perhaps this shield is simply quite special. You may wish to test it again. Under the mask, Green replied coldly, with the support of several allies. He felt no trepidation toward this so-called heart of machinery. The heart of machinery glanced at Rafi, who was poised and ready behind Green, then at Robin, atop the altar with the flame fusion pearl. Before falling into contemplative silence, without further ado, it turned away and departed, leaving behind those who had already missed their chance to seize the coveted treasure. How intriguing, it echoed from a distance that I look forward to your appearance when the third secret realm opens. Pale Mask. I shall relay your information to the other despairers. With that, the highly magnetic rotating compass detached from Euchris and soared away, and the heart of machinery's form vanished into the nocturnal forest. With a sigh of relief, Rafi slowly returned the wind arrow to her back and accepted the flame fusion pearl from Robin. Feeling the terrifying energy contained within, she rejoiced and declared to the others, "Now we are truly safe. We need not fear those despairers any longer." Euchris, Yorkliana, Robin, Ben Henson, and Green gathered around, sensing the formidable energy pulsating from the flame fusion pearl, though they had not tested its explosive potential. It was conservatively estimated to exceed 100 degrees. With such an attacking intensity, As long as their interests did not clash too severely, even the Despairers would think twice before approaching. Ben Henson clapped Green on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, "Hey Green, that line you threw at the heart of machinery. You can try again was simply badass. Huh. Too bad you have the big sister Rafi. Otherwise, I would definitely introduce you to some lovely girls from the academy." Meanwhile, Robin twisted Ben Henson's ear playfully, saying, "You know plenty of girls, don't you?" Yorkliana gazed at Green with starry eyes, utterly enamored. Beside them, Euchris felt a pang of discomfort and playfully tapped his sister on the head, saying, "What are you looking at? Does her brother never have his moments of grandeur?" Humph, cursed mechanical heart. Just the day before, Green and his entourage of 6 gathered to deliberate their forthcoming plans. Lethea languidly leaned against Green. Sighing, "I had initially intended to participate in the 3rd secret realm. However, after careful contemplation last night, I realized it would be too strenuous." Robin, cradling the flame fusion pearl, which glimmered beautifully under the sunlight, turned his gaze away and said, "Lethea, I believe the 3rd secret realm may have been specifically devised by the Academy as higher-ups for those in despair. For us, opting out would be the prudent choice." Suddenly, Robin seemed to have an epiphany and looked towards Green. Green understood Robin's line of thought and furrowed his brow, responding, "I wish to see it for myself." Instantly, the other 5 turned their attention to Green, creating a moment of palpable silence and tension. Lethea, caught in a dilemma, said, "Green, the 3rd secret realm is exceedingly perilous. Although your contribution in acquiring this flame fusion pearl cannot be understated, it is ultimately a treasure belonging to the entire team. I cannot, for your individual benefit, hand it over." Euchris interrupted Lethea, stating, "Lethea, what are you saying? Green is the only one capable of challenging the 3rd secret realm. With the flame fusion pearl in his possession, it would be far more effective. You think our group would perish without this pearl in the remaining 20 days? Ben Henson, Robin, and Yorkliana echoed. "Indeed." Lethea's expression darkened as she replied coldly, "Though Green is my beloved, I must assert that we cannot jeopardize the interests of the entire team for his sake. His contributions are indeed significant, yet we cannot forfeit the opportunity for the remaining 20 days of safety." Lethea's firm and unyielding words left the others visibly uncomfortable, creating an awkward atmosphere. Green, recognizing Lethea's predicament, casually remarked, "It's fine, I merely wish to give it a try. If it proves too difficult, I'll 1T force myself. After all, as an apprentice relying on a magical artifact, I am still vastly inferior to those truly cultivated despairers." Lethea bit her fingertip, leaning against Green's body, appearing somewhat stiff as she pondered her decision. After a brief moment, she retrieved a leaf radiating a rich vitality from her waist pouch and handed it to Green, whispering, "This is a leaf from the Tree of Life. It was a laborious effort for us 5 to gather enough magic stones to purchase this. Though it is merely a low-grade leaf, it may prove useful during critical moments." Green hesitated, uncertain whether to accept the leaf. "Take it. This is the Team's compensation for you. With the flame fusion pearl. We likely 1T need this leaf during the trial, so it will be worth it for you to have it." Lethea insisted with an irrefutable tone, observing the urging expressions of the others. Green nodded and accepted the leaf. In the following days, Green and his companions established a temporary camp in the tranquil expanse of the secret realm. With the flame fusion pearl and their combined strength, they felt no fear towards any threats within the realm. As for the altar and the 6 runic pillars, they vanished like the chambers of the 1st secret realm once the flame fusion pearl was removed. Succumbing to the force of a large-scale spatial distortion, Green and his companions lost their desire for hunting, seemingly content to quietly endure the remaining trial period. For a time, their little camp transformed into an oasis of tranquility amidst the surrounding chaos of the trial ground. Days later, a surge of magical energy rippled across the entire trial ground, and 7 bizarre, towering totem pillars slowly emerged from the ground at the center of the trial map. These pillars stood over 10 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide, seemingly harboring some extraordinary energy. The 7 despairers, Undying, Twisted, Golden Eye, Sunchild, Enchantment, Mechanical Heart, and Phantom Thief, appear to have anticipated this place as the entrance to the 3rd secret realm. Gathering there in advance, the Sun Child emanated an astonishing aura of flames and heat. Exuding an air of dominance among the seven, that surprisingly, the Sun Child was a strikingly beautiful figure, clad in scant clothing, which seemed to have been reduced to ashes by the flames and heat radiating from her. Casting a glance at Bibiliana, the Sun Child, having had previous clashes, shared a mutual cold smirk with her, leaving the meaning of that smirk uncertain. After exchanging glances, the seven seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding. Dispersing in various directions based on their respective academies, unabashedly releasing their formidable aura as the aura surged. The other six displayed standard fluctuations above 30, yet the Sun Child's aura peaked at a staggering 100 points. Sweeping across a radius of 300 meters in that moment, the other Despairers appeared overshadowed by the Sun Child. Bibiliana's expression soured as she cast a venomous glance at the distant, arrogant Sun Child. Whispering to Yunli, "Brother Yunli, is the green you mentioned, the one referred to as the pale mass by the mechanical heart, truly capable of matching our level of Despairers?" Unconsciously, amidst the admiration and fear of others, these mere apprentice wizards, now dubbed Despairers, began to take a liking to their title and grew accustomed to addressing one another as such. Yunli, while playfully toying with the ear of small white mouse, replied without lifting his gaze, "Didn't I tell you? In terms of defense, that fellow is not someone the Sun Child could easily handle. Does that mean in 17 years the Academy's qualifications will face another competitor?" Bibiliana's expression darkened, wavering as she added, "If that's the case, I'd rather swallow my pride now. Rest assured, Green's current strength solely relies on that magical mask." Yunli scoffed. "Such magical artifacts are already the pinnacle for apprentice wizards. He cannot hope to acquire a stronger one should he rely on that mask. He wouldn't even qualify for the qualifications in 17 years. And do you think he'll return to the Academy unscathed?" Sorlim's previously indifferent gaze flickered with pity that if what you say is true, and Green's mentor secretly bestowed such a powerful magical artifact upon him, and he flaunts it so boldly, the consequences upon his return to the Academy would be dire. Even his mentor would struggle to bear the repercussions. Hearing the two speak thus, Bibiliana finally felt relieved, smiling. "If that's the case, then I'm at ease. Let us proceed with the plan to replace Green with that woman, and see if she dares to challenge us from Black Soda Wizard Academy, claiming to be the foremost apprentice wizard in this realm." Yunli shook his head dismissively, responding, "She merely possesses the highest offensive energy. Not to mention Sorlim's immortality. Even the Phantom Thief over there," Yunli pointed to the distant horizon, "with his peculiar abilities, could certainly contend with the Sun Child to a standstill." Meanwhile, the Sun Child smirked coldly. "Golden Eye? Just a talent without growth potential, bullying apprentice wizards and newcomers here, that I suppose that pale mask is your trump card." As she spoke, the Sun Child casually toyed with 2 flame fusion pearls in her hands. Farther away, the mechanical heart and enchantment were engaged in a fierce energy clash, seemingly eliminating other apprentice wizards daring to contest for the 3rd secret realm. Green bowed his head, quietly attuning to the distant energy fluctuations. Over the course of a day, after circling the entire secret realm, Green confirmed 2 things. Firstly, there are 7 locations of energy fluctuations within this realm, seemingly signifying 7 triggering devices for entrances. Secondly, the 7 Despairers were relentlessly eliminating any other apprentice wizards daring to approach. Green was left puzzled as to why these 7 Despairers did not directly enter the secret realm, but instead squandered time thwarting other apprentice wizards. Was it merely to plunder a few more marks of value? On the first day, aside from a scant few foolish apprentice wizards who met their demise, most of those who held a modicum of confidence chose to remain concealed at a distance, biding their time for a more opportune moment. That a considerable number also wisely opted to abandon the venture altogether. At this juncture, Green selected a position to lie in wait, one that among the 4 despairing individuals he had encountered throughout the day was relatively the weakest. In contrast, the other 3 locations were marked by the horrifying fluctuations of despairing marks, one exceeding a terrifying 100 points, while the others were clustered with 2 and 3 despairing figures, respectively. This particular site appeared to harbor the least formidable guardian. It seemed that most apprentice wizards shared Green's sentiments, opting to conceal themselves in this very spot as they awaited their chance. Green resembled a patient hunter, producing a seed of the earth to hide himself underground. Fully embracing the art of concealment on the second day, a handful of 7 or 8 individuals could no longer restrain themselves and charged toward the distant secret realm. Only to be met with anguish cries on the third day. 2 apprentice wizards, teaming up, launched an attack against the guardian of this position, ultimately triggering an explosive fire fusion orb, the overwhelming flames sweeping across a vast expanse of the sky, under which one apprentice miraculously escaped to be, why the 4th day. Perhaps influenced by the previous day's fiery display, numerous apprentice wizards assumed the guardian must be injured and therefore initiated an assault, resulting in a chorus of terrified screams. By the 5th day, no apprentice dared to mount an offensive against the secret realm. It appeared that despair had driven them all away. Yet, amidst the procession of apprentice wizards who had previously met their doom, the guardian at this location unleashed even more terrifying fluctuations of despairing marks, signaling the accumulation of 100 points. Before Green lay 6 corpses, gathered over the past few days, he sought to discern the mystical capabilities of the guardian through these remains. Additionally, the magical mother of the Ripple Wizard required a substantial number of corpses for cultivation. After a moment's silence, Green resolved to investigate, determined to test the resolve of the despairing guardian, retreating only if absolutely necessary. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, retrieving a vial from his waist pouch and gently uncapping it. Instantly, the black insects within the vial scurried forth, burrowing into the corpses on the ground, through the manner of death exhibited by these 6 bodies. Green gained preliminary insights into the mystical methods of the distant, despairing figure. Firstly, this guardian was undoubtedly a powerful practitioner of earth and wood elemental sorcery, as evidenced by the fact that 5 out of the 6 met their end due to these elemental forces. Secondly, it appeared that this despairing figure possessed considerable knowledge of toxic arts. Although only one apprentice wizard succumbed to poisoning, the specific toxin eluded Green's comprehension. The sole solace for Green lay in his possession of 2 vials of potent antidotes, one specifically effective against plant-derived toxins, and the other promoting the expulsion of various metallic poisons. For purifying animal-derived toxins, he had concocted 2 vials of conventional antidotes, after the passage of an hourglass's worth of time. Accompanied by a low, rustling hum, the 6 corpses transformed into mere skeletons. In their place, a colossal magical insect emerged, spanning 3 meters in length. This giant magical insect, upon first glance, bore 6 obsidian legs, 2 powerful purplish-red pincers, a sleek, dark carapace adorned with sporadic purple spots, and 2 pairs of short, gray-black wings, resembling an enlarged version of the magical insect. Yet upon closer inspection, this so-called giant magical insect was, in fact, a composite of countless smaller magical insects. Presenting a truly fearsome visage, Green shared a direct mental connection with the core mother insect of this giant magical creature, rendering it an indirect sole servant of his, albeit with a lifespan of only a day. With these preparations completed, Green, accompanied by the giant magical insect, resolutely advanced toward the secret realm. Moments later, he abruptly halted, while the giant magical insect flapped its wings incessantly, standing majestically behind him like a loyal beastly guardian. Under the ultrasonic sorcery of his pale mask, a black and white image materialized in his mind, penetrating through layers of trees and underbrush within a 15-meter radius, yet revealing no signs of life. However, Green's keen senses detected a familiar scent, as if this figure had stealthily followed him during the previous trials. "Come forth, esteemed ghost thief of despair," he declared coldly, arms crossed, remaining still. Through his analysis of previous days' intel, Green was now thoroughly convinced that the guardian in this direction was most likely the mysterious ghost thief. "I've always been quite curious about how you discovered me," came a sly voice from approximately 25 meters to Green's left, as a wizard apprentice's upper body gradually emerged from the earth. Propping his chin with both hands, a leaf dangling from the corner of his mouth, his demeanor exuding a certain languid indifference. observing the ghost thief's nonchalant attitude toward him. Green's eyes narrowed slightly behind his pale mask. In an instant, the giant magical insect surged forward, a thunderous crash erupting as it collided with the ground, sending dirt flying in all directions, estimating its attack strength to be around 2,060 degrees. And considering the unique trait of the mother insect's indestructibility, its combat prowess likely surpassed that of Euchris. Such unfriendliness. Perhaps you remain unaware that you are the true protagonist of this entire trial. The ghost thief remarked, his figure vanishing and reappearing a few meters away, as if by magic. Unperturbed, Green conjured a blazing fireball that transformed into a fiery bird, deftly soaring toward the ghost thief. Moments later, a resounding explosion sent flames scattering. Enough of this game. Let those fools decide, the ghost thief declared, reappearing on a steep cliff some 40 meters away. Feigning exasperation, he then called out to the distant sky. The pale mask has appeared before me. The ghost thief's voice resonated at a specific frequency, clearly audible to other despairing figures at least 1,000 meters away. Green's expression shifted as he sensed the impending danger. Instinctively summoning a wind elemental bat and leaping into the air, intent on retreating. With a swift thrust, a wooden spear pierced the wind elemental bat beneath him, instantly sprouting a mass of thorny branches that rendered the bat silent and dissipated into the air. The ghost thief emerged from behind a nearby tree trunk, his impossibly long tongue licking the sweat from his brow as he chuckled. You cannot escape. You might as well cooperate for a splendid show. Green's countenance darkened as he coldly replied, What do you mean? You didn't curse me for this. How disheartening, the ghost thief mused, disregarding Green entirely. In the distant sky, the mechanical heart's long tail had returned to its normal state, brimming with vitality. Hearing the ghost thief's voice, it turned to look. Victor, the pale mask has arrived. Should we not join the fun? A witch apprentice with a devilishly alluring figure and angelic beauty, known as the Enchantress Clydia, purred beside the mechanical heart. This enchanting, ethereal woman wore a skirt interwoven with red and green, adorned with a mesmerizing crimson scorpion motif, which both concealed and accentuated her exaggeratedly seductive curves. A glimmering golden necklace nestled between her alabaster bosom, drawing the eye and igniting the imagination, while her alluring visage bore an expression of sanctity, rendering her an irresistible enchantress. In the heart of the mechanical Victor, a curse escaped his lips, directed at the insatiable succubus before him. He chose to avert his gaze, fully aware that the enchanting visage of Clydia concealed a truly venomous nature. Though thoughts of revenge flitted through his mind. The fierce conflict between the two factions rendered him unwilling to wade into such treacherous waters. After a brief moment of hesitation, Victor uttered, What a pity. Well, if you choose not to act, then neither shall I. At that moment, Clydia ceased the twirling of a golden ring upon her finger, her fiery crimson lips delicately biting her fingertip as she murmured enticingly, I wonder if that fool can withstand the might of the Sun's Chosen. That madwoman is undeniably formidable. Upon finishing her words, she exhaled gently, releasing a red scorpion adorned with 2 sets of transparent wings, which landed gracefully upon her fingertip. Clydia whispered, Go and inquire about the situation for Mother. With that, the scorpion took to the skies in a flash, vanishing from sight. In the distant heavens, a magnificent surge of energy accompanied by searing flames heralded the approach of the Sun's Chosen, who bore an aura capable of incinerating all in her path. She rushed forth with the intent to obliterate any obstacles, her target firmly set upon the already marked Green. Meanwhile, the opposing forces of Hysoda, Solong, Yuli, and Bibiliana surged forward at varying speeds, each determined not to yield as they charged towards Green. It seemed both sides sought to turn Green into the epicenter of a deadly confrontation. A battle of survival. Green gazed up in horror at the sky, where a crimson fireball, akin to a second sun, loomed ominously. Doubt gripped him as he questioned whether this truly was the power wielded by the latest generation of wizard apprentices. Is this the Sun's Chosen? Surely her psychic energy must have reached 30 by now. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light enveloped him, and he found himself ensnared in an endless sea of flames, with waves of red fire surging all around him. Though the pale mask shielding him remained steadfast, the magical energy within Green was depleting at an alarming rate that, in mere moments, he realized he had expended a full fifth of his power. Flee! Green could no longer concern himself with anything else as the overwhelming crimson flames obscured his vision. Disoriented, he bolted in a random direction, desperately seeking escape. Yet despair washed over him as he felt trapped in a boundless inferno. Unable to discern an end in sight, in the sky, the sun's chosen, her skin exposed to the sweltering heat, emanated waves of scorching steam, warping the air around her. With a cruelly exquisite visage, her eyes blazed with intensity as she fixated on the figure below, who was futilely attempting to evade the fiery grasp of her magic. A cold smirk graced the sun's chosen's lips as her fiery hair billowed in the absence of wind in her hands. She wielded a colossal pillar of flame that pierced the ground. Wherever the flames touched, trees and vegetation were reduced to ashes, even stones melted into molten liquid, with a subtle shift of her hands. The towering flame column followed suit, ensuring that Green could not escape its blazing embrace. Far in the distance, atop a giant tree, the ghostly thief lounged against the trunk, leisurely chewing on an unknown red fruit as he observed the sun's chosen from his elevated perch. Her overwhelming presence and the sweeping flames she commanded rendered Green a mere insect, struggling against the inevitable doom that loomed over him. The ghostly thief reveled in the spectacle, marveling at the artistry of destruction that unfolded before him. After a brief interval, the flame pillar dissipated, leaving a gaping black scar upon the earth, while the fire spread relentlessly, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. However, the sun's chosen's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Damn it! Is he still alive? The immense magical drain left her weary, and she blinked her tired eyes in surprise. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from behind her, a presence she recognized without needing to see. With a flash of fierce determination, the sun's chosen produced a fist-sized orb of light and hurled it towards Green on the ground. Green, feeling weak and barely able to stand, gazed up at the imposing figure above him. Masked by a pallid facade that belied his near bloodless complexion, was the disparity between wizard apprentices truly so vast due to mere talent. The gulf seemed insurmountable, a crushing dominance that should not belong to one who had only been at the academy for 3 years. In that instant, doubt began to seep into Green's mind. Damn it, Green! Get out of the way! The roar jolted Green back to reality, prompting him to notice the flaming fusion orb hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he reacted, summoning the wings of his massive magical beetle to shield himself as a blinding light engulfed his vision. And for a moment, silence reigned as if the world had paused. Boom! The thunderous explosion transformed into a tangible sound wave. Sweeping across a radius of hundreds of meters, a wave of fire surged forth, engulfing everything within 20 meters of the blast core, while the flames spread outward for an additional 50 meters. The enormous magical beetle before Green, along with countless newly hatched magical beetles, emitted desperate cries before being reduced to ash in an instant. Blinding rays pierced through the 3-meter-tall magical beetle. Thousands of tiny magical beetles, including the queen, were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. With his magical energy nearly depleted, Green desperately consumed the life leaf given to him by Rafi, while the last vestiges of stored magic surged from the ring on his left hand. Striving to sustain his protective barrier, the burns blistering upon his skin sent jolts of pain through his nerves, and Green understood that he had truly reached his limit in that fleeting moment between life and death. A familiar distortion of spatial energy washed over him, and Green felt a wave of relief as he broke free from the core explosion of the flaming fusion orb. The life energy from the leaf began to mend his extensive burns and blisters. You finally arrived. Though that madwoman got the jump on me, I'm grateful you managed to save me, Yuli remarked coolly to Green, the small white mouse perched on his shoulder, gazing around fearlessly. A distortion! The sun's chosen roared in fury, her fiery gaze burning with a desire to incinerate both him and Green. Yuli's gaunt and pallid face remained unfazed. The madwoman is about to lose control. I'll first get you to a safe place to restore your magic. I may need you shortly. With that, space warped once more, and the two figures vanished, only to reappear 100 meters away. Green immediately retrieved a mid-tier magic stone, fervently attempting to replenish his energy. Upon witnessing Green produce a mid-tier magic stone to restore his power, Yuli's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. As did the small white mouse on his shoulder. His mentor must have treated him exceptionally well. Not only had he been given the top-tier mask artifact, but also a mid-tier magic stone. Setting aside Yuli's thoughts, on the other side of the sky, Bibiliana and the Sun's Chosen faced each other as if they were arch-enemies, unrestrained hatred simmering between them. Without a word, under the pressure of raging magical energy. Bibiliana's golden hair stood on end as a golden eye opened upon her forehead, gazing intently at the distant Sun's Chosen. Following a piercing scream from the Sun's Chosen, the sky blazed with flames. Obscuring her form as she laughed heartily, a mere rare water element rune talent dares to sully my fiery body. Ha ha! It was clear that while the Sun's Chosen laughed boastfully, the reality was far from the ease she portrayed. Bibiliana responded with a cold smirk. Keep laughing. With your level of magic, let's see how long you can maintain that grin. Mina, it seems we've met again. Behind Sarangmu, a pair of gigantic black wings resembling those of a raven unfurled, exuding tendrils of eerie black smoke that lingered, swirling around his form. His silhouette was indistinct, with eyes that burned with an icy blue flame, emanating a mysterious and alluring aura that seemed to beckon the souls of onlookers. An ominous, oppressive presence pervaded the air, reminiscent of the initial emergence of the faceless mask on the sea vessel. This transformation must be a manifestation of some otherworldly creature's bloodline sorcery. Sarangmu, I have begun to glean the essence of your immortality. If I'm not mistaken, you are merely a pitiful creature cohabiting with some monstrous entity. When confronted with certain advanced sealing spells, you would be no better than an ordinary wizard apprentice. If only my sister were here. The Son of the Sun boisterously proclaimed, his arrogance fully displayed in the presence of this exquisite woman. This self-centered demeanor was far more deranged than that of Leifi, verging on a grotesque pathology, exuding an air of utter contempt for all. Sarangmu remained unfazed, as wisps of dark aura began to coalesce into sharp black arrows, shooting towards the fiery sky alongside him. Instantly, waves of flames and swirling black smoke erupted, completely obscuring the battle between the two at the center. Bibiliona maintained her golden gaze, while suddenly spitting into the air, a fleeting azure column of water accompanied by an enraged, piercing cry that resonated with an intense hatred directed at her. After a brief skirmish in the skies, Green finally regained some of his magical energy and a semblance of self-preservation. Unbidden, he gazed at the aerial conflict, quietly lamenting, "This madwoman is as much a monster as Sarangmu." Squeak. The little white mouse on Yunli's shoulder seemed to express agreement. Moments later, after being suppressed by the combined might of Sarangmu and Bibiliona, the Son of the Sun unleashed a blinding wave of light and heat, momentarily engulfing both Sarangmu and Bibiliona. The brilliance was too intense for Green, who instinctively turned away, shielding his eyes. Haha, the madwoman has resorted to this trick again. Green, you recover your magic for now, and if that lunatic attempts to flee, we shall pursue her together, ensuring she learns a profound lesson this time. Yunli exclaimed with a peculiar excitement that lent a grotesque edge to his pallid visage. Green nodded instinctively. Throughout the ordeal, he remained oblivious to why he had become the focal point of contention, that on one hand, the Son of the Sun's arrogance and domineering nature had thoroughly incensed the trio from the Black Soda Wizard Academy. On the other hand, his mere existence seemed to disrupt some latent rule. With a disdainful chuckle, and as the fabric of space twisted, Yunli abruptly vanished from Green's side, joining the fray in the sky. Amidst the overwhelming waves of fiery heat, energy fluctuations radiated outward, leaving Green in a state of utter shock and trepidation, while the last few distant wizard apprentices who had been observing the secret realm's conflict trembled in fear, extinguishing any lingering hopes of fortune. After a brief interval, the blinding radiance in the sky finally dissipated. With a low, guttural sound, the Son of the Sun's body shot off like a comet into the distance. Bellowing, Black Soda Wizard Academy. I shall remember this. The voice, laced with hatred, echoed with a vow of vengeance. Signaling to Green, Yunli waved the Bloodbat's kiss wand, summoning wind element bats to soar into the sky, forming 4 distinct waves of luminescence as they relentlessly pursued the fleeing son of the sun. Bibiliona's seemingly innocent face broke into an exuberant laugh. Sister Mina, we at the Black Soda Wizard Academy fear you may not remember us well enough. This time, we shall not only defeat you and seize what is rightfully yours, but we will also pursue you through the secret realm until the very last day, leaving you with unforgettable memories etched deep within your soul. Let us see if you dare to call yourself the best, to belittle the Black Soda Wizard Academy. The son of the sun ahead fell silent, merely focusing on her flight. Yet, despite the lack of words, her chilling animosity was unabashedly palpable at the T1 point. She even paused to ruthlessly eliminate a couple of innocent apprentices from the Black Soda Academy, paying the price of some injuries in the process. The son of the sun's formidable mark pulsated ominously, extending several hundred meters away, drawing the gaze of all. However, what was even more shocking was that this once mighty figure, bearing the marks of 100, was now fleeing in sheer desperation from 4 resolute pursuers on the wind element bat. Green's golden hair danced in the breeze. The earrings of the heart of vines and eternal hung from his ears, while the necklace of joy swayed at his chest. Beneath his pale mask, he gazed at the once arrogant son of the sun, now reduced to a pitiful escapee under the relentless pursuit of the 4 from the Black Soda Academy. A sense of unspoken satisfaction swelling within him. As he watched the ground rush beneath him, Green suddenly recalled the moment when he had observed the son of the sun relentlessly pursuing Bibiliona. And later, when Sarangmu, Yunli, and Bibiliona had teamed up to hunt her down to AT that time, he had been just like countless other wizard apprentices, gazing at the despairing figure in the sky, feeling shock, fear, and yearning. Yet now, he had become one of them, a figure of admiration for those apprentices who were hiding away, a thrill of indescribable excitement coursing through him. Never before had he felt such a fervent desire for greater power. Once, he had been compelled to arm himself out of fear of the Black Soda Academy's brutal regime. Yet at this moment, it was a conscious yearning for strength, a desire to master everything within his grasp. On the distant ground, at a temporary campsite, Leifisai transformed into a hawk-like slit as she gazed at the 5 desperate figures vanishing into the sky, letting out a sigh. However, when she inadvertently caught sight of the silhouette riding the wind element bat, her body jolted. It wasn't until the 5 figures had completely disappeared that Chris and the others gathered around, brimming with excitement as they inquired, Leifi, what on earth just happened? Tell us, for desperate ones are pursuing the son of the sun. Leifi replied, her expression darkening as she refrained from uttering Green's name. Turning to leave, the others assumed Leifi was merely disheartened by the evident disparity between herself and the desperate figures, thus not paying much heed to her mood. Instead, they began to eagerly speculate about what changes had occurred within the secret realm that a day later, a magnificent pulse of energy surged in the sky above, causing Amulang and Bayer to look up in astonishment. As a wave of searing light descended, Amulang roared in alarm. Be careful! With a shout, mysterious golden patterns emerged on his body, and with a resounding bang, the lightning force within his sword was unleashed to its utmost limit. Erupting into a cacophony of exploding sparks, the calm demeanor he once possessed vanished, replaced by a visage of sheer ferocity, veins bulging on his forehead as he poured every ounce of his strength into striking at the blazing light descending from above. Amulang, Bayer exclaimed in shock, urgently reciting incantations. Her face turned pale as the ground trembled beneath her feet, summoning forth a giant earth element turtle. This colossal turtle stood a towering 5 meters tall, its shell instantly fortified by magic into a solid granite shield, shimmering with an impenetrable, cold gleam. Boom! With a violent explosion, Amulang and Bayer found themselves taking refuge beneath the earth element turtle. The giant turtle let out a silent wail as the searing flames shattered its shell, sending chunks of granite flying and partially melting, causing some of the magic that had reinforced the solid earth element to dissipate, reverting the granite back to soil. From a distance, it appeared as though a grotesquely large turtle, now lacking its shell, lay protectively over Amulang and Bayer. Unbelievably, it has survived. As the sun's offspring soared through the air, a chill coursed through his countenance, compelling him to refrain from lingering too long. And he continued his flight into the distance. With a series of swift movements, for figures darted past, unabashedly radiating formidable waves of energy. These four individuals pursued the sun's offspring, while casting curious glances at the two figures beneath the colossal tortoise. Catching sight of the somewhat disheveled Amulang and Bayer. Having joined the Bloodsail Alliance, Selangmu offered a courteous smile to Amulang. Selangmu, Yunli, by Billion Nagelin? Amulang's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, although Green had previously revealed an impressive mark value of 30, Amulang considered him merely a rival at best, believing that he had only amassed such a score due to unforeseen circumstances. Deep down, Amulang had not positioned Green as a contender among the Despairers. Yet now, clenching his fists tightly, a pallor of endless self-mockery washed over Amulang's face, as if he were ridiculing his own hubris and ignorance. Bayer, with her pure and enchanting eyes, also stared wide-eyed. Murmuring Gijlin, seemingly doubting her own perception, Bayer rubbed her eyes, only to reconfirm that the figure riding the wind element bat and donning the signature pale mask was indeed Green, who she had encountered a few days prior in the second secret realm. No wonder that sharp-tongued Queen took a liking to Green. He had reached such a remarkable level. Was he the new hidden genius of the Academy? After her astonishment, a flicker of curiosity sparkled in Bayer's eyes. The 5 grand waves of energy pursued relentlessly for nearly 3 days, nearly encircling the entire testing ground, until Selangmu finally gestured for the others to cease their pursuit at that moment. Everyone was simultaneously replenishing their magical energy with magic stones, while continuing to fly. Selangmu, this time that madwoman has been chased by us like this. Let's see how she still dares to call herself the best. By Billion Nagelin exclaimed, her face alight with unabashed glee and satisfaction, reverting to a demeanor of innocent playfulness. Meanwhile, Green held a test tube containing a small vial of bright red blood, which he had sporadically collected from the wounded sun's offspring during the chase. With an expression brimming with curiosity, he shook the test tube, noticing that the temperature around him seemed to fluctuate. What use is collecting that madwoman's blood? Yunli asked, astonished as he glanced at Green, while Selangmu and By Billion Nagelin also cast curious looks in his direction. By Billion Nagelin speculated, are you attempting to curse her through bodily clues? But with her capabilities, it would be nearly impossible for a mere apprentice wizard to inflict a fatal curse upon her. Even special curses would require a large altar and more bodily clues, along with a particularly gifted apprentice wizard. I merely wish to understand why that sun's offspring possesses such mastery over fire element energy, attempting to unravel her secrets from her blood. After all, she has dissected your talents, Green explained. Through the words of the sun's offspring, Green had discerned that By Billion Nagelin's golden binding gaze talent was likely a profound application of some rare water element rune, which also aligned with her unique attack characteristics. Indeed, every enemy gazed upon by her golden binding eyes had perished as their bodily moisture evaporated, leaving behind desiccated corpses. This led Green to contemplate his own 2 severed branches. If he could also decipher the rare runes within and integrate them into his soul element magic formation, he might at least attain a level of power comparable to By Billion Nagelin AS for Selangma's talent. According to the sun's offspring, it was symbiotically linked to some monstrous entity, a notion that baffled Green. What kind of creature could endow him with such formidable immortality? Perhaps this was connected to Green's never having witnessed Selangmu's death. When Selangmu, Yunli, By Billion Nagelin, and Green returned to the secret realm, the other 3 Despairers appeared to be quite bored, with 2 of them flying over to directly confront Green. Green found it peculiar that these individuals had not entered the secret realm first. Ah, so this is the pale mask that Victor mentioned, capable of withstanding Mina's blazing inferno. It truly is astonishing, a sultry voice remarked. Upon turning his gaze, Green beheld a woman clad in a long dress of red and green, adorned with countless red scorpions, her astonishingly long white legs exposed. What drew the eye even more was a glimmer of mysterious golden light nestled between her ample, fair bosom, evoking boundless imagination. yet her expression remained sanctimonious and untouchable. However, her captivating eyes seemed to convey some subtle suggestion, enchanting all who beheld her. This was a ravishing beauty of unparalleled grace. Through Selangmu and the others, Green learned that this despairer was named Krisha, a wizard apprentice with profound knowledge of mental magic, soul magic, and curse magic, and her companion insect was a rare combat familiar. "You may call me Green," he replied, his voice low and devoid of emotional fluctuation. Observing this, Krisha playfully bit her fingertip, but upon noticing Green's indifference, she lost interest, pouting and declaring, "What an unromantic fellow." The mechanical heart interjected with a cold snort, "You truly came to this secret realm. However, the outcome displeases me greatly." Green remained silent, his gaze directed towards the totem pillar below, where the ghost thief lay lazily. The ghost thief nonchalantly bit into a red fruit, saying, "Don't look at me. I was merely following everyone's wishes. I have no interest in you at all. I simply wish to claim the rewards left for me by the mentor in the secret realm." Green paused, pondering the mentor's rewards. "All right, everyone, let us hasten our preparations and open the secret realm to conclude this trial," Selangmu said nonchalantly before turning to Green and adding, "To open the secret realm, 2 conditions must be met. First, 7 wizard apprentices with mark values exceeding 30 are needed. Second, all 7 apprentices must simultaneously channel magical energy into the 7 totem pillars for 3 consecutive hourglass durations without interruption to unlock the realm." The ghost thief supplemented, "Killing those who came to investigate the secret realm was precisely for the second condition Selangma mentioned. Otherwise, do you think I would willingly slay so many? The Academy has stipulated that once our mark values exceed 100, our rewards will be deducted." Green's countenance darkened beneath his mask. Indeed, this so-called new apprentice trial was specifically tailored for the Despairers, who seemed to possess knowledge far beyond that of ordinary wizard apprentices. Moreover, the rewards in the 3rd secret realm were specifically reserved for them by this fellow's mentor, which even stirred a hint of jealousy within Green. However, due to certain unforeseen events, the rewards left for the son's offspring might soon change hands. As for the Master, Green settled upon the totem pillar that originally belonged to the son's offspring, one hand clutching a magic stone while the other continuously channeled magical energy into the totem pillar beneath him. After the previous cleansing by these Despairers, no wizard apprentices dared to challenge the 3rd secret realm. Although the son's offspring had sustained multiple injuries during the earlier battle, having suffered such humiliation, they did not dare to disrupt the proceedings. Thus, after 3 hourglass durations, Green felt a tremendous surge of spatial energy erupting from the totem pillar beneath him, and in an instant, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. "Where is this?" Green exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the gray, overcast sky and the air that felt devoid of elemental energy. "This is a fragment of space discovered by the Dark Realm Wizard Academy, which has been thoroughly reinforced by wizards, transforming it into a place akin to the Academy's treasury," Selangmu replied excitedly, rifling through an ancient gray scroll on the table before him, not bothering to look back at Green. It seemed that this ancient scroll was the reward left for Selangmu by the faceless mask wizard. "Do not leave this barrier, nor should you wander about recklessly, for the consequences could be dire." On the other side, Babilionona kindly reminded Green that in her hand was a reward, a test tube containing a vial of blue blood, her face aglow with excitement. Green glanced around, and, indeed, at the center of the 7 individuals stood a stone platform, surrounded by a barrier radiating a blue light within a 100-meter radius, beyond which lay a hazy obscurity, difficult to discern. Meanwhile, the other despairing participants were similarly engrossed, their faces alight with enthusiasm as they fiddled with their own rewards. Witnessing such a scene, Green felt a surge of exhilaration within her, turning her gaze to the stone platform before her. What reward would the formidable Despairer, the Sun-Child, her mentor, bestow upon her? It was a crystal ball, seemingly ordinary, prompting Green to furrow her brow at a crystal ball. Yet, the moment she grasped it, an unusual wave of energy surged from within, causing her eyes to widen in disbelief as she murmured, "No way." Upon closer inspection, her voice trembled slightly. The crystal ball, in itself, was undoubtedly of exceptional quality, yet its value amounted to merely a few hundred magic stones, hardly worthy of being a reward in this secret realm. What truly captured Green's attention was the familiar wave of energy sealed within the crystal ball. It was the essence of a soul, a split soul. Indeed, wizards could fragment souls, a fundamental aspect of collecting soul slaves. However, for a formal wizard below the 4th level, even the most adept in soul magic could only split a soul to a very limited extent. Now, having received a fragment of a split soul, Green could only surmise that it represented a certain aspect of a wizard's legacy. Such a precious reward was indeed befitting of the Sun Child. Without hesitation, Green immersed her soul's will into the crystal ball to sense its essence. Instantly, as the souls intertwined, threads of soul information began to surface within Green's consciousness, seemingly partaking in some of the most ancient of legacies. This was the inheritance of the soul. After an hourglass worth of time, having absorbed approximately 1/10 of the soul information from the crystal ball, Green felt both enriched and fatigued, temporarily severing her connection to the crystal ball's legacy, whispering in excitement, "It's a rare fire element rune inheritance." Imbued with the indelible properties of the fire element rune, during the inheritance period within the secret space, the 7 individuals hardly strayed from their respective stone platforms that on one hand, they were all diligently studying their rewards. Each treasure proving invaluable to wizard apprentices, necessitating serious examination, but on the other hand, should one person make even the slightest move, it could spark an all-out battle, a final test of sorts for these despairing souls. Should any despairer manage to overpower the other 6, they would claim all the legacy treasures within this secret realm. However, such a despairer evidently did not exist here, as all remained dutifully occupied with their own rewards. Green was, of course, content with this arrangement, that if a conflict were to erupt, she would be the weakest among them, and in this tranquil atmosphere, she began to absorb the soul legacy from the crystal ball day by day. 10 days later, at the outer edge of the trial grounds, with a ripple of space, Green's figure materialized amidst a grove of desolate trees. Shaking her slightly dizzy head, she looked around in astonishment. Where was this? 10 days had passed. The trial should have concluded by now. Indeed, Green could sense that she was in an uninhabited part of the thorny forest. However, at that moment, her expression shifted through her senses. She detected a total of 6 waves of mental energy firmly locking onto her, pressing in with the surrounding natural energy in a violent constriction that IT felt as though any slight movement on her part would lead to dire consequences. And these mental waves carried a simple message, seemingly a warning. Green couldn't quite grasp the reason behind these energy signatures targeting her .6 wizards from the major academies. She found herself in a dimly lit chamber, isolated from the world. Sitting in the center on a chair, Green resembled a helpless lamb, gazing around in confusion and trepidation at the unfamiliar surroundings. The magical energy fluctuations emanating from the 6-pointed star magic confinement surrounding her were enough to send her into a tremor of despair. As she awaited the judgment of the lofty and enigmatic wizards encircling her, torches replaced light element magical lamps, and 12 wizards sat upon elevated platforms at the 6 cardinal points of the star-shaped confinement. Scrutinizing Green from above, the shadows cast by their voluminous robes exuded an aura of mystery, coldness, and unassailable authority, their faces obscured beneath layers of elemental mist. This was a high-security prison typically reserved for the interrogation of formal wizards. Yet unexpectedly, Green, as a wizard apprentice, was experiencing it firsthand. "Speak. Who is your mentor?" The speaker, a wizard from the Academy of the Dark Realm, spoke with a voice laced with malice, cruelty, and severity, being the first to interrogate Green. Startled by the harsh reprimand, Green instinctively trembled, then replied, "I have no mentor." No mentor. This time, the voice came from the Ivory Castle Academy, a melodious female voice, conveying a hint of curiosity, seemingly inquiring of the Black Tower Academy. Previous investigations revealed that this apprentice named Green indeed had no mentor at the Black Tower Academy. An aged voice drew Green's gaze upward in surprise. The wizard bore a pair of eerie green eyes. Wasn't this the same creature from the laboratory of Mentor Loa on the 79th floor of the Black Tower? No mentor. Are you mocking the wisdom of wizards? The irate male wizard bellowed, practically ready to devour Green whole. slamming the pale mask confiscated from her onto the table with a resounding crack that echoed throughout the hall, causing Green's ears to ring. "This mask was purchased from a wizard on the 3rd floor of the Black Tower," Green replied, her voice trembling with apprehension. "Humph." After an indeterminate time, the 6-pointed star confinement surrounding Green flickered, plunging her once more into a pitch-black, cramped space devoid of elemental energy, sound, or scent. Only endless darkness and solitude remained, as all her belongings were confiscated by a fair-minded wizard. Green felt a creeping fear, her mind racing with conjectures. These wizards must have misunderstood her, believing that a certain wizard had gifted her the pale mask to pass the trial, while she had relied on this magical artifact to seize the reward meant for the sun child of the Academy of Time and Shadow. In the suffocating darkness, she wrestled with a mix of anxiety over the impending judgment, terror at her lack of control over her fate, and joy at having acquired the rare fire element rune within her soul. After what felt like an eternity, buzz, a sound resonated, and with a surge of magical energy, light and sound returned to Green's surroundings. Shielding her eyes from the brightness with her sleeve, she squinted to discern her environment. It was the same dim chamber she had found herself in before. But now, 3 new silhouettes were present. "Wizard apprentice, we have confirmed that your magical artifact, the Pale Mask, was purchased from Wizard Sinrawu, and that you have learned a basic knowledge of alchemy. Furthermore, it has been established that you have no mentor." The speaker was a wizard from the Bone Clock Tower, his demeanor calm and rational, as her eyes adjusted to the flickering torchlight. Green recognized the foremost of the 3 figures as the very wizard who had sold her the Pale Mask and instructed her in the basics of alchemy. He appeared much the same, small in stature, barely 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, thin yet vibrant, sporting a tuft of a goatee, and currently wearing a beaming smile. "Ha, little one, I didn't expect you to be a newcomer to the Academy for only 3 years. I thought you were a prized disciple of some old fogey. Nonetheless, I must sincerely thank you for making such a grand advertisement for me with your mere apprentice-level artifact. Now, who in the 17th district of the 7-pointed star will remain unaware of Sinrawu's alchemical prowess?" The old sorcerer, brimming with pride, continuously stroked the tuft of white goat's beard beneath his chin. Grim-faced, Green managed a forced smile, at a loss for words, his gaze drifting towards the 2 figures behind the old sorcerer, Yunli and the Child of the Sun. "Mina, in a somber tone, Yunli remarked, although we are both affiliated with the Black Soda Sorcerer Academy, your blatant violation of the Academy's rules cannot go unreported. I intended to inform the mentor myself, but she was already ahead of me. Nevertheless, I have been summoned to authenticate the matter." The she referred to by Yunli was, of course, Mina. After being ousted from the trial grounds, her mentor, the indomitable Fire Soul, was naturally furious and bewildered. Following a thorough inquiry, the anomaly known as the Pale Mask reached the ears of that esteemed sorcerer. Consequently, upon Green's exit from the mystic realm after 10 days, he was apprehended by 6 sorcerers who had successfully deduced his approximate location for teleportation. He was then ushered into this high-end, luxurious interrogation chamber specifically designed for the questioning of formal sorcerers. "Humph, you're called Green, are you not? Although you have seized the reward that rightfully belongs to me. You shall also face grave consequences for indulging your mentor, far surpassing the value of that reward." Mina spat, her voice tinged with bitterness. In front of the assembly of sorcerers, she no longer exhibited her previous, overwhelming arrogance. It must be said that Mina's figure and grace possessed a distinctive allure, reminiscent of a voluptuous enchantress, her demeanor imbued with a certain frivolity and haughtiness, exuding an air of superiority. However, Green, lacking in appreciation, fell into a momentary silence before responding nonchalantly, "I have no idea what you're talking about." "You," Mina, with her fiery temper, was about to retort when she was interrupted by an even more tempestuous sorcerer, the very one seated at the time Sandglass Sorcerer Academy, who had previously posed questions to her, a 2nd-level sorcerer known as the Indomitable Fire Soul. "Roar, arrogant wretch, tell me, where did you procure the magic stones to purchase the Pale Mask?" All sorcerers are aware of the rules, which strictly prohibit a novice sorcerer from acquiring over 100 magic stones, nor may any sorcerer apprentice obtain magical artifacts valued at more than 500 magic stones. Before Green could utter a word, a female sorcerer from the Spiral Academy interjected. Her voice carried a hint of melancholy as she gently cautioned, Green, you must think carefully and not shield the person behind you. While you have breached the trial regulations, it is not solely due to that mask. The strength of the strongest among the despairing, the child of the sun, was also a factor in their premature withdrawal. Your own power, intelligence, and luck played a part. Moreover, you have already acquired the legacy of the indomitable fire elemental rune. Given these circumstances, it is not easy for us to condemn you to death. All we require is for you to disclose the identity of the individual behind you. Death sentence? A chill ran down Green's spine. Indeed, entering this interrogation chamber was no trivial matter. With a single misstep, he could find himself trapped indefinitely. This was not a death brought about by trials, rules, tasks, or adventures. It was the erasure of all traces by a sorcerer against whom he could not possibly resist. Trembling, he stammered, I have no benefactor. Bang! Nonsense! No benefactor! Then how did you acquire the magic stones for the mask? The indomitable fire soul slammed the table in frustration, unleashing a surge of magical energy that roared towards Green like a frenzied beast. At that moment, another impatient voice cut in. Green, you must think carefully before you answered. Do you really believe that we, as sorcerers, are oblivious to the rules governing newcomers? Are we unaware of the maximum number of magic stones a novice can earn in 3 years? If you remain obstinate, even black soda cannot shield you from the consequences. Know that we shall pursue the matter to the end, even resorting to soul-searching. The speaker was a sorcerer from the Black Soda Academy. Accompanied by the enigmatic figure perched upon his shoulder, soul-searching, especially for a sorcerer apprentice, posed a grave threat to Green's very existence. Yet, even as the sorcerer's words were harsh, Green felt a flicker of gratitude. Was the Black Soda Academy truly stepping in to protect him? Taking a deep breath, he declared aloud, the magic stones were earned through my own intellect. Fool! Bang! This time, it was the hefty sorcerer from Black Soda who interrupted the indomitable fire soul. His tone laced with incredulity. Earned? By your own intellect? How so? Green exhaled in relief and slowly replied, the fragrance of Venus. That perfume! Impossible! A sorcerer apprentice. Murmurs erupted around the room, with the first to speak being a rational and composed sorcerer from the Bone Clock Tower Academy. Who inquired, You are the creator of the fragrance of Venus. Indeed, that perfume is a remarkable invention, brimming with imagination. But how can you prove you are its creator? The plump fellow from the first floor of Black Soda. Daijin, and I signed a 7-ring contract. The contract originated from him, Green asserted almost without hesitation. Following his words, the 6-pointed star magic barrier beneath him flickered once more, plunging Green into darkness. Buzz, when the light and sound of the confinement space returned. Green, now with prior experience, quickly covered his eyes with his sleeve and waited for them to adjust before surveying his surroundings once again. This time, both the wizard Sinru and Yunli had departed, and standing beside Mina was indeed the plump fellow from Black Soda with whom Green had signed the 7-ring contract. Wearing a troubled expression, the plump man remarked, Green, the trouble you have brought me this time far exceeds what I once caused you. This interrogation chamber is no laughing matter. We are even now. Green could only muster a faint smile, unsure of what to say. Green, it has been established that you indeed acquired the corresponding magic stones through the sale of the fragrance. A means of gaining profit through your own intellect. Thus, the source of the magic stones used to purchase the mask has been thoroughly clarified. The sorcerer from the Dark Realm Academy, who initially interrogated Green, now spoke with a tone softened, no longer exhibiting the same malevolence and severity as before. Upon hearing the sorceress' words, Green felt a slight sense of relief. In this interrogation chamber, he had indeed been quite overwhelmed. However, you must elucidate the origin and process of your invention of the fragrance of Venus, including the magical knowledge involved and the inspiration for its creation, to confirm that no individual has provided you with assistance through knowledge. Should you prove your innocence, the 6 academies will consider compensation for this unwarranted confinement. In truth, the sorcerers present were well aware that the likelihood of any sorcerer having assisted Green through knowledge was virtually non-existent. This was merely a formality. Understood. Green felt a surge of joy. Had he finally reached the final step? Without hesitation, he began recounting how he had stumbled upon the nasal enhancements and scent mapping in the city of Bissell on East Coral Island, and how this had inspired his research. He spoke of the 2 years wasted after entering the academy, spurred by the phrase, "Grant me endless knowledge, and I shall leverage myself to pry open the infinite world," before finally arriving at the present moment. Stealing a glance at the sorcerer from Black Soda, who had a mysterious figure perched upon his shoulder, Green continued, "Then, in pursuit of utilizing a high-powered microscope, I sought to gather sufficient bribes for your apprentice, Vero, and this gentleman here, and thus I was struck by the idea of inventing a fragrance for sale using the scent knowledge I had learned. Initially, I only intended to earn 20 magic stones, yet inexplicably, this fragrance sold exceptionally well. Following the incident with the Ripple Sorcerer, I entered into the 7-ring contract with Daigen." The plump man nodded vigorously from outside the barrier. "Exactly. I had to achieve some results for my family's trials, and in the process, I serendipitously discovered the marvel of the fragrance of Venus, which could evoke the essence of first love from memory. Thus, I decisively signed that 7-ring contract." Listening to the plump man's explanation, the sorcerer with the mysterious figure on his shoulder slowly turned to regard the creature perched there, though Green could not discern the sorcerer's features. He could easily imagine a menacing expression accompanying the inquiry. The black figure, however, appeared unperturbed, even playfully sticking out its tongue and offering an awkward smile. "Hey, you don't often use that microscope anyway. It's just collecting dust. So why not let Vero and me earn a little side profit? You are not unaware, are you? A slothful gentleman like myself cannot possibly earn magic stones like those diligent apprentice wizards. Alas, my cravings torment me. Though I speak of it nonchalantly, my heart roars and nearly drives me to madness. Damn that Vero. That scoundrel clearly paid 20 magic stones previously, yet he claims he paid only 10 and handed me a mere 5. You wretched brat, your time is up?" After my outburst, silence enveloped the hall, a deathly stillness. The sunchild, Mina, stood outside the barrier, gazing incredulously at Green. In that moment, she felt as if she were trapped in a dream. This wizard apprentice, resembling a rat as he pilfered his trial rewards, had devised such an ingenious method to acquire magic stones, thus becoming a pseudo-desperate in the trial. Such a fellow was far superior to those 3 from Black Soda, particularly that brazen blonde girl. For an instant, Mina found herself harboring an unexpected admiration for the seemingly helpless man within the barrier, as if she had encountered a worthy rival, generating a strange sense of kinship and inexplicable respect. Suddenly, an uncontrollable absurdity surged within Mina, igniting her eyes with a fervent blaze, an undeniable despair bursting forth. "This man, I must possess him. He is mine. Yes, precisely. Good." The voice that erupted was none other than her teacher. The unyielding fire soul. With a swift motion, the flames engulfed his robe, reducing it to ashes, revealing a towering figure clad in crimson armor, his thick beard encircling his face like that of a primitive man. The unyielding fire soul regarded Green with admiration, exclaiming, "What a fine lad! A mere apprentice without a mentor has managed, through his own wit and fortune, to defeat Mina. She shall forfeit the reward I intended for her. Let her suffer the consequences of her arrogance." After a moment's thought, the unyielding fire soul produced a crimson stone and tossed it to Green. "This fire stone is my compensation for the wrongful confinement." Fire stone, Green pondered, uncertain of its purpose, yet instinctively aware of its value. He accepted it with delight. I, representing the Spiral Wizard Academy, hereby declare that apprentice Wizard Green, having acquired magic stones through his own intellect and purchased the pale mask to participate in the trial, is innocent and shall be released. Confirmation from Ivory Castle followed. After a series of declarations proclaiming Green's innocence, the 6-pointed star magic circle binding him vanished. This sudden liberation left Green in a state of bewilderment, his body feeling light as he slumped into a chair, casting a glance toward the wizard from Black Soda. Those who had not endured such a rigorous interrogation would scarcely comprehend the overwhelming sense of oppression. After all, there were a full 12 wizards conducting the inquiry. Green, came the voice of the Black Soda wizard, somewhat gentle, causing Green's heart to constrict. His previously relaxed body tensed once more as he anxiously regarded the enigmatic wizard. At that moment, however, Black leapt before Green, standing anthropomorphically. "Meow, old man, let me speak." Ahem, Green, one of the 3 esteemed deans of the illustrious Black Soda Wizard Academy, the 3rd-level Grand Wizard Polanos, wishes to take you as his disciple. Will you accept? Puffed. Green's eyes nearly bulged out. The dean of Black Soda Wizard Academy, a 3rd-level Grand Wizard, to accept him as a disciple. The torrent of explosive information left Green utterly dumbfounded. Understanding the immense benefits of having a mentor guide him through the intricacies of wizardry. And now, with such a remarkable 3rd-level Grand Wizard willing to personally instruct him, Green felt no hesitation. In a flurry of excitement and anxiety, he performed the wizard's greeting. "Master Polanos," Black wagged his tail, leaping onto Polanos' shoulder with pride, declaring, "It's done." "Excellent, excellent." As Polanos' cloak, which had shrouded his figure, slowly fell, a visage that Green would never forget emerged before him. It was as if every organ had been stitched together with the coarsest craftsmanship. Terrifying scars marred the aged face, and his head resembled a balloon on the verge of bursting. What attracted Green's attention even more was the snake-like tongue that occasionally flicked in and out of Polanos' mouth, seemingly perceiving the world in a peculiar manner, akin to Green's own keen sense of smell. Behind Polanos, another Black Soda Wizard spoke softly. "Little one, being accepted as a disciple by Dean Polanos means you should seize the opportunity to recover the 3 years you have lost. Make your mark in this year's Holy Tower contest." This wizard showed no intention of revealing his true identity and departed the interrogation room alongside the other Academy wizards. Moments later, only Green, Polanos, and Black remained in the Grand Hall. Polanos' stitched, grotesque visage broke into an exceedingly unappealing smile, allowing Green to catch a glimpse of the old wizard's teeth through the gaps in the stitches. "Green, you are my 3rd disciple. Your elder sister, Yuquan, is currently absent from the wizard continent, but you will meet her. Your 2nd elder brother is Vero from the 7th floor of Black Soda. That lad has a keen interest in peculiar specimens from other worlds. I hope you will carry on our lineage of wizardry." Green, overjoyed, promptly replied, "I shall do my utmost." Polanos nodded in satisfaction. "In no rush. You have 7 days to return to the Academy and settle your affairs. Let me ponder which spells to teach you first. The dual force spell, the toxic body refinement, or the endless EY. The way, Green, what is your knowledge of life sciences and anatomy?" "Anatomy." Green trembled at the sight of Polanos' ghastly face. Cautiously responding, "I have conducted some research on anatomy, while my studies in life sciences are more profound at that moment. Black interjected, "Let us have him learn toxic body refinement first. Those fish in the aquarium are about ready, and they can serve as a suitable introduction. Young wizards like him should enjoy their time while they can. After all, both the dual force spell and the endless I will leave indelible effects on the body." Black spoke with a hidden depth, seemingly hinting that Green should quickly relish his youth and appearance. After reclaiming all his belongings that had been detained during the interrogation, Green languidly reclined on his bed in his small chamber at the Black Soda Wizard Academy. Breathing in the familiar scent, he felt as though life had suddenly become remarkably splendid. The memories of the interrogation room haunted Green like a nightmare. Yet he was grateful to have emerged safely and ultimately gained the recognition of the great wizard Polanos, becoming his 3rd disciple, a 3rd-level wizard, a status that ranked among the highest in all wizard academies. Green's heart overflowed with excitement, envisioning a bright and promising future ahead. Moments later, he began organizing the magical materials and items he had collected during the trial, diligently noting some important insights and knowledge in his journal. For instance, he reflected on the wind element bats summoned through the Sun Child's magical energy fluctuations and the kiss of the blood bat, as well as his insights into the application of fire element energy and the rare fire element rune with indomitable properties, how to implant it within the soul element magic array, not to mention the natural energy compression waves he experienced when attempting to seize treasures during his first expedition into the secret realm, and the peculiarities associated with the explosion mushroom illusion and the life tree leaf that restored his body, alongside the accompanying insect-like aberrations. 0.3 hourglasses later, Green carefully preserved the vial of blood from the Sun Child in a closed, low-temperature, freezing container, while he meticulously cultivated the explosion mushroom in another vessel. Estimating that the time was nearly right, Green instinctively reached for two smooth branches, awaiting the fleeting lightning patterns that would appear at the cut ends. In an instant, through a soul connection, the vague rune imprint within his essence seemed to sharpen ever so slightly, yet remained a mere illusion. These days, Green had grown entirely accustomed to this gradual progression, and he tucked the two branches away securely. It was time for meditation. However, just then, a series of knocks resounded at his door. Thud, thud, thud. Who is it? Green glanced at the time in astonishment. It was already deep into the night. Who could possibly be knocking on his door at such an hour? As he opened the door, a chilling wave of malevolence rushed towards him, causing his expression to change dramatically. Before him stood Laffy, her face dark and almost dripping with an ominous aura, her eyes fixed intently on him. Laffy, Green stammered. Laffy continued to stare into his eyes, advancing step by step, relentlessly forcing him to retreat. Flushing with embarrassment, Green sought to divert her attention with other words, yet Laffy paid him no heed, pressing forward with an imposing demeanor. Eventually, he found himself leaning against the wall with a thud. At a loss for words, it was only then that Laffy halted, glaring fiercely at him. Another disappearance? It's been over 10 days. Do you have any idea how many times the Bloodsail Alliance has attempted to contact you through me? Do you know how many times I've come to this little abode of yours? If it weren't for the connection through your crystal ball, I would have nearly assumed you were dead. Her voice was so frigid it seemed capable of freezing Green in place. It's not as you imagine. Green began to recount the tribulations he had faced over the past few days. After the third trial, he had been reluctantly drawn into the conflict between the Black Tower Wizard Academy and the Children of the Sun subsequently. He had taken the place of the Children of the Sun in the secret realm. And after 10 days of living in that realm, he had been interrogated and confined by a group of wizards. Green slowly divulged his experiences. Laffy's expression softened, her concern evident. So, are you all right now? Feeling the genuine care emanating from her, Green's heart warmed. She was only the second person, after Old Ham, to show such concern for him, prompting a faint smile to appear on his face. Didn't I mention? Not only am I fine, but I've also gained a recognition of Dean Paranos, becoming his third disciple. With a soft chuckle, Laffy's face lit up with an authentic smile. Her teeth lightly biting her rosy lip as she raised her chin, exposing her alabaster neck while gazing up at Green. Her slender finger playfully traced circles on his chest, a suggestive atmosphere enveloping the two. Then we should celebrate. Shouldn't we? Laffy purred, her gaze nearly melting Green, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, leaving him acutely aware of the implications. Breathing heavily, Green murmured, "Then let us celebrate," as their lips met in a tender embrace. The night slipped away. The following evening, the Bloodsail Alliance convened. This time, there were barely 200 members, and among the 14 elders, only 9 remained. The one-armed manipulator of the Heavenly King from the former 5 great spellcasters still stood, maintaining a low profile as always. Green sat silently beside Laffy, his pale mask concealing his features. Choosing to remain mute, it seemed that in Laffy's presence, Green had grown accustomed to this understated role of quiet support. Concealing himself. Chris, Cleana, and Robin each had their own social circles, while Ben Hanchuan, despite having his own connections, habitually started chattering away as soon as Green was present. Green responded to Ben Hanchuan's ramblings with half-hearted replies. And Ben Hanchuan was delighted to continue, recounting the events from the Black Tower Wizard Academy over the past 10 days. The most significant occurrence at the Academy was the 4 organizations representing the Wizard Apprentice legacy that began to recruit the surviving apprentices en masse, integrating them as new blood. This signified the formal end of the protection period for Green's cohort of newcomers. The Bloodsail Alliance aimed to develop and thus sought to recruit these surviving apprentices, inevitably leading to conflict. In a straightforward confrontation, the 4 veteran apprentice wizard organizations dispatched only a few seasoned individuals who had reached the limits of their apprentice mentalities, easily overpowering Amurand and several other elders from the Bloodsail Alliance. However, This was understandable. Some of those apprentice wizards were elderly individuals who had lived for decades. Even if they had not transformed into full-fledged wizards, they could still elevate their mental prowess and spells to the limits typically achievable by general apprentice wizards. Naturally, newcomers like Amurand, who had only entered the academy 3 years prior, stood no chance. These 4 legacy organizations were the Outcast Justice Society, the Great Black Mountain Society, the Ivory Hunt Society, and the 6th Division of the Black Tower, along with the Bloodsail Alliance, which barely managed to squeeze into the ranks, forming the 5 major organizations of the Black Tower Academy as apprentice wizards at AS for another major event at the Academy. The 4 top-tier experts among the old apprentice wizards, each the leaders of the 4 elder organizations, had all declared that Salangmu, Yuli, and Bibiliana would become their future hunting targets. The specific reasons for this remained unclear. However, Green began to speculate that it might be related to the qualifications for the Sanctum trial 17 years later, specifically the qualification for demon-hunting wizards. Green, lacking a mentor previously, was unaware of the full details surrounding this matter. Nonetheless, this issue would soon be resolved. Green had already decided to bring it up alongside the topic of living experimental materials when he next met with Mentor Paranos at AS for the matter of a more advanced microscope. He had entrusted the task to the plump Degen, who had already contacted a wizard heading to the 7 Rings Sanctum months prior. News should arrive shortly. While Green pondered silently, Amurand's impassioned speech reached a crescendo. In conclusion, our Bloodsail Alliance has now become the 5th major force among the Black Tower Academy's apprentice wizards, a testament to the collective efforts of all our members. A chorus of enthusiastic shouts erupted from the gathered apprentice wizards of the Bloodsail Alliance. Amurand, visibly excited, paused as the crowd's fervor subsided, then continued, "Now, I shall announce the 2 newly promoted elders within the Alliance. If anyone has objections, they may challenge privately. The victor will take the elder's position." The 2 are Bayer and Green. With that, Amurand raised Bayer's hand high while extending his other hand towards Green, who was quietly seated behind Laffy. Green was taken aback. Promoted to elder? This was something Amurand and Laffy had never discussed with him. Moreover, Green preferred to remain low-key, focusing on his solitary efforts. As such, he gently touched Laffy, and in response to her questioning gaze, he slowly but resolutely shook his head. With a smile, Laffy did not press further. Flipping her dark brown hair and crescent-shaped earrings as she turned, proclaiming loudly, "Elder Amurand, Green cannot serve as an internal elder due to certain reasons." Amurand's expression darkened. "Elder Laffy, the Alliance is in urgent need of capable individuals. Green must bear corresponding responsibilities for his strength, and the treatment for elders within the Alliance is exceedingly generous." "Enough," Laffy interjected sharply, her demeanor icied. "If he doesn't wish to take the position, then he won't. Why must there be so much fuss? Are you going to force Green into this?" In that moment, the atmosphere of the assembly cooled noticeably. Whispers of the Queen of Sharp Tongues and the fierce beauty began to circulate. Amurand could only manage a wry smile. Even Green could not help but be astonished. It seemed he had underestimated Laffy's temperament. With Laffy's outburst, the discussion regarding Green within the Bloodsail Alliance assembly reached a natural conclusion. Rather than wasting time on trivial matters, Green preferred to delve into profound and intricate knowledge to enrich himself. Thus, once the assembly concluded, he briefly bid farewell to Laffy and swiftly made his way towards the Black Tower. With only a few days remaining until Mentor Paranos was set to formally instruct Green in the arcane arts, he needed to engage in some experimental research during this time. Just as he was about to depart alone, Yakris called out to him, accompanied by a female wizard apprentice. Green's attention was caught upon seeing Ilardovan beside Yakris. In an instant, the intentions of the 2 became clear, and a faint smile appeared beneath the pale mask. During the trial for newcomers, Green had inadvertently saved this which apprentice once while competing for the first secret realm reward, and it seemed she had come to express her gratitude for that act. Ilardovan was not blessed with exceptional beauty. She possessed the common flaws of many lovely girls, flat-chested and rough-skinned. Yet, one could not fathom how Yakris had developed a special connection with her, while Green was lost in thought. On the other side, Ilardovan stood beside Yakris, equally anxious. She could not shake off the haunting memory of the moment from the past trial. Every time she recalled it, The man with the pale mask would inevitably invade her nightmares. Lingering long into the night, this unassuming man within the Alliance wielded such formidable power, ruthlessly slaughtering competing witch apprentices within the secret realm. Just moments ago, he had even declined the nomination from the Alliance Elder. Yakris smiled and said, "Green, this is Ireldivan. You should have met a few times before. I've brought her here this time primarily to express her gratitude for saving her during the trial." Ireldivan took a deep breath, calming the tumult of her thoughts. After all, without the oppressive mark of the trial, the powerful aura between which apprentices would no longer manifest. "Thank you, Green," she said. Ireldivan was slightly older than Green and had a more mature perspective. With Yakris by his side, Green naturally displayed the requisite politeness and charm. There's no need for such formality. From the perspective of the Alliance, and considering that Yakris is my closest friend, I had no reason to hold back. Especially for someone as unique and remarkable as you, Green, of course, refrained from mentioning his own gratitude for Ireldivan's monster-drawing behavior at the time. After a brief exchange filled with joy, they each left a crystal ball mark. And Green resumed his journey towards the Black Tower. Upon reaching the first floor of the Black Tower, the rotund Daigen's expression shifted upon seeing Green. "Green, you have no idea how terrified I was. Entering that interrogation room is no trivial matter. It can cost lives. Even formal witches who go in there often do not come out, let alone someone like me. That interrogation room is notoriously known as the execution chamber." It was evident that the experience had left a significant psychological shadow on Daigen. Green could only offer a wry smile. How could he have known he had attracted such considerable trouble? Nonetheless, he had turned misfortune into fortune, having gained a recognition of the wizard Peranos, which was indeed a tremendous opportunity. "Humph." Daigen snorted twice before saying, "So, what materials do you need this time? Also, regarding that microscope, I'll have news within the next 2 months. I'll inquire with that wizard master." "Yes," Green nodded and replied softly. "I require a potion that enhances the soul connection between a wizard and their companion insect, as well as materials that can temporarily heighten my physical awareness, in addition to 2 leaves from the Tree of Life and a living monkey for biological experimentation." Daigen promptly produced 2 leaves from the Tree of Life without further elaboration. This material was in high demand at the Wizard Academy, typically priced at 500 magic stones per leaf, making it an essential life-preserving item for top-tier witch apprentices. "Will this potion suffice for enhancing the bond with the companion insect?" Daigen asked, rummaging through the distant counter and pulling out a seemingly ordinary small herb. Chuckling, "This is Heart's Ease. Generally, it's used as a novelty item by wizard couples seeking excitement, but it works just as effectively for companion insects. It's only 100 magic stones." Green nodded indifferently and accepted the Heart's Ease. After some thought, Daigen retrieved a black crystal ball from beneath the counter and a crown-like magical artifact from the storage. Pointing to the black crystal ball, he explained, "This is a crystal ball used by underground wizards. Their practices differ from ours. Most wizards in the wizard continent are elemental wizards, while those in the underground primarily focus on dragon body refinement. Wizards from our continent emphasize mental power development, whereas underground wizards prioritize physical attributes and the quality of their companion dragons, leading to 2 distinct paths of evolution." Daigen paused. "For them, the companion dragon is akin to our companion insect. And this black crystal ball is a higher-grade version compared to ours. Besides detecting mental strength, it can also assess the wizard's physical condition." Green was somewhat astonished. In the realm of wizards, he was indeed aware that aside from the vast wizard continent, there were several other regions that had developed different wizarding civilizations, and the underground wizards were one such group. However, he had only encountered vague information in books and had never heard anyone discuss the specifics. Now, seeing the crystal ball designed for underground wizards, he couldn't help but pick it up to examine it, attempting to sense his own condition with his mental power. Mental power, 24, magic power, 238247. Constitution, 4, stamina, 3455, strength, 1560, vitality, 2224. Green's expression darkened. His constitution was indeed abysmally low, a natural consequence of not practicing any spells to enhance his physical condition. If Yakris were to come over, his constitution would likely exceed 15. As for the attributes following constitution, such as stamina, strength, and vitality, they were presumably influenced by his constitution, Much like magic power and mental power, stamina and strength were self-explanatory, while vitality likely represented the body's resilience to damage and regenerative capacity. Calculating these figures, Green mused that his physical prowess could yield an attack strength of 16, capable of withstanding a defense of 2-3 AS for stamina. Green could only envision that, once he ascended to the 79th floor of the Black Tower, he would no longer be left gasping for breath. Noticing Green's interest in the black crystal ball, Daijin chuckled. This crystal ball itself isn't particularly expensive. It's just that the supply route is rather distant. Hence the price of 1,000 magic stones. Of course, for you now, that sum is hardly significant. Green's current worth was indeed astonishingly high, bolstered by the income from the fragrances Daijin brought each month, which would continue to grow as their popularity spread. Additionally, Green had received over 20,000 magic stones in one go when he dispelled the trial mark, silently accepting the black crystal ball. Green then turned his gaze to the crown-like magical artifact. Daijin cautioned, this magical item is a high-grade one that formal wizards occasionally utilize. It serves a function similar to a microscope, being an auxiliary tool for wizard experiments. However, the true purpose of this dissection crown is to consume the user's soul power to observe their internal body comprehensively. Hence, users must strictly regulate both the frequency and duration of its use. For us witch apprentices, it should not be used more than once a month, and for no longer than half a minute, as it could harm the soul. Exercise utmost caution. After a pause, Daijin added, the dissection crown generally aids most wizards in examining abnormalities after temporarily solidifying a curse with the Crying Branch spell, essentially checking the points of affliction. Of course, many wizards also use it for research on physical evolution and evaluating potion quality. As Green's eyes sparkled with excitement, he realized that the dialysis crown was indeed the most suitable tool for him at that moment, the only drawback being its usage restrictions. After accepting the dialysis crown without even inquiring about its price, Green also noted that the living monkey he required would be provided free of charge. Moments later, the portly man brought over a cage, inside which a monkey was curiously peering around, clutching a bunch of bananas. Upon returning to the laboratory, Green first examined the explosive mushrooms he had cultivated. Confirming the successful transplantation, he carefully extracted some powdery particles adhering to them as experimental materials. It was precisely these particles that endowed the explosive mushrooms with their olfactory, hallucinogenic properties. After a while, Green retrieved a meticulously preserved vial containing a murky yellow liquid, which he had filtered from the gizzards of several wild cranes 3 months prior, through diligent research and observation. Green had concluded that this liquid was pivotal in enabling the cranes to resist the bodily mutations induced by the Stomoxys larvae. With a heart brimming with excitement, Green once again immersed himself in his experiments. 3 days later, despite sporting dark circles under his eyes and feeling utterly exhausted, he excitedly exclaimed, the Stomoxys larvae, upon becoming a symbiotic parasite, can actually integrate with the host life to adapt to the natural environment, thereby significantly aiding the host's passive evolution. The cost of this, however, is the consumption of food energy necessary for bodily evolution. Green's previous studies had already confirmed that the Stomoxys larvae possessed the ability to actively influence the host's life code. Astonishingly, this research revealed that the Stomoxys larvae, as a wizard symbiotic parasite, also possessed the capacity to assist the wizard in adapting to nature through passive evolution. This so-called passive evolution refers to a biological entity's gradual and prolonged evolution to better survive by constantly adapting to its surrounding environment, a characteristic inherent to all life forms. For instance, as a person walks, calluses naturally develop on their feet, and their thigh muscles grow stronger. The Stomoxys larvae's ability to facilitate the wizard's passive evolution significantly reduces the time required for such evolution while greatly enhancing its effectiveness. Of course, the speed of passive evolution cannot be compared to active evolution. For example, an apprentice wizard advancing to a full-fledged wizard represents an instance of active evolution. Green discovered that his physique had improved after 2 rounds of passive evolution induced by the Stomoxys larvae, one from the hallucinogenic powder of the explosive mushrooms and the other from burns inflicted by the fire element of the sun. His resistance to inhaled hallucinogenic powders and fire elements had notably increased. in his exhilaration. Green's first thought was to purchase magical wands that sealed various elemental attributes from the portly man for self-harm. Even if it only improved his resistance a little at a time, over decades, such resistance could enable Green to achieve immunity to certain elemental sorceries with low energy degrees. Additionally, there were numerous specific ingredients that his body needed to replenish, which required bulk purchasing to compensate for the consumption. With a resounding thud, the overworked Green collapsed onto the laboratory floor and fell asleep. The next day, he procured a substantial quantity of magical wands from the portly man and even made a special trip to the third floor of the Black Tower to visit Wizard Cinderwiz's chamber, acquiring several other elemental attribute wands that the portly man did not have. Upon returning to the laboratory, Green laid out 10 of the most common foundational elemental attribute wands used by apprentice wizards: fire, water, ice, wood, wind, lightning, earth, light, dark, and life. Furthermore, these wands shared the common trait of sealing magical energy degrees ranging between 20 and 30, thus excluding the immunity provided by the faceless mask against energy attacks below 20 degrees, and avoiding the transfer of magical power to the mask. Any excess energy attacks from the wands would be entirely absorbed by Green. However, even attacks below 10 degrees could easily prove lethal to Green, whose physical constitution was merely 4. Therefore, he had to keep a leaf from the Tree of Life in his mouth as a source of restorative energy to ensure his safety. Fortunately, leaves from the Tree of Life could be reused multiple times in the face of such low-energy attacks. Today, Green's objective was to determine what specific food his body craved most after testing the passive evolution of his resistance to various elements. This was a crucial consideration. Should Green carelessly consume random food to satiate his hunger? It would significantly impede the enhancement of his passive evolution. Thus, this experiment was not only essential, but also marked the final experiment before Green embarked on a prolonged study with Wizard Paranos. After enduring repeated attacks from various elemental sorceries, Green's body was restored by the energy from the Tree of Life, while the Stomoxys larvae secreted a unique substance within him, promoting an increase in his resistance to these elements. Gradually, Green compiled a record list of the foods his body naturally craved, drawn from the countless ingredients he had consumed, subconsciously selected and communicated through intense signals of need. For instance, just as a person suddenly yearns for certain fruits or vegetables. After numerous trials, Green's body would abruptly express a strong desire for specific ingredients. Chewing on a piece of spare jerky to stave off hunger, Green glanced at the list of ingredients he had compiled and frowned. The other ingredients were manageable. After all, Green had previously been a commoner and had not indulged in many exotic delicacies, so the demands of his body were limited. However, when testing his resistance to fire elements, the listed ingredient posed a dilemma. To his surprise, the food he had written down was the beauty shell. This ingredient, hailed as a rare delicacy by the Lord of Bissell and Wizard Erebos, was certainly not a common item and was far beyond the reach of a mere apprentice wizard like Green to procure in a short time. After pondering, Green noted the beauty shell as a second most desired delicacy following the enhancement of fire element resistance and retrieved the narrow-placed black crystal ball. Connecting to a marked wave within the crystal ball, a response soon followed. Oh, Green, how delightful that you are the one to reach out today. Do you miss me? The voice was soft and sweet, with Laffy engaging in flirtatious banter through the crystal ball that if anyone were to witness Laffy's demeanor at that moment, they would likely be taken aback. Green smiled, realizing that within his small chamber, he had no need to wear the pale mask, allowing Laffy to see his expressions. Enough of that. I'm currently conducting an experiment and will be studying under Wizard Paranos for an extended period in a few days. Laffy's expression shifted to one of disappointment as she gently brushed her silky, dark brown hair, revealing her shimmering crescent-shaped earrings, and set down the book she had been perusing, saying blandly, "What do you need from me, then? I wish to know where your father acquired the beauty shell that I need a substantial amount for my experiment." Green rubbed his slightly darkened eye circles as he inquired. "That thing? I never concern myself with such matters. However, if you truly desire a large quantity, you might consider posting a bounty at the quest hall. With your magic stones, it should not be a problem." Laffy stretched her arms, and it was evident that she had been engrossed in her magical tome for quite some time. Appearing rather fatigued, understood. "That works. Just as Green was about to disconnect the crystal ball, he inadvertently caught sight of Laffy's alluring pose as she stretched, her ample curves seemingly within reach, causing him to swallow hard before he quickly amended. Laffy, Laffy responded absent-mindedly, I'll post the quest at the hall and then come visit you. Stealing his courage, he uttered their secret code. Laffy paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, saying playfully, Really now, every time you make it sound like I'm going to be violated, it's rare for you to be so proactive. Come on, I'll be waiting for you. Upon finishing his words, Laffy severed the connection between the two like a crystal ball. An awkward tension lingered in the air. Green still felt somewhat unaccustomed to Laffy's audacious flirtation. The Black Soda Wizard Academy was ablaze with lights in the night, and Green hurried along with his pale mask, his body silent and scentless beneath his voluminous robe, akin to a solitary specter shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the stillness, emanating from a nearby courtyard, a woman's voice. As though she had witnessed something truly horrific at a short distance ahead, two silent wizard apprentices momentarily paused in their stride, only to dismiss the incident and continue on their way. Panting heavily, a female wizard apprentice bolted out from the courtyard. Glancing back with a lingering sense of dread, she cast a fleeting look at Green, mustering a strained smile before departing. It was then that Green recalled the dilapidated and desolate water tower in the courtyard. He remembered that upon his arrival at the Black Soda Wizard Academy, Ben Henson had mentioned that there were two forbidden areas for newcomers. One was the arena for wizard apprentices, and the other was the infamous, supposedly haunted water tower before him. According to Ben Henson and many other apprentices, the water tower was said to be haunted. Of course, such a term, representing ignorance and superstition, would never escape the lips of a wizard apprentice. Instead, they would merely say that strange and inexplicable occurrences transpired there, even beyond the comprehension of wizards. Curiosity piqued, Green hesitated momentarily before making his way toward the decrepit water tower. A place well known among apprentices, the air was thick with the scent of decaying grass, overgrown to the height of a person, blanketing the entire courtyard. Strangely, the previously bright lights from a distance failed to penetrate this yard, as though obstructed by an unseen barrier. Yet no energy fluctuations could be sensed at the same time. The surrounding silence was unnervingly pronounced. Not only did sounds from outside fail to intrude, but even within the courtyard, there was an eerie absence of noise. The chirping of insects stifled, as if this place were sealed from the world. In a fleeting moment, Green felt a pair of eerie green eyes watching him from behind the tall grass, akin to the sensation of being stalked by a hidden predator. Yet when he turned to look, nothing was there. Not only was there no sight, but even the sense and the ultrasonic magic of his pale mask revealed no trace of any unusual life form. Had he not even entered the water tower, and yet encountered such oddities? A mix of wonder and trepidation swirled within him, and faced with the unknown realm of advanced magical knowledge and fear, Green attempted to quell his irrational thoughts, gradually clearing the path of obstructing weeds and twigs, his footsteps and the rustle of foliage becoming the sole melody in this desolate yard. In this terrifying silence, an echo seemed to resonate. Once again, Green felt the presence of those haunting green eyes lurking behind the grass. Aware that turning around would yield nothing, he resolved to ignore it and proceeded directly toward the center of the courtyard, where the dilapidated water tower stood. The tower appeared to have existed for many years, its excessive weathering rendering it a pitiful sight, with cracks resembling the claw marks of a monster, ugly and fierce. Standing beneath the water tower, Green gazed upward, only to discover that the darkened sky seemed to swirl around the tower, forming a vague vortex, the cause of which was a mystery beyond comprehension. At the center of this indistinct whirlpool, a narrow, partially opened eye seemed to be staring down at him, filling the air with an oppressive sense of dread. Was it a hallucination? Yet the accompanying insect did not react unusually. Green stood rooted for what felt like an eternity, gazing into that enormous eye in the sky. Similarly, the eye seemed to fixate on him, as though a colossal creature was peering through a bottle. Scrutinizing the insect within. No, it could not be real. If such a powerful being had truly descended upon the wizarding world, the ancient and venerable wizards would have long since appeared. After all, the wizarding realm was no weak domain. It was a civilization of immense power, subjugating numerous surrounding worlds. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Green took a deep breath and pushed open the dilapidated wooden door of the water tower. Stepping inside, the darkness enveloped him, as if he had walked into the maw of some monstrous entity. With a creak, the door closed behind him. The chill ran down his spine, and he whirled around, yet saw no one. The door remained as decayed and frail as before, as if it might collapse under the slightest pressure. Green felt a surge of anxiety, yet internally reassured himself. It is not real. None of this is real. After a moment, his breathing steadied considerably. Unable to use magic, Green was astonished to discover that despite his attempts to summon fire elements for illumination, he could not conjure a spark. The suppression of a wizard apprentice's ability to cast spells signified an absolute control over natural energy, and Green was certain that even a level 3 archmage, capable of suppressing their magical array to its limits, could not entirely prevent the release of their spells. Since he could not cast spells, he resolved to proceed without them. Although the water tower was infamous, he had never heard of anyone meeting their demise there. With this in mind, Green raised his gaze to examine the interior of the tower. The ground was strewn with dried grass, and numerous footprints suggested that many had traversed this place. The cylindrical interior of the water tower was lined with a wooden staircase spiraling upward, reaching an estimated height of over 50 meters, yet he could only see the lower 20 meters clearly. Beyond that, it was shrouded in darkness. Perhaps ascending to the top of the tower would afford him a closer look at that enormous eye. Driven by a relentless curiosity for the unknown and the pursuit of new knowledge inherent in wizards, Green steeled his resolve and began his ascent, his left hand grasping the weathered railing, his right foot pressing onto the stairs, which creaked ominously beneath him. In the stillness, it felt as if a cold breeze swept past, yet Green remained undeterred, climbing step by step. The wooden steps continued to creak underfoot, but after taking a dozen steps, he sensed something amiss. What was this? Why did he hear 2 sets of footsteps on the stairs? Someone was behind him. Green whipped around, only to find himself still standing on the first level. Poised to take his initial step, he stood there, bewildered. Had he not moved? No. His memory was clear. Could it be an illusion? Impossible, for the accompanying insect had shown no signs of disturbance. Could it be that turning around had subjected him to some spatial distortion, returning him to this spot? Or perhaps time had reversed. Both seemed highly improbable. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he resolutely resumed his ascent. This time, Green vowed that no matter what transpired, he would reach the very pinnacle of the water tower. With that determination, he lifted his foot to climb once more, having barely taken 6 or 7 steps when his concentration sharpened, and he once again heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Creak! Almost simultaneously, both sets of footsteps ceased. Green inhaled deeply, straining to discern the scents in the air, and through the ultrasonic magic of his pale mask, he sought any signs of life behind him. Yet every sense told him that there was indeed no one there. He had lost track of how many times he had taken deep breaths. But once more, he fixed his gaze resolutely upward. Simultaneously, the sound of footsteps behind him resumed, growing steadily closer. At this point, Green had ascended approximately 10 meters up the tower, hearing the creaking of the steps behind him, which sounded no more than 2 or 3 paces away. He abruptly halted. Creak! Creak! Suddenly, a chill ran through him, his body instinctively shuddering. He had not misheard. It was not an illusion. The footsteps behind him had indeed taken an additional step, producing that second sound, trembling, although hidden behind his pale mask and draped in a loose robe. Green could not deceive himself. In that moment, a palpable fear spread through him, and he truly wished to glance back to see what lurked behind him. No. In an instant, Green resembled a madman, or rather, he had driven himself to the brink of insanity, resolutely advancing forward once more. The veins on his forehead protruded. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his determination was unwavering. Gradually, the footsteps that had been trailing him came to a halt approximately half a meter behind, maintaining the same pace as he ascended the wooden ladder. The creaks and groans resonated throughout the water tower, magnified 1,000-fold, ringing clearly in his ears. Suddenly, Green sensed a breath gently blowing against the nape of his neck. The sound of exhalation, the flow of warm air, and even the sensation of moisture condensing into droplets upon his skin. Beneath his pale mask, a bead of cold sweat trickled down from his forehead, gliding down his cheek and pooling at his neck. Green swallowed hard, clenching his teeth to suppress the chattering of his jaws, his trembling legs propelling him step by step forward. It seemed that he had made up his mind. Whatever entity awaited him on the ladder, he would not turn back, even if it meant his demise. After climbing another 20 meters or so, Green found himself developing a certain immunity to the incessant swaying of that unknown presence behind him, until it simply vanished from existence. He exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding in that moment. Green felt as if a weight had been lifted from his body, an exhilarating sense of triumph washed over him, as if he had conquered all adversities and transcended his limits. A newfound confidence enveloping his heart. The dilapidated water tower is nothing more than this. With such thoughts in mind, Green continued forward, only to be suddenly halted. Something ahead appeared amiss, a complete void of darkness, an utter silence, as if another realm had cleaved the space of a water tower in two. One side was the relatively ordinary, crumbling water tower world, while the other was an unknown abyss that devoured all light and sound. Oh, you dare to force me back. Having just triumphed over his fears, Green's confidence surged, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into this shadowy, soundless void, seemingly unafraid of anything. There was no light, no sound, not even a hint of scent. His pseudosonic sorcery could only perceive an expanse of nothingness. Even the wooden ladder beneath his feet was shrouded in a thick black mist. Yet paradoxically, Green could still feel the ladder and the railing he clutched, pressing onward step by step. How long had he been in this space? 3 days? 4? 5? How many rungs had he climbed? 30,000? 35,000? 40,000? But why? When the water tower stood merely 50 meters tall, did it feel like it had traversed so long without reaching the end? He ought to report to Minterpire Enos. Surely, Raffi had been driven to a frenzy by his absence. Should he turn back? No, he could not. He refused to believe he could not find the end. Furthermore, he felt neither hunger nor thirst. Everything he experienced must surely be an illusion. It must be so. Green was truly a man on the verge of madness. Continuing to press on step by step, that moment, he suddenly sensed a shift within himself, as if he had just passed through a thin membrane, and the world before him burst into brightness that, oh, there is light. I can see. Have I succeeded? In his excitement, Green glanced around, only to realize with a jolt that he had merely remained on the first rung of the ladder. Hey, you've been in there for 10 minutes already. Are you done? A voice of impatience suddenly called from behind, causing Green's legs to weaken, instinctively causing him to collapse onto the ground with a weak yelp. Scrambling backward in terror for 2 paces, as he regained his composure and discerned the blurry figure before him, he gasped for breath, trembling as he queried, "Are you human?" Before him stood a plump female apprentice witch, nearly spherical in shape, her bosom resembling 2 inflated balls. Even the witch's voluminous robes struggled to conceal her form. One might suspect that should she make any sudden movements, her attire would surely give way. This individual was even more astonishing than the rotund figure on the first floor of Black Soda, that a preliminary estimate suggested she weighed over 400 pounds. Of course, what do you think I am? If not human? You look frightened. Did you hear the footsteps behind you? Coward? With that, the hefty woman paid no mind to Green's apprehensions and barked, "Get moving!" When 2 of us are present, this water tower is far from peculiar. Green, not wishing to engage in further disputes with this woman, recalled the harrowing days he had seemingly endured in darkness. Likewise, he clung to the unwavering resolve that had propelled him through it all. He hastily exited the dilapidated courtyard of the water tower. The night remained shrouded in darkness. From outside the courtyard, the water tower appeared entirely normal, devoid of any abnormal phenomena, resembling nothing more than an ordinary ruin. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he retrieved a crystal ball. Moments later, he opened his eyes, disbelief washing over him as he exclaimed, "No way. This can't be possible. My mental power has surged to 29 points. An increase of 5. This crumbling water tower was nothing short of a miracle. No, a marvel. Green resolved to investigate this phenomenon thoroughly, even considering prioritizing it over the research on life codes. Perhaps he could consult the esteemed Grand Sorcerer Pyre Anos about it. As a third-tier Grand Sorcerer and one of the three heads of Black Soda Sorcerer Academy, he would undoubtedly possess knowledge of deeper secrets regarding this water tower. With such thoughts, Green made his way to the task hall and posted a mission to find 100 beauty shells. If it were a small number of beauty shells, the demand for magical stones would naturally be high. However, for a bulk task like this, the price would be relatively lower, so Green offered a commission of 4,000 magical stones. Before departing, he inquired with the staff at the task hall about the time, confirming that he had truly spent less than the span of an hourglass in the dilapidated water tower, leaving him in shock for quite some time. Having completed all of this, Green did not return, but instead headed straight to Raffi's cottage for a night of passionate entanglement on the 79th floor of Black Soda. In Pyre Anos' laboratory, Pyre Anos, Vero, Black, Green, and a female sorceress sat around a long wooden table, each before a pristine white plate filled with an array of sumptuous dishes, all made from the rare and precious species known as the scraper fish, which Pyre Anos had cultivated in his laboratory's aquarium. Green, this is your teacher's wife, Alice, a renowned gourmet at Black Soda Academy. The scraper fish is a premium delicacy that your teacher's wife has been nurturing for the past 25 years. And she caught a few just for you. Pyre Anos smiled awkwardly, his face marred by a hideous scar that rendered his grin both unsettling and fearsome, which Alice also smiled at Green. Her expression imbued with an indescribable charm, gentle and amiable, as though she seldom spoke. This Alice possessed a mane of golden wavy hair, piercing blue-amber eyes, and skin as fair as cream, her petite frame making her a rare beauty. The only peculiarity was that the palms of her hands bore mouths, which had utterly astonished Green upon first sight. Black sat at the table, drooling, a white napkin tied around his neck, fixated on the enormous plate of scraper fish before him. With a gulp, he swallowed hard. "Little one, you have no idea how precious these scraper fish are. They're a rare breed that the old man brought back from another world, and he expended a fortune to create that aquarium. Otherwise, these delicate creatures would have perished long ago due to their inability to adapt to the sorceress world's rules. Remember, the first time you consume scraper fish, you must eat it whole, bones and all. Only then can you fully absorb the cellular vitality it offers, conservatively estimating an increase of over 3 points in your physical strength. 3 points in physical strength." Green's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Black. At that moment, he had only 4 points of physical strength. This scraper fish could nearly double that. He licked his tongue, almost drooling onto the table, while Black scoffed, "You're just an apprentice sorcerer with no physical training whatsoever. An increase of 3 points is hardly noteworthy. If it could grant the old man 3 points, that would be a true delicacy." Stealing a glance at Pyre Anos, Green pondered the prospect of a third-tier Grand Sorcerer, well-versed in physical sorcery, gaining 3 points of physical strength. Vero, gleefully wielding a knife and fork, leaned toward Green and whispered, "Who would have thought you'd become my junior brother now? Although I lack the resources of our senior sister, I do possess some rare trinkets from the sorceress world. This one is for you." As he spoke, Valo hurled a white dagger towards Green. Green caught the dagger, casting a surprised glance at it. The blade was fashioned from the tusk of some skeletal beast, its form irregular, adorned with curving contours and serrated edges. This is a dagger crafted from the formidable claws of a powerful creature from another realm that I painstakingly collected. It is said that this creature once attained the level of a third-tier archmage, Valo boasted, casting a proud glance at Green, that a claw from a creature of such caliber. Green attempted to channel some magical energy into the dagger. And to his astonishment, it exhibited remarkable magical conductivity, allowing him to infuse it with ease. He then endeavored to activate a fire element magic circle, and in an instant, flames erupted along the blade. Filled with delight, Green inquired, "Valo, does this dagger have a name?" This is a personal craft of mine. It is yet to be named," Valo admitted, slightly embarrassed that he had overlooked such a detail. A captivating name would undoubtedly enhance the value of his collection. Green pondered for a moment, murmuring, "If it remains nameless, let us call it the Sounding Caudal Dagger." The laboratory of Archmage Prolanos was an entirely different affair from Green's own workspace, where various experimental apparatuses were crammed into a single room. This laboratory boasted a total of 9 chambers, and within them, Green had acquired the rights to the library in this voodoo research room, the collection of a third-tier archmage who had undoubtedly lived for countless years. Was vast beyond measure. Not only was it extensive, but it also contained numerous invaluable ancient scrolls, inscribed with knowledge passed down from the great archmages of yore, following Prolanos into the voodoo research laboratory. The two men sat facing each other. After casually sipping a rich, aromatic coffee, Prolanos spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Before we delve into the study of mixed poison body refinement spells, if you have any uncertainties or difficulties from your personal experiments, do not hesitate to bring them to my attention. Eagerly waiting for this prompt, Green wasted no time in asking, Minter, I wish to inquire about the Tower of Ruin. Prolanos regarded Green with a curious glance and queried, Have you been there? What was your impression? Although I have thoroughly analyzed the bizarre phenomena within using a wizard's intellect, I cannot fully explain why such occurrences transpired. Nevertheless, it was an enchanting experience. Green replied, his expression one of rapture. After all, it had granted him an astounding increase of 5 points in mental fortitude. An enchanting experience. Prolanos' eyes widened in alarm as he pressed. Does this mean you have traversed the Black Realm? His breathing became slightly hurried. The Black Realm? That seems an appropriate term, as there were no reference points within that I suppose I can say I have crossed through it. Green responded, and was astonished to discover that he had indeed gained an increase of 5 points in mental fortitude. A veritable miracle. If only he could comprehend the intricacies behind it. You have crossed it, Prolanos exclaimed, his visage contorting into one of disbelief. Green, puzzled, replied, Indeed, I have crossed it. What of it? After a prolonged silence, Prolanos managed to compose himself, a hint of excitement creeping into his demeanor as he murmured, This is something that should not be disclosed to any wizard apprentice. Only the 3 of us academy heads are privy to this information. However, since you have successfully navigated the Black Realm, it seems permissible to inform you that the Tower of Ruin is a relic left behind by the Master of the Black Tower. Dating back 1700 years, it contains a permanent mental illusion. According to the words of the Black Tower's St. Mark wizards, if an apprentice wizard, entirely unaware of this opportunity, successfully traverses the Black Realm, it will aid them in their transition to a full wizard. The Master of the Tower, Green queried, astonished. What position does that entail? The founder of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. It seems I must enlighten you regarding the hierarchy of power within the wizarding world. Prolanos replied, his tone measured. Wizards are classified into 3 transformative tiers. First tier, official wizards. 4th tier, St. Mark wizards. And 7th tier, true spirit wizards. The first tier, official wizard, requires no explanation. As an apprentice wizard, you should comprehend that an official wizard is beyond your capacity to contend with. Regardless of the spells or magical artifacts you employ, all will be rendered ineffective before the natural force wielded by an official wizard.